Lin Fei traversed into an alternate world, activating the Invincible Killing God system. He acquired the divine-level martial art, the Killing God technique, and was endowed with a body of slaughter, enabling him to defeat monsters, level up, and unleash divine weapons and techniques at an astonishing pace. In the martial arts continent, within a secluded courtyard of the Lin family in Tianyan City, Lin Fei's last memory was of saving a young girl before being struck by a vehicle. After that, everything became a blur. Struggling to open his eyes, he sat up only to be overwhelmed by excruciating pain coursing through his body. Once he regained his composure, he surveyed his surroundings. The humble dwelling was stark and devoid of any noteworthy possessions, and the environment felt vastly different from the modern world he knew. Lin Fei was utterly bewildered. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced his mind, prompting a pained cry to escape his lips. A torrent of memories flooded in, revealing that he had indeed crossed over into another realm. In this world, martial prowess reigned supreme. Warriors possessed the ability to shatter mountains, soar through the skies, and even shift the very earth beneath them, or tear apart the void itself. Yet, the clichés of all transmigration tales unfolded in his life as well. He was deemed a waste, disregarded by his family. The Lin family was one of the 3 prominent clans in Tianfeng City, and Lin Fei was the offspring of the clan leader and a maid, with his mother having tragically passed away at an early age. Lacking any talent for cultivation, he had only reached the rank of a 1-star martial disciple, which had led to his father's disdain. In the family, even the servants bullied him without fear, leaving him with no standing whatsoever. It was due to an insult from a servant regarding his mother that Lin Fei had clashed with the individual, resulting in severe injuries. Ironically, it was this unfortunate encounter that allowed him to transmigrate into this hapless person's life. Fortunately, this individual also bore the name Lin Fei, which made the transition somewhat easier. Now that he had arrived in a world where martial strength was revered, he resolved to strive to become a formidable force, to ascend to the pinnacle and seize control of his own destiny. While others who transmigrated were often bestowed with golden fingers or wise mentors, he wondered when his fortune would manifest. Just then, a melodious voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, host, for binding the Killing God system. Would you like to activate it? Lin Fei responded with fervor. Of course, I shall activate it. Congratulations, host, for activating the system. You have received a beginner's gift package. Acquired the divine-level martial art, Killing God technique, which is categorized into Huang, Xian, Di, Tian, and Shen levels, each further divided into 3 tiers. The Killing God technique is the system's exclusive martial art, currently at a divine level, capable of upgrading to grant varying abilities with each enhancement. A user interface materialized before Lin Fei, showcasing his attributes. Host, Lin Fei, Realm, 1-star martial disciple. Experience, 0/200. Martial art, Killing God technique. Weapon, none. Martial skills, none. Gold coins, 0. Gold coins can be used in the shop to purchase items and for lottery draws. He observed the interface, which also displayed a task system, a shop, and a lottery system, with some sections yet to be unlocked, requiring him to reach a certain level. Wasn't this akin to the online games of his previous life, where one could slay monsters to level up? What a delightful prospect. With hope in his heart, he eagerly opened the beginner's gift package, receiving 10 healing pills, 10 chi recovery pills, and 10,000 gold coins, along with 4 upgrade vouchers, usable at the martial disciple level, and a growth-type weapon, the blood drink blade, currently ranked as a low-level Huang weapon. In a flurry, Lin Fei consumed 5 healing pills, completely mending his injuries, and to his astonishment, he discovered that consuming excess pills granted him experience points. Though the increase was modest, every little bit added up remarkably. He utilized 4 upgrade vouchers, successfully advancing to the 5-star martial disciple realm, feeling a significant surge in strength, which greatly improved his spirits. However, a voice from outside the door soon disrupted his elation. Oh, third young master, I came to see how you are faring. The door swung open to reveal a sharp-faced young man, who sneered at Lin Fei. So, you've recovered enough to get out of bed after being beaten to a pulp yesterday. From the fragmented memories, Lin Fei recognized this person as Zhao Long, the son of the family steward, who had often bullied him. It was Zhao Long who had left him severely injured, leading to his current predicament. Ding. Congratulations, host, for receiving a mission. Eliminate the vile servant. Reward, 1,000 experience points, 1,000 gold coins, and the martial skill Thunder Palm. Lin Fei had initially intended to seek revenge, as a man of honor ought to. Moreover, the system had promised a generous reward. With a calm demeanor, Lin Fei retorted, when did a dog start defecating on its master's neck? Zhao Long, infuriated by this remark, shot back, calling you young master is a privilege. you're merely a waste. Zhao Long arrogantly declared, while I cannot take your life, I can certainly teach you a lesson. As he advanced towards Lin Fei, intent on delivering punishment, Lin Fei remained composed. Though Zhao Long was a mere servant, he possessed the strength of a 5-star martial disciple, a stark contrast to Lin Fei's previous weakness. Without his newfound abilities, Lin Fei would undoubtedly be at the mercy of such bullies once again. As Zhao Long threw a punch, Lin Fei thought to himself, thank goodness for the system, otherwise I would have to endure another beating today. Underestimating Lin Fei, Zhao Long mocked him, you dare to fight back? Clearly, yesterday's lesson was too light. Seizing the opportunity created by Zhao Long's arrogance, Lin Fei concentrated his energy and struck back with a punch, sending Zhao Long hurtling against the wall, where he spat blood. Impossible. How could a waste like you injure me? Zhao Long exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Fei, uninterested in engaging in further banter with the despicable servant, unsheathed the blood-drink blade and swiftly ended Zhao Long's life. To Lin Fei's astonishment, he observed a stream of blood energy emanating from Zhao Long, merging into his own body. After slaying, it appeared that the blood-drink blade had gained an additional blood mark. This perplexed Lin Fei. While he could comprehend the weapon's enhancement through combat, the infusion of blood energy into his being was an enigma. Was it a result of the martial art? Unable to decipher it further, Lin Fei shrugged it off, considering the killing god technique's divine level status. Such peculiar effects were not unexpected. Soon, the system chimed in again. Congratulations, host, for defeating an enemy. You have gained 200 experience points and 200 gold coins. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have acquired 1,000 experience points, 1,000 gold coins, and the martial skill Thunder Palm. Congratulations, host, for advancing to the 7-star martial disciple level. Lin Fei exclaimed with joy, the system is incredible. In such a short span, I have ascended to the 7-star martial disciple level. Who would dare to call me a waste now? However, further surprises awaited him as the system announced. Congratulations, host, on achieving your first kill. You are now at level 3, currently a 10-star martial disciple. In a single day, Lin Fei had ascended from a 2-star martial disciple to a 10-star martial disciple, a feat he had never dared to imagine before. The exhilaration of such rapid advancement left him elated. Yet, a troubling thought crossed his mind. Zhao Long's father, Zhao He, was the family steward, boasting the strength of an 8-star martial warrior. Lin Fei knew he was not yet capable of confronting such a foe. Having slain his son, trouble would surely follow. He needed to find a safe place to continue his training. Chapter 2. The Beast Mountain Range. Though unafraid, Lin Fei reassured himself that it would be wiser to return once he had grown stronger. A wise man does not suffer needless losses. Resolute, Lin Fei closed the door behind him and sprinted towards the family estate's exit. Setting his sights on the Beast Mountain Range, located 200 miles from Tianfeng City. Along the way, some servants mocked him, calling out, "Isn't that the useless young master of the Lin family? Where's he in such a hurry to go?" Lin Fei paid them no heed, though their taunts lingered in his mind, vowing to return and settle the score. Upon leaving the family grounds, Lin Fei hastened towards the Beast Mountain Range, eager to hunt monsters and level up, intending to return only when he had amassed sufficient strength. Soon, he arrived at the periphery of the vast Beast Mountain Range, rumored to harbor level 8 beasts in its core, creatures as formidable as human martial emperors. Beasts are categorized from level 1 to 10, corresponding to the ranks of human martial artists, but the outskirts were home only to weaker creatures. Nevertheless, they still posed a threat to Lin Fei, who was only at the 10th star martial disciple stage. The Beast Mountain Range remained a significant challenge. In the 2 days that followed, he encountered nothing but ordinary level 1 beasts, such as wild bulls and agile wolves. With his left hand employing the Thunder Palm and his right wielding the Blood Drink Blade, Lin Fei swiftly dispatched them. He discovered that for every beast he defeated, the Blood Drink Blade absorbed their essence to strengthen him. Congratulations, host. You have slain a beast, earning 200 experience points and 200 gold coins. Given that he was already a 10th star martial disciple, these beasts posed little danger. One by one, Lin Fei eliminated them, and just as he dispatched the final beast, the system's notification chimed once more. He felt the energy of the fallen beasts surge into him, yet he noticed little change within himself. However, it was gratifying to see that after slaying so many beasts, the Blood Drink Blade had upgraded to a mid-grade yellow weapon. At this rate, it seemed plausible that he could one day elevate it to a divine artifact, or even beyond. Congratulations, host. Experience points are full. You have successfully leveled up to a 1-star warrior. Upon accessing the system's marketplace, Lin Fei was met with a dazzling array of items, weapons, martial skills, elixirs, and more, all purchasable with gold coins. Yet, Upon glancing at the exorbitant prices for rare items and legendary artifacts, he found himself momentarily dazed by the long string of digits displayed. To his surprise, he also discovered that the marketplace offered upgrade vouchers for purchase. As his strength increased, the price of these vouchers escalated, yet they remained within reach. Albeit costly, activating the lottery system granted him a chance to partake in a fortunate draw. Perusing the lottery options, he noted a variety of items available, including upgrade vouchers, but was somewhat dismayed by the presence of a conspicuous "thank you for participating" option, a blatant gamble on luck, though it seemed somewhat dubious. Spending 10,000 gold coins for a chance still appeared to be a worthwhile investment, as Lin Fei firmly believed in his own good fortune. The system rewards a special martial technique, the blade draw slash. This technique condenses 1/3 of the user's strength into an invisible blade aura to attack foes, tripling the attack power and possessing a 20 chance to instantly slay the enemy. Lin Fei thought to himself, brimming with excitement, a product of the system must be a masterpiece, truly remarkable. The blade draw slash is classified as a special martial art. The stronger the host, the greater its power. The tripling of attack power through the invisible blade serves as a formidable trump card. Even more formidable is the 20 chance of instant elimination. Should he encounter a powerful adversary in the future, it might just allow him to defeat them with a single strike. With such thoughts, Lin Fei felt a wave of satisfaction. However, the immediate priority remained to enhance his strength. He calmed his exhilarated heart and purchased a lower-grade Xian-level martial technique, the Cloud Ladder, from the shop. Such techniques are essential. After all, in the world of martial arts, speed is paramount, and the ability to escape in critical moments is of utmost importance. Lin Fei continued to wander around for 2 more days, during which he slew numerous first-tier monsters, accumulating ample experience and gold. His blood drink blade also advanced to a high-grade Huang level. His rank rose to a 3-star warrior, and as his realm increased, so too did the experience required. He ventured deeper into the wilderness, seeking formidable beasts to hone his skills. Not only would this enhance his combat experience, but it would also yield significant rewards in terms of experience and gold. After some time, Lin Fei felt a tingling sensation on the back of his neck as 2 low growls echoed from ahead. Upon closer inspection, he beheld 2 ferocious bears. These bears belonged to the 2nd-tier high-grade beasts, equivalent in strength to human 7-star to 9-star warriors, immensely powerful, with tough hides, and capable of causing distress even to 10-star warriors in a frenzy. Lin Fei inwardly lamented, "What bad luck! I could manage 1, but 2 at once is quite a headache." Yet, he couldn't let the opportunity slip by. The earth-shattering bears had one notable weakness: they were slow in their movements. When the heavens open a door, they often close a window, but Lin Fei believed his agility could still afford him a fighting chance. Although it was perilous, he was not without the means to contend. Despite being only a 3-star warrior, his divine-level martial arts provided him with considerable prowess. Moreover, he yearned for a challenge. He couldn't perpetually play it safe. Besides, if things turned dire, he could always retreat. With a resolute mindset, Lin Fei sprang into action, beckoning the 2 beasts with a flick of his finger. "Come forth, you lumbering bears, and meet your demise." Though the monsters could not comprehend his words, his taunting gestures clearly incited their fury, and they charged at him with ferocious roars. As the towering bears, standing 5 or 6 meters tall, barreled towards him, Lin Fei felt a twinge of fear, yet he steeled himself and charged forward. Despite their formidable strength, Lin Fei leveraged his speed advantage to inflict multiple wounds on the bears with his blood drink blade. This only served to intensify their rage, causing their fur to bristle and their speed and strength to amplify. Lin Fei found himself struggling to defend against the 2 powerful beasts simultaneously. Indeed, facing them both proved to be quite challenging, and his energy was depleting rapidly. He thought, if this drags on, it will not bode well for me. I must seek a swift resolution, or I may need to make a hasty retreat. However, Lin Fei was clearly undeterred by misfortune. Moreover, fleeing was not in his nature. He believed he could handle these 2 hulking beasts. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fei executed a swift blade strike, managing to slay one of the bears with a tripled attack power. Yet, he was struck by the other bear, which sent him flying over 10 meters, leaving him gasping blood and racked with pain. At that moment, the system notification chimed. "Congratulations, host, for slaying the savage bear. You have gained 3,000 experience points, 3,000 gold coins, and the martial technique dominating palm. Congratulations, host, you have leveled up. You are now a 4-star warrior." Lin Fei felt his depleting energy instantly restored, and his injuries healed. This was the miraculous nature of the system. Each level up allowed for a complete recovery of both wounds and energy, which was why Lin Fei dared to confront 2 fiendish beasts. As long as he could slay one, he would level up, making the remaining one easier to deal with. What Lin Fei had not anticipated was that slaying these beasts would also yield martial techniques. Perhaps it was because the earlier foes he defeated were merely first-level beasts, thus granting only experience in gold. It seemed akin to the distinction found in past online games between regular monsters and elite ones. The stronger the foe, the better the rewards. Chapter 5. Slaying the fourth-level beast bathed in moonlight. The howling moon wolf let out a thunderous cry, its body visibly swelling in size. Lin Fei lamented his misfortune. A fourth-level beast's power and swiftness far surpassed those of a pinnacle third-level beast, at least tenfold. He found himself in a predicament. And at such a critical moment of ascension, escape was uncertain. He could only brace himself for a confrontation. Now a fourth-level beast. The howling moon wolf glared at him fiercely and lunged forward with astonishing speed. Lin Fei dared not underestimate it. He immediately activated his divine abilities, augmenting his strength fivefold. With his arms crossed before him, he was nonetheless sent tumbling several meters by the wolf's strike. Fortunately, due to the rigorous tempering of his physique through blood and vigor, he sustained only minor injuries. Indeed, fourth-level beasts were terrifying at present. He could not contend with them and could only threaten this beast with his blade strike. He hoped to trigger a critical hit, but it was a gamble. Lin Fei shouted, "Blade strike," unleashing an invisible wave of blade energy. The howling moon wolf could not perceive the strike, yet it carved a horrific gash into its flesh, inciting its fury even further. With its bloodied maw agape, the wolf lunged to bite Lin Fei again. Left with no alternatives, Lin Fei unleashed another blade strike. However, this time was different. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, for triggering the critical kill skill. You have slain a fourth-level beast, gaining 30,000 experience points, 30,000 gold coins. And the martial technique Phantom Clone. The blood drink blade ascended to the lower grade of earth level, appearing crimson as blood, emanating low, resonant whispers. It now exuded an even more domineering presence, and it seemed to possess a semblance of sentience. However, a weapon must reach the celestial level to acquire true autonomy. Once a weapon attains the celestial grade, it gains sentience. Yet, the blood drink blade still had a distance to cover, though it was surely not far off. Congratulations, host, for leveling up to a 4-star martial artist. As he observed his energy and injuries completely restored, Lin Fei felt a profound appreciation for the system's remarkable advantages. Especially this flash sale. I am truly curious to see if encountering a 5th-level beast or higher would also result in an instant kill. However, the probability of triggering such an event is indeed uncertain, and preserving my life takes precedence over reckless experimentation. If it does trigger, that would be fortunate. Otherwise, my life could be forfeit. Lin Fei observed the howling moon wolf lunging towards him, its demise seeming imminent. Lin Fei examined the technique of Phantom Clone, a mid-tier Earth-level martial skill that, once mastered, grants remarkable speed akin to a phantom, allowing the creation of 3 clones that can sustain 30% of the original's combat power for 1 minute. This martial skill was truly extraordinary, serving as the ultimate tool for evasion and survival. After resolving the battle, Lin Fei prepared to clear the battlefield, noting that the corpses of the beasts contained demon cores, which could be exchanged for gold coins within the system. After extracting all the demon cores, an idea struck Lin Fei. Could the recovery system also reclaim the corpses of the beasts? He promptly conducted an experiment, and to his astonishment, it worked. Without hesitation, he reclaimed all the beast corpses, garnering a substantial amount of gold coins. This operation left Lin Fei grinning from ear to ear. Primarily due to his commitment to environmental preservation, having slain the beasts, he ensured that not a single part was wasted. Upon checking the system's gold balance, he found it had reached around 300,000, which brought him a wave of satisfaction. Initially, he contemplated indulging in a lottery to test his luck, but he ultimately refrained, as the lottery system often proved to be quite disappointing. Lin Fei feared that he might end up with nothing, preferring instead to conserve his gold for more useful acquisitions. As Lin Fei advanced deeper into the inner circle, battling monsters to level up, over a month swiftly passed, and he successfully ascended to a 9-star martial artist. If word got out that Lin Fei had progressed from a 2-star martial apprentice to a 9-star martial artist in just over 2 months, it would surely be met with disbelief. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Fei ventured into an inner area where he encountered a 5th-level beast, the demon ape. Upon sighting this beast, Lin Fei did not hesitate to turn and flee. Fortunately, his training in Phantom Clone proved invaluable. Otherwise, he might have found himself in dire straits. Perhaps it was simply good fortune that led him to inadvertently stumble upon a concealed valley filled with various spiritual herbs, at the center of which stood a 6th-level spiritual herb, the Imperial extreme fruit, when consumed at the peak of a martial sovereign's cultivation, could enhance the probability of breaking through to a martial emperor by 30%. It could also be utilized to concoct the Imperial Extreme Pill, yielding superior results compared to direct consumption. Lin Fei, feeling rather pleased, remarked, "Fortune truly favors me. My aimless wandering has led me to this splendid place." Carefully, he transplanted the Imperial Extreme Fruit into his Shanghai ring, followed by gathering all manner of remaining spiritual herbs. He cleared the entire valley of its herbs, not even sparing the ordinary fruit trees, intending to savor them later. After all, he had never tasted such delights in his previous life on Earth. And now that he was in this world, he aimed to sample every edible delight. As he looked upon the nearly emptied valley, a twinge of guilt washed over him. He felt akin to a thief, leaving no stone unturned. However, gazing at the gradually revitalizing Shanghai ring, Lin Fei nodded with satisfaction, saying, "Who cares? No one here wants them anyway. I shall graciously accept." After a brief respite of 2 days in the valley, Lin Fei prepared to venture forth. After all, being within the mountainous region posed significant dangers. Not long after entering, Lin Fei encountered a martial-grade beast, equivalent to a human martial king-level expert. His current strength was still insufficient to confront such a formidable foe, prompting him to resolve to exercise greater caution. Lin Fei silently vowed to level up through battling monsters. To develop diligently, while others in the novice village could reach maximum level, he must not be reckless. A careless mistake could lead to his demise, and he might not get another chance to traverse this realm. Not daring to venture deeper, Lin Fei instead sought out easier prey nearby. Days passed before he successfully vanquished a mid-tier level for unicorn rhinoceros, hearing the pleasing sound of the system announce his achievement. "Congratulations, host. Your blade slash has leveled up, increasing attack power by 5-fold and elevating the critical hit chance to 30. Congratulations, you have ascended to a 1-star martial spirit, unlocking the secondary profession system. You may choose to cultivate in one of the following: alchemy, weapon forging, formations, or talismans." Without hesitation, Lin Fei opted for alchemy, as potions were always in demand, especially considering the vast array of spiritual herbs he had gathered, primarily for his future alchemical endeavors. "Congratulations, host. You have become an alchemist. Alchemy skill, level 1 proficiency 0-100. You can currently concoct first-tier potions, and practicing alchemy will enhance your proficiency and increase experience." Putting aside his alchemical aspirations for the moment, Lin Fei reveled in the immense power coursing through him, feeling a sense of euphoria. As a martial artist progresses, especially upon reaching the martial spirit level, enhancing one's strength becomes increasingly challenging. Lin Fei sensed that his power had grown significantly, enough to contend with typical 7- or 8-star martial spirits without even activating his divine abilities. Once he unleashed his fury combined with blade slash, he believed he could stand toe-to-toe with a martial king. With a stroke of luck, he might even trigger a critical hit, slaying his opponent. With this thought, Lin Fei could not help but smile. It was nearly time to return to his family and ensure that those who had wronged him would pay the price. Chapter 6. Encountering Xia Ruoxue and his family. The strongest individuals were merely martial kings, his unworthy father, grandfather, and the elder. With his current strength, he felt no trepidation about returning. If necessary, he would not hesitate to rebel against his family. It all depended on how they treated him upon his return. He hoped they would not shatter his heart. As he prepared to journey back, he heard a deafening roar from the depths of the inner region. The beast was not far from him. Truth be told, Lin Fei was quite curious to witness the spectacle. The aura indicated that the beast was likely a peak level 5 creature. Yet, for the sake of his own life, it was wiser to retreat. Just as he was about to flee, he noticed a graceful figure soaring through the air toward him. It was Xia Ruoxue, the girl who had stolen his bear paw. Only martial kings possessed the ability to fly, and he was astonished that this young girl had achieved such a rank. Unlike those ornamental women, she undoubtedly had a profound background. In the brief moment Lin Fei was distracted, Xia Ruoxue approached him, her eyes widening with urgency. "Run. There are 2 peak level 5 beasts behind us, and they are on the verge of advancing to level 6. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei crossed past his own position. Upon a closer glance, he exclaimed, "What on earth have you attracted with those 2 colossal beasts?" Without a moment's hesitation, he activated his phantom clone technique and surged towards the periphery at full speed. Behind him were 2 formidable creatures. One was a crimson flame tiger king, adorned with a pair of large wings, soaring through the air with remarkable swiftness. The other was a 3-headed dark serpent, its lengthy, shadowy body, measuring several dozen meters, glided across the ground at a pace that rivaled that of its airborne counterpart. Lin Fei dared not to underestimate the situation. He unleashed his earth-level technique, matching the speed of Xia Ruoxue's flight, and swiftly caught up to her. He shouted amidst the chaos, "My dear aunt, What have you done to provoke those relentless beasts? I am but an innocent bystander caught in your turmoil. At that moment, he noticed that Xia Ruoxue bore significant wounds. Her clothing was scorched at the back, and blood stained her chest, likely from her own mouth. However, she clutched a precious spiritual herb in her hand, a 6th-level dragon blood fruit. No wonder the two beasts were frantically pursuing her. Consuming this herb would undoubtedly allow those ferocious beasts to ascend to 6th-level status, or even beyond. Xia Ruoxue appeared somewhat astonished. What grade of martial skill do you possess? Your speed on the ground nearly matches mine in the air. Amidst such peril, Lin Fei found it perplexing that she still had the presence of mind to inquire about his abilities. Truly, the wisdom of the ancients rang true. A woman's heart is as fathomless as the ocean. Lin Fei chuckled wryly. How on earth did you manage to snatch the dragon blood from those beasts? If it comes to it, just toss it to them. Your life is of utmost importance. Xia Ruoxue pouted defiantly. That simply won't do. This holds great significance for me. I have searched tirelessly to obtain it. Besides, I can't just relinquish it now that I've finally gotten my hands on it while those beasts are occupied with their own conflict. It was evident that Xia Ruoxue was unwilling to part with the dragon blood fruit so easily, and Lin Fei couldn't help but mutter a curse under his breath for his unfortunate predicament. He continued to channel his abilities and sprint forward, hoping that the pursuing beasts would not catch up to them. A glance over his shoulder revealed the two creatures growing increasingly frenzied. After all, 5th-level beasts possessed intelligence comparable to that of humans. The Flame Tiger King conjured a blazing fireball in its maw, launching it towards Xia Ruoxue's back. The overwhelming force of the flames palpable. Xia Ruoxue was compelled to shout, Mystic Ice Palm, unleashing a frigid wave of energy that barely managed to thwart the fiery assault. Yet, it took a tremendous effort on her part to fend off the flames, and she was soon struck by the tail of the 3-headed dark serpent, sending her flying and causing her to spit blood. Lin Fei, who had already covered a considerable distance, abruptly turned back to catch Xia Ruoxue as she was flung through the air. The young woman had succumbed to unconsciousness in his arms. A strike from a peak 5th-level beast could very well spell doom for anyone of lesser cultivation. Faced with the impending threat of the rampaging beasts, Lin Fei felt an overwhelming weight of pressure. The notion of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress seemed increasingly formidable. However, he could not bear to witness the demise of such beauty before his very eyes, for even heroes find it difficult to resist the allure of a woman. Without uttering another word, Lin Fei activated his berserk mode, amplifying his strength 5-fold, and unleashed a powerful sword slash aimed at the tail of the 3-headed dark serpent. Although Lin Fei had unleashed his fury and employed the blade draw technique, he still underestimated the formidable power of the peak-level 5th-tier beast. He was sent flying a considerable distance by its tail. Seizing the fleeting moment, Lin Fei hurled the dragon blood fruit, which was in Xia Ruoxue's possession, far away. The two beasts, vying for the fruit, neglected their pursuit of the pair. Lin Fei, still reeling from the impact, coughed up several mouthfuls of blood. His body racked with excruciating pain. However, he could not afford to linger. He swiftly deployed his agility to lead Xia Ruoxue to a safer location. Before long, they found a cave and hurried inside, using his vital energy to dislodge stones that blocked the entrance. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he carefully placed Xia Ruoxue down. Reflecting on his misfortune, he had suffered greatly this time, and perhaps he should refrain from playing the hero in the future. One misstep could cost him his life. Lin Fei quickly accessed the system and purchased 2 5th-grade elixirs. The Great Recovery Pill promised to restore all injuries instantly, as long as one remained alive below the martial sovereign level. He spent 600,000 gold coins on the pills, causing him considerable distress, yet he had no choice but to part with his hard-earned coins to expedite his recovery. Determined, Lin Fei resolved that after this ordeal, he would carve out time to practice alchemy. The system truly was merciless. All his painstakingly accumulated gold had vanished, leaving him heartbroken. After consuming one of the pills, his injuries rapidly healed, and the surplus energy transformed into a significant amount of experience. Lin Fei lamented, "It seems rather wasteful for me to consume this. I primarily bought it for Xia Ruoxue." He was also curious to experience the elixir himself, recalling that on Earth, the most expensive items were often considered the best. Despite the system's unscrupulous nature, he appreciated how the excess energy from the elixirs was converted into experience. Observing Xia Ruoxue, who lay unconscious with a pale visage, he felt relieved that he had encountered her. Otherwise, her fate would have been dire. Lin Fei muttered to himself. Subsequently, he placed the other Great Recovery Pill into Xia Ruoxue's mouth, and he watched as her pallid complexion visibly regained its color. At that moment, her eyelashes fluttered slightly, indicating that she was on the verge of awakening. The Great Recovery Pill indeed lived up to its reputation, facilitating such a swift recovery from severe injuries. proving that the system's elixirs were remarkably effective. Noticing Xiao Ruoxue was about to regain consciousness, Lin Fei swiftly struck himself, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Feigning a state of weakness as he leaned against the cave's edge. As soon as Xiao Ruoxue opened her eyes, she beheld Lin Fei in a seemingly feeble condition, struggling against the wall. Rushing forward to support him, she inquired with concern, "What happened to you, Lin Fei? Are you all right?" Feigning frailty, Lin Fei replied, "What do you think? I just rescued you from the clutches of 2 peak-level 5th-tier beasts. To save you, I even gave you my only 5th-grade elixir. Otherwise, how could you have recovered so swiftly?" At that moment, Lin Fei shamelessly leaned against Xiao Ruoxue, thinking to himself that the girls from this realm were indeed easy to deceive, and it seemed his efforts were not in vain. One must seize every opportunity, he mused. Xiao Ruoxue's face flushed slightly. "I'm so sorry for dragging you into this, and thank you for saving me. I still possess some healing elixirs. Quickly, consume them to mend your wounds. Hurry and extract a multitude of elixirs from your spatial ring." Gently, I fed Lin Fei, yet they were merely 4th-grade healing elixirs, and he ingested several in succession. Just as Xiao Ruoxue intended to continue feeding him, Lin Fei hastily interjected, "That is sufficient. If you continue, I shall be overwhelmed by the nourishment." Only then did Xiao Ruoxue cease her actions. Lin Fei feigned meditation with closed eyes, but upon opening them, he discovered Xiao Ruoxue gazing intently at him. He jested, "My lady, are you captivated by my charm, wishing to offer yourself in devotion?" Upon hearing his words, Xiao Ruoxue's face flushed crimson. "Must you be so vain? Who would wish to offer themselves?" Lin Fei chuckled. "Ah, so you concede that I am handsome. I recall that heroes save damsels, and in return, the beauties often pledge themselves." Bashfully, Xiao Ruoxue replied, "There are no such precedents for you. Besides, I am already bound by a betrothal." Lin Fei couldn't help but lament such innocence among the young women of this other world. "In my past life, even sharing a bed was merely that." He then stated earnestly, "Initially, you mentioned fleeing from a marriage, which implies you do not cherish him. In truth, I hold a deep affection for you. If you are willing, we can face this together." Lin Fei continued unabashedly, "To forsake a beautiful girl is a grave mistake. One must seize the enchanting women presented before them." Xiao Ruoxue, with a hint of resignation and sorrow, disclosed, "Lin Fei, I am actually a princess of the Eastern Xia dynasty. My father has betrothed me to a scion of a noble family in the royal city. Women of royal blood possess no right to choose. It is merely a matter of political exchange, and few have ever escaped this fate." Lin Fei suddenly declared with conviction, "What is there to fear? As long as you are willing, I would traverse mountains and seas for you." Xiao Ruoxue murmured, "I certainly wish to. But within the royal confines, there are too many constraints. Your current strength cannot alter such realities." Having spent most of her life within the palace, she had not encountered many tribulations, and meeting a man as dashing and audacious as Lin Fei, especially one who had sustained injuries to save her, naturally endeared him to her. Lin Fei smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, grant me a little time, and no one shall impede our union." Upon saying this, he drew Xiao Ruoxue into his embrace. Initially, the maiden resisted slightly, yet as she felt the warmth of his chest, she ceased to struggle. Within his arms, she found a sense of security, feeling that this man could shield her from the storms of life. With a beauty in his embrace, Lin Fei found himself lost in reverie. However, he recognized that it was not the appropriate moment, for he must maintain the image of a noble gentleman. After a considerable time, Xiao Ruoxue gently extricated herself from his hold and softly inquired, "Lin Fei, where is that dragon blood fruit? I have need of it. I intend to present it to my father, as it can aid him in breaking through to the martial emperor realm. At that time, he will undoubtedly permit me to remain unwed, allowing us to be together." Lin Fei sighed with a wry smile. "Do you think it's so simple to contend with 2 5th-grade peak demon beasts? I had to discard that spiritual herb. It was during their scramble that I managed to escape with you." Xiao Ruoxue nodded, a glimmer of disappointment flickering in her eyes. Lin Fei remarked, "Although the dragon blood fruit is no longer available, I have obtained a sovereign extreme fruit here, which I can offer to you. While its effects may not rival those of the dragon blood fruit, it should assist your father in breaking through the martial emperor realm." With that, he retrieved the sovereign extreme fruit and presented it before Xiao Ruoxue. Xiao Ruoxue hastily waved her hands, declaring, "I cannot accept this. It is far too precious." Lin Fei, with a mischievous grin, replied, You are being too distant. What is mine is yours. If it is too much for you, a kiss would suffice as gratitude." He shamelessly closed his eyes and added, Come now, don't be shy. A few more kisses would be delightful." Xiao Ruoxue stamped her foot and said, "Lin Fei, you are incorrigible. If you continue like this, I shall ignore you." With a hint of exasperation, Lin Fei reluctantly pressed the sovereign extreme fruit into Xia Ruoxue's hands, saying, "Consider it a betrothal gift, haha. Let us rest for the night. Tomorrow we shall venture forth." He then found a flat spot to lie down, teasing Xia Ruoxue, with just the two of us here. Would you care to join me in slumber? Xia Ruoxue, her face flushed crimson, replied, "Not now. We shall wait until we are wed. Do not entertain such thoughts." With that, she turned away, seeking a different corner to sit cross-legged and prepare for rest. Lin Fei, scratching his nose in resignation, decided to cease his playful banter. After all, the women in this realm held rather conservative values, unlike those from his previous life, who could be easily swayed. The thought of such individuals becoming his partner was unsettling. He then accessed the system interface to examine his attributes. Host. Lin Fei level. 1-star martial spirit experience. 12500 10000 cultivation method. God of Slaughter technique. Automatically activates. Rapidly restoring condition. Currently condensing the slaughter body. Next level allows for the condensation of the slaughter blood body. Martial skills. Dominant Yuan Palm. Mysterious grade. Mid-tier. Phantom clone. Earth grade. Low tier. Frenzied blade slash. Mysterious grade. High tier. Blade draw slash. Special martial skill. Increases attack power 5-fold. With a 30 chance to instantly slay the enemy. Divine ability. Berserk. Within 1 hour. Increases host strength 5-fold. Cooldown period of 1 day. Secondary profession. Alchemist level 1. Proficiency 0-100. Currently capable of refining first-tier pills. Alchemist levels range from 1 to 10. Gold coins. 75. 000 Lin Fei was enamored with this system. Within mere months of traversing into this world, he had ascended from being a waste to a 1-star martial spirit. He nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that being a 1-star martial spirit afforded him a respectable standing in this realm. Yet, deep down, Lin Fei felt a profound loneliness. He was still adjusting to life in this foreign world. Fortunately, this realm was likely abundant with beautiful women, which suggested that he would not remain solitary for long. With this thought, he unknowingly drifted into slumber. Chapter 8. Soaring Realms. Lin Fei dreamt of becoming the most formidable being in the divine martial continent, surrounded by beauty and living without a care. However, a sudden pain in his arm shattered this idyllic vision. Upon opening his eyes, Lin Fei found Xia Ruoxue pinching his arm, which explained his abrupt awakening. Upon witnessing Lin Fei awaken, Xia Ruoxue remarked with irritation, "What kind of delightful dream were you having? Your smile is utterly lewd, and you've left a puddle of drool." Lin Fei, noticing the mess on the ground, replied nonchalantly, "Of course, I dreamt of my dear Schwer, which is why I am so elated." Xia Ruoxue shot him a skeptical glance. "Who would believe your words? I've noticed you've become increasingly mischievous." With a grave expression, Lin Fei responded, "A man without a hint of wickedness is seldom adored by women. Moreover, it is only through affection that one reveals their true nature, rather than concealing it. This is simply my disposition. I cannot feign the demeanor of those handsome, poised hypocrites, who are likely engaged in countless sordid deeds behind closed doors." Xia Ruoxue rolled her eyes, unable to suppress her disbelief at Lin Fei's audacity. At that moment, Lin Fei suddenly struck the wall in frustration, lamenting, "I deeply regret my actions. How could I have simply fallen asleep last night?" Xia Ruoxue, puzzled, inquired, "What transpired?" Lin Fei expressed his disappointment. "Did you change your clothes last night? I fell asleep and missed it. I truly regret it." In a fit of anger, Xia Ruoxue lightly punched Lin Fei. "Why is your mind always preoccupied with such lewd thoughts? Can you not be serious for once?" With a mischievous grin, Lin Fei replied, "All right, I shall cease my teasing. Come, let us leave this place. I must return to my family." The two exited the cave together, but soon noticed commotion in the distance, accompanied by the low growls of a beast. Lin Fei remarked, "Schwer, let us investigate. Those sounds resemble the three-headed magic serpent and the fiery tiger king from yesterday." Xia Ruoxue expressed her concern. "Isn't that too dangerous? Perhaps we should refrain from going." Lin Fei chuckled, "Fear not. With me here, all is well." The sounds seem weak, indicating they may have suffered mutual injuries. If the situation turns dire, we can simply flee. It should not pose much of a problem. Lin Fei was keenly aware of his need for experience points to level up, and if these two beasts had indeed injured one another, he could seize the opportunity to finish them off. With that thought, he grasped Xia Ruoxue's hand and hurried toward the source of the noise, cautiously hiding behind a large tree to observe. Soon, Lin Fei discerned that the three-headed magic serpent had seemingly advanced, now sporting 4 claws beneath its body. The fiery tiger king also appeared to have leveled up, its frame towering and engulfed in flames. Just one night had passed, and Lin Fei was bewildered by how both beasts had ascended to the 6th level. Fortunately, they were both gravely wounded, and remained oblivious to Lin Fei and Xia Ruoxue's presence. Though the reasons for their continued battle were unclear, it perfectly aligned with Lin Fei's intentions. Let them fight, and he would ultimately swoop in to claim the spoils. Xia Ruoxue tugged at Lin Fei's sleeve, urging, "We should depart. Both creatures are now at level 6. If they discover us, escaping will be a challenge." Unperturbed, Lin Fei replied, "It matters not. These two beasts inflicted severe wounds upon us yesterday, and I must avenge that grievance. Moreover, I seek to eliminate these formidable foes to gain experience and perhaps acquire something valuable." However, it was rather challenging to explain the systematic matters to Xia Ruoxue, so Lin Fei resorted to fabricating a reason to convey to her. Observing the two beasts, he noted that they were engaged in close combat, each bearing numerous wounds. It appeared that they could not endure much longer. After waiting for approximately 2 hours, the stalemate between the two beasts finally reached a conclusion. The Flame Tiger King succumbed to the three-headed demon serpent. After all, possessing 3 heads provided a distinct advantage in terms of biting power. Lin Fei mused to himself. Ultimately, the Flame Tiger King was pinned to the ground by the 4 claws of the 3-headed demon serpent, rendered immobile. It seemed on the verge of defeat, lacking even the strength to struggle, yet the 3-headed demon serpent was not in a much better state. At that moment, Lin Fei anxiously addressed Xia Ruoxue, instructing her to wait for his return and not to move. With that, Lin Fei unleashed his phantom clone technique and charged towards the 3-headed demon serpent. Primarily concerned that the Flame Tiger King might not withstand the assault and perish, depriving him of the experience he desperately sought. The thought of such a loss would be unbearable for Lin Fei, prompting him to act swiftly. Although the 3-headed demon serpent was gravely injured, Lin Fei did not dare to let his guard down, for it had already attained the status of a 6th-level beast. Even a dying camel is larger than a horse. He initiated a frenzied assault, instantly employing the blade draw technique, unleashing an invisible blade of energy towards the 3-headed demon serpent. Upon witnessing Lin Fei's sudden appearance, the beast's eyes blazed with fury. It was the very human who had previously evaded its grasp. This time, it intended to squash the insignificant creature before it. However, the paw it raised seemed to freeze in midair, ultimately resulting in its demise, with the dying Flame Tiger King succumbing to the residual force as well. A notification echoed in Lin Fei's mind. "Congratulations, host. You have triggered a critical hit, defeating the 6th-level beast, the 3-headed demon serpent. Due to your first-time defeat of a creature 2 levels above you, you receive double experience and gold. Experience gained, 1,500,000. Gold gained, 1,500,000. Acquired skill, Shadowy Elegance. Acquired item, Guardian Ring. Defeated the 6th-level beast, the Flame Tiger King, earning 750,000 experience, 750,000 gold, and the skill, One Yang Finger. Blood Drink Blade upgraded to an Earth-grade mid-tier weapon. Congratulations, host. You are now an 8-star martial spirit. This was truly exhilarating, having slain 2 6th-level beasts. His rank had soared directly to 8-star martial spirit, accompanied by an impressive bounty of treasures. Lin Fei eagerly examined his newfound possessions, Shadowy Elegance, a superior Earth-grade movement technique that grants lightning-fast speed, allowing the user to create multiple afterimages, One Yang Finger. A low-grade Heaven-tier skill that channels power from the fingertips with unparalleled might, and the Guardian Ring, a mid-grade Heaven-tier defensive item that absorbs natural energy. Capable of deflecting attacks from a martial artist of a higher realm for 1 hour, with 3 uses available. This was indeed a life-saving treasure. Chapter 9. A triumphant return. The bountiful rewards left Lin Fei utterly elated. His decision had proven to be astutely correct. Fortune favors the bold. Lin Fei extracted the demon cores from the 2 demon beasts and returned their corpses to the system, as expected of a 6th-level demon beast. The corpse retrieval yielded 500,000 gold coins. At this moment, Xia Ruoxue approached Lin Fei, her expression filled with curiosity. "Lin Fei, why are you collecting the corpses of these demon beasts? Such large creatures must occupy a considerable amount of storage space." The intricacies of the system were not easily explained, so Lin Fei could only evade her question, saying, "Don't worry about it, Shuer. I have my reasons, but I cannot elaborate. We've already delayed long enough. Let us hasten our departure." With that, he took Xia Ruoxue's hand and led her out of the demon beast mountain range. As they neared the exit, both gradually slowed their pace, for once they stepped outside, they would have to part ways, albeit temporarily. Both Lin Fei and Xia Ruoxue felt a twinge of reluctance towards each other. However, it had been a while since they had seen their homes, and they both knew it was time to return. Lin Fei attempted to console her, saying, "Shuer, do not be disheartened. Separation paves the way for a more splendid reunion in the future." He presented her with a protective ring, declaring, Schwerer. This is a mid-tier celestial defensive weapon that releases a protective barrier capable of withstanding attacks from warriors of a higher realm. The ring can autonomously absorb energy and unleash the protective barrier 3 times. Xia Ruoxua shook her head vehemently. No, this is too precious. I cannot accept it. Lin Fei insisted. Take it as a token of our affection. He then spent 3 million gold coins in the system shop to acquire a high-tier Earth-level martial technique, the Extreme Ice Sword Art, which he gifted to Xia Ruoxua. Despite her attempts to refuse, she ultimately succumbed to Lin Fei's insistence and accepted the gift. With a hint of sadness, Xia Ruoxua said, Lin Fei, I must take my leave now. You must not dally with others while I am away. And you must come find me soon. Seizing the moment before Lin Fei could react, she planted a kiss on his cheek and soared into the sky. Lin Fei touched his cheek where she had kissed him, feeling both fortunate and slightly cheated, vowing to make her repay the favor next time. After watching Xia Ruoxua depart, it was time for Lin Fei to return to his family. With his current strength, even without resorting to his berserk state, he could contend with ordinary martial kings. This time, he would ensure that those who had bullied him would face the consequences. Now at the 8-star martial spirit level, Lin Fei's speed had greatly increased, and he soon arrived at the family entrance. However, he was intercepted by 2 guards who sneered, You worthless wretch dare to return? You killed Zhao Hu. The steward will not spare you. Lin Fei chuckled. A dog of the Lin family is but a dog. What can be done about it? The 2 guards scoffed. You boast grandly, but how could a mere waste like you have killed Zhao Hu? These guards had tormented him in the past, and Lin Fei had little patience for them. Get out of my way, or you will find I am not so forgiving. The 2 laughed derisively. Has this fool lost his mind? Just then, Lin Fei struck each of them with a powerful blow, sending them crashing to the ground, bloodied and in disbelief. When had this waste become so formidable? Lin Fei stepped forward, crushing their hands beneath his foot. Their cries of agony prompted Lin Fei to declare impatiently, A dog is merely a dog. Next time you see me, keep your eyes wide open, or it will cost you your lives. 2 individuals, enduring pain, hurriedly rose to kneel on the ground, exclaiming, Thank you, young master, for sparing our lives. We shall never dare again. Lin Fei strode slowly into the Lin family estate, and shortly after entering, he encountered the butler Zhao He, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. This man was none other than Zhao Long's father, whom Lin Fei had slain. Upon seeing Lin Fei, Zhao He bellowed, Lin Fei, you finally dare to return. Lin Fei regarded Zhao He with disdain, retorting, What can you do now that I have returned? Zhao He's face was a mask of fury as he declared, You vile coward, you have murdered my son. I shall apprehend you and deliver you to the family's law enforcement hall for judgment. Lin Fei replied coolly, A mere dog of the Lin family has been put down, and today, I intend to rid the world of you, old dog. Lin Fei, uninterested in further conversation, recalled how this man and his son had once bullied him due to their wealth. Zhao He, filled with contempt, sneered, Do you truly believe that someone as worthless as you will garner any concern from the family? As long as you are not dead, I have countless ways to torment you. You think you can kill me? You are utterly delusional. Before Zhao He could continue, Lin Fei simply raised a finger, unleashing a surge of true energy that pierced Zhao He's heart. Enough of your prattle. I send you to reunite with your son. The path to the underworld shall not be lonely. This marked the second life Lin Fei had claimed since arriving in this world. Although the injustices inflicted upon him were not his own, the memories he had assimilated left a profound impression. After dispatching these 2 men, Lin Fei felt a significant release within himself, as if his state of mind had ascended. He recognized that the memories of this body had influenced him. Returning to the dilapidated abode he once occupied, Lin Fei vowed silently, Do not worry, I shall carve out my own dominion in this world. No one shall dare to bully me again. Before long, several individuals arrived, forcefully kicking open the door and storming inside. The leader chastised Lin Fei. How audacious of you to commit murder within the family. Do you not regard our law enforcement hall? Lin Fei nonchalantly replied, If a dog bites its master, it deserves to be put down. Should I then pay it back with my life? The leader chuckled, You've sharpened your tongue during these months apart. You truly think highly of yourself. I shall not waste further words. Come along with me to see the family head, and your fate shall be determined by your father. Everyone knew that this worthless individual was not held in esteem, and the leader could hardly be bothered with him. Lin Fei readily agreed. Very well, lead the way. He followed the law enforcement officers, finding it somewhat amusing that since his mother's death, he had not seen his father's face. Before long, Lin Fei arrived at the family hall, where his father, the head of the Lin family, Lin Zhan, sat at the center. Also present were the eldest elder, Lin Ruohai, and the third elder, Lin Feiyun, who were his uncle and third uncle, respectively. Lin Zhan, observing Lin Fei's calm demeanor, angrily exclaimed, Rebellious son. Do you understand the gravity of your offenses? Chapter 10. The annulment of engagement. Lin Fei, neither obsequious nor arrogant, responded, I do not comprehend what I have done wrong. If one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. But if one provokes me, I shall surely retaliate. Beside him, the elder reprimanded, Look at this worthless fool. Still so arrogant after all this time. Someone, cripple his dantian, let him reflect on his actions. As he spoke, enforcers from the law enforcement hall rushed in, ready to act against Lin Fei, but the most powerful among them was merely a 10th star martial master. Lin Fei unleashed a palm strike, sending several of them flying, leaving them on the ground, bloodied and unable to rise. The elder, astonished, remarked, Well, you've gained some skills in these past few months to dare defy the family. Turning to the third elder, he commanded, You take care of this brat yourself. Lin Fei, with a hint of self-mockery, retorted, Without any inquiry, you seek to cripple me. What great authority you possess, elder. Hearing the elder's orders, Lin Yun was about to rise and take action against Lin Fei. Lin Zhan, slightly displeased, interjected, Brother, why the haste? Lin Fei is my son. Any matters concerning him are mine to handle. There's no need for your intervention. At this moment, Lin Fei scrutinized the man who was, at least in title, his father. This statement did carry the semblance of paternal concern. The elder's face soured, unable to express his displeasure, for Lin Zhan was the family head. Lin Zhan then addressed Lin Fei, Now, explain yourself. Why did you kill Zhao Long and Zhao Hu? Though they are just servants, you cannot take their lives at will. Our family has its rules. Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, In your eyes, I am but a worthless being. They have continuously humiliated me. Previously, I lacked the strength to resist, so I endured. Now that I possess the power, I have eliminated them. Regardless of my shortcomings, I am still the young master of the Lin family. Isn't it justified to kill those who dare to defy their betters? Lin Zhan regarded his son. Noting the absence of the previous cowardice, he would no longer be bullied, which brought him satisfaction, for no one would relish having a worthless son. Good. Truly, you are my son, Lin Zhan. It's settled. You may leave, he declared. The elder, standing promptly, interjected, Family head, this matter is inappropriate. This child is brutal, killing servants indiscriminately. He should be severely punished, lest we instill fear in the hearts of our family's subordinates. Lin Zhan responded, This matter is closed. There is no need to discuss it further. In truth, Lin Fei understood clearly that this old man was deeply dissatisfied with his father being the family head, always coveting that position. Furthermore, Lin Ruohai was a martial king-level expert, unwilling to submit to anyone, which put him at odds with his own father. Lin Zhan's disregard for him only fueled his irritation. At that moment, someone entered from outside to announce, Family head, Master He has come to visit. Master He was the only 5th-level alchemist in Tianfeng City, a figure of great prestige. Countless individuals sought his alchemical services, and most dared not offend him in the slightest. To Lin Zhan's surprise, he had come to their family. Quickly, invite him in, he ordered. Soon, the so-called Master He arrived, accompanied by 2 others. Upon seeing the elderly gentleman, Lin Zhan quickly rose to greet him. Master He, your presence graces us. It is an honor. The elder merely grunted in acknowledgement, a demeanor that struck Lin Fei as rather infuriatingly arrogant. Lin Zhan took no offense and turned to the 2 individuals accompanying the elder. Brothers Hua, what brings you and your esteemed niece to my humble abode today? Left Bank is the head of the Left family, yet his strength pales in comparison to the 3 prominent families of Tianfeng City, barely reaching the level of a 1-star martial king. Left Bank hesitated slightly, prompting Master He, who was present, to urge him, Please, do speak swiftly. Once this matter is resolved, I must take my disciple to study alchemy. With a sense of helplessness, Left Bank addressed Lin, Brother Lin. I shall be candid. I am here to annul the engagement concerning this child, Shan. Lin Fei examined the young lady. She possessed an admirable figure, both curvaceous and aesthetically pleasing. However, an air of arrogance lingered in her demeanor, suggesting a lack of intellect. She was not to his taste. The girl, Shan, was the daughter of the Left family's patriarch. Upon hearing Left Bank's declaration, Lin Zhan's expression darkened considerably. Have you truly contemplated this decision, Patriarch Left? His tone was less than cordial. An annulment was akin to a slap in the face, and Lin Zhan was not inclined to offer any semblance of civility. Before Left Bank could respond, his daughter interjected proudly. I have now become Master He's disciple, destined to be a revered alchemist. A wastrel like Lin Fei is unworthy of my attention. My future partner must be of noble stature, not some toad aspiring to court a swan. Left Bank quickly admonished his daughter, Shan, do not be disrespectful. Lin Zhan felt a sense of helplessness. Master He, a 5th-tier alchemist, was not someone he could afford to offend. Yet, being publicly humiliated was equally frustrating. Lin Fei thought to himself. Ah, the old routine of engagement annulment. It appears every protagonist must endure such trials to grow stronger. Seeing his father being disrespected, Lin Fei stepped forward, declaring, an annulment is acceptable. But it shall be on my terms. I no longer desire you. A woman of your caliber is utterly repugnant and unworthy of entering the Lin family. You may leave. And from this day forth, we are no longer connected. Despite not harboring deep feelings for his father, Lin Fei wished to spare him further embarrassment. Shanshan, upon hearing his words, trembled with rage. Her face flushed as she shouted, you are but a worthless fool. What right do you have to utter such words? How could you ever be worthy of me? Lin Fei retorted mockingly, I want no part of a woman like you. Do you not understand plain speech? Master He's displeasure was evident, yet he refrained from meddling in family affairs. With a frown, he interjected, enough? Let us resolve this matter and return. Do not further disgrace yourselves. Lin Zhan felt exasperated. This young man showed no regard for decorum, having offended Master He. However, he recognized a certain audacity in him. He was bold and unyielding, embodying a spirit reminiscent of his own. Subsequently, he courteously attempted to retain the elderly figure, but Master He, visibly displeased, waved his sleeve and departed. Afterward, Lin Zhan summoned Lin Fei to the study. Well done, my boy. What have you experienced recently to have changed so much? You possess quite the talent. Despite offending Master He, you have brought honor to our family. Lin Fei replied calmly, it is what I ought to do. For you are my father. Lin Zhan discerned Lin Fei's grievances and, with a tone laden with resignation, remarked, I concede that I have not fulfilled my responsibilities as a father over the years. However, I too have my own burdens. Lin Fei remained silent for a moment, refraining from inquiring about the hardships his father faced. In this world, familial bonds sometimes feel rather tenuous, yet this man before him is his father. Lin Fei experienced a tumult of emotions, contemplating whether to sever their blood ties. Chapter 11. Seclusion and alchemy. After all, Lin Fei's soul belonged to another realm, leaving him with little sense of belonging to this family. Noticing Lin Fei's continued silence, Lin Zhan slowly continued, in half a month, individuals from the Imperial city will come to Tianfeng City to hold a grand competition, selecting young prodigies to participate in the battle of the talented in the Imperial city. Those with exceptional talents will have the opportunity to join sects, thus gaining access to a broader world and a brighter future. Your elder brother was noticed by a sect from the Tianjin school and has now become an inner disciple, achieving the status of a martial king at such a young age. You should participate as well, striving to enter the Imperial city. Joining a sect would be even more advantageous. After pondering for a moment, Lin Fei nodded in agreement. Establishing himself in this world would require resources and connections. After all, one can only accomplish so much alone. When the time is right, he would create his own faction to better protect those dear to him. Ultimately, Lin Fei chose to let go of his resentment, acknowledging that this man is indeed his father, with a blood link to this corporeal form. He was reluctant to sever ties too callously. Coincidentally, he intended to visit the Imperial city to seek out Xia Ruoxue, and the timing seemed fortuitous. Perhaps a twist of fate. With this thought, Lin Fei's spirits lifted slightly. After all, the presence of a beautiful woman tends to bring joy to a man's heart. Upon exiting Lin Zhan's chamber, Lin Fei felt a sense of clarity. Although his soul did not belong to this world, his physical form was a gift from his parents, and he was willing to extend some support to the Lin family. Lin Zhan wished to provide Lin Fei with a more comfortable residence and arrange for attendants to serve him, given that his son had now begun to flourish. However, Lin Fei declined, simply requesting not to be disturbed, appreciating the tranquility that solitude afforded him, free from interruptions. With many thoughts swirling in his mind, he resolved not to dwell on what he could not comprehend. The immediate priority was to enhance his own strength. Only through empowerment could he effectively navigate any challenges that arose. On his way back, he encountered a young man obstructing his path. The youth, wearing a mocking expression, sneered. Oh, isn't this young Master Lin Fei? Where might you be headed? Lin Fei raised his gaze to the individual before him, recognizing him as Lin Feng, the son of the Grand Elder, who, despite his youth, had already attained the 4th level of martial spirit. Lin Fei, disinterested, prepared to bypass him. But Lin Feng's sycophantic lackey insisted on blocking his way. With arrogance, he declared, calling you young master is a courtesy. You are merely a waste. Did your ears fail you when my young master spoke to you? Lin Fei suddenly smiled, having heard the term waste far too often. It seemed this person remained oblivious to the changes since his return. Seeing Lin Fei smile, the lackey demanded, what are you laughing at, waste? I'm asking you a question. Lin Fei delivered a swift backhand that sent the man before him sprawling, his teeth mingling with blood as they were ejected from his mouth. He then coolly remarked, good dogs should not obstruct the path. Should there be a next time, I shall not hesitate to eliminate you." The man, weeping, crawled to Lin Fei and pleaded, "Young Master Lin Fei, look. Lin Fei has utterly dismissed you. You must act swiftly to teach him a lesson." Lin Fei, feeling a surge of anger, responded, "Cousin, this has gone too far." Lin Fei chuckled, "Elder brother, you ought to keep your dog in check. A dog that is not disciplined will not learn its place, and if it dares to bite its master, it deserves a lesson. After all, I recently dispatched an old dog." Observing Lin Fei's transformation, Lin Fei felt a sense of bewilderment. Although he had been informed by his father that Lin Fei had changed, no longer the useless boy he once was, he found it hard to reconcile the past with the present. After all, Lin Fei had previously been a weakling, easily bullied by even the servants. And now he exuded such dominance. Lin Fei, disinterested in further discourse, declared, "I have merely dealt with a dog. There is no need for you to turn against me. Elder brother, I shall take my leave now." Saying this, he strode away with nonchalance, turning back to add, "Be sure to keep your dogs leashed. They should not bite indiscriminately. I was once bitten by a dog in my childhood, and now the mere sound of barking stirs in me a desire to administer a lesson." Lin Fei did not wish to engage further with Lin Fei. After all, they were both members of the Lin family, and infighting within the clan would be unwise. He subsequently departed with his attendants. Upon returning to his courtyard, Lin Fei mused, "It is regrettable that there are no suitable targets to strike. I cannot simply resort to random acts of violence for the sake of advancement, as I do have my principles." However, he considered his secondary profession system and thought to enhance his alchemist skills during his idle time. Lin Fei understood that the profession of alchemy was indeed quite esteemed, having observed the powerful fifth-tier alchemist who commanded respect from his father. With diligent effort, alchemy could yield experience, and any elixir produced, regardless of its quality, could be consumed to further augment his experience. It was akin to a remedy for ailments or a method of nurturing health. This was the remarkable strength of the system. Lin Fei retrieved various spiritual herbs from his Shanghai ring: Huangjing mushroom, blood spirit grass, cold smoke grass, jade spirit mushroom, purple monkey flower, seven-star grass, earth mushroom flower, earth pear fruit, dragon scale fruit, silverhorn tree, rainbow grass, and seven radiance lotus. Currently, he was merely a first-tier alchemist, capable of concocting only the most basic healing elixirs and energy restoration pills. He subsequently browsed the system's marketplace and selected an alchemical furnace, spending 150,000 gold coins on a low-grade earth-tier furnace. The items in the system marketplace were indeed exorbitantly priced. However, with insufficient funds, Lin Fei had no choice but to recycle some useless martial skills, weapons, and a plethora of monster cores back to the system. In truth, Lin Fei could have managed with a lesser furnace, but a superior one would better withstand the energy of the elixirs and enhance the success rate of his concoctions. With the system in place, it was only a matter of time before Lin Fei ascended to the ranks of a high-level alchemist. Thus, to avoid frequent replacements of his furnace, he opted to invest in a better one. With everything in order, Lin Fei commenced his alchemical work, channeling his true energy to ignite the true fire within the furnace. With the system at his disposal, Lin Fei found himself unburdened by the complexities that beset other alchemists. He could simply cast the spiritual herbs into the cauldron and leave the outcome to the system. Before long, the first elixir was successfully refined. Congratulations to the host for concocting the Qi recovery pill. Ding. Proficiency level 5. Gained 200 experience points. Lin Fei, in a single breath, produced dozens of first-grade elixirs, predominantly Qi recovery pills and healing pills. His rank as an alchemist had already ascended by 2 levels, as first-grade elixirs were relatively straightforward to produce, boasting a high success rate with no failures encountered. Furthermore, all the elixirs were of superior quality, as elixirs are categorized into 3 tiers: upper, middle, and lower, with the upper tier being the finest and most effective. Given that the system guaranteed premium quality, Lin Fei amassed a considerable amount of experience, albeit at the expense of some of his true energy. Observing the elixirs before him, Lin Fei deemed them too rudimentary and consumed them all in one go, despite not fully restoring his true energy, primarily due to their low grade. Considering he was now an 8-star martial spirit, were others to witness such extravagance, they would undoubtedly chastise Lin Fei for his lavishness, as elixirs were indeed quite costly. Subsequently, Lin Fei commenced the refinement of second-grade elixirs, specifically the Qi Nourishing Pill and the Muscle Growth Pill. He soon produced a substantial quantity, though he faced several failures along the way. In no time, he advanced to a level 3 alchemist, and once again, he consumed all the elixirs in one go. Second-grade elixirs were palatable enough to nearly restore his true energy completely. If Lin Zhan were to see his son squander resources in such a manner, he would undoubtedly be compelled to discipline Lin Fei. Chapter 12. visitors from the Imperial city in the realm of the divine martial continent. Alchemists were relatively scarce compared to martial artists, rendering elixirs in high demand, even the low-grade ones. Lin Fei's consumption of elixirs was indeed extravagant. However, he remained unconcerned, for he felt assured that the elixirs he refined posed no risk to his health. He then set about crafting third-grade elixirs, selecting 3 commonly known varieties: the Qi Gathering Pill, Body Refinement Pill, and Minor Rejuvenation Pill. Over the course of 3 days, he successfully produced around 200 third-grade elixirs, achieving advancement to level 4 as an alchemist. Despite several failures along the way, the system could not guarantee a 100 success rate. However, the silver lining was that producing lower-tier elixirs assured complete success. Alchemical endeavors were monotonous, prompting Lin Fei to take a day of respite. Otherwise, the mental strain would become unbearable. He seized the opportunity to cultivate the god of killing technique. While the technique could function autonomously, active cultivation yielded superior results. Observing the steadily increasing experience bar, Lin Fei felt a sense of satisfaction. Thereafter, Lin Fei embarked on the refinement of 4th-grade elixirs, dedicating 10 days to this pursuit, ultimately achieving the status of a level 5 alchemist. With each notification from the system, Lin Fei also ascended to the realm of a 9-star martial spirit. Nevertheless, he endured considerable hardships along the way. 4th-grade elixirs possessed substantial energy, and each failure resulted in a messy explosion, leaving Lin Fei disheveled. In his heart, he felt a tinge of pride as he thought, "I can now consider myself a master alchemist, haha." After so many days, Lin Fei had exhausted his supply of spiritual herbs, leaving only enough to refine the true essence pill 3 more times. Jinyuan Dan, a 5th-tier elixir, possesses the remarkable ability to enhance the prowess of a martial king by a single star, with a maximum allowance of 3 pills for consumption. However, the effects on oneself may not be as pronounced, given that my advancement relies on experience rather than mere ingestion, and there are no restrictions on consumption. Lin Fei, with great determination, successfully refined 3 of these elixirs, a testament to his fortuitous luck this time, as all 3 attempts bore fruit. In truth, Lin Fei contemplated consuming all the elixirs in one go, which would likely elevate him to the martial king realm. Yet, he recognized that his rapid initial growth might pose challenges. Despite the absence of bottlenecks due to the system, mastering his own strength required gradual acclimatization. Lacking control over one's power is akin to a loft in the air, rendering it impossible to unleash one's utmost potential. After much contemplation, he decided to reserve the elixirs, intending to present them to his father, as a gesture of filial piety toward his elder was certainly not unwarranted. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door, prompting Lin Fei to invite the visitor in. The maid who entered bore an expression of astonishment upon seeing Lin Fei, whose disheveled appearance was reminiscent of a beggar. Though she felt a chuckle rising within her, she recalled the current lord's notorious brutality, having even slain the butler, which instilled a sense of fear. Lowering her head, she spoke softly, "Young master, the family head requests your presence in the hall." Observing her demeanor, Lin Fei took a moment to process her words, glancing into the mirror to discover his face covered in dust and hair in disarray. Adopting a facade of calmness, he replied, "Very well, I shall attend shortly. You may leave now." Once the maid exited, Lin Fei hurriedly bathed and tidied his appearance. Having been engrossed in alchemy for an extended period, he had neglected his personal care and realized he had few garments to change into. After all, one's attire reflects one's standing, and he resolved to visit Tianfeng City later to procure some necessities. Upon closer inspection of himself, he noted his refined features, imbued with a hint of youthful innocence, suggesting he possessed the potential of a charming young gentleman. He vowed to maintain his image, for future romantic endeavors would undoubtedly rely upon his looks. Wealth and power might secure physical attraction, but winning the heart required more. Lin Fei was unwilling to choose between the two. He desired both. Subsequently, he made his way to the family hall, which was bustling with numerous individuals. Upon surveying the scene, he spotted an elderly man seated at the forefront, his frail appearance unmistakably identifying him as his grandfather, Lin Daqiang, a 7th-star martial king. Among those present were his uncle, father, and third uncle, along with 2 cousins, Lin Feng and Lin Yu, and his cousin Lin Jiao, who stood at the lower end of the hall. Lin Yu and Lin Jiao, being the children of the third uncle, had little animosity toward him. Although they had previously looked down upon Lin Fei, they had never instigated conflict, indicating a commendable disposition on their part. Both possessed commendable abilities, having attained the 3rd-star martial spirit realm. At that moment, Lin Feng rose to speak. "Lin Fei, you carry quite the air of authority. Our entire family has been awaiting your return. Have you forgotten the respect due to your elders after being away for several months?" Lin Fei found no merit in engaging with such a buffoon, instead approaching his grandfather to pay his respects. Grandson greets grandfather. Wishing you prosperity as boundless as the eastern sea and longevity surpassing that of the southern mountains. He then proceeded to bow and turn to his father, uncle, and third uncle before positioning himself beside his cousin Lin Jiao. At this juncture, the elder inquired, Lin Fei, what is your current realm? Lin Fei was reluctant to reveal his true capabilities, so he simply replied that he had reached the martial spirit realm, omitting the fact that he was a 9-star martial spirit. At that moment, someone interjected, Grandfather, I have now attained the 5-star martial spirit realm. While casting a provocative glance at Lin Fei, Lin Dechong expressed his delight, exclaiming thrice, Excellent, excellent, excellent. The Lin family can be proud of its future talents. He continued, Your elder brother, Lin Yun, is diligently cultivating at the Tianjin sect and has already ascended to the martial king realm. I wonder how much he has progressed now. You all must strive hard and learn from your brother. This time, someone from the Imperial city has come to hold a grand competition for martial artists, intending to select 10 young individuals to participate in the Battle of the Prodigies in the royal city. Many sects will come to observe this battle, and if fortune favors you, you may be chosen to join a sect. The sects possess immense strength, with legendary martial emperors overseeing them. While it may not be guaranteed that you will meet them, if luck is on your side, you might become a disciple of a martial emperor, paving your way to success in the future. Therefore, you must strive to be among the top 10 in this competition. Lin Fei and the others responded in unison, Understood. The elder nodded in satisfaction. Very well, you may disperse now. As Lin Fei stepped outside, he called out to Lin Zhan, who was about to leave, Father, I wish to discuss something with you privately. Although Lin Zhan was slightly puzzled, he led Lin Fei into his study and inquired, My son, what is it you wish to discuss? Lin Fei got straight to the point. Father, what is your current rank as a martial king, and what about uncle? It seems there is some discord between you two. Lin Zhan chuckled. I am currently a 5-star martial king. Your uncle and third uncle are both 3-star martial kings. There is no need for concern. I am aware of your uncle's little schemes, but rest assured, I can handle it, and I have my own trusted allies. The most crucial aspect is the strength of one's own capabilities. Lin Fei mused inwardly that his seemingly unassuming father was not to be underestimated. Chapter 13. The narrow-minded see only the surface at that moment. Lin Fei calmly stated, Since you have confidence, I need not worry any longer. He then produced the elixirs he had concocted, casually tossing them onto the table, which included 3 of his self-made true essence pills. Lin Zhan was astounded by Lin Fei's display, unable to believe his eyes as he asked, Where did these elixirs come from? What are those 3 in the middle? Lin Zhan had never encountered such a plethora of elixirs. Among them were 3rd-rank elixirs, gathering chi pill, body refining pill, and minor recovery pill, as well as 4th-rank elixirs, condensing chi pill, nurturing body pill, and detoxification pill. He had never seen the 3 middle elixirs before. Lin Fei nonchalantly replied, These elixirs are my own creations. The 3 in the middle are 5th-rank elixirs, known as true essence pills. They enhance the true essence of a martial king. Each one can elevate your strength by 1 star. The martial king realm serves as a watershed for martial artists. When one ascends to this level, their internal true energy transforms into true essence. True essence is denser and more powerful than true energy, enabling martial artists to soar through the skies at this level. In Lin Fei's eyes, only upon reaching the martial king realm does one truly step into the world of martial arts. Lin Zhan, astonished, asked Lin Fei, You are also an alchemist capable of refining 5th-rank elixirs? How is that possible? You possess the ability to concoct 5th-grade elixirs. Does that not place you on par with Master He, a renowned alchemist? Lin Fei chuckled lightly. Why not? It is merely a testament to my exceptional talent. As for Master He has aged. The future belongs to us, the youth. Lin Zhan, filled with curiosity, pondered what Lin Fei had experienced during his months away. Not only had Lin Fei's strength surged dramatically, but he had also become an alchemist. What other secrets might this young man be concealing? With an inquisitive tone, Lin Zhan inquired, What did you encounter during your time away? The changes are astonishing. Naturally, Lin Fei would not divulge the truth. How could he explain to his father that he possessed a system? They likely would not comprehend such a concept. Thus, he fabricated a story. I encountered a mysterious elder in the Beast Mountains who claimed a connection with me. He assisted me in refining my body and enhancing my roots, while also teaching me the art of alchemy. He spun a tale about an enigmatic old man, and to his surprise, his father listened intently. Lin Zhan concluded, Since you have such fortuitous encounters, you must treasure them. Lin Fei, feeling a tad exasperated, thought to himself, They believe such absurdities. Finding the conversation tedious, he nodded in agreement, unwilling to elaborate further. This explanation sufficed, serving as a legitimate rationale. Then I shall accept these elixirs. Lin Zhan carefully collected all the elixirs into his spatial ring. With these elixirs, he could significantly enhance himself and his loyal subordinates, potentially cultivating a few who might reach the realm of martial kings. His family strength would undoubtedly amplify. As Lin Zhan indulged in these thoughts, Lin Fei interrupted, "Father, I require a spatial ring and some gold coins." Lin Zhan was taken aback. "What do you need a spatial ring for? Do you not possess one already? How many gold coins do you desire?" With a smile, Lin Fei replied, "Any type of spatial ring will suffice, and perhaps around 80 to 100,000 gold coins." Lin Zhan, bewildered, retorted, 80 to 100,000? Our family's annual income barely exceeds several 100,000 gold coins, which must also cover expenses. Lin Fei chuckled. "You are the head of the family. Surely you can spare 80 to 100,000 gold coins. If I were to sell these elixirs, they could fetch a substantial amount. I need to procure some decent attire. Wearing such shabby clothing would be quite the embarrassment for you." Eventually, Lin Zhan conceded, gifting Lin Fei a low-grade Xian-level spatial ring, which contained ample space and was filled with gold coins. In truth, Lin Fei's request for a spatial ring was merely a guise. The Shanghai ring was too conspicuous, and he had integrated it into his body. Although the system space could store items, producing them out of thin air would surely raise suspicions. Lin Fei understood the principle of having treasures can lead to misfortune. After leaving Lin Zhan's study, he prepared to explore Tianfeng City. Having spent months in this world fighting monsters and refining elixirs, he had yet to truly appreciate the beauty of his surroundings. However, what irked Lin Fei was that others who traversed into this world often had a cute little girl or a warm bed companion by their side. At the very least, one should have a servant to command. Even if one is deemed worthless, being a young master still carries some weight. Lin Fei, however, found himself utterly devoid of anything, which spoke volumes about the hardships he had endured in the past. As he stepped out, Lin Fei felt a hint of disorientation. Tianfeng City was neither too large nor too small, but his recollections of the place were scant. Never mind that, with ample wealth at his disposal, he decided to indulge in some shopping. Soon, he arrived at a spacious clothing store that appeared to be thriving. Lin Fei intended to enter and explore. Upon his arrival, the shop assistant, noticing Lin Fei's unremarkable attire, regarded him with disdain and coldly remarked, "What kind of clothing do you require, sir? Our garments start at over 100 gold coins. In Tianfeng City, 100 gold coins could sustain an ordinary family for a year, hence the assistant's arrogance was understandable. Given Lin Fei's plain appearance, the assistant assumed he was merely a bystander who could not afford to purchase anything, and thus treated him with contempt. Lin Fei rubbed his nose, somewhat speechless, recognizing that arrogance based on superficial judgments was a universal flaw. Undeterred, he retorted, "What is this? Is your establishment so grand that it belittles customers? Do you think I cannot afford your wares?" The assistant, brimming with disdain, replied, "You hardly look like someone who can make a purchase. Do not inflate your ego. It will only lead to greater embarrassment." With a smile, Lin Fei called out, "Where's the shopkeeper? Have him come out." All eyes in the store turned towards him, but upon seeing his ordinary appearance, they soon returned to their shopping. The assistant, now irate, shouted, "Are you here to cause trouble? Get out." As he approached to confront Lin Fei, he was swiftly sent flying by a single slap. Blood spewed from the assistant's mouth, leaving a crimson mark on his face. Rising to his feet, he dared not utter another word. He had never encountered such a formidable customer and could only wait for the shopkeeper to address the situation. Fuming internally, Lin Fei thought, "How dare you look down on others? I cannot let this slide." He had shown restraint. Otherwise, the assistant would have faced far worse consequences. The shopkeeper, alerted by the commotion, hurried out. A rotund man with squinty eyes and a jolly demeanor approached Lin Fei, saying, "What can I assist you with, esteemed guest? If you have no needs, I must inform you that my staff requires compensation for any disturbances." His smile was laced with malice, and two burly men, likely bodyguards, closed in around him. Recognizing the typical demeanor of a businessman, Lin Fei couldn't help but smirk. Without hesitation, he retrieved 30,000 gold coins from his ring and scattered them across the floor. With an imposing presence, he declared, "I shall purchase clothing with this sum. But it seems you have a tendency to bully customers." Upon seeing the coins strewn on the ground, the shopkeeper realized they represented a substantial fortune and immediately altered his demeanor. Pointing at the assistant who had just been reprimanded, he commanded, "From now on, keep your eyes open. If this happens again, do not expect to work here any longer. You may leave today. Do not obstruct this young master's presence." The chastised assistant departed in a dejected manner, regretting having off the shopkeeper chuckled amiably and inquired, "My young sir, are you satisfied now?" Lin Fei nodded in affirmation. "Very well, here are 30,000 gold coins. Do make a selection and spend it all. Today, I wish to indulge." despite his corpulent appearance. The shopkeeper swiftly collected the coins and proceeded to display his fine garments, crafted from the finest silk, delicate, smooth, and comfortable to wear. Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively. No need for such formality. Simply present me with the best offerings. He chose several dozen garments in pure white, alongside a few in solid black. Lin Fei had his own intentions for purchasing such an array of clothing. Considering the frequent battles he would face, garments were bound to suffer wear and tear. To charm the ladies, one must always maintain an admirable image. The white appealed to Lin Fei's personal taste, as he believed it would exude a scholarly elegance, with a touch of dashing flair. The pure black clothing, however, served a different purpose. After all, one sometimes requires such attire for nefarious deeds under the cover of night. The shopkeeper beamed. Young master, you still have quite a sum left. Do take your time to choose more. Lin Fei leaned closer and whispered into the shopkeeper's ear. Acquire some women's clothing for me, preferably something alluring. The shopkeeper nodded knowingly and hurried off to prepare Lin Fei's request. Lin Fei thought to himself, it is wise to be prepared. With looks such as mine, unexpected situations are bound to arise. A lascivious grin crept across Lin Fei's face. In no time, the shopkeeper had gathered all the garments and presented them to Lin Fei. He stowed the clothing into his spatial ring and donned one of the outfits. Glancing in the mirror, he felt like a strikingly handsome youth of the world. Indeed, attire enhances one's appearance, and in high spirits, Lin Fei remarked. The remaining gold coins are a reward for you, and with that, he departed. The shopkeeper expressed his gratitude profusely. Thank you, esteemed sir. We welcome your return. Lin Fei strolled along the bustling streets, purchasing various essentials, before arriving at the entrance of a tavern named Drunken Immortal's Abode. The establishment boasted 5 stories, resembling a pagoda, with diminishing space as one ascended. It was renowned as the finest tavern in Tianfeng City. The ground floor accommodated many patrons, though it was rather noisy. Not wishing to draw too much attention, Lin Fei decided on the 3rd floor. As he stepped inside, a waiter approached. What would you like to eat, sir? Which level would you prefer to dine on? Observing the 1st floor, he noted the decent ambience, albeit crowded. Let us proceed to the 3rd floor, he replied. The waiter, noticing Lin Fei's unfamiliarity, politely remarked, Sir, the 3rd floor offers an elegant environment, with a minimum expenditure of 500 gold coins. Is that agreeable? Merely a trifle. I am not short of funds, he declared as he ascended the stairs. The waiter, reassured by Lin Fei's demeanor, promptly led the way. Lin Fei instructed, Please secure me a window seat to enjoy the view of the street. Certainly, the waiter replied, guiding Lin Fei to a private room. Once seated, Lin Fei casually added, Bring forth fine wines and exquisite dishes. Do not worry about my appetite. The attendant courteously remarked, Good sir, the dishes are reasonably priced, but our fine wine is somewhat costly. We have a spirit called Bayou wine, which, when poured, resembles white jade in its hue, fragrant and exquisite. Priced at 100 gold coins per jar. Would you care to indulge? Truly, as the finest establishment in Tianfeng City, the service here is commendable. Lin Fei, in high spirits, promptly presented 100 gold coins to the attendant before him. Since I find you agreeable, consider this a reward. Bring me 10 jars of the fine wine at once, and do not delay in serving the dishes. He cheerfully instructed. You need not worry about my finances. Affording a meal is hardly a concern. The attendant gratefully accepted the coins, exclaiming, Thank you for your generosity, sir. I shall arrange this for you immediately. Soon, 10 jars of Bayou wine were served, and upon tasting, Lin Fei found it indeed delightful. Following this, a sumptuous feast was laid out before him. He began to relish the food, as he had not enjoyed such luxuries since arriving in this world. He feasted heartily on meat and drank copiously, reveling in the moment. However, this serene pleasure was soon shattered. A commotion erupted outside, and the door was forcefully kicked open. A young man strode in, flanked by 2 guards, and arrogantly declared, You there, I have taken a liking to this place. You may leave. The attendant looked apologetically at Lin Fei. Esteemed sir, might I request that you change rooms? This young man is the 2nd son of the city lord, Luo Yang. Lin Fei understood the attendant's predicament. It was only natural for him to avoid offending someone of such stature. Yet, Lin Fei remained undeterred, showing no intention of departing. Luo Yang, noticing Lin Fei's disregard, bellowed, You must be tired of living to ignore me. Lin Fei smiled and retorted, And who might you be? I have not heard of you. This provoked Luo Yang's ire. Accustomed to being pampered and feared, he had never encountered such insolence. He commanded, Break this fool's limbs and throw him from the upper floor for daring to offend me in Tianfeng City. One of the guards stepped forward, claws outstretched, ready to attack Lin Fei. Observing the unreasonable demeanor of his opponent, Lin Fei decided not to hold back. He unleashed a powerful strike, the Bayuan palm. Sending the guard flying into the wall, leaving a gaping hole. Though he seemed gravely injured, Lin Fei suspected he was not dead, or else the system would have notified him. Approaching Luo Yang, the latter appeared momentarily stunned. His guard, a martial spirit realm warrior, had been dispatched with a single blow by the youth before him. Another guard, sensing the dire situation, quickly stepped in front of Luo Yang, urging, "Please, exercise restraint. Our young master is the second son of the city lord." Lin Fei, infuriated, retorted, "How dare you? I care not for your identity. Interrupting my enjoyment is one thing, but threatening my life is an invitation to death." The guard, seeing reason was futile, attempted to draw his sword, but Lin Fei swiftly pointed, using the one yang finger to pierce through the guard's chest, killing him instantly. Blood splattered onto Luo Yang, who had relied on his status to intimidate others, now faced the ferocity of Lin Fei for the first time. A pool of liquid formed beneath the fallen guard, and Luo Yang, paralyzed by fear, stammered, "My father is the city lord. If you dare to harm me, there will be no place for you in Tianfeng City." Lin Fei shook his head dismissively and declared, "It's futile. Do not attempt to intimidate me. I care not at all." With that, he brutally shattered Luo Yang's limbs, eliciting a series of agonized screams from the latter, before unceremoniously hurling him from the window. Chapter 15. A lesson for Lin Fei. Luo Yang, having been cast down to the ground below, did not meet his demise. After all, he was a martial artist, and a fall from 3 stories was insufficient to kill him. However, he cried out in torment, drawing the attention of the crowd on the street. Some among them recognized him, murmuring amongst themselves, "Isn't that the second son of the city lord? How has he fallen to such a wretched state?" Others whispered in hushed tones, relying on his status to bully others, committing countless misdeeds. Truly, heaven has opened its eyes. Why does it not strike him dead? Hearing the gossip around him, Luo Yang shouted defiantly, "If any of you dare to gawk, I shall have my father slay you." The crowd, apprehensive, quickly dispersed, fearing retribution from this scoundrel, for they were mere commoners and could not bear the consequences of his wrath. "Young man, your fate is sealed. Await your demise." Lin Fei called out from the window, irritation evident in his voice. "Fool, do you not yet tire of receiving beatings?" He then seized a jar of wine and cast it down, shattering it upon Luo Yang's head, causing blood to flow freely. The sight of his own blood sent Luo Yang into unconsciousness. Lin Fei, unimpressed, turned away, finding Luo Yang utterly lacking in resilience. His injuries would surely confine him to bed for some time, leaving the nearby attendants astonished. They had not anticipated such ferocity from this youth, who dared to strike the son of the city lord. Hastily, they exited to report to the higher-ups of the tavern. Recognizing the need for swift and prudent arrangements given the circumstances, Lin Fei remained indifferent, continuing to savor his meal. However, it was not long before he noticed that Luo Yang was being carried away by several individuals from the tavern, presumably to be returned to the city lord's estate. Soon after, a middle-aged man was brought before him. "I am the steward here," he stated. "The young master is rather impulsive. Does he not fear retaliation from the city lord's residents?" "Let them come. I fear not," Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. "If I did, I would not be seated here." The steward, suppressing his curiosity, inquired, "Forgive my ignorance, but I am unfamiliar with your esteemed name." "Lin family, Lin Fei," he responded candidly. The steward's eyes widened in astonishment. "You are the reputed waste of the Lin family?" "Indeed," Lin Fei replied with a smirk. "It appears my reputation precedes me." The steward quickly revised his tone. It is an honor to meet the young master of the Lin family. My apologies." Internally, he pondered the discrepancies between the rumors of Lin Fei being an unparalleled waste and the reality before him. The guards accompanying Luo Yang were mere first-star martial spirits, and according to the attendants, they had been dispatched with a single strike. Lin Fei, unperturbed, stated, "Bring me another 100 jars of wine. I shall take them with me. And for the damages incurred, please calculate the cost, and I shall settle it directly." The steward, adept at managing affairs, replied, "The total amounts to 13,000 gold coins. But for you, young master, I shall offer an 8% discount, bringing it down to 10,400 coins. Simply pay me the round sum of 10,000 gold coins," he said with a smile. With a grand gesture, Lin Fei placed 10,000 gold coins directly on the table. Shortly thereafter, the wine was served, which Lin Fei stored in his space ring before departing from the tavern. He meandered around Tianfeng City to familiarize himself with the surroundings, returning home only as night began to fall. Upon arriving home, Lin Fei was summoned to the family hall by a servant. All family members had gathered, and before Lin Fei could speak, his uncle, Lin Ruohai, addressed him. "Lin Fei, do you have any idea what you've done today?" "What have I done? I am unaware." Lin Fei shrugged in response. "Do you dare to feign ignorance? Today, you assaulted the city lord's second son. Are you not aware of that?" Lin Ruohai exclaimed sternly. Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. If someone provokes me, then what is wrong with retaliating? You at least acknowledge it. I thought you would continue to deny it. Lin Ruohai turned to their grandfather, Lin Daqiang, and said, the city lord is a 9-star martial king. If this incident leads to repercussions for our Lin family, we will be in dire straits. I propose we send Lin Fei to the city lord's residence to make amends, to prevent any deterioration in our relations. Lin Fei mocked, Uncle, how considerate of you for the Lin family, offering up your own kin to apologize. Huh, that is quite amusing. Lin Ruohai retorted angrily, you caused this trouble. Do you wish for the Lin family to bear the burden of your actions? At this moment, Lin Daqiang spoke calmly, it's of no consequence. Our Lin family is not to be trifled with. Anyone who dares to confront us shall face the consequences. Lin Ruohai appeared incredulous. His usually reserved father seemed unusually assertive this time. Lin Fei, what is your current realm? Speak the truth to your grandfather. Lin Daqiang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Fei responded honestly, Grandfather, I am currently a 9-star martial spirit. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Lin Daqiang exclaimed 3 times with delight. Finally understanding why Lin Fei was able to defeat the city lord's 2 guards and nearly incapacitate Luo Yang. At this juncture, Lin Feng stepped forward foolishly. How could you? A worthless being, possibly be a 9-star martial spirit? You must be lying. A few months prior, Lin Fei had been deemed a waste. Now, his cultivation surpassed Lin Feng's, a reality Lin Feng found intolerable. Suddenly, the system chimed. Congratulations, host. You have received a mission. Teach Lin Feng a lesson to earn 100,000 experience points, 100,000 gold coins, and acquire the Lion's Roar technique. Having not received a mission from the system for quite some time, Lin Fei felt a surge of excitement. As though the system had anticipated his desire for retribution against Lin Feng, Lin Fei let out a dismissive laugh. If you don't believe me, you may certainly try. Rest assured, as you are my cousin, I shall show you some mercy. Unable to endure Lin Fei's disdainful demeanor, Lin Feng, feeling belittled, recklessly launched an attack against Lin Fei. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the furious dragon fist, channeling his chi into a powerful punch aimed at Lin Fei. Lin Daqiang, curious to witness Lin Fei's current prowess, made no move to intervene. Lin Fei courteously evaded a few strikes, not wishing to embarrass Lin Feng too severely. However, Lin Feng persisted. What's wrong? Is dodging all you can do? A waste will forever remain a waste. At these words, Lin Fei's anger ignited. The constant taunts of waste had become intolerable. In an instant, the dominant palm struck, sending Lin Feng sprawling to the ground. Stepping upon him, Lin Fei declared, I have shown you mercy. Otherwise, you would already be dead. If I am deemed worthless, you are even less than that, fool. With Lin Feng beneath his foot and subjected to such humiliation, he spat out a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness, his vision fading to black. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task, earning 100,000 experience points and 100,000 gold coins, as well as the martial technique, Lion's Roar. Lion's Roar, a superior Earth-grade soundwave technique, harnesses power to unleash a lion's roar that attacks foes and can also instill fear in their very souls, showcasing immense power. Would you like to cultivate Lion's Roar? Indeed. I must cultivate it. This is a formidable weapon for group battles, and unleashing it unexpectedly during combat can catch an enemy off guard. Unable to bear the scene, Lin Ruohai unexpectedly launched an attack on Lin Fei, who was still reveling in his task completion, catching him off guard. The Lin family members were momentarily taken aback. Lin Fei's hair stood on end as he instinctively reacted, channeling all his strength into the one yang finger, barely managing to deflect Lin Ruohai's strike. Though he staggered back several steps, this left Lin Ruohai astonished. As a 3-star martial king, it was remarkable that Lin Fei could withstand his blow. Highlighting Lin Fei's extraordinary talent, Lin Ruohai, having just been severely beaten by Lin Fei, could not muster a word against the reprimand from Lin Daqiang. Seeing the unfolding situation, Lin Daqiang's expression softened slightly as he spoke. Is this not embarrassing enough? Take Lin Feng and leave. Fei Yun, you all should depart as well. In 3 days, there will be a grand competition at the Lord's residence, and unlike before, this time powerful martial sovereigns from the Imperial city will attend. So prepare yourselves diligently. The members of the Lin family responded in unison, yes. However, Lin Fei coldly interjected, Uncle, my duel with my cousin was merely a normal spar. Had he not been my cousin, he would now be lying lifeless. The techniques I practice are lethal, and should you choose to strike at me again, do not expect me to hold back. A 3-star martial king is not beyond my reach. Lin Fei's sudden display of dominance left the Lin family members momentarily stunned. All eyes on him. Yet, this time Lin Ruohai remained silent, recognizing Lin Fei's burgeoning talent and understanding that it would be wise not to provoke him. If Lin Fei could lead the Lin family to greatness in the future, he too would benefit, thus avoiding any further conflict. He subsequently took Lin Fei and departed. One cannot help but admire Lin Ruohai's swift change of heart. This decision would undoubtedly bring him immense gratitude in the future. As the others left, Lin Zhan could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, "Good son, you truly bring honor to your father. But can you really slay a martial king? Is that for real?" Lin Daqiang also turned to Lin Fei, awaiting his response, which made Lin Fei feel a touch bashful. "Should I reveal all my trump cards?" Lin Fei replied. "A typical martial king should pose no significant challenge. I am now a 9-star martial spirit, and with the enhancement of a divine technique, I can manage against an average martial king. Furthermore, with the power of my berserk divine abilities, I could contend with 4 or 5-star martial kings. And if I trigger the chance for a decisive strike, even martial sovereigns and martial emperors could fall. However, the probability of success in this endeavor is largely dependent on luck, and one must not solely rely on such odds. After all, the higher the martial artist's rank, the more formidable they become. It is likely that I would be slain before even drawing my sword. Thus, it is essential to depend on one's true abilities, as this probability should only be gambled in dire situations." Nevertheless, Lin Fei refrained from voicing these thoughts, as they might sound somewhat unconvincing. At that moment, Lin Daqiang inquired, "Lin Fei, did you truly concoct that 5th-grade elixir yourself?" "Indeed, it was I who crafted it. If you have any herbs you doubt, provide them to me, and I shall prepare more for you." Lin Daqiang replied, "Very well, I shall arrange for the herbs to be delivered to you shortly, so that we may bolster the strength of our Lin family." Lin Fei felt a twinge of concern regarding the city lord's residence. "Can you handle it, Grandpa? After all, I have severely injured his son. Although he harbored little affection for his family, he could not allow them to suffer due to his own actions." Lin Daqiang chuckled. "In the past, it might have posed a challenge, but now the Lin family is not fearful, especially with your 3 true essence pills. I can ascend to the rank of a 10-star martial king, while the city lord is merely a 9-star martial king, albeit with 2 6-star martial kings and several other formidable warriors under his command. Though it may be a bit tricky, with my advancement to 10-star martial king, he would not dare to provoke the Lin family lightly." Lin Fei replied calmly, "Then that settles it. Grandpa, please expedite the delivery of the herbs. I shall concoct the elixirs within these 3 days. Should we lack any spiritual herbs, procure as many as possible." "Very well, return to await their arrival. I shall ensure the herbs are sent to you shortly." Soon, Lin Zhan delivered an enormous quantity of spiritual herbs to Lin Fei's chamber, leaving him somewhat dumbfounded. It seemed as though they intended to exploit him, treating him as free labor. Before he could voice his thoughts, his third uncle, Lin Fei Yun, arrived with yet another substantial batch of medicinal materials, most of which were 3rd grade or above, with several 5th-grade herbs as well. Lin Fei, feeling a headache coming on, slapped his forehead in disbelief. Lin Zhan and his uncle patted Lin Fei on the shoulder, encouraging, "Young man, give it your best." They then exited, instructing the servants to ensure that no one disturbed Lin Fei. The process of alchemy unfolded swiftly. Within just 2 days, all the herbs were transformed into elixirs. As Lin Fei was now a 5th-grade alchemist, his efficiency in crafting lower-grade elixirs had significantly improved. Although he had numerous 3rd and 4th-grade elixirs to prepare, he completed them all in a single day. The 5th-grade elixirs took a bit more effort, but fortunately, there were not many spiritual herbs required for them, allowing him to finish within a day. Upon learning of the successful completion of the elixirs, Lin Daqiang summoned all members of the Lin family to the clan's hall. Lin Fei tidied his appearance and made his way there, only to find everyone awaiting his arrival, which made him feel somewhat embarrassed. It seemed as though he were some grand figure, always making his entrance last. The others exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of what the elder had planned this time. Lin Fei observed his grandfather, who appeared invigorated and beaming with vitality, and asked, "Grandpa, have you now attained the rank of 10-star martial king?" Lin Daqiang nodded in satisfaction, exclaiming, "Indeed, it is all thanks to your elixirs." Lin Ruohai and Lin Fei appeared somewhat perplexed, while their uncle, Lin Fei Yun, was already aware of Lin Fei's status as a master alchemist. Lin Daqiang continued, "Lin Fei is now a master alchemist. The future prosperity of our family relies on him. Henceforth, the position of the Lin family's heir shall belong to Lin Fei. We must unite and strive to strengthen our Lin family." Lin Ruohai and Lin Fei were taken aback, astonished to learn that Lin Fei was indeed an alchemist. Lin Ruohai felt immense relief for his prudent choice in not continuing hostilities with Lin Fei. Lin Daqiang, with a smile, urged Lin Fei, "Present the elixirs you have crafted, lest they remain unconvinced." With a mere wave of his hand, Lin Fei conjured a plethora of elixirs onto the table, an array of 3rd and 4th grade potions. all designed to enhance strength and heal wounds. The onlookers were nearly drooling at the sight. At that moment, Lin Fei produced a 5th-grade elixir, presenting it before the elder, stating, "Here are some 5th-grade elixirs. 10 Peiyuan pills, which can strengthen one's foundation and increase true essence. 6 genuine pills, each capable of elevating a martial king's strength by 1 star, which you have experienced firsthand, grandfather. Additionally, there is a Yuanyang pill. After you consume some Peiyuan pills to stabilize your realm, you may attempt to break through to the martial sovereign level with this pill." Lin Daqiang, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Is that truly the case?" Lin Fei replied with a calm smile, "Of course it is, and the success rate is substantial." This revelation brought a broad smile to the elder's face. He then addressed those present in the hall. "Now you understand Lin Fei's significance to our family, do you not? From now on, you all must strive together. We are one family. Let us avoid internal strife and work towards the growth of our clan." At this juncture, Lin Ruohai stepped forward and addressed Lin Fei. "I regret my past actions. I should not have acted against you. Please forgive me, and such occurrences shall not happen again." Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively, responding, "No offense taken, uncle. As an elder, it is expected that you guide your younger kin. Please do not hold my previous indiscretions against me. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face when others treat him with courtesy." Lin Fei reciprocated in kind, having long since set aside past grievances. Chapter 17. The Indestructible Golden Body of Divine Powers. Lin Daqiang declared, "Lin Ruohai, you are responsible for distributing these 3rd and 4th-grade elixirs to our trusted family members. Let us swiftly enhance our family's strength. For the Jinyuan and Peiyuan pills, each of you 3 shall receive 2. I have a premonition that our family may soon face challenges, and we must be prepared to elevate our abilities." He urged them, "Tomorrow is the grand competition at the City Lord's Mansion. You must all strive diligently. Aim to place in the top 10 to gain entry to the Imperial City. And let us secure as many accolades as possible." Lin Daqiang addressed the younger generation. "Lin Fei should have no trouble claiming 1st place. You should all maximize your elixir intake today to bolster your strength. Let us see who dares to underestimate our Lin family. Congratulations, host. You have received the quest. Achieve 1st place in the Tianfeng Grand Competition, earning 1,000,000 experience points, 1,000,000 gold coins, and 10 Shisui pills." Lin Fei was utterly elated. This was not a gift from the system, and having secured 1st place, he felt no pressure. After completing his task, he was on the verge of entering the realm of the martial king. With the crowd dispersed, Lin Fei returned to his humble abode. Upon reviewing his attributes, he noted, "Host, Lin Fei level, 9-star martial spirit experience, 850, 000 cultivation technique, killing God's decision, automatically operating, rapidly restoring state. Currently condensing the body of slaughter, the next level allows for the condensation of the blood of slaughter, martial skills, dominant elemental palm, mid-level Xian class. Phantom clone, low-level earth class, frenzied blade slash, high-level Xian class, ethereal freedom, high-level earth class, lioness roar, high-level earth class, one yang finger, low-level heaven class. Blade draw slash, special martial skill, increases attack power by 5-fold, with a 30 chance to instantly slay the enemy. Divine power rampage, within 1 hour. Can enhance the host's strength 10-fold, with a cooldown of 1 day. Secondary profession, alchemist level 5, proficiency 6510, 000. Currently able to concoct 5th-tier elixirs. Alchemist levels range from 1 to 10. Gold coins, 1, 750, 000 quest. Secure 1st place in the Tianfeng Grand Competition reward. As Lin Fei approached another level up, his heart brimmed with joy. The system was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, through the refinement of the killing God's decision, he felt his physical form growing ever stronger, estimating that his current physical strength could rival that of a 1-star martial spirit. Furthermore, with each life taken, the killing God's decision would grow more powerful, accelerating his physical enhancement. Just the thought of it filled Lin Fei with exhilaration. From a mere waste, he had achieved his current status in just a few months. He firmly believed that he would soon step into the realm of the martial king, joining the ranks of the strong. With some leisure time, Lin Fei browsed the system store, hoping to procure some fine items, but was disheartened by the exorbitant prices displayed. The good items were too costly, while those of lesser quality did not pique his interest. With a resigned shake of his head, he decided to test his luck with the lottery system. After 5 attempts, he received nothing but "thank you for participating," which darkened Lin Fei's expression. It was rather disappointing. Noticing the lottery system offered 10 consecutive draws and 100 consecutive draws, Lin Fei felt a surge of eagerness and clicked for 10 consecutive draws. This time, he was not let down. Congratulations to the host for acquiring Shura Dominant Blade Slash, low-level heaven-class martial skill, condensing a massive blade aura to strike the enemy. This martial skill intrigued him, reminiscent of wielding a colossal 40-meter blade, which Lin Fei found immensely appealing, a must-have for showing off. He also obtained the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies Palm, high-level Earth-class martial skill, condensing countless palm imprints to assault the enemy. Feeling fortunate, Lin Fei marveled at his luck. Had he purchased these in the store, they would have cost at least 10 to 20 million gold coins, a tremendous gain. Considering that the dominant elemental palm and frenzy blade slash were no longer powerful enough for him, he opted to recycle them back to the system. Earning an additional 200,000 gold coins, Lin Fei eagerly began to cultivate the newly acquired martial skills. A thrill coursing through him as he yearned to test the power of the Shura Slash. However, the destructive potential was too great to unleash within his family, so he suppressed his impulse. Subsequently, Lin Fei continued with the lottery, drawing 20 times this round. His luck waned slightly as he only obtained a few 5th-tier spiritual herbs. Lin Fei felt a twinge of anticipation as he directly initiated 100 consecutive draws, silently wishing for something extraordinary. Soon, the system announced, "Congratulations, host. You have obtained Jade Spirit Grass, Purple Monkey Flower, Heavenly Spirit Fruit, and 7-star Grass." Furthermore, it proclaimed, "Congratulations, host, your luck has peaked, and you have acquired the Indestructible Golden Body." Excitedly, Lin Fei examined the attributes of this newfound ability, Indestructible Golden Body, upon activation. Your entire being radiates with golden light, allowing you to withstand attacks from adversaries 2 major realms below you for 1 hour, with a cooldown period of 1 day. Upon reading this description, Lin Fei could hardly contain his exhilaration. By heavens, the system is truly remarkable. This means that after its use, even a 9-star martial sovereign would be powerless against me. What an incredible skill for both flaunting and preserving one's life. I adore you, system. The system promptly replied, "I do not engage in such matters. Please maintain decorum, host." Lin Fei, taken aback by the system's response, retorted with a frown, "I have no such inclinations either." However, seeing the system's generosity this time, he chose to overlook it, chuckling, "If you say I do, I'll accept it." Ha ha. His laughter echoed, startling the servants outside the courtyard, who quickly retreated, pondering whether their young master was unwell. After a considerable time, Lin Fei finally calmed his exuberance. Soon, the day of the grand competition arrived, and Lin Daqiang led them forth. He inquired if the younger generation had confidence in making it to the top 10. Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, "A mere trifle." The others shared his confidence, having consumed Lin Fei's elixirs the previous day, which had significantly boosted their strength. Lin Feng had ascended to the 7-star martial spirit realm, while siblings Lin Yu and Lin Jiao had reached the 6-star and 5-star martial spirit realms, respectively. Everyone expressed gratitude towards their cousin for the elixirs, stating that without them, they would not have progressed so swiftly. Lin Fei, dismissive, responded, "No need to thank me." His cool demeanor left the others somewhat disconcerted, yet they accepted it. Before long, they arrived at the city lord's manor and were escorted by guards to the martial arts arena, where other families had also gathered, each seated in their designated areas. The arena was vast, with 10 platforms erected. The rules of the competition remained a mystery. Lin Fei, puzzled, asked Lin Zhan, "Father, what are the rules for the matches?" Lin Zhan explained, "The rules vary each time. There can be drawn matches or free-for-alls. We will know once the announcement is made." He then elaborated, "Among the younger generation, the only significant threats are the city lord's eldest son, Luo Tian, at the 10-star martial spirit realm, and Chen Linger, the daughter of the Chen family head, at the 7-star martial spirit level. The eldest and second sons of the Li family are at the 6-star and 5-star martial spirit realms, respectively. Be cautious in your approach. If you cannot win, concede to preserve your strength. Securing a place in the top 10 is the goal." He mentioned a few smaller families and some rogue cultivators, noting that while they likely lack strength compared to them, there could always be dark horses emerging. In any case, it's best to remain vigilant and not underestimate your opponents. With Lin Fei's elixirs, you can still enhance your abilities in the short term. There is no need to act rashly. Lin Fei was aware that this statement was not directed at him. Lin Feng and the others responded, "Understood, uncle." However, at that moment, Lin Fei sensed a murderous intent aimed at him. Turning his gaze, he beheld a youth clad in white, the eldest son of the city lord, Luo Tian, who coldly declared, "You are Lin Fei, the one who severely injured my brother." A limping young boy followed closely behind, vehemently asserting, "Big brother. It is indeed him. You must avenge me." Lin Fei responded with a nonchalant smile, "So what if it was me? If you are dissatisfied, come at me. I shall take you both on." Unmoved, the youth retorted, "You are here for the competition as well?" I suggest you avoid crossing paths with me later. Lin Fei chuckled. I hope that when you do encounter me, you can maintain your composure as you do now. At this juncture, the city lord emerged, a stern middle-aged man, who coldly addressed Lin Daqiang. Brother Lin, your presence is quite imposing. Lin Daqiang humbly replied, the youth are often impulsive. Minor conflicts are to be expected. Surely, there is no need for the city lord to concern himself with the younger generation. To his surprise, Lin Daqiang's lack of deference irked the city lord, who flicked his sleeve and turned away, disregarding Lin Daqiang entirely. At that moment, a figure from the Chen family approached, none other than the elderly patriarch, a formidable 7-star martial king. Leaning in, he whispered, Brother Lin, this is not your usual demeanor. With confidence, Lin Daqiang responded, I've made significant breakthroughs of late. My strength is on par with his, and I have no reason to fear. He continued, our families are allies. Even if the city lord collaborates with the Li family, we need not tread lightly. The elderly patriarch of the Chun family expressed surprise. Brother Lin, is this truly your sentiment? Lin Daqiang smiled. What bond do we share that I would conceal anything from you? Rest assured. With that, the elder felt reassured and returned to his position. Soon, an elderly man with white hair approached, exuding a palpable pressure that was quite uncomfortable. The city lord followed closely behind him. Despite his appearance, the elder was amiable and politely stated, I am Chen Bao, sent by the Imperial city to select young talents. I hope for your understanding. Members of the various families clasped their fists and replied, Honored elder, you are too kind. Your journey has been arduous. The elder nodded and then took his seat in the center. The city lord proclaimed loudly, the Tianfeng Grand Competition officially commences. I will now announce the rules. All citizens of Tianfeng City are eligible to participate. Each of the 10 arenas may host contenders, and the last person standing will secure a spot in the top 10. Each participant has 2 chances to fail, so choose wisely. After determining the top 10, they will sequentially challenge one another to establish their rankings and discover who reigns as the foremost among the younger generation. In this contest of blades and swords, life and death are at stake. However, once a participant concedes, the opponent must cease their assault. Now, let the competition begin. Feel free to take the stage. Luo Tian was the first to enter the arena, standing tall with a cold expression. Lin Fei thought to himself, this person truly knows how to put on a show. Subsequently, Lin Feng and the others each claimed an arena, yet Lin Fei remained unhurried, choosing to observe for the time being. The remaining arenas were claimed by the Chen family, who occupied 2, while the Li family secured 4. Soon after, others stepped forward to challenge. Some sought to prove their prowess, while others merely wished to make an appearance. However, the challengers generally lacked strength, quickly being cast off the stage. Except for Luo Yang's platform, which remained unapproached. While the others merely knocked opponents off or forced them to concede, the members of the Li family were ruthless, leaving their adversaries severely injured, with some even perishing on the spot. They brazenly proclaimed, if you lack strength, do not waste our time by stepping up. The remaining challengers, filled with trepidation, hesitated to confront anyone from the Li family, opting instead for other platforms. The subsequent challengers displayed increasing strength. Had it not been for the significant enhancement of Lin Feng and his companions, their strikes would have grown increasingly severe. For mercy towards an enemy is cruelty towards oneself. Thus, they could only resort to fierce measures, though they refrained from taking lives, inflicting only serious injuries instead. It was uncertain whether they could endure. Not out of desire to avoid the final round, but because the Lin family, being one of the 3 prominent clans, needed to uphold their dignity. Thus they had to commence a defensive stance. At that moment, a young man clad in black, bearing a sword, approached and stood with hands clasped behind him, challenging a member of the Li family. This caught Lin Fei's attention. The Li family members, perceiving this as a slight, were incensed. You seek death, boy. Allow me to grant it, they shouted, launching a dragon-rising fist directly at the youth. The young man, with an impassive expression, effortlessly deflected the attack, transforming his fist into a claw that shattered the arms of the Li family member, sending him tumbling off the stage. This spectacle stirred the onlookers, speculating about the origins of such a formidable youth. It was known that the Li family member possessed a 4-star martial spirit. The ease with which he was vanquished suggested that a dark horse was about to emerge. The faces of the Li family members darkened, while Lin Fei smirked. The eldest son of the Li family, catching sight of Lin Fei's grin, bellowed, What are you laughing at? You waste who dares not step onto the platform. Lin Fei strode confidently towards the stage, retorting, I detest being called a waste. Today, I shall strike you so hard that even your mother wouldn't recognize you. The Li family's eldest son seethed with rage, declaring, Boy, if I do not slay you today, consider it a feat. Just for that remark, I shall ensure your ruin. Lin Fei responded with audacity, as he ascended the platform, beckoning with a finger. Come, Li Xiao. Never having faced such humiliation, the eldest son of the Li family swiftly drew his sword and lunged at Lin Fei. Lin Fei deftly sidestepped, flicking his finger to nearly disarm the Li family's eldest son. I did not expect you to possess some skill, boy. Now I must take this seriously. Lin Fei chuckled, saying, please, commence your bravado, huh? Enraged beyond measure, the Li family's eldest son shouted, flowing cloud sword. A sword aura, 3 zhang long, swept towards Lin Fei, who countered with a single finger strike that shattered the sword energy. Another precise jab pierced the shoulder of the Li family's eldest son, causing excruciating pain as his arm fell limply, blood pouring forth. Lin Fei scolded, you mutt, calling me a waste. What are you then? Do you yield? Unconvinced. I refuse to believe that you, a worthless fool, possess such strength. As he spoke, he raised his other hand, intending to strike Lin Fei. Lin Fei, with a mere flick of his finger, pierced through the shoulder of the other side, instilling genuine fear in the young master of the Li family. Just as he was about to concede, Lin Fei seized the opportunity, stepping forward and landing a punch squarely on his nose, followed by a series of resounding slaps across his face. The young master of the Li family had barely uttered the word I before Lin Fei struck him again, berating him. Let us see if you dare to call me worthless again. I'll beat you so thoroughly that even your mother won't recognize you. Soon, the young master's face was swollen to that of a pig's head. Lin Fei, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, what a thick skin you have. My hands are sore from this beating. With that, he shook his palm dismissively. Chapter 19. Battle against Luo Tian. The head of the Li family stepped forward, declaring, boy, you had better cease this at once, or I shall not let you off lightly. Lin Fei scoffed, he hasn't conceded yet. Why should I stop? Is it customary for the elder to intervene when the younger is struck? The head of the Li family was left speechless in his fury. Lin Fei continued to deliver several more slaps before tossing the young master back to the Li family's side, casually stating, here you go, Li family head. I've returned your son to you. Out of kindness, I shall spare his life. His laughter echoed, infuriating the members of the Li family, their faces turning ashen. After a considerable time, no one else dared to challenge on the arena, thus solidifying the top 10. At this moment, Chun Bao spoke up, this is rather dull. Let us expedite the process and dispense with the formalities. The remaining 10 participants engaged in a free-for-all on the arena. Those wishing to concede could step down, while the last person standing would be declared the champion. The lower rankings were of little concern. The city lord remained unfazed, confident in his son's strength, believing that his 10-star martial spirit was sufficient to dominate all the young contenders present. Ultimately, all 10 stood on the arena. Lin Fei, with an air of dominance, proclaimed, the members of the Li family may leave first. Otherwise, my actions will not be so simple. The remaining 2 from the Li family felt a twinge of unease. Lin Fei, do not be so arrogant. Seeing Lin Fei's overwhelming presence, Luo Tian, somewhat displeased, remarked, Lin Fei, today, avenge my incompetent brother. I hope you can endure a while longer. Luo Tian was exceedingly confident in his 10-star martial spirit, waving his hand to unleash a beam of purple true energy towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei did not employ any martial skills, instead releasing his own true energy effortlessly to counter it. This left Luo Tian somewhat astonished. With his 10-star martial spirit, coupled with his superior grade, Earth-level technique, the 9 Absolute Thunder Classic, his true energy was exceptionally formidable. He believed he could match even a 1-star martial king, a point of pride for him. It was rare for anyone to withstand such an assault, compelling Luo Tian to reassess Lin Fei's capabilities. Lin Fei mockingly replied, you are merely average. A 10-star martial spirit does not impress me. Bring forth your best. Meanwhile, the 3 members of the Lin family engaged the 2 from the Li family, while the cloaked youth faced off against Chen Ling and her companion. Luo Tian coldly stated, very well, Lin Fei, you have earned the right to be my opponent. As the practitioner unleashed their martial technique, a swirling aura of violet true energy enveloped their entire being, yet they refrained from employing any martial skills. Swiftly arriving at Lin Fei's side, Lin Fei, eager to ascertain the potency of his divine-level technique, activated the killing god art, which was no trifling matter. Thus, he too summoned a crimson aura of true energy, engaging in close combat with Luo Tian. In the martial spirit realm, one could activate techniques, allowing true energy to coil around the body, thereby mitigating significant damage. However, Lin Fei did not exert his full strength, as his divine technique was formidable enough. He merely sought to entertain himself with Luo Tian. Casting a glance at the Li family duo not far away, it was evident they were no match for Lin Feng and his companions, ultimately forced to concede defeat and leap off the arena. The Li family members were infuriated, stamping their feet in frustration. Yet, Linger and her companion were also knocked off the arena by the cloaked youth, which caught Lin Fei's attention amidst the fray. This individual possessed some degree of strength, and soon, the black-clad youth shifted his focus towards Lin Fei and his companions. Lin Fei harbored no concern for them. After all, they had already secured a place among the top 10, rendering the outcome inconsequential, as gaining combat experience was advantageous. It appeared the cloaked youth wielded his power with restraint, sparing his opponents from severe harm. Nonetheless, he surprised Lin Fei with a powerful exclamation, "Ghostly Mirage!" A colossal black palm imprint materialized, overwhelming Lin Fei and his companions who could not withstand the onslaught. They were sent flying, spitting blood as they fell from the arena. Fortunately, they seemed to have sustained only minor injuries, suggesting the youth had shown mercy. Before long, Lin Fei's attention was drawn back to Luo Tian, who, visibly irked, remarked, "You dare to be distracted while battling me? You hold me in such contempt. Prepare to receive my strike." Thunderous explosion. True energy coalesced into a violet energy sphere within his palm, hurtling towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei dismissed the attack with a mere smile, retorting, "I shan't play with you any longer. Let's conclude this swiftly." He concentrated his true energy into a blood-red beam, altering his approach, and unleashed it in a sweeping motion. This maneuver shattered Luo Tian's martial skill, with the residual energy striking his chest and forcing him to stagger several steps back. The spectators were taken aback, unable to fathom how Lin Fei, once deemed useless, could best Luo Tian, a 10-star martial spirit. Many pondered this perplexity, while the city lord, with a darkened expression, mused, "This youth must not be allowed to remain. His talent is too formidable. Even Tian is no match for him. We must devise a way to eliminate him, lest he grows too powerful, leading to the Lin family dominating Tianfeng City." Struggling to suppress the urge to spew blood, Luo Tian exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can you be so strong?" Lin Fei taunted, "There are always greater talents beyond the horizon. It is you who have been deluding yourself." "Bah! I refuse to believe I cannot defeat you." Luo Tian brandished his weapon, a superior-grade earthly artifact, the Thunderblade, enveloped in his violet true energy, enhancing his power significantly as he gazed confidently at Lin Fei. This weapon, acquired during a serendipitous encounter, had propelled his strength to great heights, bringing him closer to the martial king realm, which also fueled his arrogance. "Do you think you are the only one with a weapon?" Lin Fei retorted, drawing forth the blood-drink blade, albeit it was currently only a mid-grade earthly weapon. The blood-drinking blade now glowed a deep crimson, enhanced by Lin Fei's god-slaying technique, rivaling the Thunderblade in power. Thus, Lin Fei remained unfazed. After all, a product of the system could hardly be compared to such inferior wares. As the Thunderblade swung towards him, the blood-drinking blade effortlessly parried the strike, with Lin Fei exerting his dominance over Luo Tian, inflicting numerous wounds upon him. It was evident that Luo Tian was no match for Lin Fei. The city lord, noticing Lin Fei still had strength left, anxiously cautioned, "Tian, if it becomes too much, concede. Do not act impulsively." Lin Fei laughed maniacally, "If you're afraid, just admit defeat. I might spare your life." He had no intention of letting Luo Tian off easily. Hence his provocation. Luo Tian, now somewhat deranged, declared, "I cannot possibly lose to him." In his frenzy, Luo Tian's true energy appeared to intensify. Sensing something amiss, Lin Fei unleashed more power through the blood-drinking blade. Luo Tian could not withstand the onslaught. Soon, he let out a cry of agony as a deep gash was carved into his back, blood gushing forth. At that moment, Lin Fei's left hand executed the one-yang finger, aimed at Luo Tian's chest. However, the city lord soared through the air, intercepting Lin Fei's strike. In a stern voice, he admonished, "Lin Fei, it is merely a contest. Why resort to lethal force? At such a young age, how can you be so ruthless?" Lin Fei retorted mockingly, "Is there a rule against killing blows in a competition? If the young yield, the old will step in. If he refuses to concede, I shall continue to fight. What do you blame me for? Is your mind faulty?" The city lord, feeling his dignity was at stake, shouted angrily, "Such arrogance and disrespect at your tender age. I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." With that, he prepared to strike Lin Fei. Chapter 20. One-star martial king. At this juncture, Lin Daqiang entered the fray, stating, "Lord Luo, how imposing you are. The affairs of the Lin family shall be managed by us. No need for your intervention. Let the younger generation resolve their own matters. If you are interested, we can spar another day." The city lord, enraged yet amused, regarded the usually low-key Lin Daqiang with newfound respect as he dared to speak thus. "Very well, there is no need to wait until another day. Let us see how much skill you have acquired, old man." Just as the city lord was about to act, he was interrupted by a calm voice, seated among them. Elder Chen spoke, "Lord Luo, your conduct lacks fairness. Since your son is already gravely injured, it would be best to withdraw him. Reluctantly, the city lord replied respectfully, yes, esteemed elder, and escorted the wounded Luo Tian off the stage. Lin Daqiang returned to his seat, and at that moment, the head of the Li family sneered. Old Master Lin, quite the audacity to challenge the city lord. I presume your strength has greatly increased of late. Lin Daqiang, disinterested, merely replied. If you do not believe it, the Li family is welcome to test it. Then you shall see for yourselves. The Li family head's expression darkened as he remarked. I hope when the time comes, the Lin family still possesses the same confidence they do now. Old Master Lin chose not to elaborate, believing that strength would speak for itself in due course. Witnessing Lin Daqiang's boldness, Luo Yang felt an intense rage, yearning to retaliate against the Lin family immediately. However, Elder Chun had already spoken, and Luo Yang realized that he could not afford to offend the individual before him, who was not only from the Imperial city, but also a formidable martial sovereign. He had no choice but to temporarily relinquish his intentions. The arena now held only Lin Fei and the cloaked youth. Lin Fei humbly remarked, Brother, you are quite adept at hiding your strength. I suspect you are not inferior to me. Shall we engage in a battle? The cloaked youth suddenly shook his head and replied, I can see that I am no match for you. I concede. He then turned and leaped off the stage. Lin Fei was somewhat taken aback. This fellow was so decisive that he had no time to react. He had initially wanted to test his limits. Lin Fei helplessly shrugged his shoulders. At that moment, a system notification sounded. Congratulations, host, for completing the task, securing first place in the Tianfeng Grand Competition, and earning 1,000,000 experience points, 1,000,000 gold coins, and 10 essence cleansing pills. Essence cleansing pills, a 6th grade elixir, can purify a martial artist's marrow and enhance their innate abilities. Congratulations, host, on leveling up to a 10-star martial spirit. Lin Fei mused. This task was rather simple, and the rewards are exceptionally generous. I am not far from reaching the Martial King realm. I expect to attain it in just a few days. Subsequently, Elder Chun announced Lin Fei as the victor of the grand competition and called him aside. Lord Luo and the Li family members looked quite displeased, believing that the elder placed particular emphasis on Lin Fei, which posed a significant threat to them. They all contemplated the necessity of eliminating Lin Fei, otherwise, he would undoubtedly become a future source of trouble for them. When Lin Fei was summoned by Elder Chun, he inquired, What matter brings you to seek me, esteemed elder? The elder scrutinized Lin Fei carefully, a smile gradually spreading across his face as he began. Do you know why I have come to Tianfeng City to select talent? In the past, it was always those of the Martial King realm who came. Lin Fei suddenly realized, excitement bubbling within him as he exclaimed, Did Ruoxua send you? How is she? I miss her dearly. Elder Chun laughed heartily and then whispered, The princess has grown up under my watch, much like my own children. She has asked me to convey to you that she is well and not to worry. She misses you too. She also said not to forget to think of her and to refrain from dallying with others, or else I shall not spare you. Lin Fei chuckled sheepishly. Elder Chun sighed. As I grow older, the future belongs to you young ones. I sincerely hope you will treat the princess well. I genuinely wish you both happiness. Lin Fei respectfully replied, Rest assured, I will cherish Ruoxua, protecting her and ensuring she is never wronged. Elder Chun laughed heartily, patting Lin Fei's shoulder, saying, Good, strive hard. I wish to see both of you attain your rightful destinies soon. He then led Lin Fei back to the crowd, retrieving 10 tokens from his storage ring. The tokens, crafted from pure gold, bore the engraving of a golden dragon alongside the characters Dongxia. He handed them to the 10 individuals selected from the competition, instructing, You are to arrive at the Imperial city within 3 months to participate in the Talented Warriors battle. These tokens will serve as your proof and qualification. The journey to the dynasty may hold dangers. Consider it a test and a form of training, for this world thrives on the principle of survival of the fittest. I hope to see all of your figures gracing the Imperial city at that time. Well, the matters have been resolved, and it is time for me to take my leave. In the blink of an eye, he soared into the sky, vanishing without a trace, moving with remarkable speed, truly befitting a martial arts master. Lin Daqiang returned home with the members of the Lin family, proclaiming, Lin Fei, well done. Even 10-star martial spirits are no match for you. Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, In truth, I have yet to exert my full strength. This revelation left those nearby utterly astonished. It turned out Lin Fei had not been boasting during their last encounter, and he could indeed contend with ordinary martial kings. Nevertheless, Lin Daqiang cautioned, Do not let pride take hold. You must continue to strive diligently in your training. Furthermore, he urged the 3 of them to take Lin Fei as their model and work hard in their cultivation. Lin Fei's cousins obediently responded, Yes, Grandpa. At that moment, Lin Fei produced the recently acquired cleansing elixir. Here is a valuable item for you. The members of the Lin family looked on with curiosity, prompting Lin Zhan to inquire, Fei, what sort of elixir is this, and what are its effects? With a smile, Lin Fei replied, this is a 6th grade cleansing elixir, capable of enhancing a martial artist's innate talent. It is indeed a remarkable treasure. Grandfather, uncle, and third uncle, you may all partake. He added, when grandfather consumes it, he will solidify his current realm, and breaking through to the martial arts master level will surely be a certainty. There are 10 pills. Each of you shall take one, and I shall keep one for myself. The remaining 3 can be reserved for later. He expressed hope that both his father and uncles would have the opportunity to ascend to the ranks of martial masters or even martial emperors. Lin Feng, Lin Yu, and Lin Jiao, being still young, possessed even greater potential for growth. Thus, they would have a better chance of being noticed by the sects upon reaching the Imperial city. Lin Fei, having the system, found such elixirs unnecessary. Talent was of little consequence, as he could level up simply by defeating monsters and also cultivate independently. The Lin family members were elated, never expecting Lin Fei to possess such a treasure. They eagerly divided the elixirs and hurried home to begin their refining process. Lin Fei returned to his small courtyard and checked his experience. He was merely 50,000 experience points away from leveling up to a 1-star martial king. As night fell, Lin Fei sat cross-legged, preparing to cultivate actively. Observing the swift increase in experience, he estimated that by dawn, he would reach his goal. Before long, morning arrived, and Lin Fei finally heard the system's prompt. Congratulations, host. Your experience points are now full, and you have advanced to a 1-star martial king. Chapter 21. The Eye of Insight. The martial king realm represents a watershed moment. Entering this realm signifies belonging to the ranks of the powerful, far surpassing the martial spirit realm. All of his true energy coalesced into an even more potent essence, the fullness of power invigorating Lin Fei. He estimated that without employing his divine power in a frenzy, he could nearly rival those at the 5-star martial king level. Moreover, the system's voice continued, congratulations, host. You have ascended to the martial king realm, and the system rewards you with the auxiliary divine ability, the Eye of Insight, which can perceive the basic information of individuals, items, and demonic beasts. Congratulations, host. The first seal of the mountain and sea ring has been lifted, expanding its space tenfold, enriching the spiritual energy tenfold, and accelerating the growth of flora and fauna tenfold. Congratulations to the host on the formidable upgrade of his abilities, enhancing his strength tenfold within the span of an hour, and earning triple experience points for vanquishing foes, with a cooling period of 1 day. The ability known as the Eye of Insight is indeed quite advantageous. It allows one to perceive the information of others directly, which is rather delightful. Lin Fei mused internally, if only this Eye of Insight could grant true X-ray vision. That would be even better. As he contemplated this, Lin Fei could feel his mouth watering at the thought. Suddenly, the system prompted, the host can expend a certain amount of power to achieve true X-ray vision. However, the host is advised to use this power judiciously, lest he lose control. Lin Fei was nearly overwhelmed by this unexpected surge of joy, eager to find a beautiful woman to test it on. The mountain and sea ring had also broken its first seal, accelerating the growth rate of spiritual herbs tenfold, an extraordinary effect. Furthermore, the spiritual energy had become more concentrated, allowing for the cultivation of more spiritual herbs in the future, which would aid in his alchemy. Most astonishingly, the mountain and sea ring could even house living beings, permitting them to cultivate within it, a feature that is undeniably remarkable and sure to be of great use in the future. Lin Fei took a well-deserved rest for 3 days, reflecting on his recent gains. He was then summoned to the family hall by a servant, and on his way, he noticed numerous unfamiliar faces. Upon entering the hall, Lin Fei discovered that nearly all members of the Chun family were present, their expressions markedly somber. Lin Fei inquired, "What has transpired?" Lin Zhan, deeply concerned, replied, "The city lord's mansion has allied with the Li family and is encroaching upon the territories of both our Lin family and the Qin family. Many of our establishments in Tianfeng City have been overtaken. Their intentions are malevolent. They aim to obliterate both our families, and it appears they have enlisted further assistance. Our alliance with the Qin family is proving insufficient to counter this threat. We fear being picked off one by one, hence our gathering here to strategize." Moreover, Lin Zhan continued, the city lord's eldest son, Luo Tian, despite suffering defeat in the last battle, has fortuitously broken into the martial king realm. Lin Fei expressed his surprise. "That is intriguing. However, even as a martial king, he shall find himself no match for me. I have already attained the rank of a 1-star martial king. He was no rival before, and he is even less so now." Lin Zhan beamed with pride. "Well done, young man. you are quickly catching up to your father." The others in the hall were equally astonished, unable to fathom that the once well-known underachiever had, in such a short time, ascended to the martial king realm. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Fei possessed a system that propelled his strength to meteoric heights. Yet, Lin Daqiang expressed his concern, stating, "Luo Tian and the Li family have already formed an advance party, heading towards the Imperial city. I suspect they aim to intercept the younger members of both our families and the Chun family in Tianfeng City, intending to eliminate you before you can fully blossom. They should be approaching our Chun family soon. A fierce battle awaits." Lin Fei smiled calmly. "What is there to fear? We shall simply strike back." He then inquired about the nature of their adversaries and their strength. Lin Zhan answered, "They are allied with a band of robbers known as the Black Wind Stronghold, led by the One-Eyed Chief, an 8-star martial king, with the second in command, a scarred man, a 7-star martial king, and the third in command, the Red Lady, a 6-star martial king. Furthermore, they command over 100 subordinates. Although their strengths vary, many are formidable fighters. Moreover, it appears that the city lord has already ascended to the formidable rank of a 10-star martial king, supported by several hundred elite soldiers. Coupled with the forces of the Li family, in terms of both numbers and strength, we are at a significant disadvantage. After conferring with your grandfather, we have resolved to let the younger generation escape first, preserving a spark for the family, while we shall cover their retreat. Congratulations, host, on receiving a new mission. Assist the family in overcoming this crisis. The rewards include 2 million experience points, 2 million gold coins, and 100 lottery draws." Upon hearing the voice of the system, Lin Fei was instantly invigorated. The rewards for this mission were exceedingly generous. With a glint of determination, Lin Fei remarked, "Since our adversaries are preparing to strike, they surely do not intend to spare us. Fleeing is not a viable option. Moreover, I have no intention of running away. It has been far too long since I last tasted blood, and my hands itch for action." The crowd stared in astonishment at Lin Fei, bewildered that he was contemplating violence at such a critical moment. Experience points delivered right to his doorstep were an opportunity he could not afford to disregard, especially now that he had recently reached the rank of Martial King and required additional experience to advance further. Leveling up now demanded 1 million experience points, with each subsequent ascent requiring an additional 1 million points. Lin Fei sensed that leveling up was becoming increasingly arduous, and the arrival of these foes was an opportunity he could not decline. Furthermore, the divine powers of fury not only amplified his strength tenfold, but also tripled his experience gain. Coupled with his hidden cards, he was certainly not without the means to fight back. With such bountiful rewards from the system, he was resolute in his commitment to complete the task. Most importantly, he could not abandon his family and flee, for that was not Lin Fei's character. With an air of confidence, Lin Fei declared, "Leave the Li family to me. You all need only to hold off the city lord and the forces of Blackwind Stronghold. Once I have dealt with the Li family, I shall come to your aid." After this encounter, the only families remaining in Tianfeng City will be the Lin and Qin families. Lin Daqiang inquired, "Do you possess the confidence to face them?" The old man of the Li family is also a 7-star martial king, accompanied by a 5-star martial king and 2 3-star martial kings, not to mention dozens of family generals at the realms of martial spirit and martial master. How could you, having just attained the rank of martial king, possibly manage? Rest assured, it is not a significant issue. Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, "If I dare to speak, it is because I have the confidence to back it up." Lin Daqiang responded, "Very well, if that is the case, we shall confront them. Even if they seek to devour us, they must be prepared to suffer substantial losses." Soon after, a servant reported that the Lin family was besieged, surrounded by hundreds, with no means of escape. Lin Fei calmly instructed, "Let all the elderly, women, and children find a safe place to hide. We shall venture out to assess the situation." As they stepped into the courtyard, they were met head-on by several powerful factions rushing in. The Lin family's gates had been utterly destroyed, which infuriated Lin Daqiang. He expressed his discontent. "As the city lord, does Luo not fear the repercussions of attacking my Lin family?" The city lord replied, "In this world, strength speaks volumes. Today, we have come to annihilate both the Lin and Qin families, along with that Lin Fei. His talent is far too extraordinary. We cannot allow this child to grow unchecked. Otherwise, in the future, Tianfeng City will be dominated solely by your family." Old man Lin, I am aware that you are concealing your true strength. Moreover, I have ascended to the realm of the 10-star martial king. I wonder who among you dares to impede my path. Submit and meet your demise. Ha! Lord Luo laughed with great pride. Chapter 22. Domineering bloodshed. The head of the Chun family stood up and declared, "As a city lord, how could you conspire with the brigands of Blackwind Stronghold? Do you not realize they are mere bandits?" At that moment, the one-eyed leader of Blackwind Stronghold chuckled and replied, "After this matter, we shall no longer be considered bandits. Lord Luo has promised us the opportunity to develop within Tianfeng City. Otherwise, why would we serve Lord Luo so loyally? Haha, there is no need for further words. Let actions speak, brothers. Kill all the men and spare the women. With that, they lunged forward. After all, bandits are accustomed to pillaging and slaughtering. The Chun family members charged ahead, with Lin Zhan, the father, also stepping forward, for the strength of Black Wind stronghold was formidable. And the Lin family could not handle it alone. An elder of the Chun family blocked the chief, the one-eyed leader, while the head of the Chun family confronted the third in command, the Red Lady. The second in command, Scarface, was intercepted by Lin Zhan. Lord Luo also engaged directly, but was halted by Lin Daqiang. Lord Luo remarked, "This old man indeed conceals his power well. He has already achieved the strength of a 10-star martial king. No wonder he has been so arrogant recently. Two of my subordinates, both 6-star martial kings, were held back by my uncle and third uncle." As the Li family was about to join the fray, Lin Fei strode forward alone and calmly stated, "Your opponent is me." At this moment, the head of the Li family couldn't help but laugh, dismissing Lin Fei as nothing more than a young fool. "Have you lost your mind?" Haha. The head of the Li family paid Lin Fei no heed at all. "You, little beast, have a path to paradise yet choose not to walk it. You enter hell without invitation, perfectly positioned to avenge my son." With that, the head of the Li family leaped towards Lin Fei, shouting, "Little beast, receive my wind god fist." Meanwhile, the elder of the Li family sought to assist elsewhere and resolve the battle swiftly. However, Lin Fei would not allow him to succeed. As the head of the Li family charged towards him, Lin Fei activated his divine abilities, Furious Rampage and Indestructible Golden Body. At that moment, Lin Fei felt an overwhelming surge of power and defense, brimming with confidence. The head of the Li family, seeing Lin Fei radiating a faint golden glow, remained unconcerned. After all, he was a 5-star martial king. What tempest could a mere junior stir in his presence? With the Indestructible Golden Body activated, Lin Fei had no intention of evading the head of the Li family's attack, allowing it to strike him directly. The punch, infused with potent true essence, collided with Lin Fei, and the elder sensed something was amiss. Lin Fei's body felt as solid as diamond, causing his fist to redden from the impact. Realizing the danger too late, the elder attempted to retreat, but it was futile. Lin Fei pierced his brow with a single finger, resulting in instant death. Congratulations, host. You have slain a 5-star martial king, earning 600,000 experience points, 200,000 gold coins, the Wind God Fist martial skill, and 50 low-grade elemental stones. The fury directly amplified my strength tenfold. What a delightful sensation. The only downside is that I only received triple experience, with no triple gold. Then, utilizing my movement technique, I appeared before the elder of the Li family and proclaimed loudly, "Old man, your opponent is me. Prepare to meet your end." The remaining members of the Li family gazed at Lin Fei, who appeared as a divine being, and instinctively retreated a few steps. With their patriarch having been slain in an instant, they were engulfed by fear. He turned to the Li family head, whose forehead had been pierced, and incredulously exclaimed, "How could this be? You little beast, what sorcery have you employed?" Lin Fei ascended into the air, laughing heartily. "Old fool, you shall find out for yourself." He unleashed the one-yang finger repeatedly, causing the old man considerable distress. Moreover, Lin Fei disregarded his attacks entirely. Every martial technique that struck him resonated with a metallic clang, inflicting not a single injury upon him. This left the old man bewildered. What manner of monster was this? Despite wielding the strength of a 7-star martial king and launching a full-force assault, the boy withstood it all without a scratch. However, while Lin Fei's power had significantly amplified, swiftly concluding the battle was not an immediate possibility, for the old man still possessed some formidable abilities. Although the situation had stabilized for the moment, with high-tier combatants engaged, their numbers were overwhelming, and their strength was not to be underestimated. The Lin and Chen families struggled to hold their ground, having already suffered losses, and the remaining members of the Li family soon rallied to join the fray, exacerbating the plight of the Lin and Chen clans. Lin Fei contemplated. It seems imperative to dispatch this old man swiftly. The current situation is unfavorable for us. The old man, no longer daring to be complacent, brandished his weapon and unleashed a high-grade earth-level martial technique, the Breaking Army Strike, aimed straight at Lin Fei's chest. Lin Fei, unyielding, absorbed the blow without harm, as it failed to breach his defenses. Without granting the old man a moment's respite, Lin Fei caught him off guard and executed the lion's roar. The sound, infused with potent essence, disoriented the old man from the Li family, providing Lin Fei the opportunity to employ the blade draw. An invisible blade of energy swiftly cleaved towards the old man, who was caught completely off guard and was subsequently severed in two, his body plummeting from the sky. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 7-star Martial King. Experience gained, 900,000. Gold acquired, 300,000. Weapon obtained, void-breaking sword, 100 low-grade essence stones. Congratulations, host, for leveling up to a 2-star Martial King. Feeling a surge of newfound strength coursing through him, Lin Fei playfully remarked, I am aware of my charm. But with all of you staring at me, I might just blush. At that moment, all eyes were on Lin Fei, astonished that he had, in such a brief span, dispatched both a 7-star Martial King and a 5-star Martial King. The city lord and the members of the Black Wind stronghold were beginning to panic, contemplating retreat. For Lin Fei's ferocity suggested that even a 10-star Martial King could not achieve such feats. Witnessing this, the Lin and Qin families exerted their utmost efforts to contain them, striving to ensure none would escape today, especially the Li family members, nearly blinded by rage, having lost both their patriarch and elder, were frenziedly attacking the remaining Lin and Qin members. At that moment, Lin Fei soared above the battlefield as 6 individuals emerged below, attempting to intercept his assault. Unfortunately, those who arrived were merely 2- and 3-star Martial Kings, having already vanquished a 7-star Martial King, and with his recent ascension, Lin Fei effortlessly dispatched these adversaries as well. 6 individuals plummeted downwards, while the system's enhancement notifications echoed in Lin Fei's mind. You have received a triple experience boost. Congratulations, host, you have acquired 300,000 experience points, 100,000 gold coins, the weapon Heavenly Blade, and 10 lower-grade spirit stones. Additionally, the weapon Shadow Battle Axe, martial skills Flame Palm, Shadowless Kick, and various other items. What on earth are lower-grade spirit stones? However, Lin Fei had no time to ponder this now. In truth, the gold coins could not be tripled, a consideration made by the system, as the obtained items could be redeemed for gold coins. Observing that his experience bar was nearing completion, Lin Fei was on the verge of leveling up to a 3-star Martial King. He shouted exuberantly, "This is how killing feels exhilarating." Then he landed before the members of the Lin and Qin families, asserting with authority, "Step back 50 meters. Leave the rest to me. Stand down. This time, I shall slay to my heart's content." The members of the Qin and Lin families exchanged glances, wondering if Lin Fei was perhaps the reincarnation of a killing deity. Given his insatiable bloodlust, a shiver ran down their spines at this thought, prompting them to hastily retreat, leaving this battleground to Lin Fei alone. The remaining enemies, witnessing Lin Fei's demeanor, felt a chill run down their spines. Nevertheless, some mustered their courage to rally their spirits. One shouted boldly, "He's just one person. No matter how strong, he has his limits. I refuse to believe he can withstand the charge of our several hundred warriors. Let us charge together." Lin Fei gazed at the hundreds rushing toward him, a wicked smile curling at his lips. "Come on, just as I wanted. This is how killing should feel." Chapter 23. The might of the Azura dominance blade. The others observed Lin Fei, doubting his ability to withstand such an onslaught. After all, no matter how formidable one person is, there are limits. Over 300 martial masters, even some at the Martial King level, were surging forward. Unless one were at the Martial Sovereign level, it was inconceivable to withstand such a force. However, they had underestimated Lin Fei, with the system at his disposal. He felt invincible. To him, these hundreds were merely a bounty of experience awaiting collection, capable of propelling him several levels higher. Moreover, with the frenzied divine ability and the triple experience boost, coupled with the indestructible golden body that rendered him immune to damage, to Lin Fei, more adversaries simply meant more opportunities to harvest rewards. Lin Fei's excitement surged as he beheld his foes, his very body trembling with exhilaration. Unbeknownst to them, they mistakenly believed Lin Fei was intimidated. Thus, one loudly declared, "This fellow is merely posturing. Brothers, let us unleash our full might to bring him down." Consequently, they all unleashed their martial skills upon Lin Fei, a tempest of energy swirling through the air, shaking the very void. Yet, Lin Fei remained unfazed, allowing their attacks to rain upon him, producing crackling sounds. A massive crater was blasted into the ground, dust swirling in a frenzy, as Lin Zhan, witnessing this, feared Lin Fei had been slain, crying out, "Fei!" However, in his moment of distraction, the second-in-command, Scar, seized the opportunity to strike him, sending him hurtling backwards, coughing blood. Others deemed Lin Fei excessively arrogant. However, as the dust settled, Lin Fei was revealed to be unscathed. Suspended above the crater, he bore no injuries whatsoever. This astonished all present, who gasped in disbelief. "Impossible." Lin Fei, with a calm smile, replied, "There is nothing impossible. It is my turn now. Haha. Harnessing the true essence, Lin Fei unleashed the lion's roar, sending terrifying sound waves that instantly claimed the lives of several individuals of varying realms. The system notifications rang incessantly, heralding the acquisition of vast experience, gold, and an array of martial arts techniques and weaponry. Many were left bleeding from their orifices, severely injured, while the others were not faring much better, reeling from dizziness and struggling to maintain their footing. The mere echo of the lion's roar instilled a profound terror, sapping the will to fight and prompting a mass retreat. Yet, Lin Fei was not one to let them escape so easily. Each point of experience was too precious to squander. Drawing forth the blood drink blade, he concentrated his entire essence to perform the Azura blade slash, manifesting a sweeping crimson blade aura that stretched 100 meters. This strike nearly drained Lin Fei of all his essence, causing him to stagger perilously close to exhaustion. The enemies, confronted with the formidable blade aura, were gripped by sheer terror and poured forth their remaining strength to resist, yet their efforts proved futile. In an instant, the air was filled with dismembered bodies, and blood drenched the ground, leaving the Lin family courtyard nearly decimated. The onlookers from both the Lin and Chen families were overwhelmed by nausea. The scene was too gruesome and brutal. In that moment, they regarded Lin Fei with the eyes of those who had encountered a demon. The sight of a 100-meter-long blade aura obliterating over 300 martial artists was nothing short of a massacre. The system chimed with notifications. Congratulations, host. You have slain enemies and gained 12 million experience for million gold, as well as the shadow-catching sword, the cloud crystal staff, and various techniques such as the wind thunder axe, the evil shadow finger, and the celestial martial seal. You have also acquired the locking acupoint technique, the heavenly eagle scripture, and the extreme dragon dominance method, along with 200 low-grade elemental stones. Congratulations on leveling up to the 5-star martial king realm. Congratulations on completing the 100-man slaughter achievement. Earning an upgrade scroll. Use it immediately. Congratulations on leveling up. Your current level is now 6-star martial king. Moreover, countless unseen blood essences flowed into his body, enhancing his physical prowess significantly, instilling a sense of invincibility within Lin Fei. Now, only the city lord and the trio from Black Wind Stronghold remained, visibly shaken and terrified. Lin Fei's terrifying presence instilled a desire to flee, yet they found themselves ensnared, unable to escape. Those who dare harm my father shall be sent on their way. With a swift motion, Lin Fei executed the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies fist, instantly vanquishing the scarred man, moved by Lin Zhan's earlier actions. Now a 6-star martial king. Bolstered by the ferocity of his divine abilities and the indestructible golden body, Lin Fei felt emboldened enough to contend even with a 1-star martial sovereign. The One-Eyed Chief and the Third Chief, Red Lady, soon surrendered, abandoning any resistance. Only City Lord Luo Yang remained, encircled by adversaries, gazing at Lin Fei with despair. How can you possibly be so strong? You are a demon. You will face retribution for the lives you have taken. Lin Fei scoffed. Whether or not I face retribution is uncertain, but have you considered how you will meet your end, City Lord? Luo Yang, filled with resentment, retorted, in truth, we harbor no deep-seated enmity. This is all a misunderstanding. Spare my life, and I shall cede the position of City Lord of Tianfeng City to you. Lin Fei erupted in a torrent of invective, exclaiming, what nonsense. In truth, I do not provoke others unless provoke myself. Did you ever contemplate that today might culminate in such a fate? It is impossible for you to escape death today. Prepare to meet your end. At that moment, Luo Yang realized he was cornered with no avenue of escape. He defiantly declared, even in death, I shall not allow you to have the satisfaction of an easy victory. My son has already been sent to the Imperial court. With his talent, he will undoubtedly be accepted by the sect and will one day avenge me. Lin Fei laughed heartily, retorting, once he reaches the Imperial city, I can easily eliminate him as well. Do you truly believe he poses any challenge to me? Huh. Despite his unwillingness to accept defeat, Luo Yang found himself powerless. He ignited his vital energy and unleashed the martial technique, Ling Shao Seal, aimed at Lin Daqiang, desperately seeking to drag someone down with him. However, Lin Fei had anticipated this move, and with a swift maneuver, he thwarted Luo Yang's assault entirely, sustaining no harm whatsoever. He then executed a swift blade strike, bringing an abrupt end to Luo Yang's life, the lord of the city, thus falling to Lin Fei's hand. Congratulations, host, for slaying Luo Yang. Experience gained, 900,000. Gold acquired, 900,000. 500 low-tier essence stones, martial technique Ling Shao Seal, and the cultivation method Tian Xinju. With a casual motion, Lin Fei retrieved Luo Yang's storage ring, discovering a plethora of valuable items within. Indeed, as the city lord, he possessed an impressive assortment of spiritual herbs, numerous weapons, martial techniques, and monster cores. However, the storage ring contained no essence stones, likely having been obliterated in the battle. Examining the attributes of the essence stones, Lin Fei discerned that they could aid individuals above the martial king realm in their cultivation, absorbing the contained vital energy to enhance their true essence. Essence stones come in various grades: low tier, mid tier, high tier, and supreme, with higher quality stones providing greater benefits for martial artists. At this juncture, a system notification chimed. Congratulations, host, for completing the task of aiding your family through a crisis. Experience gained, 2,000,000. Gold acquired, 2,000,000. Lottery draws, 100. Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction, thrilled with the bountiful rewards that filled his heart with joy. Chapter 24. Engagement. In that moment, Lin Fei noticed his injured father and promptly purchased a great recovery pill from the system shop. After consuming it, Lin Zhan quickly regained his strength. Lin Zhan chuckled heartily, patting Lin Fei on the shoulder and remarked, "My good son, your prowess likely rivals that of a martial sovereign." At that moment, Lin Fei's miraculous effects began to wane, causing his legs to weaken, nearly toppling him. With a resigned tone, he replied, "It is not so simple. I have exhausted my trump cards. If I were to encounter a martial sovereign, I would not fare well." He then pointed to the remaining one-eyed and red lady, stating, "Handle these two as you see fit," and they were subsequently sealed and confined. At this time, the elder of the Chun family congratulated him, saying, "Brother Lin, you are blessed with a remarkable grandson. We shall greatly rely on your Lin family in the future." Yet, the elder harbored concerns, fearing that the Lin family might turn against them, especially given their formidable strength. Lin Daqiang had already reached 10-star martial king, while Lin Zhan was close behind at 7-star, nearly matching his own prowess. Particularly, Lin Fei, this monstrous youth, had dispatched over 300 foes with a single stroke, earning the title of butcher without exaggeration. They were genuinely apprehensive that Lin Fei might unleash his colossal blade upon the Qin family, as they would be utterly defenseless against such an onslaught. Lin Daqiang chuckled and said, "Oh, not at all. Our families have always maintained a cordial relationship, and the bond between us is truly unparalleled. I would never sever the bridge after crossing it. Such actions are beneath the Lin family." Hearing this, the elder of the Chun family felt reassured. "Brother Lin, your words bring me comfort," he replied. At that moment, Lin Fei interjected, "In fact, we should formalize an alliance, supporting one another for mutual growth. We will first take control of the city lord's mansion and the Li family's influence, and subsequently unify the remaining smaller factions in Tianfeng City. After all, there is strength in numbers. By collaboratively managing Tianfeng City, we can swiftly enhance our power." The elder of the Chun family nodded with a smile. "That is an excellent proposal. The Chun family wholeheartedly agrees. Lin Fei, what do you think of my granddaughter Linger? I believe you two would make a splendid match." Lin Fei nearly choked on his words, taken aback by the elder's suggestion. Was he truly attempting to marry off his granddaughter? Nevertheless, Lin Fei turned to assess Chun Linger. Her complexion was fair, and her beauty was strikingly graceful, though not quite rivaling that of Xia Ruoxue. Yet, she possessed a refined elegance akin to that of an orchid. Chun Linger blushed under Lin Fei's gaze, lowering her head in silence. Observing this, Lin Daqiang exclaimed, "Perfect. My son is still unmarried, and we shall formally propose to your family. Haha, soon enough, our families will be in-laws. With this connection, our alliance will be fortified, and we need not worry about any uncertainties. The last time that girl from the Zhou family dared to withdraw her engagement, let her regret it this time. For my Lin Fei is not someone easily matched." However, Lin Fei, feeling helpless, remarked, "You all disregard my opinions and hastily decide my life's significant matters. Besides, the lady has not even expressed her wishes. Such a conclusion seems rather presumptuous." At this juncture, Lin Zhan interjected, "You rascal. How could you not appreciate such a fine girl as Ling? Furthermore, parental approval and matchmaker's consent are paramount." He then turned to Chun Linger with a smile. "Ling, what do you think of this young man, Lin Fei? If you have no objections, I shall finalize the arrangements." Chun Linger, her cheeks flushed, softly replied with an affirmative sound. After all, Lin Fei's prowess, reminiscent of a divine being slaying over 300 foes, had left a profound impression on her. Such a man is hard to come by. Thus she did not oppose her father's decision regarding her marriage. Chun Jiu joyfully declared, "The youth have their own perspectives. You may become engaged for now, and let your feelings develop over time. Love will blossom naturally." "Very well, it is settled. In a few days, we shall prepare the betrothal gifts to visit the Lin family," Lin Zhan added with a grin. Chun Jiu chuckled, "We eagerly await the arrival of our in-laws." With that, The members of the Qin family took their leave, returning to their own household. Lin Fei was left speechless, feeling the proceedings were rather hasty. Yet, he did not object. For Qinlinger was indeed quite beautiful. To neglect such an opportunity would be a grave misstep. The Lin family members began to clear the battlefield, removing any storage rings from the fallen, hoping to uncover something valuable. They also needed to tidy up the corpses that littered the courtyard. For the sight of shattered bodies and blood-soaked earth bore an uncanny resemblance to a hellish realm. The Lin family must repair their ancestral residence, as Lin Fei's reckless actions nearly devastated a significant portion of it. Unfazed, Lin Fei returned to his secluded courtyard, fortunate that it had escaped his destructive tendencies. Settling into a meditative position, he accessed the System's attribute interface. Host, Lin Fei level, 6-star Martial King experience, 34,000,000,060,000. Cultivation technique, God of Slaughter decision, divine level technique, operates automatically, rapidly restores condition, currently consolidating the body of slaughter. Next level allows for the consolidation of the blood god of slaughter, weapon, blood drink blade, currently a top quality earth level weapon. Capable of absorbing vitality for upgrades, martial skills, phantom elegance, top quality earth level, one yang finger, low quality heaven level, lion's roar, top quality earth level. 8 desolations and 6 harmonies palm, top quality earth level, Azura dominance blade strike, low quality heaven level, blade draw strike, special martial skill, condenses power to form an invisible blade aura, enhancing attack power 5-fold, with a 30 chance to instantly kill an enemy. Secondary profession, alchemist level 5, proficiency 6510,000. Currently capable of refining 5th rank pills divine powers. Frenzy, increases strength 10-fold for 1 hour. Kills yield triple experience. Cooldown of 1 day. Indestructible golden body, for 1 hour. Immune to the strength of enemies 2 realms above oneself. Gold, 13,000,000. There are numerous weapons and martial techniques residing in the system space, which do not appear on the attribute interface unless utilized or cultivated. Lin Fei sighed, remarking on the increasing difficulty of leveling up. Now, attaining even a single star as a martial king demands several million experience points, a daunting prospect. Such opportunities for rapid experience accumulation, as he had today, are rare. After approximately half a day, Lin Zhan hurriedly arrived, presenting Lin Fei with a storage ring. Lin Fei, perplexed, inquired, "Father, what is this for?" Lin Zhan explained, "This ring contains spiritual herbs, a bounty from our recent victory over enemies, as well as our collection from this period and all inventory from the Qin family. It is entrusted to you. Make haste in refining pills, for soon you shall depart for the Imperial city. We shall present half of the refined pills as a betrothal gift to the Qin family, ensuring a splendid affair." Lin Fei internally chuckled at being relegated to the role of laborer, yet he recognized the inevitability, as this was his father. Chapter 25. A proposal. Upon inspecting the space ring, Lin Fei was nearly overwhelmed by the mountain of spiritual herbs contained within. It seemed his father intended to work him to exhaustion, as the sheer quantity was staggering, low-grade herbs piled high, with an abundance of 4th and 5th grade experience. However, what astonished Lin Fei were the several 6th grade herbs, likely acquired from the bandits of Blackwind Stronghold. After years of thievery, they must have amassed a considerable stockpile. Yet, this burden fell heavily upon Lin Fei, requiring him to refine pills for 5 continuous days and nights without a moment's rest. He emerged utterly fatigued, his legs weak and his body feeling as light as a feather, the toll of crafting such a vast quantity of medicinal pills weighing heavily upon him. Lin Fei, having ascended to the 6th level as an alchemist, successfully concocted several 6th grade elixirs, the recovery pill, blood fusion pill, and ice heart pill. Afterward, he indulged in a delightful slumber, where dreams of Xia Ruoxue and Qinlinger intertwined, culminating in a shared embrace. A flood of drool soaked his pillow, rousing him from his reverie. Upon waking, Lin Fei hastily checked his trousers, exhaling a sigh of relief. He was still quite firm, managing to maintain his composure. It seemed he needed to strive diligently to soon relinquish his youthful chastity. After all, the vigor of youth was undeniable. He pondered which fortunate girl would be the recipient of his affections, releasing a resigned sigh. Through recent interactions, Lin Fei found himself harboring less aversion towards the Lin family. He then sought out his grandfather and father, urging them to expedite the proposal process to secure a bride. After all, distant waters do not quench immediate thirst. Practicality was paramount. He eagerly dashed into Lin Zhan's study, where Lin Zhan, noting Lin Fei's urgency, inquired about the cause of his haste. Lin Fei replied, "The elixirs have been successfully refined, and I am prepared to present them to you," while tossing the spatial ring towards Lin Zhan. Upon examining the contents, Lin Zhan was astonished, remarking on the impressive speed and the presence of several 6th-grade elixirs. Lin Fei had meticulously labeled each potion, prompting Lin Zhan's astonishment. It is imperative, primarily for my future bride, for in the grand scheme of things, the bride holds utmost significance, Lin Fei stated nonchalantly. Lin Zhan chuckled. Just the other day, you seemed reluctant about us arranging a marriage for you. Why this sudden urgency? Lin Fei's cheeks flushed as he confessed, I am not anxious. Rather, I intend to hurry to the Imperial city, for there is a lady awaiting me there. Reflecting on this, Lin Fei acknowledged the validity of his statement. As Xia Ruoxue indeed awaited him in the Imperial city. Lin Zhan, choosing not to expose Lin Fei's little charade, replied, I will discuss arrangements with your grandfather to ensure the proposal is conducted with the necessary solemnity. We shall set out tomorrow. You and your companions should depart for the Imperial city early. Lin Fei departed with a tinge of disappointment, bracing himself for yet another night of solitary struggle. Awakened early by the servants, he was urged to prepare for the proposal, which left him exasperated. Oh heavens, just a moment longer, and I would have succeeded. Why must fate play such tricks on me? The servant, perplexed by Lin Fei's ramblings, scratched his head in confusion, wondering if the young master was afflicted by some ailment. However, upon encountering the fierce glare Lin Fei directed his way, the servant quickly lowered his head, fearing to provoke Lin Fei's ire. After all, witnessing Lin Fei's prowess in dispatching over 300 warriors was enough to instill dread in anyone. Reluctantly, Lin Fei followed the servant to meet his grandfather and father, after which they mounted their horses to journey to the Qin family. Riding proudly atop his steed, Lin Fei led a procession of numerous carriages laden with gifts. An impressive array of boxes, large and small, numbering in the hundreds. Amidst the clamor of drums and gongs, a cacophony of gossip permeated Tianfeng City. Whispers circulated that the Lin family's infamous killing god intended to propose to Qin Linger, seeking her hand in marriage. The young man, Lin Fei, was hailed as the reincarnation of the killing god, having ruthlessly vanquished over 300 martial artists, leaving a scene of carnage and bloodshed. With corpses strewn about and the ground soaked in crimson, even the city lord had fallen beneath his blade, his temperament deemed savage and bloodthirsty. Henceforth, it was advised to keep a wide berth from him, lest one incur his wrath. In hushed tones, a group of men speculated that this proposal might be a coercive maneuver, compelled by Lin Fei's fierce reputation to thrust Qin Linger into the jaws of danger. Those who secretly admired her, envious and resentful, seized the opportunity to disparage Lin Fei. The young man felt his countenance darken. He had not anticipated that the events of the previous encounter would spread so swiftly, even reaching the ears of ordinary folk. The weight of his notorious reputation was burdensome. It was disheartening to be universally feared. Had it not been for his good spirits today, he would have relished the prospect of confronting those who openly accused him of intimidation. Such slander blatantly tarnished his reputation. To be dubbed the reincarnation of a killing god was to paint him as a cruel and vicious fiend. Were it not for the pursuit of experience, he would hardly have resorted to slaying so many. Furthermore, he prided himself on his personal charm in courting women, rather than coercive tactics. Their words reeked of jealousy, a raw and unadulterated envy. Today, he chose to rise above their pettiness, maintaining his composure as he rode toward the Chun residence. Yet, some voices arose in defense, acknowledging that the majority of those Lin Fei had slain were members of the Black Wind Bandits, who had long plagued the citizens of Tianfeng City with their highway robberies. The collusion between the city lord and these brigands had led to their demise, a consequence of their own misdeeds. Lin Fei had done the community a service, and his actions were commendable. Lin Fei felt a surge of satisfaction. There remained those who understood the truth. It seemed he had won the hearts of some, blissfully disregarding the negative opinions held by others. Soon, they arrived at the gates of the Chun estate, dismounting with purpose. The head of the Chun family awaited them at the entrance. Chen Jiu warmly welcomed them, greeting Lin Fei and his companions. They proceeded into the grand hall, where the elder of the Chun family and Qin Linger were also present. Today, Qin Linger had adorned herself exquisitely, captivating Lin Fei's gaze, resembling a celestial being. This otherworldly realm indeed boasted an abundance of enchanting beauties, and he was certain that more delightful encounters awaited him. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere shifted to one of gravity. Lin Deqiang and the elder of the Chun family stated their intentions candidly. They had come to formalize the union of the two young souls. The gifts presented outside were to be accepted as betrothal tokens. With a solemn demeanor, they declared their commitment by offering a substantial collection of medicinal pills to the Qin family. Lin Deqiang produced a spatial ring and presented it to the elder Chun. He began to enumerate the contents: 500 second-grade pills, 200 third-grade pills, 100 fourth-grade pills, 30 fifth-grade pills, and a singular 6th-grade ice heart pill. Additionally, He included 3 precious cleansing marrow pills, also of the 6th grade, capable of enhancing a martial artist's innate potential. With these elixirs, the Chen family can significantly enhance their strength in a short period, and it wouldn't be difficult to produce 1 or 2 formidable warriors at the martial sovereign level. Upon hearing this, the members of the Chen family gasped in astonishment, their eyes filled with fervent admiration as they gazed at the space ring in Lin Deqiang's hand. Chapter 26. The water spirit body. The patriarch of the Chen family exclaimed with excitement, "Brother Lin, this betrothal gift is truly extravagant." Although Lin Fei intended to interject a few words, Lin Deqiang signaled him to remain silent, and Lin Fei could only nod in resignation. With a solemn expression, Lin Deqiang stated, "Brother Chen, setting aside our personal feelings, the primary intention of the Lin family is to convey our sincerity and goodwill. Rather than viewing Linger merely as a tool for a familial alliance, our son will ensure that Linger is treated with respect, and these elixirs were crafted by Lin Fei, who is now a 6th-level alchemist. Coupled with his remarkable talent, he is destined for greatness. It would not be a loss for Linger to be with our son. This also signifies the Lin family's commitment. We genuinely hope that our 2 families will stand together in mutual support, akin to one family. Brother Chen, please accept this gift without hesitation. We are now family." The elder of the Chen family, no longer in a position to refuse, graciously accepted and responded with satisfaction. "Very well, I have confidence in entrusting Linger to Lin Fei. Together, our families will grow even stronger." Subsequently, the 2 families began to discuss their future plans. While Lin Fei felt somewhat bored, he turned to Chen Linger and said, "Linger, would you show me around the Chen family? It's quite dull here." Though a bit shy, Chen Linger nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to her grandfather and the other elder, she took Lin Fei's hand and stepped outside. Initially, Chen Linger instinctively attempted to pull her hand away, as it was her first experience of such intimate contact with a male. However, Lin Fei, whether intentionally or not, held onto her hand firmly, stirring within Chen Linger an unfamiliar sensation. She ceased her resistance and allowed him to lead her outside. In the hall, Lin Daqiang chuckled as he observed the two, saying, "This lad has quite a charm. I wonder how many romantic debts he will accrue in the future." The elder of the Chen family laughed in response. "The future belongs to the young. How they choose to navigate their path is entirely up to them." As Lin Fei and Chen Linger reached a small lake on the Chen estate, Chen Linger shyly remarked, "Lin Fei, could you please let go of my hand? I feel rather uncomfortable this way." Instead of releasing her hand, Lin Fei tightened his grip and teasingly remarked, "Ling, you will gradually get used to it. After all, you are now my fiancé. Holding hands is nothing. I haven't even kissed you yet." As he leaned in to kiss her cheek, Chen Linger pushed him away with her other hand. Lin Fei's playful words and actions left Chen Linger blushing, her body trembling with nervousness as she softly protested. "Why are you so mischievous? We haven't even married yet. You mustn't do this." Lin Fei gazed at the charming visage of Chen Linger, feeling no desire to tease her further. Her nervousness, juxtaposed with her gentle demeanor, promised that she would undoubtedly make an excellent wife in the future. He released her delicate hand, wrapping his arm around her slender waist and drawing her into his embrace. Chen Linger was startled by Lin Fei's sudden motion, fearing he might intend to do something untoward, and instinctively struggled in his hold. However, she found herself unable to break free and ultimately leaned against his chest. Her expression tinged with a sense of grievance, on the verge of tears. Lin Fei playfully flicked her nose, unable to suppress a smile. "Silly girl. Am I truly that frightening? I could never harm you. Besides, we are already engaged. It is perfectly normal for us to share such affection." In truth, Lin Fei yearned to consummate their bond immediately, wishing to shed his virginity. Yet, he recognized the need for patience, as the depth of their feelings was still shallow, dictated by their parents' arrangements. He understood the importance of nurturing their relationship gradually. After all, she was destined to be his, and there was no escaping that reality. For now, he could only find solace in his thoughts. Chen Linger's delicate head was nestled against Lin Fei's chest, her silence evoking a deep sense of affection within him. He gently stroked her silky hair, feeling a mix of helplessness and admiration for her shyness. Unsure of what to say, he eventually withdrew from their embrace, acknowledging her bashfulness. Finally, Lin Fei produced a handful of elixirs from his ring, crafted by his own hand. He had set aside some for himself, including a special cleansing pill. Presenting the potions to Chen Linger, he remarked, "These elixirs will swiftly enhance your strength. Consider them a gift from me to you, Linger." Chen Linger hesitantly waved her hand. "This is too precious. I cannot accept it. Besides, the betrothal gifts already provided ample elixirs." Lin Fei chuckled. "Betrothal gifts are one thing. But this is a personal gift from me to you. What is mine is yours. We need not be so formal with each other." With that, he firmly placed the elixirs into her hands. leaving her no room for refusal. She lowered her gaze, whispering, "Thank you, Lin Fei." In her heart, Chunlinger felt no aversion towards Lin Fei, even in the face of his playful advances and mischievous words. Strangely, she found a sense of security in his embrace, leaving her puzzled about her feelings. Could it be that she was falling for him so swiftly? Similarly, Lin Fei realized his growing affection for Chunlinger. Her gentle nature brought him a unique sense of comfort. Being with her allowed him to relax in a way he had never experienced before, as if their fates were intricately intertwined. Suddenly, Lin Fei recalled the inside eye, which he had yet to utilize since acquiring it, almost forgetting its existence. He activated the inside eye, directing it towards Chunlinger. A stream of information materialized before him. Chunlinger, 8-star martial spirit, possesses the technique Mystic Water Decision, Earth Grade. Low tier. She is a natural water spirit body, making her exceptionally adept at comprehending water-related powers, enabling her to cultivate any water attribute technique with remarkable efficiency. As her strength grows, her physique can gradually evolve as well. Upon reaching this juncture, Lin Fei experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder she exuded such gentleness. Linger was indeed composed of water. However, this was merely Lin Fei's jest. Chunlinger possessed a water spirit physique, endowed with remarkable talent. Though her cultivation method left much to be desired, Lin Fei resolved to carve out time to procure a superior cultivation technique for Chunlinger, along with some items to expedite her ascent in strength. As the saying goes, a woman's extraordinary beauty often invites complications. After all, she would inevitably become his own. And with Chunlinger's enhanced prowess, his burdens would significantly lessen. Subsequently, Lin Fei engaged in discussions with Chunlinger about life aspirations, gradually drawing her closer. Her initial shyness dissipating, their relationship blossomed into a harmonious rapport, and Lin Fei sensed that with such a beauty by his side, the scenery surrounding them became all the more delightful. He felt a tinge of mischief akin to that of a wayward uncle, ensnaring a young girl. Having been in his 20s in a previous life, and influenced by the fairer sex, he possessed a fair share of romantic experience. The young ladies here were no match for Lin Fei's charm. It was likely that she would soon succumb entirely. However, at that moment, a servant interrupted, announcing that the two of them were required back in the Chun family hall. This revelation dampened Lin Fei's spirits, yet he refrained from expressing any irritation, as he was mindful of maintaining his image. Thus, he and Chunlinger proceeded to the hall, walking side by side like a pair of infatuated lovers. Upon returning to the hall, the pair stood quietly to one side. At that moment, Lin Daqiang declared, "We have reached an agreement. In half a month's time, you shall depart for the Imperial city. With Lin Fei looking after you, we two old fellows have little to worry about. It is imperative that you enhance your strength swiftly to gain recognition in the Imperial city's grand competition and secure a place in a sect." Tianfeng City was merely a town within the Eastern Summer Dynasty, whose influence was not particularly formidable, governed by a single martial emperor. It primarily managed a populace of ordinary folk. In contrast, the Northern Song Dynasty was somewhat more powerful, boasting 2 martial emperors and numerous sects that eclipsed the imperial authority. Within these sects were not only martial emperors, but also martial emperors of even higher caliber, with rumors suggesting that some sects were even graced by the presence of saints, beings of the martial saint realm, who had transcended the mortal plane, wielding the power to move mountains and part seas, a realm coveted by all. The divine martial continent was vast beyond measure. The region we inhabit is known as the Northern Wilderness, while the divine domain encompasses the Southern Li, Western regions, Eastern barbarians, and Central borders. You are still young. Only by joining a sect can you truly broaden your horizons and advance further. Therefore, you must all strive diligently. Lin Fei, Chunlinger, and the others responded in unison. We will all endeavor to do our best. In the end, Lin Fei returned home with the Lin family, while Chunlinger felt an inexplicable sense of loss. Once back in his modest courtyard, Lin Fei opened the system mall to select a superior cultivation method for Chunlinger. However, upon discovering that even the lowest tier divine grade techniques and martial skills began at a staggering 100 billion gold coins, Lin Fei felt a pang of frustration, as such an expense was far beyond his means. Although heavenly grade techniques were within his purchasing power, he dismissed them as inadequate and thus chose not to pursue them. Possessing over 10 million gold coins, Lin Fei once believed himself to be wealthy, until a stroll through the system shop revealed the harsh truth of his still meager status. He promptly recycled a plethora of useless items back to the system, accumulating nearly 30 million gold coins in the process. This time, Lin Fei intended to utilize these coins for a lottery draw to test his fortune. Previously, the system had granted him 100 lottery draws, and without hesitation, he embarked on 100 consecutive attempts. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the Heavenly Spirit Fruit, the Primordial Staff, and the 7 Kill Fist. items that Lin Fei deemed beneath his notice. In truth, these items were quite commendable, yet Lin Fei's superior possessions rendered them unworthy in his eyes. Without pause, he continued with another 100 draws, and though most yielded nothing but a thank you for participating, he did manage to obtain a few items, albeit ones of little use or of a lower grade, which he would later recycle for gold coins. During Lin Fei's 6th batch of 100 draws, the system suddenly chimed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the divine artifact, the Water Spirit Pearl. Lin Fei, filled with excitement, quickly examined the attributes of this artifact. Water Spirit Pearl low-grade divine weapon can enhance the cultivation speed of water attribute practitioners by 10-fold, capable of absorbing celestial energy for charging, releasing a water screen of heavenly splendor that can withstand enemy attacks until the energy is depleted. A splendid acquisition, particularly suited for Linger. Lin Fei continued his lottery spree, drawing approximately another 1,000 times, resulting in the acquisition of the Ice Soul Holy Sword high-grade celestial weapon. The haul was quite satisfactory, as this weapon was perfectly suited for Xiao Ruoxue, and he decided to keep it for her. Subsequently, he persisted with another 1,000 draws, listening to the system's continuous notifications of enhancement, yet acquiring an abundance of useless items and spirit herbs. Lin Fei felt as though his luck had been exhausted. For given the system's peculiar tendencies, the chances of obtaining 2 valuable items consecutively were slim. Nevertheless, a flicker of hope lingered within him, as he still had 5 million gold coins left, which he resolved to wager entirely in the lottery. This time, Lin Fei decisively clicked through 5 consecutive batches of 100 draws, prepared to gamble on fate. However, as the system's notifications rang out, disappointment gradually crept in. Yet, a distinct notification from the system suddenly jolted his spirits. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the technique, the Infinite Azure Sea Formula medium-grade divine technique, capable of manipulating water attribute power to transform into the Azure Sea, which can manifest myriad forms. This time, he had hit the jackpot. He adored the system. With exuberance, Lin Fei danced with joy. After a night of rest, he sprang from his bed and rushed out of the Lin family estate, heading directly to the Chen family. Upon reaching the entrance of the Chun residence, a newly assigned guard, seeing Lin Fei rushing towards him, arrogantly barked, "Who do you think you are, kid? Don't you know this is the Chen family? Scram, or you'll regret it." Lin Fei felt an urge to curse. After all, he was the son-in-law of the Chen family. Yet even the guards failed to recognize him. How absurd. Fortunately, at that moment, the housekeeper heard the commotion and emerged. Spotting Lin Fei, he promptly slapped the guard on the head, exclaiming, "You dare to stop our son-in-law? You're courting death." Then, with a forced smile, he addressed Lin Fei, saying, "Son-in-law, this guard is new and does not know you. Please do not take offense." The guard was momentarily bewildered, realizing that his household son-in-law was a veritable harbinger of death, nearly causing him to lose control of his bladder. Instantly, he fell to his knees, bowing his head in supplication. Lin Fei, in a good mood and disinclined to hold a grudge, coolly remarked, "Rise, it's all right." With that, he entered the Chun residence. This left the guard somewhat incredulous. Was this truly the legendary harbinger of death, exhibiting such a gentle temperament? He secretly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking that perhaps he was in the clear. The steward then admonished, "Next time, keep your eyes wide open, otherwise you may not even know how you met your demise." The guard nodded vigorously in agreement. "Thank you for interceding on my behalf, steward. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to command me." The steward nodded in satisfaction and then proceeded inside. Once Lin Fei entered, he suddenly realized that he did not know which courtyard Chun Linger resided in. Just then, the steward reappeared and offered to guide him to her quarters. The steward escorted Lin Fei promptly to the entrance of Chun Linger's small courtyard, which was adorned with an elegant ambience that greatly pleased Lin Fei. Puzzled, he inquired, "Why is there not a single servant around?" The steward explained, "Miss possesses a gentle disposition and has always preferred tranquility. Thus, no servants have been assigned here." Lin Fei nodded and said, "You may leave. I will find her myself." Understanding the implication, the steward took his leave. Lin Fei quietly entered the small courtyard, gently opened the door, and stepped inside, only to find no trace of Chun Linger. Could she have gone out? A hint of confusion crossed his mind as he noticed a nearby screen draped with a woman's clothing. Curiously, he approached and was just in time to see Chun Linger emerge from her bath, her exquisite form laid bare before him. Blood instantly rushed from Lin Fei's nose, and as Chun Linger regained her senses, she instinctively attempted to shield her modesty. Alas, in her fluster, she neglected to cover herself entirely, offering Lin Fei an unintentional feast for his eyes. He quickly stammered, "I did not mean to. I truly did not know you were bathing here." Chun Linger, blushing with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "You're still staring. Get out at once, and do not look again. Chapter 28. The beauty emerges from the bath. Seeing Lin Fei genuinely turn to leave, Chen let out a sigh of relief. How could he behave this way? Entering without knocking? After having been exposed to him, how would she ever face Lin Fei again? This thought caused her cheeks to redden even further. An irate Chen was still remarkably endearing, and Lin Fei found himself quite enamored by such a charming lady. However, noticing her annoyance, he promptly stepped outside the screen. Yet, this was not Lin Fei's usual demeanor. Employing his insightful eye, he expended some of his vital essence to activate the X-ray vision function. A breathtaking scene unfolded before him as he beheld Chen flushed face, gradually drying her body and donning her prepared garments. Lin Fei's nose bled profusely. Gushing like a fountain, this brazen act of voyeurism was undeniably exhilarating. Once dressed, Chen emerged and was startled to find Lin Fei with blood streaming from his nose. Although still a bit annoyed, she gently inquired, "Lin Fei, what is the matter? Are you injured?" She tenderly picked up a towel and helped Lin Fei wipe away the blood from his nose. Lin Fei, inhaling the delicate fragrance of the girl who had just bathed, found it hard to quell the stirrings of his heart, especially after witnessing such an alluring scene moments ago. It took a considerable amount of time for him to calm his agitated emotions. Chen still feeling a mix of shyness and anger, questioned, "What brings you here so early? You are quite wicked. Were you intentionally spying on me while I bathe?" Lin Fei feigned seriousness as he replied, "How could I possibly be that kind of person? If I were spying, how could I let you catch me? I came here to present you with a surprise." Chen responded softly, "You mustn't do this again. Otherwise, I will genuinely be upset." Lin Fei quickly nodded, affirming several times that he understood. He then retrieved the water spirit pearl and the myriad seas technique from his system space and handed them to her. Through their interactions, their relationship had grown significantly closer, and it felt natural for Chen to accept the items from Lin Fei, a realization she probably didn't even notice herself. Gazing at the sky blue water spirit pearl, with its unique patterns, Chen was utterly captivated. After playing with it for a moment, she gently asked, "Lin Fei, what is this?" Lin Fei smiled and explained, "This is the water spirit pearl, a low-grade divine weapon of the auxiliary type, which can enhance your cultivation speed tenfold. It also automatically absorbs the energy of heaven and earth and can transform into a protective water screen during times of crisis to shield you from enemy attacks. Additionally, I have a mid-grade divine technique, the myriad seas technique, which will greatly aid in your cultivation. These two items are perfectly suited for you." Chen petite face displayed astonishment. "Both of these are divine grade. How did you acquire them?" She hurriedly waved her hands, insisting, No, I cannot accept such precious gifts." Lin Fei did not take them back. Instead, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist, drawing her close. He softly whispered in her ear, "These are for my future bride. You must accept them." He firmly insisted that she take the gifts. "These items have been specifically crafted for you, and I went to great lengths to obtain them. That's why I rushed to find you. I truly did not mean to interrupt your bath, so please do not be angry." Chen blushing, replied, "Thank you, Lin Fei. After all, we will eventually be husband and wife. These matters are inevitable. I do not hold it against you." As she spoke, she lowered her head, unable to meet his gaze. A mischievous smile danced across Lin Fei's face. This silly girl was far too gentle. It was fortunate that she encountered him, otherwise, she might have suffered greatly at the hands of other men. With a playful tone, he teased, "It seems I didn't get a good look earlier. May I have another glance, Ling?" Chen playfully punched him, exclaiming, "You are incorrigible, Lin Fei. If you continue this way, I shall ignore you." Lin Fei chuckled, "All right. I won't tease you any longer. You must focus on your cultivation. With the divine technique and the water spirit pearl, perhaps your strength will soon surpass mine. When confronted with formidable adversaries, I shall call out to my beloved wife to join me, and the mere thought brings me joy." Lin Fei yearned to experience the sensation of savoring life while relying on his partner. Chen gentle and graceful, adjusted Lin Fei's attire and remarked, "Why are you always so frivolous? Your thoughts seem to wander beyond the ordinary." Lin Fei chuckled in response, "That is because your man is no ordinary fellow." This quip amused Chen and seizing the moment, Lin Fei embraced her and stole a kiss. In that instant, Chen felt as if struck by lightning. She struggled to break free from Lin Fei's kiss, but he was not one to easily release his hold. Gradually, Chen ceased her resistance and began to relish the kiss. Time slipped away unnoticed until Lin Fei finally let her go. In a mix of shyness and indignation, Chen playfully kicked him, realizing she was utterly powerless against him. To her further embarrassment, Lin Fei licked his lips, savoring the moment. Chen cheeks flushed with a rosy hue as she scolded, "You rascal, I no longer wish to converse with you." She turned her back on him. Choosing to ignore Lin Fei, he teased, Linger, do not be so bashful. We are husband and wife, and there are many more intimate moments awaiting us. Upon hearing his words, Chen Linger trembled with anxiety, fearing he might act upon those words, for she felt unprepared. Observing her gentle demeanor, Lin Fei, unable to resist, said, "All right, I shall not tease you further. I must return now. Focus on your training and strive to enhance your strength during this period. I, too, shall dedicate myself to my own cultivation. After all, having such a beautiful wife brings forth numerous rivals, and the pressure is immense." At that moment, Chen Linger turned back, softly declaring, "Very well, I will endeavor to strengthen myself, so that I may protect you, Lin Fei." This foolish girl, she took my jest to heart. Lin Fei felt a surge of emotion. He gently stroked her hair and said, "Silly girl, I was merely joking. As a man, it is my duty to protect you." He then prepared to leave, adding, "Remember to think of me." As Lin Fei reached the doorway, Chen Linger unexpectedly rushed over and placed a gentle kiss on his cheek, leaving him momentarily speechless. She then closed the door, which left Lin Fei somewhat bemused. He playfully called out to her through the door, "My favors are not so easily won. Next time, I shall return it 100-fold. He then set off for the Lin family home, determined to seize this opportunity to cultivate and enhance his own strength. Upon returning home, Lin Fei dedicated 4 days to rigorous training. The self-cultivation effects of the God of Killing technique were quite commendable, yielding considerable experience, though it paled in comparison to the effectiveness of battling monsters. This adjustment felt somewhat disconcerting for Lin Fei, yet he was reassured by the fortitude his body had gained through the tempering of the God of Killing technique. He felt capable of contending with individuals at the 1-star martial king level. The prowess of his physical form should not be underestimated. Should he attain sanctity through his body, his power would be nothing short of terrifying. Suddenly struck by inspiration, Lin Fei exclaimed, "Since I find myself with idle time, why not venture once more into the Beast Mountain range? Engaging in battles to level up would be most advantageous." Upon a sudden impulse, Lin Fei decided to greet Lin Zhan, assuring him of his return in 10 days, urging him not to worry. Lin Zhan, unperturbed by any potential troubles that might befall Lin Fei, readily consented. Upon exiting Tianfeng City, Lin Fei ascended into the skies, heading directly toward the Beast Mountain range, where he soon found himself amidst its depths. Rather than plunging into the inner sanctum, he opted to traverse the periphery gradually, wielding the blood-drinking blade as he dispatched foes along the way. The lowly beasts he encountered, such as the iron vine tiger, the gentle breeze fox, and the clear moon bird, posed no challenge, yielding minimal experience. Yet, Lin Fei remained unhurried, well aware that even the smallest of morsels accumulates to make a feast. His primary motive was to slay a multitude of beasts, allowing the blood-drinking blade to absorb their essence for enhancement, while simultaneously enabling the Killing God technique to refine his physique through the infusion of vital blood energy. As he ventured deeper, Lin Fei decimated nearly every beast in his path, soon encountering 4th and 5th tier beasts. Only the pinnacle 5th tier beasts provided any significant challenge. The rest were hardly noteworthy. On one occasion, he stumbled upon a pinnacle 5th tier beast, the diamond ape, towering at nearly 8 or 9 meters and leading a troop of 50 to 60 kin, most of whom were 4th tier or higher, with many being 5th tier. Employing all his prowess and the Azura dominant slash, Lin Fei managed to vanquish all the diamond apes save for the pinnacle 5th tier beast, though he sustained considerable injuries in the process. The incessant notifications from the system invigorated him, as the prospect of vast experience and gold served as his greatest motivation. Ultimately, the pinnacle diamond ape succumbed to a frenzied transformation, its size nearly doubling, rivaling that of a 6th tier beast. Lin Fei adeptly evaded its attacks, despite the ape's enhanced strength. It had lost much of its rationality. However, the creature's speed was formidable, and Lin Fei found himself struck on the back, nearly feeling his inside shatter. Fortunately, his physical form had significantly improved during this time. Otherwise, he would have met his end. Seizing the right moment, Lin Fei delivered a decisive strike with the blade draw, severing the ape's head. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 900,000 experience points, 900,000 gold coins. And the martial skill savage charge, the host has leveled up to 7-star martial king. Instantly, Lin Fei's true essence and injuries were restored, and he exhaled in relief. It had been a grueling battle. The strength of the beasts greatly surpassed that of humans, especially the diamond ape, renowned for its brute force, formidable physique, and swift agility. Although Lin Fei possessed the indestructible golden body to mitigate injury, he refrained from using it, as he was nearing the core of the mountain range and feared unforeseen dangers. Thus, he opted to reserve this advantage, preferring to rely on his own prowess whenever possible. After all, the indestructible golden body could only be sustained for 1 hour. serving merely as a contingency. Afterward, he meticulously extracted the demon cores from all the beasts and reclaimed their corpses, amassing a considerable amount of gold. Lin Fei engaged in slaughter for a full 7 days within the mountain range, scarcely pausing, and accumulated an immense amount of vital blood energy. The blood-drinking blade absorbed a significant quantity of fresh blood. Its appearance transformed into a mesmerizing crimson hue, resembling blood weeping. Lin Fei sensed that he was not far from upgrading to the low-grade celestial level. Lin Fei sought a place to rest, having gone without proper respite for many days. He retrieved a flask of exquisite white jade wine from his spatial ring and, after taking a few sips, felt the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Without a moment's thought, he rolled to the side just as a massive hand came crashing down, obliterating the spot where he had been seated. To his astonishment, a colossal golden ape, towering nearly 10 meters high, stood before him. With his insightful eye, Lin Fei scanned the creature, identifying it as a level 6 early-stage demon beast, a formidable opponent even for a typical 3-star martial venerable. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, he swiftly activated his divine ability, entering a state of fury and employing agile maneuvers to narrowly evade the impending attack. The golden ape struck again, and Lin Fei managed to parry the blow with his blood drink blade. Seizing the opportunity, he unleashed a swift blade strike, causing the ape to topple to the ground. A system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You have slain a level 6 early-stage demon beast, earning 25 million experience points and 750,000 gold coins. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback, having anticipated a fierce battle, only to trigger a swift kill instead. The ease of his victory left him somewhat bewildered. He mused that had the confrontation been prolonged, he might have struggled to defeat the beast even at full power. Even with his immortal golden body activated, he could only defend himself against harm, and his current strength likely wouldn't suffice to vanquish such a creature, leaving him with no choice but to flee in disgrace. At that moment, the blood drink blade in his hand suddenly reacted, breaking free from his grasp and flying toward the fallen golden ape's corpse. In an instant, it absorbed every drop of the beast's blood, then hovered in midair, swirling as its crimson hue gradually transformed to a deep black. Lin Fei stared in astonishment, bewildered by the unfolding events. Just then, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations, host. The blood drink blade has upgraded to a celestial grade inferior weapon. It is now the blood drink demon blade. The blade then soared back to Lin Fei, startling him into taking a step back as it seamlessly merged with his body. Having reached celestial grade, the weapon had developed sentience, allowing it to integrate with him. It could be summoned at will. Lin Fei realized that now. With the blood drink demon blade fused within him, the blood chi from his killing god technique could gradually refine the blade, enhancing its power and accelerating its progression. Elated, Lin Fei exclaimed, "This is absolutely exhilarating." However, he soon sensed something amiss. A formidable aura enveloped him, causing all nearby demon beasts to flee in terror. Lin Fei casually dispatched a few of the stragglers, only to behold a 50-meter-tall black demon ape charging towards him with an enraged roar. Utilizing his insightful eye, Lin Fei activated his immortal golden body and exerted all his might to escape. The 7-star demon ape, classified as a level 7 mid-stage demon beast, possessed immense strength comparable to a human martial emperor, and in a frenzied state, it could rival a 7 or 8-star martial emperor. Realizing the improbability of relying on his blade strike for a quick kill, Lin Fei chose to flee, sensing instinctively that this 7-star demon ape was pursuing him specifically. Yet, he underestimated the speed of the level 7 beast, which quickly closed the gap, delivering a crushing blow with its palm that struck Lin Fei squarely. Chapter 30. Life and death on the line. Lin Fei was hurled several hundred meters away by a single strike from the demon ape. Although his indestructible golden body could withstand damage from 2 major realms, it could not resist such immense force. After being sent flying, Lin Fei quickly regained his footing and resumed his frantic escape. It was not that he wished to avoid flying through the air, rather, he was aware that airborne targets were far more conspicuous. Moreover, the speed he attained through his movement technique was not significantly inferior to that of flight. Unbeknownst to him, the beast had already locked onto his position with its spiritual sense. At that moment, the towering 50-meter demon ape was astonished to see Lin Fei seemingly unscathed. After a brief moment of surprise, it roared and gave chase, its voice echoing through the jungle with a deafening roar. It spoke in human tongue. "How dare you, a mere ant of the human race, venture into the beast mountain range to hunt our kind, and even slay my kin? Today, you shall find no escape. I will devour you whole." Lin Fei was inwardly shocked. A beast of the 7th level could articulate human speech, and its power was truly terrifying. He found himself utterly devoid of any means to retaliate. He could only flee desperately, covering over 100 miles in an instant. But soon, the beast was upon him once more. The seven-star demon ape clenched its claw into a fist, and with a single blow, Lin Fei appeared minuscule in its eyes. Once again, Lin Fei was sent flying over 1,000 meters. However, this time he was prepared. His indestructible golden body braced against the impact, though it felt on the verge of shattering. The creature's strength was overwhelmingly fearsome, and Lin Fei's indestructible golden body was nearly unable to withstand it. The seven-star demon ape gazed in disbelief. How could this human boy endure 2 of its full-force strikes without a scratch, still running vigorously, as if unfazed? Seizing the moment of the demon ape's astonishment, Lin Fei employed his shadowy illusion technique, allowing him to escape over 100 more miles. Reaching the periphery of the mountain range, where freedom was nearly within his grasp. It was the first time Lin Fei found himself in such a dire predicament in this world, pouring all his strength into his flight. A truly humiliating experience. If he managed to escape this time, he vowed to make this colossal beast pay dearly. He had never suffered such a significant loss before. The seven-star demon ape was infuriated, realizing this boy possessed some skill, and it was no wonder he had slain its kin. As a dignified demon emperor, how could it allow this boy to elude capture? The seven-star demon ape exerted its full power in pursuit of Lin Fei, despite its massive and cumbersome form. It was surprisingly swift. In an instant, it closed the distance, and with one foot, it stomped down, pinning Lin Fei beneath the ground. Lin Fei, employing his indestructible golden body, burrowed through the earth in a desperate bid for escape. The demon ape was left speechless. This boy was as tenacious as a cockroach, proving exceedingly difficult to kill. It then lifted its foot and stomped down again, unleashing a titanic shockwave that propelled Lin Fei from the depths of the ground. Without a second thought, Lin Fei continued his reckless flight, but before long, the seven-star demon ape had seized him in its grip, rendering him immobile. Although his indestructible golden body shielded him from harm, escape was still impossible. At that moment, the seven-star demon ape clearly observed the golden light shimmering upon Lin Fei's form. It opened its massive jaws and inquired, "Boy, what kind of technique is this? How can it withstand my full-force strike?" Lin Fei was nearly suffocated by the foul breath of the seven-star demon ape. It was utterly repugnant. Suddenly, Lin Fei chuckled and said, "Would you like to learn? I can teach you." The seven-star demon ape paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Lin Fei gestured for the creature to come a bit closer and slowly spoke. "Big fellow, farewell." In an instant, Lin Fei vanished from sight, reappearing elsewhere as he made his escape. This was the shadowy escape, a remarkable technique that allowed him to shift from one location to another in the blink of an eye, covering several hundred meters. It bore a resemblance to teleportation, although it required the consumption of both vitality and true essence, leaving Lin Fei's complexion somewhat pale. With no other options, he continued his flight, grateful to be nearing the edge of the Beast Mountain range. Such formidable beasts rarely ventured beyond their territory, and Lin Fei surmised that there must be restrictions in place. At this juncture, he could only gamble on his assumptions. Indeed, as Lin Fei suspected, these powerful beasts were bound by limitations and could not roam freely outside the Beast Mountain range, lest they face the wrath of human warriors. The seven-star demon ape, witnessing Lin Fei nearing the boundary of the Beast Mountain range, felt a surge of urgency. It hastily pursued him, but time and again, Lin Fei evaded capture using his shadowy escape, although his pallor deepened with each exertion. He had burned through too much vitality and true essence. Yet he was close to eluding the Beast Mountain range at last. The seven-star demon ape resolved to unleash its true power, bellowing, "You little brat, face your demise. I refuse to believe your shell is so impenetrable." It roared, "Demonic sky strike, perish." A terrifying force coalesced within the enormous fist of the seven-star demon ape, and Lin Fei felt as if a mountain was crashing down upon him. He was hurled away, the protective golden aura of his indestructible golden body shattering, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness, fortuitously collapsing just outside the Beast Mountain range. The seven-star demon ape, seeing the golden light of Lin Fei's protection shatter, concluded that a mere martial king must certainly be dead and chose not to investigate further. The regulations governing the Beast Mountain range stipulated that beasts of level 6 and above could not wander freely beyond its confines, lest they provoke the human champions. The seven-star demon ape dared not take that risk and turned back. Time passed, and eventually, Lin Fei awoke, relieved to find he had not been devoured by wild beasts. Otherwise, the loss would have been monumental. Now, however, he felt so weak that even the thought of moving was daunting. His true essence was depleted, his vitality drained, and his bones felt as though they had been shattered, had it not been for the indestructible golden body absorbing most of the force. Lin Fei would surely have met his end that day. He promptly purchased a great recovery pill and 10 restoration pills from the system, swallowing them hastily. Soon, his injuries began to mend, and his true essence was nearly restored. However, his vitality remained somewhat lacking. This vitality could not simply be replenished with a remedy, and he anticipated needing a few days of rest. Reflecting on his harrowing experience, Lin Fei felt a pang of dread. His journey in this world had been remarkably smooth thus far, which had dulled his cautious instincts. He had always felt secure in his hidden trump cards, leading him to act without fear. This incident served as a sobering lesson for Lin Fei. Lin Fei understood that the world was not as uncomplicated as he had once imagined. Caution, after all, could safeguard one through the ages. Otherwise, his dreams of embracing countless beauties and establishing a harem of 3,000 would remain unfulfilled, leading to a most unfortunate end. It was a thought that left him speechless. Lin Fei muttered in frustration, "Is it truly necessary for this colossal beast to pursue me so relentlessly? Is it merely because I have slain a few more monsters?" He silently vowed, "Once I grow stronger, I shall return and exact my revenge." With a fierce spit toward the mountain of beasts, he soared back to Tianfeng City. Chapter 31. The Convergence of the Blood of Slaughter. Not long after, Lin Fei descended outside Tianfeng City, as flying within the city would be too ostentatious. As he walked down the bustling streets, whispers surrounded him. The god of death had struck again. His pallid complexion and blood-soaked attire instilled fear in the hearts of the onlookers. Lin Fei touched his nose, realizing he had forgotten to change his clothes, and this would surely amplify his notoriety. Upon reaching the entrance of the Lin residence, Lin Fei was unexpectedly confronted by Lin Zhan. Observing Lin Fei's bloodied appearance and ashen face, Lin Zhan hurriedly approached him, exclaiming, "Feier, what has happened? You seem gravely injured." With a smile, Lin Fei reassured, "Father, it is nothing serious. My injuries are nearly healed. I am merely fatigued and in need of rest." Not wishing to delve further, Lin Zhan refrained from asking more questions and personally escorted Lin Fei back to his quarters. After indulging in a refreshing bath, Lin Fei collapsed onto his bed. Utterly exhausted from the life and death ordeal he had just endured, he slept soundly until midday the following day. Aside from his still-burning vitality not being fully restored, he felt rejuvenated. Lin Fei opened his door to breathe in the fresh air outside. Upon seeing Lin Fei awake, a servant quickly approached, saying, "Young master, the head of the family has instructed that you visit him once you awaken." "Very well, I understand. You may leave," Lin Fei replied nonchalantly. Before long, Lin Fei arrived at Lin Zhan's study. Noticing the improvement in Lin Fei's complexion, Lin Zhan expressed concern. "You rascal, where have you been? How did you sustain such severe injuries?" Lin Fei preferred not to elaborate, fearing the truth of his narrow escape from a 7th-level beast might frighten his father. He offered a vague response. "I ventured into the mountain of beasts and was besieged by several monsters. I sustained minor injuries. It is nothing to worry about." Lin Zhan suggested, "Perhaps you should delay your departure to the Imperial city by a few days. There is still ample time. Focus on recovering your strength." Waving his hand dismissively, Lin Fei replied, "There is no need for that. I will be nearly recovered by tomorrow. Father, please arrange for someone to prepare nourishing dishes for me and have them sent to my room. I will return to my training and strive to regain my peak condition as soon as possible." Returning to his quarters, Lin Fei did not immediately begin his training. He discovered that the vitality he had burned was gradually being replenished by the blood essence he had acquired from defeating monsters. Truly, the divine cultivation technique was extraordinary. He pondered what other remarkable benefits awaited his discovery. He estimated that by the following morning, he would be fully restored. Before long, a multitude of servants arrived, bearing platters of delectable delicacies, including tiger bone soup, deer antlers, and an array of other nourishing ingredients. Lin Fei felt no need for formality and immediately indulged himself in a hearty meal. Shortly after, he rubbed his belly and returned to his room. There he sat cross-legged, embarking on his cultivation, determined to seize every moment to enhance himself. Through his self-directed practice of the killing god technique, his blood energy began to circulate rapidly, compensating for the vitality he had expended. In no time, Lin Fei restored himself to his former state. However, he was perplexed as he observed the absorbed blood energy surging into his dantian, coalescing in a manner he could not comprehend. At that moment, the system provided a notification. "Congratulations to the host for forming the Slaughter Blood Body." Lin Fei watched as the blood energy in his dantian gradually took on a humanoid shape. Soon, it materialized into a series of miniature figures, each resembling himself. Enveloped in a crimson hue and surrounded by swirling blood energy, their eyes tightly shut. An overwhelming aura of slaughter emanated from them, sending a shiver down Lin Fei's spine. With a surge of excitement, Lin Fei thought, Could this be the Yuan that only cultivators can manifest? The killing god technique is indeed remarkable. I've never heard of such a thing as Yuan existing in this world. He quickly examined the attributes of the Slaughter Blood Body. Slaughter Blood Body, formed from the blood energy absorbed via the killing god technique. It can heal the host and refine the body. The blood body possesses inherent slaughtering power, which the host can utilize to enhance attack strength and instill fear. If the host's physical body perishes, the soul can enter the blood body, consuming a significant amount of blood energy to reconstruct a new form. Upon reading the description of the Slaughter Blood Body, Lin Fei couldn't help but exclaim internally, "What a treasure! This is tantamount to a second life. It's truly astonishing. Akin to the Yuan of cultivators. Yet while they can only take over a body, I can recreate my own." The thought of such a remarkable ability filled Lin Fei with secret delight. Soon, the dawn of the following day arrived, and Lin Fei, along with Chen Linger and a group of 6, gathered together to embark on their journey. Before their departure, Lin Daqiang, the elder of the Chen family, repeatedly cautioned them to act with prudence and prioritize their safety. Lin Fei patted his chest confidently, declaring, "Rest assured, with me around, all will be well. Even if we encounter a typical martial sovereign, they cannot harm me." Lin Zhan interjected, "How can you say that? Did you not sustain severe injuries in the Beast Mountain range?" Lin Fei's expression darkened. Such remarks were rather disheartening, and he chose not to respond. Instead, he took Chen Linger's hand and set off, feeling a sense of nostalgia after several days without holding her hand. Watching Lin Fei and the others depart, Lin Daqiang sighed. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing. I hope they can spread their wings like fledglings and soar across the skies. With Lin Fei's elixirs and marrow-cleansing pills, the talents and strengths of these young ones had seen significant improvements, and entering the sect should pose no great challenge for them. Before long, the group had exited Tianfeng City. Lin Fei used his insightful eye to assess the realms of Chen Linger and the others. Chen Linger, 3-star martial king, possessing a mid-tier divine technique and the artifact Water Spirit Pearl. Lin Feng and Lin Yu were 10-star martial spirits, while Lin Jiao and Chen Linger's cousin, Chen Shuai, were 9-star martial spirits. Lin Fei, filled with joy, remarked, "Linger, you have already reached 3-star martial king. Your progress is astounding." The rest of the group was taken aback. Just recently, Chen Linger had been an 8-star martial spirit, and now she had ascended to 3-star martial king. Her advancement was indeed remarkable. Chen Linger gazed at Lin Fei and softly remarked, "Thanks to the cultivation technique and the water spirit pearl you gifted me, I have ascended from an 8-star martial spirit to a 3-star martial king in just a few short days." The others looked at Chen Linger with envy, making her feel a tad bashful. Yet, deep within, she was elated, for she had such a wonderful man like Lin Fei, who always considered her well-being, oblivious to the fact that she had already fallen hopelessly in love with him. Alas, another precious gem was about to be squandered by Lin Fei. At that moment, Lin Jiao tugged at Lin Fei's sleeve, playfully saying, "Brother, could you also gift me a fine cultivation technique, pretty please?" With a grand gesture, Lin Fei declared, "Absolutely. I shall bestow each of you a gift." He then selected a superior grade earth-level cultivation technique and a superior grade earth-level weapon for each person. These were all items Lin Fei had acquired from his lottery draws, which he deemed unworthy for himself, yet they were indeed generous gifts for them. Subsequently, he produced a necklace, a defensive weapon of inferior heaven grade. Addressing Lin Jiao, he said, "As a young lady, you shall have this inferior heaven grade necklace for your protection. It is called the Starry Necklace. When activated, it can create a starlight shield that can nullify 90% of a martial king's attacks, 60% of a martial venerable's, and 30% of a martial emperor's." Lin Jiao sweetly exclaimed, "Thank you, brother. You are so kind." Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively, though he felt a twinge of regret within. Originally, he intended to present it to Xia Ruo Shui in the Imperial City, but for the sake of appearances, he had given it to Lin Jiao instead. Sighing internally, Lin Fei thought he would prepare an even better gift for Shui later, especially since he had already bestowed a divine artifact upon Chen Linger. It was only fair to maintain balance. He was concerned that the two might become envious of one another. Chapter 32. Encounter with Bandits. In truth, Lin Fei was not overly worried about Chen Linger. This gentlewoman would likely not voice any complaints. However, he was apprehensive about Xia Ruo Shui's potential reaction to his other relationships, given her status as a princess. Although he harbored concerns, he knew he must confront the situation head-on, confident that he could manage it. After all, many men relish the idea of sharing a bed with multiple partners. Lin Fei took Chen Linger's hand and seriously addressed the other 4. "You must strive to enhance your strength during this period. Take the cultivation techniques I have given you and diligently practice to refine them. Chen Shuai and Lin Jiao, you both should aim to elevate yourselves to 10-star martial spirits. I will concoct a few condensation pills for you to assist in reaching the Martial King realm. Only then will you have greater means of self-protection, as I cannot always look after you. Thus, you must also focus on strengthening your own abilities. With a playful grin, he turned to Qinlinger and said, My dear wife, you are truly remarkable, advancing to 3-star Martial King so swiftly, even faster than I. You must continue to strive. Your husband is counting on you to provide for us, haha. Qinlinger, blushing, murmured, Could you refrain from such indiscreet remarks? We are not yet wed. Lin Fei teased. It is only a matter of time. You cannot escape, can you? Do you not wish to safeguard your husband? A man of my caliber will undoubtedly attract jealousy and face various dangers in the future. Recalling Lin Fei's recent injury, Qinlinger resolutely nodded in agreement. In a gentle tone, she declared, I shall diligently cultivate my skills, so that I may protect you well. Lin Fei affectionately tousled her hair, chuckling, Silly girl. It was precisely this kind of endearing foolishness that endeared Lin Fei to her even more. He merely wished for her to enhance her strength, to possess a measure of self-defense. He could not remain by her side indefinitely, and should she be bullied by others, it would drive him to madness. Lin Feng and the other three could not help but roll their eyes, hastening ahead, unwilling to witness the display of affection between the two. Entirely disregarding the feelings of single souls, Lin Fei smiled, saying nothing, while inwardly he mused, It's about time you had this realization. If we linger any longer, I'll be drowning you in dog food. Haha. Qinlinger, feeling her cheeks warm, noticed this but chose not to comment. As she too longed for moments alone with Lin Fei, curiously, she inquired, What realm have you reached now? I am still unaware. Lin Fei replied with a smile. I have ascended to the level of the 7-star Martial King, practicing a divine grade technique. If I reveal all my hidden cards, dealing with a typical martial sovereign should pose little trouble. Lin Shuer expressed surprise at Lin Fei's cultivation level, yet she pressed further. But how did you end up severely injured last time? I heard from others that your complexion was ashen and you were covered in blood. Lin Fei sighed. Last time, I had slain too many beasts in the Demon Beast Mountains, and a mid-tier 7-level beast, the 7-star Demon Ape, pursued me relentlessly. It was akin to facing a human martial emperor. I reckon even a 7-star martial emperor would struggle against it, as demon beasts generally possess greater strength than humans. I was fortunate to escape. I had nearly exhausted all my life-saving methods, burning through much of my vitality and true essence to barely flee from the Demon Beast Mountains. It appears that higher-tier demon beasts are restricted from leaving the Demon Beast Mountains at will, which is why it did not follow me. At that moment, I had taken a full-force strike from the beast. It believed me to be dead, and thankfully, your husband is quite fortunate. Qinlinger felt a shiver of fear, her small hand instinctively tightening around Lin Fei's. She tenderly admonished him, Next time, do not engage in such perilous ventures. That is a being of emperor-level caliber, and your ability to escape is nothing short of miraculous. Lin Fei patiently replied to Qinlinger, All right, I shall heed my wife's words. Haha. Fear not. My life is not so easily extinguished. As the saying goes, the good do not live long, while the wicked endure for a millennium. As Lin Fei and his companions journeyed westward, they traversed approximately 100,000 miles to reach the Eastern Xia dynasty. Fortunately, being martial artists endowed them with swiftness, or they would be embarking on this journey for an eternity. Along the way, they encountered numerous mountains and rivers, and at one point, they stumbled upon a group of bandits who attempted to block their path and rob them, even casting their greedy eyes upon Qinlinger. The most formidable bandit leader wielded a wolf-toothed club and was at the level of a 3-star martial king. Observing the youth of Lin Fei and his companions, he presumed they were the scions of a wealthy family, thus attempting to rob them. Lin Fei initially intended merely to teach them a lesson, as he could not intervene in every injustice in the world. However, this bandit leader dared to taunt Qinlinger, saying, Little girl, come to our den to enjoy a life of luxury, far better than following a pretty boy. He further boasted, an older man performs better, with more vigor than the young. Lin Fei's expression darkened instantly, his face ablaze with fury. Damn it, a pack of mutts still barking here. Today, I shall send you to the underworld to report to the king of hell. The bandit leader laughed heartily. This young brat is too arrogant. Brothers, attack. Kill the men. And take the women back. As soon as the bandit finished his words, he soared into the air, followed by dozens of his underlings charging forward. In a fit of rage, Lin Fei executed a precise finger strike, piercing the bandit leader's heart midair, causing him to plummet to the ground. He retrieved the leader's spatial ring and casually inspected its contents. Although the space was limited, there were still some items within. After all, he was a bandit leader. Congratulations, host, for gaining 100,000 experience points, 100,000 gold coins, 10 inferior spirit stones, and a wolf-tooth club. The remaining underlings, witnessing their leader being swiftly dispatched, were left in shock and turned to flee. Chunlinger, noticing Lin Fei's intent to pursue, tugged at his sleeve and said, "Why not let them go? It's not good to kill too many." Lin Fei replied, "These bandits clearly indulge in heinous acts. Being a bandit can be justified for survival. But I possess no chivalrous heart, nor the inclination to intervene. However, those who kill indiscriminately and seize women, eliminating them serves the greater good." The fleeing underlings were relieved that Lin Fei had not pursued them, but the next moment, they understood why. Lin Fei unleashed a lion's roar. The powerful sound wave instantly obliterating most of them. A few martial spirits were severely injured, collapsing to the ground, dazed and frothing at the mouth. Lin Fei spared one life, finishing off the rest himself, the blood essence merging into his body. Within his dantian, the blood god remained with eyes tightly shut, seemingly unable to open them for the time being, but Lin Fei paid it no mind. He would let nature take its course. Absorbing such abundant blood essence brought Lin Fei immense pleasure, though he couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. It seemed that cultivating this killing technique destined him for a path of slaughter. Yet, he could not indiscriminately kill the innocent. That was not in Lin Fei's character. However, slaying more demonic beasts or deserving individuals bore no heavy burden on his conscience. He disregarded the system's notifications regarding the bandits he had slain. The meager experience and gold gained from such insignificant foes did not pique his interest. Chapter 33. Arrival at Yunjiang City. Lin Fei questioned the lone surviving bandit. "Have you taken many lives and seized numerous women?" While becoming a bandit may be understandable, one must have principles. The remaining bandit quickly knelt and bowed his head. "Esteemed sir, all of this was orchestrated by the chief. I have always opposed it. The chief is powerful, and we are but coerced. Enough chatter. Take me to your lair, or I will kill you." Lin Fei replied coolly. The bandit, already terrified by Lin Fei, hastily complied, crawling and scrambling to lead Lin Fei and his companions to their hideout. They soon arrived at a mountain stronghold, where a group of armed guards, the remaining bandits, approached them. Then, with an expression of caution, he inquired of the bandit brought by Lin Fei, "What has happened with the third master? Where are the big boss and the other brothers?" Just as the so-called third master was about to respond, he was abruptly interrupted by Lin Fei, who arrogantly declared, "Your big boss has already met his end in the underworld. Those who wish to avoid a similar fate should clear out." To everyone's astonishment, a few fools rushed forward, only to be easily subdued by Lin Fei. Witnessing the third master's disheveled state, coupled with Lin Fei's ferocity, the others retreated in fear, not daring to charge ahead any longer. After all, those lying on the ground served as the best examples, and for a moment, silence engulfed the crowd. Lin Fei slowly advanced into the heart of the stronghold, where he found a cell containing a dozen women. He released them from captivity and discovered some deceased female captives, likely having succumbed to the torment inflicted by these bandits. Choosing the tragic path of suicide, the multitude of women, initially gripped by fear, transformed their trepidation into gratitude, having initially mistaken Lin Fei for another bandit, only to realize he had come to their rescue. They expressed their heartfelt thanks, saying, "Thank you, noble sir, for saving us." In a fit of rage, Lin Fei eliminated all the bandits, for none among them were virtuous. He then addressed the rescued women. "You may return home now. You are free." Some of the young women wept openly, as their encounters with these bandits had already led to the destruction of their families. Lin Fei, somewhat bewildered, thought, "What is this? You are free yet still crying? Women truly are complicated." At that moment, a resilient young woman spoke up. "Noble sir, it is not their fault. Their families have already been slaughtered by these vile bandits, leaving them with nowhere to go, hence their tears." She comforted the homeless women, assuring them that she would accompany them home, so they might continue to live. Some of these young women hailed from affluent families, and taking a few maids along would pose no problem. One brave woman mustered the courage to beseech Lin Fei, "Noble sir, could you escort us back? Otherwise, as frail women, we would have no means to protect ourselves from any ill-intentioned individuals we might encounter. We are all from Yunjiang City, which lies approximately 200 miles from here." Lin Fei felt a sudden wave of frustration. Performing a good deed was proving to be quite the hassle. Chunlinger, feeling a pang of sympathy, especially as they were all young women, gently urged Lin Fei, "They are truly pitiful. Please lend them your assistance. We are headed to Yunjiang City as well, so we can take them along." With Chunlinger speaking up, Lin Fei reluctantly acquiesced, "Very well. Since my wife has requested it, I shall see this good deed through to the end." The women's faces lit up with joy, for with Lin Fei's protection, they were certain to reach home safely. Lin Fei procured 2 large horse-drawn carriages and randomly selected 2 individuals to drive them, allowing the young women to board one carriage. Lin Fei and his companions took their seats in the other carriage and set off together. The carriages meandered towards Yunjiang City at a leisurely pace. As most of these women were ordinary folk, with only a few possessing low-level martial prowess. Throughout the journey, nothing untoward occurred. Yet it was evident that the pace was significantly hindering Lin Fei and his companions' progress, as the carriages were simply too slow. Moreover, the women had numerous requests. When they passed through a small town, they insisted on stopping to eat, bathe, and purchase some clothing. Lin Fei found himself quite amazed. The martial artists were faring well enough. Although they could not abstain from food, a few days without sustenance posed little issue, especially since the spatial ring carried provisions. However, these ordinary women clearly could not endure such hardships, having been held captive by bandits for an extended period. They were eager to explore the lively marketplace and indulge in a bath and a bit of self-adornment. Lin Fei understood their desires. As the pursuit of beauty is innate to women, even for the most formidable female warriors. Lin Fei, however, grew somewhat anxious and expressed his dissatisfaction. Lin Fei, at this rate, will we even arrive at the Imperial City on time? Lin Fei replied with a reassuring smile. No need to rush. Everything is perfectly fine. We still have ample time. Experiencing the mundane is also a form of cultivation. Maintain a positive mindset. After all, the practice of martial arts requires a balance of work and rest. Lin Fei decided to take a day of respite in this small town, renting an entire inn. He provided the women with some money, allowing them to explore and purchase necessities and food, as they would not be lingering for the next few days. He instructed them to return to the inn by evening, and the women excitedly ventured out. Throughout the day, the women reveled in their exploration of the marketplace and returned only by dusk. The following morning, Lin Fei set off again. Along the journey, he and his companions practiced their martial arts while occasionally engaging in romantic banter with Chen Linger, much to the disdain of Lin Fei and the others, who felt utterly disregarded by him. It took them 5 days to reach Yunjiang City, which, from a distance, appeared to be 2 to 3 times larger than their own Tianfeng City. From the women, they learned that Yunjiang City was home to 3 martial sovereigns, the city lord and the esteemed elders of the Yun and Jiang families. Several other families, though lesser in stature, also had formidable martial kings in their ranks. The strength of Yunjiang City far surpassed that of Tianfeng City. Upon arriving at the city gates, Lin Fei allowed the women to return home and then entered the city with his companions, intending to take a moment to recuperate amidst the bustling crowds. Over the past few days, Chen Shui and Lin Jiao had successfully advanced to the 10-star martial spirit level. Lin Fei planned to concoct several gathering yuan pills to facilitate their breakthroughs to the martial king realm before they set off again. They entered a place called Wanjin Restaurant, where Lin Fei reserved the finest room available. True to its name, Wanjin Restaurant was extravagantly luxurious. The best rooms did not require monetary payment, but rather accepted low-grade spirit stones as currency. A room cost 3 low-grade profound stones, and fortunately, Lin Fei had accumulated quite a number during his recent exploits, allowing him to indulge without hesitation. The ambience was splendid, and the service exemplary, leaving Lin Fei quite satisfied, viewing it as a well-deserved indulgence in life's pleasures. After closing the door to his room, Lin Fei swiftly concocted 12 gathering yuan pills and took a moment to rest on the bed, preparing to distribute them to Lin Fei and the others that evening to expedite their ascension to the martial king level. Chapter 34. Chen Linger faces teasing that evening. The 6 of them dined in the grand hall of Wanjin Restaurant, where the dishes were quite expensive. Wanjin Restaurant excelled in its business acumen, employing individuals to hunt various magical beasts, each offering a unique culinary experience. Thus, affluent patrons were drawn to dine here, and Lin Fei decided to indulge in the experience as well. Subsequently, he tossed the refined gathering yuan pill to Lin Fei and his companions, instructing 3 pills each. Prepare for your breakthrough to Martial King in the coming days. If 1 pill is insufficient, consume 2. If 2 are still lacking, take 3. Even a pig can ascend to Martial King. So, rest assured and make your breakthrough. There will be no issues. Generally, a single gathering yuan pill suffices for your advancement. The surplus is merely for your convenience. Hurry back to your chambers. Do not delay my intimate time with Linger. The 3 members of the Lin family looked upon Lin Fei's actions with disdain and promptly returned to their respective quarters. However, Chen Shui, the foolish one, lingered, exclaiming, "I'm still not full." This left Lin Fei speechless with irritation. This fellow was utterly oblivious. Lin Fei retorted with annoyance, "Take your food back to your own room. Don't be a nuisance here." To his surprise, the fool genuinely carried 2 bowls of food away, leaving Lin Fei exasperated, pondering if this person might be seriously unwell. Lin Fei used his insightful eye to scan Chen Linger and was astonished to discover she had already reached the 4-star Martial King level. He felt a surge of happiness for her, saying, "Linger, you've advanced to 4-star martial king so swiftly. Remarkable. At this rate, you shall soon surpass me." Chun Linger beamed in response. "It's all thanks to the cultivation method and the water spirit pearl you gifted me. My progress has been astonishing." "Thank you, Lin Fei," she added. Lin Fei, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Thank me? Surely, this warrants some form of acknowledgement, doesn't it, Linga?" Chun Linger playfully retorted. "What kind of acknowledgement do you desire? A kiss, of course. What else could suffice?" Lin Fei laughed heartily. Chun Linger, blushing, lowered her head and protested. "There are so many people here. How can you make such a request? Can you not be serious for once?" Lin Fei, with a cheeky smile, suggested. "Then I shall visit your room tonight for a kiss. That would be far more proper, wouldn't it?" Hee. Chun Linger quickly rejected the notion. Wary of what Lin Fei might attempt if he entered her room at night, Lin Fei, unfazed, declared, "It's settled then. I shall come to your room later." His mind was filled with mischievous thoughts, a lascivious smile gracing his face. Chun Linger, feeling flustered, lowered her gaze, unsure how to refuse him. She thought, Lin Fei has many admirable qualities, but his lewdness is a challenge. What should I do? However, her gentle nature left her at a loss for how to rebuff him. At that moment, a young man entered the tavern, flanked by 2 attendants, and called out loudly, "Waiter, bring me the finest wine and dishes swiftly. This young master is not short of coin." The waiter replied respectfully, "Of course, young Master Yun. I shall prepare it right away." The young man nodded in satisfaction and boldly took a seat. His brazen demeanor incited in Lin Fei a desire to give him a good beating. He was unsure why he felt this way, perhaps simply due to his distaste for the young man. Upon noticing Chun Linger, the youth's eyes widened with astonishment. "Where did this stunning girl come from?" he exclaimed, before striding directly toward Lin Fei's side. With an air of feigned gentlemanliness, he introduced himself as Yun Zian, inquiring if he might have the fortune of sharing a drink with the lady. Chun Linger remained silent, instead casting a glance at Lin Fei, which left him somewhat speechless. As the adage goes, a beautiful woman brings disaster. The ancients were indeed not mistaken. Lin Fei simply uttered a single word, "Scram." Yun Zian clearly dismissed Lin Fei, believing that with his family's influence, merely announcing his name would compel the lady to fall into his embrace. When gentleness failed, he resorted to aggression, thinking, as the young master of the Yun family, who would dare to challenge him? Upon hearing Lin Fei's audacious words, one of Yun Zian's attendants stepped forward and exclaimed, "Brat, do you even know who our young master is? How dare you speak to him in such a manner? You must be tired of living." Lin Fei smiled indifferently. "I care not who he is. Those who provoke me shall meet a grim fate." Yun Zian, his face contorted with rage, retorted, "Brat, I am the young master of the Yun family. If you know what is good for you, spare yourself and I may let you live, otherwise, there will be no place for you in Yunjiang City." Lin Fei patted his chest and replied, "How terrifying. What must I do for you to spare me?" Yun Zian arrogantly declared, "Kneel and kowtow to me, and then let your woman accompany me for a night, and all will be well." Provoked, Lin Fei stood up and unleashed a punch, not employing any martial techniques, yet effortlessly sending Yun Zian flying. His attendants rushed to catch him and shield him. Lin Fei assessed the situation and discerned that both were merely 6-star martial kings, hardly worthy of concern. Nonetheless, it was evident that Yun Zian's status was significant, as his 2 attendants were indeed powerful. Yun Zian, though accustomed to idleness, had managed to reach the 1-star martial king realm through the consumption of numerous elixirs. Yet, this young man had effortlessly struck him down. However, Yun Zian was not one to endure such humiliation. He yelled at Lin Fei, "You insolent brat. How dare you strike me? Subdue that boy and leave him alive." With that, one attendant lunged at Lin Fei, declaring, "Today, you will witness your woman being toyed with. So you may understand the consequences of offending me." Lin Fei, truly enraged, retaliated fiercely, swiftly dispatching the approaching guard with a single strike. "Congratulations, host, you have gained 200,000 experience points, 200,000 gold coins, acquired 50 low-grade elemental stones, and obtained the twin crescent blades." Lin Fei effortlessly lifted Yun Zian, a 1-star martial king, who was utterly incapable of resistance in his grasp. It was clear that Lin Fei could obliterate this worthless fool with sheer physical prowess. Coldly, he stated, "You were so brazen, daring to covet my woman's affections. How do you wish to meet your end?" At this moment, the other attendant dared not make a move, fearing that Lin Fei might indeed kill Yun Zian, and he too would share the same fate due to his failure to protect him. Thus, he resorted to a stern threat, "Brat, you would do well to release our young master. The Yun family is protected by a martial sovereign. Should you lay a finger on him, your death is assured." At that moment, Yun Zian was nearly paralyzed with fear. Never had anyone dared to treat him in such a manner. Hearing his attendant's words, Yunzian's confidence surged once more. Lin Fei, with a tone of mockery, addressed the other party. My grandfather is a martial sovereign. Release me at once and hand over the girl behind you, and we shall consider this matter resolved. In chapter 35, entitled The Severance of Lineage, the servant was utterly speechless. This young master was far too unreliable. His very life was in the hands of his captor, and yet he dared to issue threats. However, the attendant reasoned that Lin Fei would likely refrain from violence. For the wrath of a martial sovereign is not something one can easily withstand. With a chuckle, Lin Fei responded, You still dare to threaten me at this juncture? Worry not. I have no intention of killing you. Believing Lin Fei to be intimidated, Yunzian retorted fiercely, As long as you understand fear, release me at once. Lin Fei shook his head, saying, Fool, are you not suffering from some grand delusion? Your life rests in my hands, and you still dare to threaten me? I will not indulge you. With a cruel smile directed at Yunzian, he remarked, Linger, close your eyes. The scene is far too brutal for a lady to witness. Upon hearing this, Linger obediently shut her eyes, albeit with a hint of confusion regarding Lin Fei's intentions. Now filled with trepidation, Yunzian exclaimed, What are you planning to do, boy? Lin Fei taunted him. Have you not often engaged in bullying others? Today, I shall ensure your lineage is severed, rendering you incapable of further misdeeds. Seeing Lin Fei's determination, Yunzian, panicked at the thought of being rendered incapable of future exploits, pleaded, You cannot do this to me. I was wrong, esteemed one. Please spare me this time. With a dismissive scoff, Lin Fei hurled Yunzian aside and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. His attendants, attempting to intervene, were met with severe injuries at Lin Fei's hands. Lin Fei, however, exercised restraint, ensuring no damage befell the establishment. Amidst the onlookers in the hall, whispers circulated. Who is this youth, daring enough to confront the scion of the Yun family? His audacity is remarkable. Others chimed in, supporting the action, stating that such a scoundrel deserved a thorough lesson, especially since his actions had driven their own loved ones to despair. Lin Fei, bemused, noted that this fellow's reputation was evidently tarnished. Yunzian, now resembling a battered figure, mumbled incoherently, his words lost on Lin Fei. Having had his fill of this encounter, Lin Fei proclaimed loudly, Severance of lineage. With all his might, he delivered a decisive kick to Yunzian's nether regions, spitting in disgust. Let this be a lesson for you. Think twice before plotting against my woman. May you be left powerless. All present gasped in disbelief. They had assumed Lin Fei's threats were mere bluster, but now he had indeed rendered Yunzian incapable of further actions. In the tense silence, a sharp sound pierced the air, akin to the shattering of an object, followed by Yunzian's agonizing scream. Pale and clutching his injured self, he bent over, howling in pain, ultimately succumbing to unconsciousness. Lin Fei clapped his hands and pointed at the injured attendant, declaring, Take your young master and leave. Though gravely wounded, the man managed to hoist Yunzian onto his back, not daring to utter a word as he slunk away in shame. Turning to Linger, Lin Fei instructed her to open her eyes, offering a gentle smile. All is settled now. Let us continue our meal. Linger, still apprehensive, observed him closely. What will you do when his family comes to trouble you? Lin Fei, unfazed, replied while eating, When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When water arrives, we shall dam it. We will cross that bridge when we come to it. If all else fails, I shall flee. After all, this fellow has set his sights on my Ling. It is fortunate that I have not taken his life. Linger felt a sense of helplessness towards Lin Fei. Aware that his intentions were noble, yet she found his impulsive nature concerning. She merely feared that Lin Fei's high-profile actions would inevitably attract trouble. Observing the worry etched on Linger's face, Lin Fei reassured her, Rest easy. I know how to handle matters with discretion. Do not fret. As twilight approached, he added, Let us finish our meal, and then hasten to rest. After enjoying their repast, Lin Fei took Linger's hand and ascended the stairs to prepare for the night. The other attendants, trembling with trepidation, dared not utter a word, their heads bowed in deference, fearful of incurring the wrath of this esteemed gentleman. Recalling Yun Zetian's dire fate, they felt a pang of pain in their lower regions, an agony no man could bear, one they wished to avoid at all costs. Upon reaching the upper floor, Lin Fei rubbed his nose and said, My dear, am I truly that fearsome? I perceive myself as quite approachable. Linger playfully punched him. Do not call me your dear. You are hardly approachable. With 3 men dead, 1 grievously injured, and another disabled, these attendants lack even the courage to meet your gaze. Lin Fei shrugged helplessly. What can I say? My dear is simply too beautiful. With that, he followed Linger into her room. You must leave. I need to rest. Why are you here? She shyly protested. Lin Fei, grinning mischievously, responded, Outside, you were too shy to kiss me. I came to your room for you to express your affection. He wore an expression that invited her to act freely. Chunlinger's neck flushed crimson as she shrank into the corner of the bed, her head lowered. Noticing her stillness, Lin Fei teased, "My dear, remember the last time you stole a kiss? It is only fair that you repay me." He swiftly wrapped his arms around her and pressed his lips to hers, prompting her to struggle in surprise. However, as moments passed, she gradually ceased her resistance, succumbing to the sweetness of Lin Fei's kiss. His hands began to wander, igniting a fervor within him as he blushed. One hand deftly loosened the fabric of Chunlinger's clothing, while the other explored with increasing boldness. As she revealed her delicate pink undergarments, Lin Fei's pulse quickened, nearly clouding his judgment. Just as he was about to claim his prize, Chunlinger began frantically pushing him away, imploring, "Lin Fei, regain your senses." She was not prepared to take their relationship to such a level. Who would have thought Lin Fei would be so audacious as to enter her room uninvited? Yet, at that moment, he was beyond caring. He felt as though he had reached a point of no return. As Lin Fei was about to remove her final article of clothing, Chunlinger pressed her palm against his mouth. "Lin Fei, this is truly not the right time," she said softly. He grasped her hand firmly, his gaze smoldering as he inquired, "Why is it not the right time? Are you indisposed?" Chunlinger found it difficult to bear Lin Fei's intense gaze, and instinctively turned her face away. She softly murmured, "Lin Fei, could you wait a little longer? I am not ready yet. Moreover, the Wanxiang Bihai Ju I am cultivating cannot be disrupted before reaching the martial sovereign stage, or it will adversely affect my training." Upon hearing this, Lin Fei struggled momentarily, forcing himself to suppress his desires, and ultimately released Chunlinger. Observing Lin Fei regain a semblance of rationality, Chunlinger hurriedly donned her clothing, fearing that he might succumb to his primal instincts again. Although Lin Fei appeared mischievous, he truly cared for her, causing a faint smile to grace the corners of Chunlinger's lips. Despite her yearning to lose her innocence, her cultivation took precedence, leaving Lin Fei feeling utterly exasperated. Just as he thought he was on the brink of achieving his desire, this unexpected turn of events made him feel an overwhelming surge of frustration. "Heavens! Are you toying with me?" Lin Fei lamented, striking his chest in dismay. Chunlinger couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Fei's predicament. Chapter 36. Trouble approaches. Lin Fei was indeed in a state of deep frustration, questioning the very essence of his existence, especially as he witnessed Chunlinger laughing. In a sudden burst of impulse, he pulled her into an embrace and fell back onto the bed. "Daring to laugh at your husband? Just wait and see how I deal with you." The abruptness of Lin Fei's actions startled Chunlinger, causing her to tense up, fearing that he might unleash his primal nature once more. However, after a brief moment, Lin Fei made no further moves, simply holding her tightly. Gradually, Chunlinger relaxed, naturally snuggling into Lin Fei's embrace, which he savored, though it brought him considerable discomfort. Once renowned like Lu Xiaohui, "Here I am, Lin Fei." Though I must now succumb to being less than beastly, Lin Fei remarked with a teasing grin. "Let us sleep. I may not touch you, but surely it is permissible to hold you while we rest." With beauty by his side, Lin Fei soon drifted into slumber, while Chunlinger gazed tenderly at the man before her. In her heart, Chunlinger pondered, a youth capable of great violence, wicked yet charming. How is it that I have come to harbor feelings for him? Sometimes, fate unfolds in the most extraordinary of ways, and she willingly accepted her descent into this affection. If only I could remain by Lin Fei's side like this forever, she mused, aware that he was destined for greatness. I must strive to keep pace with him. Even if I cannot assist him, I shall not be a burden, she silently vowed. Little did Lin Fei know of Chunlinger's thoughts. Had he been privy to her sentiments, he would have been profoundly moved. Meanwhile, within the grand hall of the Yun family, attendants carried Yun Zian back home. The family patriarch, Yun Tianhua, gazed upon his son, grievously wounded and rendered incapacitated. Enraged, he thundered, "Are you both utterly useless? You couldn't even protect the young master. What was the purpose of the resources I expended to raise you?" Despite the Yun family's formidable power, their lineage had dwindled due to the nature of their cultivation methods. Among the younger generation, only two remained, his sister and Yun Zian. Many of his other brothers either had no children or had lost them, resulting in the family doting excessively on Yun Zian. Though Yun Zian indulges in a life of idleness, lacking in skill and perpetrating tyranny over others, he is nonetheless the sole male heir of the Yun family, and they pin their hopes on him for the continuation of their lineage. Thus, in every endeavor, he is afforded the unwavering support of the entire Yun clan, which has fostered his arrogant and domineering demeanor. Yun Tianhua, filled with ire, exclaimed, "You cannot even handle a mere youth. What use do I have for you?" The attendant, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Master, please spare my life. Although he is but a boy, we are no match for him." With a darkened countenance, the head of the Yun family retorted, What is the background of our adversary? Did you fail to mention our family's name? I did, yet he disregarded it completely. My brother was struck down in an instant, and I too fell victim to a single blow, sustaining grave injuries. It seems he did not employ lethal force, otherwise, I would not have returned alive. Please, master, discern wisely. The attendant knelt, his head bowed low. Hearing his words, Yun Tianhua's face twisted in fury as he bellowed, "Begone, you worthless wretch." The attendant, as if released from a great burden, hurriedly retreated. Yun Tianhua's rage was palpable. He was well aware of his son's shortcomings. Yet he had informed the adversary that Yun Xian was the young master of the Yun clan. The cruelty of the attack suggested a blatant disregard for the Yun family. Tomorrow, he would seek to uncover the identity of this formidable foe. For the moment, his priority was to tend to his son. He cradled Yun Xian and rushed to his father. His father, a formidable warrior of the Yun clan, was equally incensed upon witnessing the grievous injuries inflicted upon his grandson. He promptly retrieved various healing elixirs and employed potent energies to assist in the recovery process. After a night of diligent efforts, while Yun Xian's life was no longer in peril, the damage to his vital essence was irreparable. Lin Fei's strike had been devastating. As Yun Xian regained consciousness, the excruciating pain radiating from his lower body contorted his features as he implored, "Grandfather, father, you must avenge me. I will ensure that boy suffers the most excruciating torment imaginable." Yun Hongya coldly commanded, "Tianhua, take your second and third brothers and capture that boy." Before long, Chen Linger drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the next day, she discovered Lin Fei's hand had found its way beneath her garments, audaciously squeezing. Yet Lin Fei remained in a deep slumber. Despite this, Chen Linger felt her cheeks flush. This scoundrel could not even rest without mischief. She gently moved his hand aside and proceeded to freshen up. In truth, Lin Fei had been awake for some time, subtly relishing the sensation. He later brought his hand to his nose, inhaling the faint, intoxicating fragrance of the young maiden. After a moment, he stretched languidly, feigning just awakening, before springing from the bed with a carefree demeanor, declaring, "Darling, how did you sleep last night? With me by your side, you must have felt exceptionally secure." Having experienced the previous night, Chen Linger faced Lin Fei's unabashedness with less shyness than before. Gently, she adjusted his attire and chided, "Could you not conduct yourself with a semblance of decorum? Yesterday, you confronted members of the Yun family. What if they come knocking at your door?" Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, "Then I shall retaliate. What if their grandfather is a martial sovereign? If they provoke me, even my hidden cards will be unleashed." Chen Linger, recognizing Lin Fei's seemingly indifferent demeanor, felt deeply touched by his willingness to stand up for her. Before long, a servant knocked on the door. Lin Fei opened it, and the servant, visibly anxious, said, "Young master, the Yun family has come calling. You are in serious trouble this time. They are already downstairs and insist on seeing you. Although our Wanjin tavern is under the jurisdiction of the city lord's estate, we cannot prevent the Yun family from barging in if they choose to do so." Lin Fei chuckled, "No worries. I shall face the consequences alone. Go inform them that I will come down shortly. There's no need to rush." He turned to Chen Linger and instructed, "Have everyone stay in the room for now. I will handle this matter. I do not initiate conflict, but if provoked, I will retaliate with lethal force." Chen Linger nodded gently, saying, "Just be careful, Lin Fei. I will await your return. Rest assured, simply wait for my return," he replied before stepping out of the room and descending the stairs. At the tavern entrance, Yun Tianhua and his entourage blocked the way, aware that this was the domain of the city lord, thus hesitant to create a scene. Upon seeing Lin Fei emerge, the attendant from the previous day pointed at him and proclaimed, "The master is this young man before us." Yun Tianhua's eyes blazed with fury as he thundered, "You audacious brat, were you the one who crippled my son yesterday? How do you wish to meet your demise?" Lin Fei retorted, "If you are aware, why ask? It seems your intellect is quite lacking. What do you intend?" "I stand unafraid." His actions in crippling the youth reflected his boldness. He was not one to be easily intimidated. Yun Tianhua, filled with rage, sneered, "You are indeed bold, disregarding the Yun family. Today, I shall take you back and ensure your utter destruction." Lin Fei's discerning gaze swept over Yun Tianhua's details, a 10-star martial king, possessing the Earth-grade mid-tier technique, Crimson Cloud formula, and wielding an Earth-grade mid-tier weapon, the returning umbrella. Two others stood beside him, equally matched in strength and technique, evidently his brothers. The remaining members included several more. Lin Fei was extremely furious. "You have provoked me, and I shall make you acquainted with regret. And all bystanders, keep your distance, otherwise bear the consequences, for I shall unleash my wrath." Those who had witnessed Lin Fei's earlier display of power immediately retreated to a safe distance, for his ferocity was undeniable. Yet, some remained unfazed. dismissing the notion that Lin Fei could stir any significant turmoil against the Yun family's 3 brothers, who were formidable 10-star martial kings. They believed that no matter how strong this youth was, he could not possibly be their match. However, Lin Fei was destined to astonish them. At that moment, a system notification resonated. Congratulations, host. You have received a mission to annihilate the Yun family within a day. Rewards: 5 million experience points, 5 million gold coins, 2,000 low-grade elemental stones, and the skills Lingbo, Weibuan 9-star combo. It seemed the system had anticipated Lin Fei's intentions, granting him a task that perfectly aligned with his aspirations, accompanied by generous rewards that exhilarated him. Nonetheless, the one-day time limit left Lin Fei somewhat speechless. It appeared he needed to act swiftly. Without hesitation, Lin Fei unleashed a powerful roar, Lion's Roar. The deafening sound wave struck the martial artists at the spirit realm, causing them to cough up blood. Even the Yun brothers were momentarily stunned by the intensity of the roar. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Lin Fei executed the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies palm, sending a flurry of palm prints towards the Yun family members. The martial artists at the spirit realm were swiftly eliminated, leaving only a few at the martial king level with minor injuries. Congratulations, host. You have slain enemies, earning a total of 2 million experience points, 2 million gold coins, and 200 low-grade elemental stones, along with various items. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to check the loot. It was far too challenging for those of lower realms to yield anything valuable. Although Lin Fei was merely a 7-star martial king, his divine-grade martial arts made facing 10-star martial kings a manageable affair. Thus, dispatching the spirit realm warriors was a trivial task, igniting the fury of the Yun brothers, who had brought their most trusted elites, only to witness their defeat at Lin Fei's hands. Being humiliated in front of their peers was a blow to their pride. Yun Tianhua urged his brothers to join forces. Recognizing Lin Fei's formidable strength, caution was prudent. You seek your own demise, daring to slay so many of my kin. The brothers unleashed their martial techniques, shouting. 3 parts returned to Origin Chi, Thunderfire Palm, Frost Saint Fist. Their formidable energy attacks surged toward Lin Fei, particularly the energy blast condensed by Yun Tianhua, which was exceptionally potent. The 3 10-star martial kings posed a significant threat to Lin Fei. In truth, if he activated his divine abilities, Lin Fei could swiftly conclude the battle. However, he intended to reserve his strength for the Yun family's martial venerable. Relying solely on his own prowess, Lin Fei stood firm, enveloping himself in true energy, wielding the blood drink demon blade to unleash the Shura Overlord Slash. He muttered, "A bunch of fools. You wish to kill me? Do you think I shall surrender? Behold my blade. Let me ask you, are you afraid of a 100-meter-long great blade?" Lin Fei was somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated the manifestation of a 100-meter-long black blade aura, as dark as the night, surging towards the martial techniques of the Yun family's 3 brothers. The formidable power seemed to have intensified, likely due to the blood-drinking demon blade. The combination of the low-grade heavenly blood-drinking demon blade and the low-grade heavenly Shura dominance blade unleashed a terrifying might. The black blade aura effortlessly shattered the trio's martial techniques, advancing towards them with the force of a raging torrent. The 3 brothers of the Yun family were taken aback, realizing the astonishing strength of this youth, and hurriedly summoned their true essence to defend themselves. Though all 3 were 10-star martial kings and exerted their full strength to resist, it proved somewhat strenuous, yet they managed to withstand the onslaught. Unfortunately, those who had gathered to watch were met with misfortune. The residual shockwave severely injured them, causing some to spit blood. Only a few with slightly greater strength fared relatively better, though they too appeared somewhat disheveled. Consequently, all present quickly retreated a considerable distance, gazing at Lin Fei in terror, astonished by the sheer magnitude of his power. Fortunately, the street was sufficiently wide, otherwise, Lin Fei's strike could have wreaked havoc on numerous buildings. The 3 brothers were astonished by the youth's prowess. Just as they exhaled a sigh of relief, Lin Fei vanished and reappeared behind the 3rd brother of the Yun family. With all his might, he unleashed the lion's roar. The 3 had anticipated this maneuver, having previously fallen victim to Lin Fei's unexpected attack. Yet, they could hardly fathom the speed at which Lin Fei moved. The 3 turned in an instant to retaliate against him. Although they had been on guard, the slightly weaker 3rd brother of the Yun family momentarily froze. Lin Fei seized this opportunity, withstanding blows from the other 2, and executed the One Yang finger, piercing directly through the heart of the 3rd brother. The latter collapsed lifelessly, triggering a system notification. Congratulations, host, for slaying a 10-star martial king. Experience gained, 300,000. Gold, 300,000. Low-grade yuan stones, 200. Technique, red cloud art, weapon, feathers word. The protective true essence proved insufficient. for the low-grade One-Yang finger was indeed formidable, especially when unleashed with Lin Fei's full power. The remaining two brothers howled in despair. Third brother. They then furiously attacked Lin Fei, forcing him back, cradling their fallen sibling's body with faces etched in rage. Lin Fei coughed up blood. After all, the strength of a 10-star martial king should not be underestimated. Thankfully, the killing blood body provided a continuous flow of vitality to heal his wounds. He proclaimed loudly, "If I allow you to leave alive today, the Yun family will no longer have a place in Yunjiang City. Prepare to meet your end." Lin Fei chuckled. "After today, there shall be no Yun family in Yunjiang City. First, I shall send you brothers to reunite, and then I will eradicate your family." Chapter 38. The return to source energy. The second brother of the Yun family mocked. "You, a mere boy, are dreaming. My father is a martial sovereign. You should be concerned about preserving your own life." At that moment, the two brothers set down the body of the third brother. Yun Tianhua, consumed with rage, declared, "You shall die. Return to source strike." The second brother unleashed the Thunderfire Palm, launching another assault on Lin Fei. In that instant, Lin Fei opted not to endure the attack. Instead, he evaded with agility, though the ground was left with a 10-meter deep crater. The remaining martial kings attempted to ambush Lin Fei, but were swiftly dispatched by him, unwittingly offering their heads as sacrifices, thus contributing further to Lin Fei's experience and wealth. Lin Fei was unwilling to prolong the confrontation any further. He had already expended a significant amount of true essence, and continuing would be detrimental to him. The Yun brothers were equally distressed, having not anticipated Lin Fei's formidable strength. Despite the three of them joining forces, one of their own had already fallen to his counterattack. Lin Fei swiftly executed a dual slash, sending invisible blade energy towards the two adversaries. After utilizing the blade technique, his internal true essence was nearly depleted, prompting him to hastily purchase 100 recovery pills from the marketplace, which he immediately consumed in handfuls. Feeling a considerable restoration of his true essence, he finally felt a sense of security. The emptiness within him had been unsettling. Sensing the impending danger, Yun Tianhua unleashed a powerful force to counter the oncoming attack, managing to dissipate most of the blade energy. However, the residual force inflicted horrific gashes across his chest, leaving him pale and bleeding profusely. He quickly produced a healing elixir. Unfortunately, Yun's second brother was not as fortunate. Despite channeling all his true essence for protection, he was still cleaved in half. After all, the blade technique quintupled the attack power, and the blade energy was both ethereal and potent, rendering his protective true essence rather ineffective. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 10-star martial king, earning 300,000 experience points, 300,000 gold coins, 200 low-grade essence stones, and the martial skill Lightning Fire Palm. Upon witnessing his younger brother's tragic demise, Yun Tianhua, disregarding his sorrow, dragged his severely injured body into the air, intent on fleeing. If this continued, he too would meet his end here. This young man was too bizarre, seemingly a mere 7-star martial king, yet his combat prowess was terrifying. He realized that only his father could confront such a formidable foe. Observing Yun Tianhua's attempt to escape, Lin Fei chuckled, "Now you think to flee? Do you believe you can get away?" With a flick of his finger, a dominant surge of true essence shot toward Yun Tianhua. Feeling the force behind him, he was compelled to turn and defend himself. However, in his injured state, he was no match for Lin Fei, who sent him reeling backward, spitting blood. Lin Fei pursued him and unleashed a strike with his blood drink blade. And at this point, Yun Tianhua had no strength left to resist. Congratulations to the host for gaining 300,000 experience points, 300,000 gold coins, the weapon essence umbrella, the martial skill 3 points of essence return, and 300 low-grade essence stones. With a single strike from Lin Fei, Yun Tianhua met his demise, resulting in the complete annihilation of the Yun family's forces. Onlookers were left in awe, astonished by the ferocity of the young man before them. Lin Fei, uninterested in the spectators, turned and returned to the inn. Entering Chun Linger's room, where several others were present, he instructed them to keep watch while he sat on the bed, consuming a large quantity of recovery pills and then meditating to cultivate the god of killing technique. Lin Fei and the others were genuinely astonished. Lin Fei's progress was astonishingly rapid. 3 10-star martial kings had perished at his hands, and he consumed the pills as if they were mere candies, leaving them to wonder about the true caliber of his cultivation technique, which seemed overwhelmingly profound. After half an hour, Lin Fei's true essence and strength were fully restored. Indeed, the divine technique was remarkable, especially after consolidating the Slaughter Blood Body. He examined the 3 points of essence return that Yun Tianhua had dropped, and the name intrigued him. After all, the The 3 points of essence return depicted in the television series of his past life was quite impressive. The technique 3 points return to origin is a high-grade Earth-level martial skill that utilizes profound true essence to condense formidable energy projectiles for attack. This bears some resemblance to what Lin Fei had observed in his previous life. However, he felt somewhat disappointed to discover that it was merely a high-grade Earth-level martial skill. Nonetheless, it was still commendable, as high-grade Earth-level martial skills are quite exceptional, considering that celestial-level martial skills are exceedingly rare and typically only accessible within large sections. Lin Fei chose to cultivate it directly, primarily due to the skill's intriguing nature, as it allowed him to condense true essence into a sphere that detonates like a bomb upon being thrown. Unlike the others, Lin Fei was an anomaly, thanks to his unique system, akin to having a cheat. Seeing Lin Fei and the others gathered in Chen Linger's room was not surprising. He noted that they had all broken through to the 1-star Martial King level. Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction, recognizing that such strength indicated considerable talent, which would likely catch the attention of Sex during the upcoming talent competition. At that moment, Chen Shu spoke up, Lin Fei, I heard that the Yun family has a martial sovereign. We should leave Yunjiang City quickly. If they come after us, we won't be able to escape. Lin Fei replied with a calm smile, there is no need for concern. I shall go to the Yun family and eliminate him shortly. Chen Shu and Lin Fei widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Lin Fei, are you out of your mind? The opponent is a martial sovereign. What do you plan to use to defeat him? A martial sovereign is not comparable to a martial king. And I have learned that the adversary is a 3-star martial sovereign, whose strength is even more formidable. To eradicate the root of this issue now means we have reached a point of no return, having killed 3 of his sons and incapacitated his grandson. He will not let this go lightly. Lin Fei responded, we come from Tianfeng City. If they have the inclination to investigate, they will uncover this truth. What if he seeks vengeance on our family? Our 2 families may not be able to withstand his wrath right now. Although those elixirs could significantly enhance our capabilities, they require time to take effect. Therefore, I must eliminate him directly. I am not afraid of a 3-star martial sovereign. Moreover, since I dare to speak such bold words, I have my confidence. Rest assured, time waits for no one, and Lin Fei descended the stairs with purpose, for this task was time-sensitive. He also took the opportunity to secure the heads of the Yun family's 3 brothers in a bag to carry away. Lin Fei and the others exchanged worried glances, cautiously inquiring, Lin Fei, are you sure you can manage? The opponent is a martial sovereign. Chen Linger gently reassured, Lin Fei is not impulsive. He would not undertake actions without certainty. Chen Linger was not overly worried, as Lin Fei had managed to escape from a 7th-level demon beast. Even if he could not defeat a martial sovereign, he should be capable of fleeing without issue. However, she refrained from voicing this thought, deeming it too extravagant and likely to be something only she believed. She trusted that Lin Fei would not deceive her, especially since he had bestowed upon her divine techniques and artifacts. He undoubtedly possessed many hidden trump cards unbeknownst to ordinary individuals. Soon, Lin Fei stopped someone on the bustling street to inquire about the location of the Yun family, swiftly making his way there. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the Yun family estate, carrying the bag containing the severed heads. 8 guards stood at the entrance, blocking his path. The estate was vast, covering an area of at least 100 acres, and the guards were all at the martial spirit level, indicating that the Yun family's power was indeed formidable. He then said arrogantly, Kid, get lost now, or I'll break your legs. This is no place for you. Lin Fei mocked, are all big families this overbearing? Not even letting someone pass by? The guards all laughed. One of them said, that's exactly how overbearing we are. What? Got a problem with that? Lin Fei replied with a smile, no problem at all. I'm just here to deliver a gift to old man Yun Hongya. Tell him to come out and meet his death. Then he threw out 3 severed heads from a bag, which rolled across the ground outside the Yun family's gate. Chapter 39. Storming the Yun family, the 3 heads tumbled to the ground, but the guards didn't pay much attention to them at first, thinking Lin Fei was just there to cause trouble. Their expressions immediately changed to rage as they shouted, Kid, you've got some nerve. Today, you're going to die right here. You dare call our Yun family's patriarch by his name? Seems like you're tired of living. One of the guards charged forward to teach Lin Fei a lesson, but Lin Fei kicked him away, sending him tumbling next to the heads. The guard caught sight of the faces on the heads and let out a horrified scream, his face filled with disbelief. The other guards, still unaware of what had happened, mocked him. You're useless. Can't even handle a kid. The guard stammered in terror, Teach these heads they belong to the family head. The other 2, he was too frightened to finish his sentence. The other guards hurried over to take a look and were instantly so shocked that they stumbled and fell to the ground, staring at Lin Fei with disbelief. They muttered, impossible, the family head and the others were all 10-star martial kings. How could they be killed? Even if they encountered a martial grandmaster, they could hold their own and at least escape with their lives. Trying to reassure themselves, they said, "This kid must be bluffing. Brothers, let us attack together and kill him." Lin Fei watched as the guards rushed toward him. With a casual wave of his hand, they were all sent flying, vomiting blood and crashing into the gate. Lin Fei didn't bother wasting any more words on them. Meanwhile, Yun Ziyan was lying in bed, complaining to Yun Hongya. Why hasn't father and the others returned yet? How hard could it be to capture one kid? Yun Hongya felt an uneasy premonition. It had been so long, and the three brothers were all 10-star martial kings. Capturing a single kid shouldn't have been a problem. Just then, he heard a loud explosion from outside the family compound, but had no idea what had happened. He didn't bother going out to check, though, as he couldn't imagine anyone daring to cause trouble at the Yun family's doorstep. The loud explosion was Lin Fei's doing. After injuring the guards, he thought about how arrogant and overbearing they usually were and felt no sympathy for them. He decided to test out the three powers unity he had recently acquired, condensing his true energy into an energy ball. With it, he sent the guards to their deaths and destroyed the Yun family's gate in the process. The explosion alerted the rest of the Yun family. Many members rushed over, though they were mostly from the collateral branches of the family. The main lineage's three brothers had already been killed by Lin Fei. Seeing Lin Fei standing there, an elder shouted angrily, "You brat, destroying our Yun family's gate? You're asking for death." He immediately charged at Lin Fei. Lin Fei sidestepped, easily dodging the elder's attack, and said with a laugh, "Why isn't Yun Hongya coming out? Is he sending you all to die in his place?" The elder looked at Lin Fei with a puzzled expression. "Who are you, young man? Your tone is rather audacious." Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, "I am his cousin. Feel free to address me with any matters." He gestured towards a few heads nearby. "Take a look over there. I fear you may lack the authority. His 3 sons were delivered to me." The elder focused intently and was taken aback. It was indeed his 3 nephews. His face turned ashen as he demanded, "Did you kill my 3 nephews?" Lin Fei chuckled, "Of course. If you seek vengeance, come forth, seeing as you are aged. I shall accompany you on your journey." The elder could not believe that Lin Fei had slain his nephews, who were all 10-star martial kings like himself. Without hesitation, he lunged at Lin Fei, aiming for his head. Lin Fei executed a technique known as the 3 points returning energy, which erupted upon the elder. The elder was sent reeling back, astonished. "How do you possess the 3 points returning energy?" Lin Fei smiled. "I am exceptionally gifted. I can master anything I desire with ease." Behold, he formed 3 energy spheres with both hands and launched them at the elder. The elder activated his true essence for defense, yet he was still struck and spat blood from the force of the explosion. Now the elder believed that his nephews could indeed have met a grim fate at Lin Fei's hands. Realizing he was no match for Lin Fei, he ordered someone to quickly inform his elder brother. As more individuals gathered to investigate the commotion, Lin Fei noticed numerous martial kings present, at least 4 or 5 at 7 and 8 stars, and 1 at 9 stars, along with several lower-ranked martial kings and martial spirits. Even some martial masters. Surrounded by hundreds, Lin Fei remained unperturbed. The elder, now emboldened, declared, "I concede that you are formidable, and I am not your opponent. However, with so many from the Yun family here, let us see how much strength you truly possess." Lin Fei proclaimed imperiously, "The Yun family shall be annihilated today. Those who wish to live should swiftly vacate. In my rage, I might even fear myself." The Yun family members, witnessing Lin Fei's arrogance in the face of their numbers, shouted, "Let us eliminate this brat. He is too conceited." The elder cautioned, "This young man is powerful. Do not underestimate him. Everyone, unleash your full strength." Lin Fei laughed heartily. "Come forth. Today marks the end of your Yun family." As the Yun family members unleashed their combined might, Lin Fei, though strong, dared not withstand such a barrage directly. Thus, he employed the mirage-like evasion, deftly dodging while unleashing the 3 points returning energy upon the Yun family. Lin Fei reveled in the effectiveness of the 3 points returning energy. Its release was swift and its power immense, perfect for this kind of group battle. The only drawback was the rapid expenditure of true essence. However, as he practiced a divine-level technique, his true essence was abundant and recovered quickly, making the consumption negligible for him. Before long, the lower-ranked members of the Yun family suffered heavy casualties. Only the stronger martial kings and some robust martial spirits remained, all looking disheveled. Lin Fei had also sustained some injuries. The elder remarked, "Young man, with such reckless use of true essence, I doubt you can endure much longer." As the onslaught from the crowd intensified, Lin Fei refrained from employing his trump card, reserving it for the formidable martial sovereign, Yun Hongya. Although Lin Fei found himself somewhat beleaguered, he sustained no substantial injuries, though his vital energy was considerably depleted. He began to retaliate fiercely. utilizing a combination of the three-part return energy with his left hand and the sun finger technique with his right. However, the sheer number of adversaries allowed them to withstand his attacks. Meanwhile, the Yun family estate lay in ruins, and the group was so infuriated that they coughed up blood. Yet they found themselves utterly powerless against Lin Fei. A fraction of their number had perished, and as the system continuously relayed notifications of nearing experience completion, signaling his imminent ascension to an 8-star martial king, a smile crept upon Lin Fei's lips. At that moment, Yun Hongye arrived, his heart ablaze with fury upon witnessing the devastation of the Yun family. With a fiery palm, he summoned the essence of the heavens, launching a blazing imprint towards Lin Fei. In response, Lin Fei unleashed the Shura Dominance Blade, a formidable black blade aura extending 100 meters. Yet, it still fell short, and he was sent reeling, blood spurting from his mouth. With a darkened expression, Yun Hongye declared, "You foolish boy, do you truly believe you can challenge a martial sovereign? You have crippled my grandson, slain my 3 sons, and still dare to come to me. You possess remarkable courage." With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Lin Fei retorted, "Ah, the martial sovereign is not so fearsome. I merely wish to test the disparity between us." Chapter 40. Slaying the martial sovereign. Seeing the audacious grin on Lin Fei's face, Yun Hongye felt his rage boil over. How dare this insolent youth, who had murdered his sons, present himself so brazenly? He thundered, "Boy, what audacity fuels your challenge against me? Today, I shall make you acquainted with the agony of existence worse than death, subjecting you to the torments of this world." Lin Fei laughed heartily. "Old man, watch as I slay you and annihilate your Yun family." Yun Hongye was seething with fury. As a martial sovereign, who in Yunjiang City would dare speak to him in such a manner? Unperturbed, Lin Fei swiftly invoked his divine powers, unleashing a surge of rage and indestructible golden body. Amplifying his strength tenfold and radiati at that moment, Lin Fei was struck, plummeting from the sky. The ground beneath him lay in ruins, shrouded in a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, Yun Hongye beheld the scene below, his eyes reddening with despair. All his kin lay scattered on the ground. The majority were mutilated, and nearly all had perished on the spot. Only his brother and nephew remained alive, albeit gravely injured and unable to move. Lin Fei, lying on the ground, smiled at him, remarking, "Old man, you're losing your touch. Your strength is insufficient." He then sprang to his feet, brushing the dust off his clothes. In Lin Fei's mind, the system's voice echoed, "Congratulations, host. You have slain your enemies, earning a total of 3 million experience points, 1 million gold coins, 500 low-grade essence stones, along with various martial arts techniques and weapons. Congratulations, host, on advancing to the 8-star martial king." Subsequently, Lin Fei's injuries and true essence were restored. With an exuberant laugh, he declared, "What a thrill. This is precisely the outcome I sought. Had I not feared Yun Hongye's retreat, I would have unleashed my full power long ago. My primary divine ability can only last an hour, and if the old man were to vanish, my efforts would have been in vain. Moreover, with my strength, those below the martial sovereign pose little threat to me." The latter, in disbelief, exclaimed, "You withstood my full force strike. How could you possibly emerge unscathed? It is inconceivable. Even a warrior of the same rank would be grievously injured by my blow." Lin Fei laughed heartily. "Old man, you shall witness my prowess today. A corrupt lineage yields only miscreants. Your family has no redeeming qualities. Having dared to provoke me, you must now face the consequences." With his elevation to 8-star martial king, Lin Fei's strength surged once more, utilizing the one-yang finger. A surge of energy struck the old man, who, despite his formidable presence, was forced to stumble back several paces. Internally shaken, he reflected on the youth's age. Judging by the recent surge of energy, he was merely an 8-star martial king, yet he matched his power. If he did not eliminate this youth today, the Yun family might never find their footing again. Little did he know, after today, there would be no Yun family left. Lin Fei had come with a resolute intent to annihilate him. The two engaged in a fierce aerial battle, the momentum of their clash resonating far and wide. Spectators observed the duel from a distance, marveling at Lin Fei's prowess. However, none dared approach too closely, fearing the fallout from the combat, and they speculated from afar. Who is this young man who can contend with a martial sovereign? It seems he holds the upper hand. How extraordinary. The city lord's residents and the Jiang family soon received word, and upon investigation, they discovered a mere woman was at the heart of the turmoil. Lin Fei had incapacitated that old man's grandson and slain his 3 sons, effectively annihilating their lineage, and he had boldly stormed their stronghold, leaving the Yun family nearly decimated. The two families exchanged glances of schadenfreude. That old man had but one grandson, whom he doted upon excessively, often antagonizing the two families on his behalf. But he had now encountered a formidable opponent. They promptly instructed their kin to avoid provoking Lin Fei, should he come to their doorstep. Even if they could prevail over him, the cost would surely be devastating. Once again, it is evident that such remarkable prowess at a tender age must be backed by some formidable support. One must tread carefully and not provoke him. As Lin Fei activated his indestructible golden body, he effortlessly disregarded all of Yuan Hongye's assaults. Although he was not yet on par with a 3-star martial venerable in raw strength, Lin Fei's extensive array of formidable martial techniques rendered the old man nearly defenseless. Despite utilizing numerous skills, he could not inflict any harm upon Lin Fei. However, being the cunning fox that he was, the old man, despite his predicament, discerned Lin Fei's secret. With a cold demeanor, he remarked, "Young man, great power comes at a cost. How long can you sustain it?" Lin Fei responded with a faint smile, "Why not test it and find out?" In an instant, he closed the distance and launched a relentless assault with the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies palm and the 1 yang finger, continuously draining Yuan Hongye's energy. Yuan Hongye found himself compelled to defend with all his might, gradually succumbing to disadvantage. As his injuries multiplied, Lin Fei remained unscathed, causing a sense of panic to rise within him. After all, every individual cherishes their life. Thus, he exerted all his strength to push Lin Fei away and promptly turned to flee. Yet, after exerting such effort, Lin Fei would not allow him to escape easily. He took to the skies in pursuit, unsheathing the blood-drink demon blade and unleashing the Shura Overlord Blade Strike. A 100-meter arc of black blade energy swiftly cleaved towards Yuan Hongye. Sensing the overwhelming force approaching from behind, he was forced to pivot and defend. Channeling his true essence to its utmost limit, he conjured a protective barrier before him. As he beheld the massive blade descending upon him, trepidation gripped his heart. Although he managed to withstand Lin Fei's strike, the exertion proved too great, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling a momentary relief. However, a profound sense of life and death crisis washed over him, as he felt an invisible blade energy materialize before him in an instant. Yuan Hongye had no time to react and was cleaved in half. Having been caught off guard by Lin Fei's sudden draw blade slash during his defense against the Shura Overlord Blade Strike, he had never anticipated that he would meet his demise at the hands of a mere youth. With eyes filled with intense resentment and regret, he plummeted to the ground. Chapter 41. The City Lord's Invitation. Congratulations, host, for defeating a 3-star martial venerable. You have gained 7 million experience points, 900,000 gold coins, and 500 medium-grade elemental stones, along with the weapon gale wheel, earth-grade, upper tier. To his surprise, he also discovered a significant number of medium-grade elemental stones within the spatial ring he retrieved from Yuan Hongye. Upon witnessing Yuan Hongye's demise, the elder quickly knelt and begged for mercy from Lin Fei. Indifferent to his pleas, Lin Fei swiftly dealt with his son, bringing closure to the matter. Lin Fei felt a twinge of frustration that the system had yet to notify him of task completion. Did it require him to eliminate every last man, woman, and child? Such cruelty was beyond Lin Fei's capacity. Though it might sow future seeds of trouble, he was not yet capable of such ruthlessness. Instead, he shouted, "All remaining members of the Yun family, vacate Yunjiang City at once, lest you incur my wrath." The survivors, having witnessed the fall of their family's martial venerable before this youthful figure, dared not utter a word and hurriedly gathered their belongings to flee. At last, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. You have earned 5 million experience points, 5 million gold coins, 2,000 inferior elemental stones. The martial arts technique Klingbo Weibu, heavenly grade inferior, and 9-star continuous strike, heavenly grade superior. Congratulations, host, on leveling up to 9-star martial king." Lin Fei felt an immense surge of power. For advancing another star in strength became increasingly arduous, thereby enhancing his overall prowess. Lin Fei examined the capabilities of the martial techniques. Lingbo Weibu, heavenly grade inferior. A method of movement that embodies unparalleled speed, enabling the user to shift shapes and traverse the seas. Akin to soaring through the air, and 9-star continuous strike, heavenly grade superior martial technique, allowing for the sequential use of other techniques up to 9 times. Each strike more formidable than the last, with each attack's power compounding. After 9 strikes, it culminates in the 9-star continuous strike, where the combined power of all 9 strikes amplifies the attack by 9-fold against the adversary. Good heavens, this martial technique is astonishing, Lin Fei marveled. It is akin to employing the 1 yang finger technique. The first strike delivers standard power, but with each subsequent strike, the force accumulates, culminating in the 9th strike wielding the strength equivalent to 9 times that of the initial attack. Moreover, the final assault combines all 9 strikes, further amplifying the power ninefold. What an extraordinary martial technique. I can't help but imagine the possibilities if it could be applied to the draw sword technique. That would indeed be phenomenal. Although the probability of an instant kill with the draw sword remains an enigma, if one could utilize 9-star continuous strike, triggering that probability would likely become much easier. However, I wonder if it can be applied to the draw sword technique. Thus, Lin Fei inquired of the system, which replied, the draw sword technique is classified as a special martial technique and cannot be enhanced by 9-star continuous strike. Lin Fei felt a twinge of disappointment. Yet he reasoned that if it were otherwise, it would indeed be unreasonable. He would be unbeatable henceforth. Nevertheless, even if it were possible, he lacked the substantial true essence required to execute 9 consecutive draw sword techniques, as it is quite depleting, let alone the ultimate 9 strikes combined. He would likely be drained of energy before he could manifest it. This martial technique, while impressive, demanded an exorbitant amount of true essence. It seems prudent for me to cultivate restorative elixirs for true essence when time permits. Having completed the task, Lin Fei returned to the tavern with ease. Upon entering his room, Chunlinger swiftly enveloped him in a tight embrace. Concerned for Lin Fei's safety, her anxious heart finally found solace upon his return, and she couldn't help but hold him tightly. Though Lin Feng and the others were momentarily overwhelmed by their display of affection, curiosity got the better of them, and they inquired, did you truly annihilate the Yun family? Lin Fei nodded nonchalantly. Yes, I killed the martial sovereign and eliminated nearly all capable warriors. I let the elderly, women, and children go, for I am not yet so bloodthirsty. The group raised their thumbs in admiration. Incredible. You truly live up to your reputation as the god of killing in Tianfeng City, unleashing your wrath for a fair maiden. Lin Jiao remarked enviously. I truly envy Sister Linger, to have a man like my brother who cares for you so deeply. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. You lack any discernment. Do I need to show you the door? Pointing at Chunlinger in his embrace, the others scoffed. What a cad, forgetting friends for the sake of beauty. They then departed for their respective quarters. Lin Fei held Chunlinger in his embrace, inhaling the delicate fragrance of her youthful form, and found himself momentarily lost in a whirlwind of desire. Yet, he knew that now was not the time, and this temptation was a true torment for him. With a hint of bashfulness, she chided, thinking of such improper things every day is quite wicked. To which Lin Fei cheekily replied, a man must be a little bad for a woman to love him. It is only natural for a man to embrace his true nature. This is a serious matter. He then pulled Chunlinger closer, kissing her, and this time she reciprocated his affection. As Lin Fei kissed her, his hand began to wander downward, prompting a sharp cry from Chunlinger, who quickly halted his advances. Her face flushed crimson. She implored, Lin Fei, could you be a bit more restrained? This is not the right time. With a mischievous grin, he acquiesced. All right, I shall behave. Let us go out for a meal, and he took her by the hand. Leading her outside, they invited Lin Feng and the others to join them. Upon seeing Chunlinger's flushed face, the men exchanged knowing glances with Lin Fei, whose demeanor was one of unspoken understanding, further deepening her embarrassment as she lowered her head, unable to meet anyone's gaze. Lin Fei, undeterred, declared, let us rest for the night. We shall depart this city tomorrow. First, we must enjoy a good meal. He instructed the waiter to bring forth the finest food and drink, and the group commenced their feasting. At that moment, the innkeeper approached them respectfully, saying, young master, our city lord wishes to invite you as a guest. I wonder if you have the time? Lin Fei responded nonchalantly, very well, let it be tomorrow at noon. The innkeeper bowed deeply. I shall await your esteemed presence with great anticipation, and gradually retreated. Word of Lin Fei's affairs swiftly spread throughout Yunjiang City, explaining the innkeeper's deference. The inn was owned by the city lord, which was why he had sent the innkeeper to convey the invitation. As for the purpose behind the city lord's invitation, Lin Fei was unconcerned. Chunlinger queried, what could the city lord want with you? Given the trouble you've stirred in Yunjiang City, he might not be pleased. Lin Fei chuckled softly, I doubt it. We shall see tomorrow. Even if he seeks trouble, I am not afraid. His strength had grown considerably since he first arrived at the Lin family, and he had heard that the city lord was a 4-star martial sovereign, posing little threat to him. Besides, there was no animosity between them. No one wished to make an enemy of a promising young man. After their meal, Lin Fei boldly entered Chunlinger's room once more. She pushed him away with all her might, yet he remained stubbornly persistent, leaving her feeling somewhat helpless. Ultimately, he achieved his desire, enveloping the beauty in his dreams, experiencing a blend of joy and anguish. He had gone through everything except the final act, which left him feeling quite frustrated. Eventually, he drifted into a peaceful slumber, filled with delightful dreams. Chunlinger awoke, nearly at noon, to find Lin Fei lying beside her. his hands still nestled beneath her garments, a lascivious grin adorning his face, and drool pooling at the corner of his mouth. With a sigh, she gently removed his hand and rose to wash up. Not long after, Lin Fei sensed something was amiss with his hand, awakening to discover the drool at his lips. Hastily wiping his face with his clothes, Lin Fei felt a flush of embarrassment. How humiliating it was to drool in his sleep. At that moment, he accessed the system interface to review his attributes. Host, Lin Fei level, 9-star Martial King experience, 12,000,000,900,000 cultivation technique, killing god formula, divine level technique. Currently has condensed the blood body of slaughter, next stage, slaughter awakening, weapon, blood drink demon blade, heavenly grade, low tier, upgradable, martial skills, phantom dance, earth grade, upper tier. Ripple step, heavenly grade, low tier, lion's roar, earth grade, upper tier. 3 points return chi, earth grade, upper tier. 1 yang finger, heavenly grade, low tier. 8 wilderness and 6 harmonies palm, earth grade, upper tier. Shura dominance blade slash, heavenly grade, low tier. 9-star combo, heavenly grade, upper tier. Blade slash, special martial skill. Forms an invisible blade aura upon use, increasing attack power 5-fold, with a 30 chance of instant kill. Secondary profession, alchemist level 6, proficiency, 15, 000, 100. 000, divine ability, fury, increases strength 10-fold for 1 hour, triple experience gained from defeating enemies. Cooldown of 1 day. Indestructible golden body, can withstand attacks from warriors 2 major realms below for 1 hour. Gold coins, 38 million, observing the ever-increasing experience needed for leveling up. Lin Fei felt a slight headache. Fortunately, the system was accommodating. Both elixirs and spirit stones could augment his experience. Furthermore, the killing god formula operated automatically, ensuring a steady increase in experience. If he dedicated himself to self-cultivation, the accumulation would be even swifter and more substantial. Lin Fei turned his inner gaze to the blood body of slaughter within his dantian, noting that its eyes remained tightly shut, showing no signs of awakening. However, the surrounding blood energy was becoming more abundant, and the aura of slaughter grew denser. Lin Fei's physical strength had also significantly improved. He estimated that, relying solely on his physical prowess, he could contend with a 5-star martial king. Although his physical capabilities had yet to match his realm, the killing god formula continuously refined his body. With the acquisition of more blood energy in the future, he believed that achieving a physical strength that either matched or even surpassed his realm would not be a daunting task. At that moment, Chun Linger emerged from her grooming, noticing Lin Fei lost in thought, and called out to him. Lin Fei snapped back to reality, not overly concerned, as he believed that with the system at his disposal, becoming an unparalleled powerhouse was merely a matter of time. Chun Linger approached and gently adjusted Lin Fei's attire, teasing him, drooling in your sleep. How embarrassing. Lin Fei replied with a mischievous grin, it was because I dreamt of my dear Ling. While reality may not allow it, dreams can be quite liberating. Should I share the details? Haha. Chun Linger, blushing, retorted, Lin Fei, could you be any less serious? Stop fooling around. We need to head to the city lord's mansion soon. Lin Fei slapped his forehead, nearly forgetting this important matter, and planted a kiss on Chun Linger's cheek. Satisfied, he took her hand and led her out of the room, where Lin Feng and the others had been waiting downstairs. Upon seeing Lin Fei and Chun Linger descend, Lin Feng and Chun Shu exchanged sly grins. Lin Fei, how did you rest yesterday? Chun Linger's cheeks flushed at once, and she hurriedly clarified, don't misunderstand. Lin Fei and I didn't do anything. Lin Fei interrupted Chun Linger, saying, you must rest well, you look refreshed, unlike you few single dogs. Filled with envy and jealousy, right? Haha. Chun Linger retaliated with a playful punch, but Lin Fei feigned indifference and continued to boast. Eventually, Chun Linger, in exasperation, pinched Lin Fei's waist, causing him to cry out in surprise. He promptly closed his mouth, aware that this tactic was well known among women, even for someone as gentle as Chun Linger. Reluctantly, he decided to behave, fearing that another pinch would follow, though it didn't truly hurt. It was merely Lin Fei's exaggerated display. With that, the group, led by the innkeeper, made their way to the city lord's mansion and soon arrived at its grand entrance. The mansion appeared imposing, with strict guards stationed at the entrance. One guard stepped forward, stating firmly, no entry for the uninvited. Today the city lord is hosting esteemed guests. The innkeeper, startled and anxious not to offend Lin Fei, quickly responded, these are guests invited by the city lord. Please step aside and do not delay them. Recognizing the innkeeper, the guards silently moved aside, allowing them to pass. One of the guards hurried inside, presumably to announce their arrival. Pleased with the guard's demeanor, Lin Fei nodded in approval. The city lord was indeed adept, unlike certain families whose guards were excessively arrogant. Moments after entering, a refined middle-aged man emerged, accompanied by attendants, exuding an indescribable presence. Lin Fei surmised this was likely a result of long-standing authority and thought little of it. Behind him stood a young man with an impressive bearing, resembling the city lord, presumably his son. The middle-aged man, upon noticing Lin Fei, courteously introduced himself. I am Xiao Wenshan. May I ask how to address you, young brother? The young man behind him was Xia Yuanzheng, and he encouraged a friendly exchange among the young people. Xia Yuanzheng politely nodded in acknowledgement. Appreciating their courtesy, Lin Fei replied, You flatter me, city lord. You may call me Lin Fei. He then proceeded to introduce Chen Linger and the others. However, noticing Xia Yuanzheng's persistent gaze on Chen Linger, Lin Fei's expression darkened. Internally, he scolded, How dare this pretty boy stare at my wife as if I don't exist? Had it not been for the other's politeness, Lin Fei would have lost his temper. Xiao Wenshan, sensing his son's unusual behavior, cleared his throat and quickly suggested, Let us not linger here. The banquet is prepared inside. Please, young friends, come in and enjoy. Realizing his earlier actions were somewhat disrespectful, Xia Yuanzheng promptly averted his gaze. Noting his tact, Lin Fei chose not to dwell on it, understanding that his wife was indeed exceptionally beautiful. Thus, the group followed the city lord inside. Chapter 43. Threatening Lin Fei. As Lin Fei trailed behind, he used his inside eye to scan the information on Xiao Wenshan and Xia Yuanzheng. Xiao Wenshan, a 5-star martial master, practiced the Sacred Dragon Decision, a top-tier technique exclusive to the royal family of the Eastern Xia dynasty. Xia Yuanzheng, the 7-star martial king, possesses the same martial art, the Sacred Dragon technique. Xiao Wenshan has concealed much of his strength. External rumors suggest he is merely a 4-star martial venerable. While Xia Yuanzheng's prowess is indeed formidable, having attained the rank of 7-star martial king, it is no wonder that Lin Fei perceives an indescribable aura emanating from him. After all, it stems from royal blood, exuding the natural presence of a born leader. However, Lin Fei was somewhat taken aback by Xiao Wenshan's strength as a 5-star martial venerable, for each elevation in the martial venerable realm amplifies one's power exponentially. Fortunately, after vanquishing the Yun family, Lin Fei's own strength surged considerably. While Xiao Wenshan is powerful, Lin Fei does not regard him with trepidation, having revealed all his trump cards. Even if he is not a match for a 5-star martial venerable, the opponent cannot gain any advantage. Soon, they arrived at the lord's residence, where a sumptuous feast awaited, meticulously prepared by the city lord. As Lin Fei and his companions took their seats, Xiao Wenshan courteously inquired, Young brother Lin Fei, your battle has become renowned in Yunjiang City. The old fellow from the Yun family was a 3-star martial venerable, and nearly all the strong members of the Yun family perished at your hands. Lin Fei responded with a faint smile, Your Excellency, you flatter me. I merely relied on luck and risked my life to eradicate the Yun family. I do not seek conflict, but when it comes to protecting my own, I will act in self-defense. The Yun family relentlessly pressed me, leaving me no choice but to confront them directly for a decisive resolution. Xiao Wenshan concurred, Indeed. The old fellow from the Yun family has indulged that grandson for years, unaware of the countless transgressions he has committed against others. Lin Fei, in a sense, has liberated Yunjiang City from a significant menace, earning the gratitude of many citizens. However, Lin Fei sensed a hint of hypocrisy in Xiao Wenshan's demeanor and thus spoke candidly. I wonder, Your Excellency, what matters bring you to seek my company? Have I offended anyone in Yunjiang City? Xiao Wenshan waved his hand with a smile. Not at all. I merely wish to befriend such a promising young talent as yourself. May I inquire which sect you hail from and where you are originally from? Xiao Wenshan sought to ascertain Lin Fei's background, for it was no ordinary feat to slay a martial king at such a young age. He undoubtedly had substantial backing or a powerful sect behind him. Lin Fei chuckled inwardly, realizing the intent to probe his origins. However, he did not shy away and replied openly, I come from Tianfeng City, and we are here to participate in the grand tournament in the Imperial City. Such details are not easily concealed. With a little effort, one can uncover the truth, so Lin Fei chose to be forthright. Xia Yuanzheng scoffed, How can that be? Tianfeng City is but a small place, far inferior to my Yunjiang City. Xiao Wenshan admonished, Yuanzheng, show some respect. Tianfeng City indeed boasts picturesque scenery and nurtures exceptional talents. Chastened by his father's rebuke, Xia Yuanzheng fell silent and turned to Lin Fei, saying, Young brother, I have a request. Let us join forces to eliminate the Jiang family, and I promise you substantial rewards in return. What do you say? Lin Fei, amused by Xiao Wenshan's ambition to dominate Yunjiang City, maintained his composure and replied, I bear no grievances against the Jiang family. I will not ally with the city lord. Given the prowess of the city lord, a 5-star martial sovereign, extinguishing the Jiang clan single-handedly should pose no significant challenge. Why, then, would my assistance be necessary? Xiao Wenshan was somewhat taken aback, realizing that Lin Fei could discern his realm. He replied, "The old fellows of the Jiang clan are quite formidable. Should we clash head-on, my city lord's mansion would suffer considerable losses. Thus, I require the aid of young brothers like you. Name your conditions." Lin Fei outright declined, stating, "City lord, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have my own choices." At that moment, Xia Yuanzheng could no longer contain himself and arrogantly declared, "Lin Fei, have you been given too much face? You hail from a mere backwater like Tianfeng City. Do you dare to believe that you could leave the city lord's mansion today? Or shall I send men to Tianfeng City to obliterate your family?" Lin Fei responded with a cold smile. "Is that truly the intention of the city lord? Should I refuse, do you intend to compel us to stay?" Xiao Wenshan feigned a smile, retorting, "Perhaps you possess the ability to escape, but your companions may not be so fortunate." Lin Fei chuckled, "City Lord Xia, your surname is Xiao, I presume? Judging by your imposing aura, you must possess royal blood. As a member of the royal family, it seems rather unnecessary to covet Yunjiang City. Moreover, my presence here signifies that I harbor no fear. If you doubt, you may test me, but should you choose to turn hostile, you must consider whether you can bear the consequences." Xiao Wenshan was astonished that Lin Fei could discern his royal lineage, a fact unknown even to those in Yunjiang City. He merely smiled. "The struggles of the royal family are the most brutal, hence, I have distanced myself from the Imperial City, finding solace and freedom in this place. Since you are so confident, how about we engage in a spar?" Lin Fei stood with an air of authority, proclaiming, "Very well, I welcome your guidance, esteemed city lord." Without hesitation, Lin Fei ascended into the air, followed by Xiao Wenshan, who unleashed his formidable aura to prevent any collateral damage to the city lord's mansion. Chunlinger and the others observed Xiao Wenshan's overwhelming presence, feeling a tinge of concern for Lin Fei. However, there was little they could do in such a high-stakes battle. Nonetheless, Chunlinger resolved to train diligently, determined not to become a burden to Lin Fei in the future. The formidable aura bore no impact on Lin Fei. He unleashed his divine powers in a furious display, opting not to employ his indestructible golden body, reserving that card for later. His strength multiplied tenfold. As a 9-star martial king, Lin Fei's aura was scarcely inferior to that of Xiao Wenshan. A flicker of fervor crossed Xiao Wenshan's eyes. It was no wonder Lin Fei had the audacity to challenge him, possessing such hidden strength. This young man must harbor great secrets that Xiao longed to uncover. Without hesitation, Xiao Wenshan launched a probing attack, his dragon's fury palm imbued with potent true essence aimed at Lin Fei, who remained unfazed. Lin Fei countered with a series of 9 strikes, employing the one-yang finger technique. Intent on teaching Xiao Wenshan a lesson to demonstrate that he was not to be trifled with, the one-yang finger struck 9 times in rapid succession. And though Xiao Wenshan was a 5-star martial sovereign, the cumulative power of Lin Fei's technique shattered his dragon's fury palm in the first 3 blows. Xiao Wenshan's expression shifted slightly as he observed Lin Fei unleash 9 streams of true essence in a singular motion of his finger. Though he had merely intended to test the waters, the first 3 streams were swiftly neutralized, yet the remaining 6 seemed to grow increasingly formidable. Xiao Wenshan, wary of underestimating his opponent, employed all his tactics to fend off the onslaught. Chapter 44. Although he successfully repelled Lin Fei's assault, Xiao Wenshan found no ease in his efforts. He marveled at Lin Fei's extraordinary prowess. A mere 9-star martial king was capable of contending with him at such a level. At that moment, Lin Fei bellowed, "Lord City Master, brace yourself for my move, 9-star barrage." The might of his one-yang finger culminated in a formidable surge of true essence, hurtling towards Xiao Wenshan with overwhelming force. As the attack hurtled toward him, Xiao Wenshan's countenance paled at the sheer intensity of Lin Fei's strike. Drawing upon all his strength, he met the assault head-on. Although he managed to thwart Lin Fei's blow, a trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth. The onlookers were left in stunned silence. They recognized Lin Fei's exceptional strength, but were unprepared for the revelation of his capabilities, capable of injuring even a 5-star martial sovereign, while Lin Fei himself appeared unscathed. Lin Fei, however, was not entirely unscathed either. The 9-star barrage had consumed nearly half of his true essence. It was known that Lin Fei practiced a divine-level technique, endowing his true essence with a richness comparable to that of a martial sovereign. With an air of composure, Lin Fei remarked, "City Master, shall we continue our spar?" Xiao Wenshan feigned humility, saying, "Lin Fei, it must be that you are utilizing some secret technique to attain such extraordinary power. Moreover, such a formidable move must come at a great cost. How many times can you unleash such a devastating attack?" Lin Fei, maintaining his calm demeanor, responded with a smile. I may not be a match for the city master at present, but should you insist on continuing our duel, I shall stake my life against yours. The outcome? I cannot guarantee. Although Lin Fei was not a rival to the 5-star martial sovereign, he felt no fear. He was willing to wager on the probability of his blade draw technique achieving a decisive strike. Yet, the odds of triggering this ability were elusive. Despite a seemingly high probability, it often eluded him, leaving Lin Fei somewhat vexed. Thus, he could not rely on it as a trump card, though he hoped for its enhancement in future upgrades. Xia Wenshan's mind wavered. Lin Fei's words suggested he possessed additional hidden strengths. Uncertain whether Lin Fei was merely bluffing, he decided against taking the risk. Such a character, even if not a potential ally, was best avoided as an enemy. With a broad smile, Xia Wenshan declared, Enough, enough. Young brother Lin Fei, your strength is indeed formidable. I, the city master, have been reckless. Allow me to pour you a drink as an apology. He thus descended to the ground, prompting Lin Fei to follow suit. However, Lin Fei noticed Xia Yuanjing casting lascivious glances at Qinling, a sight that stirred unease within him. He spoke without reservation, City Master Xia, please keep your son's gaze in check. Qinling is my fiancé, and I decimated the Yun family for their transgressions against my beloved. I suggest your young master exercise caution. In that moment, Lin Fei sought to instill a sense of trepidation in Xia Wenshan, making it clear that he was not to be trifled with. Should hostilities arise, neither party would emerge unscathed. At this moment, Xia Yuanjing could no longer tolerate Lin Fei's arrogant demeanor. He pointed at Lin Fei and exclaimed, Do you truly believe you are a match for my father? You only rely on secret techniques to enhance your strength. Lin Fei retorted coldly, then by all means, give it a try and see who will have the last laugh. He immediately stood up again. Xia Wenshan admonished Xia Yuanzhong, apologized to Lin Fei, my young friend. You were the one who acted impolitely. Do you not feel ashamed? Reluctantly, Xia Yuanzhong complied with his father's authority and offered an apology to Lin Fei, though his heart seethed with anger. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Lin Fei took his leave. Once outside the city lord's mansion, they made their way swiftly towards the outskirts. Lin Fei felt a surge of urgency. He had only 1 hour of fury left, and he feared that if time ran out, Xia Wenshan might discern his vulnerabilities. Though he could manage on his own, he was burdened by a few deadweights and needed to exert some pressure to intimidate the opponent. After Lin Fei departed, Xia Yuanzhong, puzzled, asked, Father, is it really necessary for us to fear this arrogant fellow? Xia Wenshan's expression darkened. If we consider only the strength he has displayed, there is indeed no need for fear. However, I am concerned that he possesses some hidden trump card. I sense a dangerous aura emanating from him, and I do not wish to gamble recklessly. It is unnecessary. Now, prepare yourself. I have made considerable sacrifices to enroll you in the Blood Cloud sect. You must devote yourself to training. With your talent, reaching the martial emperor realm should not pose much difficulty. At that time, we shall reclaim the throne. This is your father's aspiration. Xia Yuanzhong replied earnestly, Understood, father. Once I enter the Blood Cloud sect, I will train diligently and strive to first break through to the martial honor realm. When I next encounter Lin Fei, I shall teach him a proper lesson. After Lin Fei and his companions departed, they soared through the skies for several hundred miles, halting only when their true essence was nearly exhausted. Lin Feng, puzzled, asked Lin Fei, Given that Xia Wenshan was injured under your hand, does that not imply you are stronger than him? Why are we fleeing? The others, except for Qinlinger, echoed his sentiments. Lin Fei rolled his eyes, looking at them as if they were fools, and replied helplessly, Dear siblings, I am merely a 9-star martial king. How could I possibly contend with a 5-star martial honor? Even if I have the strength to fight, it would only be under the most favorable circumstances. I have no issue with my own safety. If I cannot win, I can still escape. But what about you deadweights? What should I do with you? Thus, I had to use my most powerful means to intimidate him. You truly lack any sense. Lin Feng and the others felt somewhat disheartened. They had thought that achieving the rank of martial king made them formidable, yet in Lin Fei's eyes, they were merely burdens. Lin Fei stated calmly, There are still 2 months until the grand competition for talents. I plan to dedicate a month to honing your skills and enhancing your combat experience. You have all remained sheltered within the family and lack any real combat experience, having never faced the brink of life and death. I have already inquired about a suitable location for your training. We shall journey to the Black Wind Mountain Range, which lies 2,000 miles to the north, and engage in battle against the beasts of the mountains. The Black Wind Mountain Range stretches endlessly, recognized as one of the 2 perilous terrains of the northern wilderness. Legends speak of the presence of 9th-tier demon beasts, comparable to the martial saints among humans. Lin Feng and his companions expressed their astonishment, exclaiming, You still intend to take us there? Aren't you just leading us to our demise? Lin Fei, bemused, replied, "You possess not an ounce of courage. In the eyes of ninth-tier demon beasts, you are no more significant than ants. Would they bother to crush an ant intentionally? As long as we do not venture too deep, it should be fine. Besides, with me guiding you, what is there to fear? Moreover, we can gather some medicinal herbs. And I shall concoct pills for you to rapidly enhance your strength." The group applauded, knowing that with Lin Fei's alchemical skills, their cultivation speed would significantly increase. Lin Fei first provided them with restorative pills to replenish their true essence, and once they had recovered, they soared into the air. After 2 days of travel, they finally reached the outskirts of the Black Wind mountain range. Lin Fei gazed out. It was far more expansive than the Beast Mountains outside Tianfeng City. The atmosphere felt ominously foreboding, instilling a sense of unease. No wonder it was deemed one of the 2 great dangers of the northern wilderness. This time, they must maintain a low profile. If they were to encounter another 7th-tier demon beast, it would spell disaster. Chapter 45. Trials of the group. After resting for a day outside, Lin Fei and his companions stepped into the Black Wind mountain range, where they encountered various individuals. Some were there for training, while others sought to hunt demon beasts and search for spiritual herbs. The demon beasts' demon cores, blood, and hides could fetch a good price. Humans could slay demon beasts, but the beasts also preyed upon humans, a timeless law. However, they remained on the periphery, where the demon beasts were of lower tiers, posing minimal danger with cautious navigation. Lin Fei chose not to delve deeper immediately. Instead, he began battling the lower-tier demon beasts at the outskirts, directly suppressing their realms to the 10th-star warrior level. He treated Chunling similarly. Confused, Chunling and her companions questioned, "Why are you suppressing our realms to that of warriors? Wouldn't that make us more vulnerable?" Lin Fei chuckled. "We shall start with the lower-tier demon beasts to gradually hone your combat experience. Even against 3rd-tier demon beasts, you will possess the capability to fight back. Such experiences may very well increase your odds of survival in dire situations." The group countered, "And what about you? Aren't you joining us?" Lin Fei replied with a smile. "Of course, I will accompany you. Unless you find yourselves in peril, I shall refrain from intervening. There is also one stipulation. You must leave a breath in every demon beast for me to strike the final blow. This would serve as a test, allowing you to refine your control over power, which would be greatly beneficial for your cultivation." Lin Feng, somewhat skeptical, inquired, "But why leave a breath for you to finish them? You're not developing a taste for bloodshed, are you?" Recently, Lin Fei's propensity for slaying numerous foes had led others to label him as a reincarnation of a killing deity. Even Chunling regarded Lin Fei with a different gaze, sensing that he did not possess such a bloodthirsty nature. Observing the look Chunling cast upon him, Lin Fei could only explain helplessly, "I assure you, I have principles when it comes to taking lives. Besides, these are merely demon beasts. Why do you all regard me so? My direct intervention will undoubtedly yield significant benefits. The matters pertaining to the system are not to be disclosed to them. For even if I were to explain, they would not comprehend the essence of such a system. Although I have taken many lives, they were lives that deserve to be taken. I have never indulged in the indiscriminate slaughter of the innocent. Even in the case of exterminating entire families, I have spared the elderly, women, and children." The others ceased their inquiries and complied with Lin Fei's directives to commence the hunt for demonic beasts. The beasts at the periphery were merely of the 1st and 2nd tiers. They easily vanquished these creatures with little exertion, as they were all formidable warriors at the Martial King level. Despite their abilities being restrained to that of 10-star warriors, the low-tier beasts posed no threat to them. As they progressed, Lin Fei followed closely behind to deliver the final blows, concurrently collecting the corpses of the beasts for the system. Although the experience and gold were scarce, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, and Lin Fei was not one to be finicky. The primary objective remained to allow the killing god technique to absorb the blood essence. But the blood essence from these lower-tier beasts was far inferior to that of the more powerful ones. Quantity can lead to qualitative change. Hence Lin Fei diligently executed the finishing strikes, causing Chunlinger and the others to genuinely question whether Lin Fei harbored a penchant for bloodshed. By day, Lin Fei instructed them to slay beasts, and by night, he sought locations for their cultivation, while he himself remained industrious in his training. In a mere 5 or 6 days, they had collectively slain over 1,000 demonic beasts, including a significant number of 3rd-tier ones. Lin Fei had acquired a plethora of items, yet none captured his interest. He intended to delve deeper into the wilderness, releasing some of his restraints to maintain their prowess at the 10-star martial artist level. Upon venturing further, they encountered primarily 3rd and 4th-tier beasts, which they could barely contend with. Even when faced with 4th-tier initial stage beasts, they managed to overcome them, albeit with some difficulty. Chunlinger, wielding her divine level technique, found the 4th-tier initial stage beasts to be no challenge at all. With Lin Fei providing protection, they encountered few issues, yet they endured considerable hardship. In situations where their lives were not in peril, Lin Fei refrained from intervening. Chunlinger fared much better. Whenever Lin Fei sensed a shift in circumstances, he would immediately assist her, ensuring she sustained no injuries. The others looked at Lin Fei with expressions of resentment, feeling he was excessively biased. Lin Jiao pouted in dissatisfaction. Brother, you prioritize beauty over friendship. She is also a girl. How can you bear to let me suffer like this? Lin Fei chuckled. Girls must learn to be independent. Otherwise, how can they protect themselves? Your sister-in-law has my protection, but you do not, haha. Lin Fei had severely bruised the young girl's pride. Lin Jiao sulked to a distance, muttering complaints about Lin Fei. Upon hearing this, Lin Fei rolled his eyes and said, let us find a place to rest. Fortuitously, we have discovered numerous spiritual herbs during our search. I shall concoct some elixirs to reward you, which will also facilitate your rapid advancement. The others had yet to witness Lin Fei's alchemical prowess and were intrigued, for they had heard that alchemy required innate talent, and it was notoriously challenging for the average person to become an alchemist. Otherwise, the status of alchemists would not be so rare in this world. Thus, they gathered around with curiosity. Lin Fei smiled faintly, choosing not to speak, as he retrieved the low-grade alchemical furnace from earlier and began his preparations for refining elixirs. He had gathered a plethora of spiritual herbs. The majority pilfered from the spatial rings of his foes, alongside those he had discovered during his recent endeavors. These precious herbs were cultivated within his enchanting mountain sea ring, and had anyone been privy to the sight of Lin Fei's garden, they would surely have been left speechless, for it sprawled across an area of several dozen miles, teeming with diverse spiritual flora, bone-washing flower, inkleaf lotus, serpent saliva fruit, gathering spirit grass, blood coagulation grass, vitality fruit, life bone flower, yellow lotus essence, blood lotus essence, ice spirit flame grass, white orchid fruit, purple blue leaf, white spirit ginseng fruit, snow lotus seeds, drunken dragon grass, rejuvenating red fruit, serpent desire fruit, purple smoke fruit, anorexia flower, blessing herb, an astonishing array indeed. The rapid growth of these herbs could be attributed to the miraculous properties of the mountain sea ring, which accelerated their maturation by tenfold. Furthermore, the herbs had the ability to propagate autonomously, resulting in a bounty of immature specimens. Although their growth was not as exaggerated as that of mere grass, it was still remarkable. Lin Fei selected a portion of the herbs, quickly amassing a significant pile on the ground. Those present gazed at the extensive collection in bewilderment. Lin Jiao, unable to comprehend, inquired, what do you intend to do with all these herbs? Can you possibly refine them all? Even Chunlinger regarded Lin Fei with a hint of confusion. Though they were not alchemists, they were aware that alchemy was a process requiring immense effort. It was not something to be trifled with. Thus, witnessing Lin Fei's vast assortment of herbs left them astonished, simultaneously marveling at his extravagant fortune. With a sense of pride, Lin Fei declared, one need not question my capabilities. Refining elixirs is but a trivial matter, not nearly as complicated as you might believe. He summoned forth his true essence, conjuring flames that engulfed the herbs, tossing them in one handful at a time. Mere minutes later, the elixirs were complete. Although they were all third-tier elixirs, there were over a dozen produced in a single batch, leaving Lin Fei and the others utterly astounded. It was as if Lin Fei were not of this world. How could he accomplish such feats? Chapter 46, Divine-Level Techniques? Soon, amidst the astonishment of the onlookers, Lin Fei continued to produce batches of elixirs with remarkable success, eventually rendering their surprise mundane. Lin Fei had now ascended to the rank of a 6th-tier alchemist, achieving a 100 success rate for elixirs below the 6th tier. And he could simultaneously produce numerous pieces, with the system managing the intricacies of the process while he merely oversaw the formality. Were other alchemists to witness Lin Fei's method of alchemy, they would likely be left feeling despondent, for while others approached the craft with trepidation, fearful of making a single mistake, Lin Fei's approach resembled that of an assembly line, a truly demoralizing sight. As midnight approached, Lin Fei finally completed his refining, while the others were nearly lulled to sleep. Upon witnessing Lin Fei's success, all but Chunlinger gathered eagerly around him. Lin Fei distributed the elixirs, providing 3 true essence pills to each person, along with some solidified cultivation pills to enhance their true essence, as well as antidotes and healing elixirs for emergencies. Lin Fei reassured them, feel free to consume these elixirs, they carry no adverse effects. The healing and detoxifying ones are particularly vital. They could very well save your lives in critical moments. The last 3 pills are true essence pills. Consuming one will allow you to break through from a 1-star Martial King to a 9-star Martial King. The timing of consumption is entirely at your discretion. Though I recommend waiting until you reach the 7-star Martial King rank, as advancing in martial arts becomes increasingly challenging. When you attain the 7-star rank, consuming all 3 will elevate you directly to the 10-star Martial King, thus saving you considerable training time. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. The pills are now in your possession. The group was elated, their mouths agape with joy. With these pills bestowed by Lin Fei, their strength would undoubtedly soar. After a brief respite, Lin Fei reflected on the fact that he had not had the opportunity to take advantage of Chunlinger lately, which left him feeling quite restless. However, amidst the wilderness with everyone gathered, he found it difficult to act on his impulses, leading to his frustration. The following day, the group resumed their rigorous training. Over the course of nearly a month, they vanquished hundreds of 3rd and 4th-tier demonic beasts. They also encountered several 5th-tier beasts, all of which Lin Fei dispatched with ease. Lin Fei had grown so accustomed to the spoils of battle that he felt a sense of numbness. His disappointment mounted as he failed to obtain any item of celestial quality or above. Nevertheless, through this experience, Lin Fei managed to ascend to the rank of 10-star Martial King, while his blood-drinking demon blade advanced to the intermediate celestial level. His overall strength saw a significant enhancement, which brought him some solace. With the aid of her divine cultivation technique and the water spirit pearl, Chunlinger had already reached the 6-star Martial King rank and was likely closing in on the 7-star level. Lin Fei barely achieved the 4-star Martial King rank, while the other 3, despite their talents being somewhat lacking, reached the 3-star rank. All of this progress was made possible through Lin Fei's supportive pills. Otherwise, attaining even the 2-star rank would have been a considerable achievement for them. Lin Fei clapped his hands and declared, "The time is nigh. We must venture forth." With that, he lifted the restrictions binding them. As the constraints were released, they experienced a liberating sensation, akin to the relief of a long-held breath finally released. Unable to contain themselves, Lin Fei and the others let out low roars of exhilaration. Lin Fei scoffed, "What are you doing? Such a boisterous display for grown men." Taking Chunlinger's hand, Lin Fei led the way outward, secretly yearning to slay more demonic beasts. However, recalling the harrowing experiences in the demonic Beast Mountains, he was reluctant to face such dangers again, especially since the Black Wind Mountains were even larger. Who knew what level of beasts lurked within? Lin Fei had no desire to take such risks. Soon, they reached the outskirts of the mountain range, where a disheveled and tattered youth caught their eye from a distance. Sensing the fluctuations of his vital energy, it was evident he was merely at the martial master level. He appeared frantic as he fled, pursued by dozens of burly men, some of whom were at the martial spirit level, while the rest were martial masters. The leader of the group shouted arrogantly, "Kid, let's see how far you can run. Hand over what you've got, and I can make your death a bit more merciful." With that, he unleashed a blast of vital energy towards the boy's back. The youth turned and desperately attempted to defend himself, but as a mere martial master, he stood no chance against a martial spirit. He coughed up blood as he was sent reeling backward, yet he continued to flee, though it appeared he was on the verge of collapse. From a distance, Lin Fei and his companions came into view. To the young boy, Lin Fei exuded an extraordinary demeanor, and a glimmer of hope seemed to ignite in his eyes. He hurriedly rushed to Lin Fei's side and implored, "I beseech you, young master, save me. I cannot perish yet. I must avenge my parents and the people of my village. I am willing to serve you tirelessly. Just grant me this one chance at life." The boy, though pale and disheveled, possessed a resolve in his gaze that Lin Fei greatly admired. At that moment, Chunlinger gently suggested, "Lin Fei, perhaps we should help him. He appears quite pitiful." Just as Lin Fei was about to acquiesce, the system's notification chimed in. "Congratulations, host. You have received a mission. Save the boy before you and assist him in his quest for vengeance. Reward, 9 heavens starry scripture, divine grade superior technique." Lin Fei, bewildered, pondered the sudden generosity of the system. At that instant, a group of burly men had caught up, their leader brazenly declaring, "Kid, if you wish to live, mind your own business. We are members of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, and both our captain and vice-captain are powerful martial kings. Be wise and step aside." One of the ruffians leered, "You can leave, but leave those 2 pretty girls behind. It's been ages since I've encountered such beautiful maidens. Tonight, my brothers will have a grand time." The rest of the gang echoed their taunts. They underestimated Lin Fei, thinking him merely a youth without significant threat, oblivious to the fate that had befallen those who dared to provoke Chunlinger, who were annihilated without mercy. Even martial sovereigns had fallen at Lin Fei's hands. Had they been aware of this, their audacity might have dwindled. Lin Fei's ire surged upon hearing their words. "You seek your own demise." Employing the lion's roar, he unleashed a formidable force that left the assailants reeling, many bleeding from their orifices, some collapsing from grievous wounds. The few at the martial spirit realm were equally shaken, trembling in fear as they fell to their knees, pleading for mercy. Please, spare us. We are but insects. Let us go. The boy gazed at Lin Fei in astonishment, taken aback by his overwhelming power. Without further ado, Lin Fei tossed his blood drinker demon blade to the boy. This weapon, a mid-tier heavenly artifact, would provide the boy with the means to exact his revenge, as his foes were now severely weakened. The boy grasped the blood drinker demon blade, its blade as dark as ink, and felt a surge of strength coursing through him. Despite his grave injuries, he exhibited a fierce resolve and charged at the remaining assailants, who were already terrified and battered by Lin Fei's might. One by one, he dispatched them without mercy, showing no hesitation, as if driven by deep-seated hatred. After eliminating his foes, the boy released a primal roar, a culmination of pent-up rage finally set free. Subsequently, he returned the blood-drinking demon blade to Lin Fei and sincerely knelt before him, saying, I am Yi Xingqian. I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace, young master. From this moment forth, my life belongs to you, and I hope you will take me in. Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, it was but a trivial act. There's no need for such formalities. Please rise. However, the youth was reluctant to stand, his expression forlorn as he continued. My parents and my village were slaughtered by the Black Wolf mercenary group, leaving me all alone. Moreover, you saved my life. I recognize my limited capabilities, yet I wish to repay your kindness in any way I can. I implore you to take me in, so I may have a place to stay. I aspire to cultivate my skills and avenge my parents. Lin Fei used his insight eye to scan the young man before him. The information revealed left Lin Fei somewhat astonished, which soon turned into elation. Yi Xingqian, 7-star martial master, star body, and the flying fire technique, a high-tier Xiangrade skill. The star body, which absorbs the power of countless stars for cultivation, refines the physical form. This physique was evidently extraordinary. Although he currently stood at the 7-star martial master level, it was likely due to the inadequacy of his technique and its low tier. It felt like he had stumbled upon a treasure. No wonder the system was so generous, as it seemed the reward was prepared for this individual. It appeared that the system intended for him to take on a little brother, even providing the technique for him. With a smile, Lin Fei said, very well. From now on, you shall follow me. There is no need to call me young master. Just refer to me as Lin Fei. He then helped Yi Xingqian to his feet. From now on, you are my little brother. You may call me Fei Gore boss. Do not be overly formal. Lin Feng and the others exchanged glances, perplexed by Lin Fei's intentions regarding acquiring a little brother. They were aware that they still needed to journey to the Imperial city, and bringing along a burden would only delay their progress. However, they had no power to oppose Lin Fei's decision. After rising, Yi Xingqian shyly expressed, thank you, young master. Lin Fei interjected, did I not tell you to refrain from calling me young master? Yi Xingqian quickly corrected himself, thank you, boss. Upon Lin Fei's inquiry, Yi Xingqian revealed that he hailed from a nearby village. The Black Wind mercenary group had somehow learned of a treasure in their village and came to slaughter everyone. But he had narrowly escaped. Since then, the mercenary group had relentlessly pursued him, claiming that the treasure was in his possession, though he himself was unaware of what it was. With a commanding tone, Lin Fei declared, since you now call me boss, lead me to the lair of the Black Wolf mercenary group, and I shall assist you in seeking vengeance. Although a gentleman may wait a decade for retribution, I am no such gentleman. I prefer to settle scores promptly, unless I find myself outmatched. Primarily, Lin Fei aimed to complete the system's tasks swiftly and obtain rewards to bestow upon Yi Xingqian. The thought of having formidable allies thrilled him immensely. Yi Xingqian felt a swell of emotion listening to Lin Fei's words, growing ever more grateful, silently vowing to remain steadfastly loyal to his new leader. However, Lin Fei expressed a note of concern. Boss, they have 2 martial kings among their ranks. Do you think we can manage? Beside him, Chun Shui lewdly remarked, we are all martial kings, what do you think? Yi Xingqian appeared bewildered. He was aware of Lin Fei's formidable strength, but was astonished to discover that all of Lin Fei's companions were also martial kings. Observing Yi Xingqian's astonished expression, Lin Fei patted his shoulder and said, you possess great talent. However, the cultivation method you practice is of too low a level and ill-suited to your physique. Therefore, you currently stand at the realm of 7-star martial master. Once we avenge you, I shall provide you with a superior cultivation method, and before long, your strength will swiftly catch up to ours. He then guided Yi Xingqian to a nearby lake for a brief wash and retrieved a set of his own clothes from his spatial ring for Yi Xingqian to change into. After all, he was his subordinate, and such attire was rather embarrassing. Once changed, Yi Xingqian appeared quite handsome, his resolute face and clear eyes radiating determination. Gratefully, Yi Xingqian expressed, thank you, boss. The group then followed Yi Xingqian to a small town, stopping before a grand mansion. Yi Xingchen halted and declared, "This is the stronghold of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps." Noticing the tightly shut gate, Lin Fei commanded, "Xingchen, go kick the door down. Be audacious." True to his straightforward nature, Yi Xingchen strode forward and forcefully kicked the door open. Instantly, a group of individuals surged out, surrounding Lin Fei and his companions, demanding, "Who dares to cause trouble at the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps? Do you wish to die?" Onlookers outside observed Lin Fei's party and murmured among themselves, "Which young man dares to provoke the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps?" The Black Wolf Mercenary Corps was notorious in their town for their ruthlessness and tyranny. Boasting 2 martial kings, no one dared to offend them. Nevertheless, the crowd remained to watch, secretly hoping Lin Fei possessed the ability to dismantle the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, thus ridding the town of a malevolent force. After all, the Black Wind Mercenary Corps had bullied the townspeople for far too long. Relying on their 2 martial kings for support, Lin Fei merely smiled, handing the blood-drink demon blade to Yi Xingchen, instructing, "As usual, you handle the killing." He then turned to Lin Fei and the others, saying, "Today is your stage. It's time for you to perform. After battling fierce beasts for so long, let us see how you fare against living opponents this time. As per our usual arrangement, allow Yi Xingchen to take the kills so he can exact his vengeance. If he can handle it, refrain from intervening. Let him vent his frustrations and refine his skills." The assailants consisted mainly of martial masters, with a lone martial spirit among them. Although Yi Xingchen found it somewhat challenging to confront them alone, armed with Lin Fei's blood-drink demon blade, he ultimately triumphed over each adversary. Lin Fei noted that while those killed by Yi Xingchen did not yield any spoils, their blood essence flowed into him. It seemed that after upgrading to the celestial level, this essence had been continuously absorbed and nurtured by the killing god technique, establishing a connection. Thus, slaying with the blood-drink demon blade allowed him to gain blood essence. Soon, another wave of attackers emerged, including several martial spirits, who recognized Yi Xingchen. However, upon witnessing the lifeless body beside Yi Xingchen, he instantly erupted in fury. "You brat, I have searched high and low for you. And today you dare to present yourself at my doorstep. You even had the audacity to slay so many of my brethren. It seems you are courting death." Chapter 48. Revenge fulfilled. Lin Fei addressed Lin Fei and the others. "It is time for you to take action. Linger need not intervene. She can remain here with me to observe the spectacle." The assailants who charged forth scoffed at Yi Xingchen, remarking, "Brat, you are rather formidable. Bringing companions with you this time. No wonder your courage has swelled today. With only these wet-behind-the-ears youngsters, how dare you approach my Black Wolf Mercenary Corps? You clearly know not the heights of heaven nor the depths of earth. Hand over your belongings, and perhaps this esteemed one will spare your lives." Lin Fei responded with disdain, "A bunch of fools. Do not waste time with them. Let us resolve this swiftly. I am quite hungry and wish to dine soon." The leaders of the group seethed with indignation. The audacity of this youth to disregard them so completely warranted a thorough lesson. They commanded, "Brothers, charge forth and subdue these individuals." As they surged toward Yi Xingchen and his companions, despite a considerable number possessing martial spirit realms, Lin Fei and his comrades were all martial kings, rendering their opponents utterly inadequate. In no time, the attackers lay gravely injured upon the ground, leaving Yi Xingchen to deal with the remaining foes. One of them, in agony, cried out, "Captain, save me. These individuals are too powerful." Yi Xingchen, relentless in his vengeance, recalled the heinous acts committed against his parents and the slaughter of his village, fueling his desire for retribution. With his blood-drinking demon blade in hand, he mercilessly dispatched each adversary, leaving no survivors. Soon, the captain and vice-captain of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps emerged, their eyes widening at the sight of their fallen subordinates strewn across the courtyard. Enraged, they realized that even if they were to eliminate Lin Fei, they would still be left in a dire predicament, their fury mounting at the thought of their grievous miscalculation in underestimating a mere group of youths. With faces contorted in rage, they declared, "You seek death," and launched their assault. At this moment, Lin Fei interjected, "Xingchen, retreat for now. You are not their match yet. Be cautious and avoid injury." Lin Fei assessed the 2 foes, one a 4-star martial king and the other a 2-star martial king, and deemed them to pose little threat to him and his comrades. He promptly assigned roles. Lin Fei and Chen Shui will handle the captain, while Lin Yu and your brother shall confront the vice-captain. The group swiftly assigned their opponents and engaged in battle. Their recent experiences fighting against beastly foes had significantly honed their combat skills. Yet they still faced a slight disparity against these bloodthirsty warriors. Although they held the advantage in strength, their opponents managed to fend them off with considerable effort. Nonetheless, Lin Fei had no intention of intervening. The captain, taken aback by the revelation that all these youths were martial kings, could not help but curse under his breath. Where had that wretched boy found such capable allies? Struggling to maintain composure, he feared that a moment's lapse could lead to his demise. The other vice-captain, however, was not as fortunate. Being merely a 2-star martial king, he found himself outmatched by Lin Yu and her brother, both 3-star martial kings. They swiftly overwhelmed him, leaving him gravely injured and defenseless. The wounded vice-captain was then unceremoniously thrown before Lin Fei. With a stoic expression, Lin Fei commanded, "Finish him." Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Xingqian severed the head of his adversary with the blood-drinking demon blade. At that moment, the captain of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps felt a surge of fear. He realized he could not contend with either of the two formidable fighters, let alone the additional two, who would undoubtedly seal his fate. Observing that the leader, Lin Fei, had yet to make a move, he threatened, "My master is the Elder of Black Wind, a martial arts master. If you dare to kill me, my master will surely seek vengeance, and the wrath of a martial arts master is something you cannot withstand." Yi Xingqian, concerned about bringing trouble to Lin Fei, suggested, "Boss, perhaps we should let this go. It is wise not to provoke a martial arts master." Unmoved, Lin Fei replied, "Regardless of who he is, we must eliminate him." The captain, sensing Lin Fei's unwavering resolve, understood that his demise was imminent. Realizing escape was futile, he opted to fight fiercely, willing to exchange injuries in a desperate bid for survival. Though Lin Fei and his companion bore minor wounds, they quickly seized the opportunity to unleash their martial skills. Inflicting severe damage upon the captain, he was subsequently thrown before Lin Fei, who again commanded, "Kill him." The Black Wind Mercenary Corps, undeterred, attempted to leverage the captain's master to intimidate Lin Fei. Lin Fei coolly responded, "Hurry up and act. Do not waste my time with your trivialities." At this juncture, Yi Xingqian, no longer holding back, brought his blade down, unleashing the suppressed hatred he harbored for his enemy. Witnessing Lin Fei's nonchalance, Yi Xingqian felt a surge of gratitude, silently vowing that his life would henceforth belong to his leader. Then, a system notification echoed, "Congratulations, host, for completing the task. Reward, 9 Heaven Star Technique, God-tier, high-grade martial arts." Lin Fei, disinterested in the details of the technique, considered it irrelevant to his own preparation. Feeling a twinge of frustration, he quickly shifted his thoughts. Having a formidable subordinate would enhance his own prestige. He pulled Yi Xingqian aside, intending to bestow the technique upon him. Yi Xingqian, bewildered by this sudden attention, was unaware of Lin Fei's intentions. Lin Fei, wary of inciting jealousy in Lin Fei and his companions, whose martial arts were merely of the high-grade earth variety, sought to avoid any discord. The fact that Yi Xingqian was receiving a god-tier technique upon his arrival could provoke discontent among the others. Without further ado, Lin Fei declared, "I am gifting you a technique particularly suited to you. It will accelerate your strength significantly. Your physique is the starry holy body, a formidable and domineering constitution capable of absorbing and wielding the power of the stars. With this technique, you will soon match our prowess. But you must not disclose this to anyone. It is imperative that the knowledge of your technique remains confidential." With that, he entrusted the 9 Heaven Star Technique to Yi Xingqian, mindful of the age-old wisdom that possessing something precious invites envy and danger. Even if the technique did not perfectly align with his constitution, the benefits of a god-tier martial art were beyond imagination for any practitioner. Gazing at the prominent characters of the technique, Yi Xingqian recognized its significance and expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "Thank you, boss." He had just unveiled the mystical art when the words within the book transformed into a radiant beam of starlight, entering his mind, causing the book itself to dissipate. This was the extraordinary nature of a divine-level technique, akin to a transmission of legacy, directly instilled into his consciousness, saving him the time of comprehension. After a considerable period, Yi Xingqian regained his senses, his eyes wide with astonishment. For Lin Fei had gifted him a top-tier divine technique, one that seemed tailor-made for him. Tears glimmered in Yi Xingqian's eyes as he marveled at the profound transformation he had undergone in a single day, from a desperate fugitive fleeing for his life to avenging his great grievances. Furthermore, Lin Fei had directly bestowed upon him a divine technique, making it effortless for him to become an unparalleled powerhouse. No one had shown him such kindness. Apart from his parents, he silently vowed that although he had once lacked the ability to protect his parents, he would now strive diligently to assist Lin Fei in the future. Inexpressible gratitude welled within him, and he could only utter, "Thank you, boss, for your immense kindness." Lin Fei laughed heartily. "From today onward, you must work hard to become strong. At that time, I shall also have my pride, ha ha ha." Chapter 49. The 7-star necklace. Lin Fei then inquired with some curiosity, "What exactly do they want you to surrender? I see nothing of value on you." Yi Xingqian scratched his head and replied, Boss, I have no idea what I possess that could incite such relentless pursuit. They even slaughtered my entire village. At that moment, Lin Fei noticed a necklace adorning Yi Xingqian's chest, composed of 7 beads, which at first glance appeared quite ordinary. Sensing something amiss, Lin Fei urged, Xingqian, take off your necklace and show it to me. Yi Xingqian promptly removed the necklace and handed it to Lin Fei, who then examined it with his inside eye. 7-star necklace, unknown level, forged from the cores of 7 stars, possessing 7 seals. The first seal can only be unsealed at the martial king realm. Lin Fei was perplexed and inquired of the system, what does an unknown level signify? The system replied in a mechanical tone, it means the level is too high for the host to identify with current strength. Each star core equates to the energy of a star. It is normal for the host to be unable to discern it, as it exceeds the host's capability. The system's response astonished Lin Fei. A necklace composed of 7 stars was indeed extraordinary. How could Yi Xingqian possess such a precious item? And why were others aware of it, pursuing him relentlessly? It appeared that the situation was far from simple. He wondered whether the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps had stumbled upon this information by chance, or if it had been orchestrated by someone else. He should have inquired back then. Nevertheless, Lin Fei brushed it aside and asked, Xingqian, who gave you this necklace? Yi Xingqian answered honestly, I am an abandoned child. This necklace was already around my neck when my parents found me. Lin Fei thought to himself, no wonder such an inconspicuous place could harbor something so extraordinary. It seemed Yi Xingqian had a significant background. In theory, possessing such an extraordinary item should confer immense power. Yet it is perplexing that Yi Xingqian has wandered here for so many years without anyone inquiring after him. Lin Fei informed Yi Xingqian that his origins must be remarkable, and this necklace likely holds significant lineage, possibly serving as a clue to rediscover his heritage. Yi Xingqian, with a naive smile, replied that the pursuit of his past was of little consequence. He simply wished to follow his leader. Lin Fei chuckled and replied that they would discuss it later. With Yi Xingqian joining their ranks, Lin Fei's group hastened their journey toward the Imperial city, as they had but 1 month remaining. With a considerable distance still ahead, they could not afford to delay. Thus, they took to the skies, significantly increasing their pace. Yi Xingqian, being a martial artist of a lesser realm, could not fly on his own and needed Lin Fei to carry him, which consumed a great deal of true essence. However, to expedite their journey, it was a necessary sacrifice. Fortunately, flying was not overly taxing for the martial artists, especially since Lin Fei and his companions consumed elixirs to replenish their true essence, allowing them to cover thousands of miles with ease. Throughout the journey, Lin Fei aimed to avoid trouble and bypassed several small towns, descending only when approaching larger cities to avoid drawing too much attention. However, despite his desire for peace, trouble inevitably found them. On the 3rd day, an elderly man pursued them from behind. The old man was short, dressed in black, with a prominent nose and a sullen expression that hinted at malevolence. He blocked their path and remarked, You run quite fast. You've made me exhaust myself in pursuit, killing my disciple and simply walking away. You clearly do not regard me highly. With a discerning glance, Lin Fei recognized the old man as the Black Wind Elder, the leader of the Black Wolf Mercenary Corps, mentioned by his so-called disciple. The Black Wind Elder, a 1-star martial sovereign, wielded the Black Wind technique. Lin Fei was unfazed, given his current strength. Eliminating a 1-star martial sovereign posed no challenge. Thus, he provocatively inquired, Who might you be? I've killed so many that I can hardly keep track. Seeing Lin Fei's nonchalance, the old man seethed with rage. You insolent brat. I am the Black Wind Elder. The Black Wolf Mercenary Corps belongs to my disciple, and you dare to annihilate them? You seek death. In truth, the Black Wind Elder had little regard for his fallen disciple, who had only provided him with various tributes over the years. The news of Lin Fei's disregard for him was a blow to his pride, compelling him to pursue Lin Fei to discover who would so brazenly dismiss him. Lin Fei retorted with a smirk, Black Wind Elder, what a grand title. I think Black Dog Elder suits you better. Your disciple was a scourge, and you are no saint yourself. Since you've come, it seems fitting to deal with you as well, ridding the world of your menace. With that, he descended from the sky, urging his companions to keep their distance to avoid any unintended consequences. The Black Wind Elder's face turned ashen. The audacity of the youth was unprecedented. Dismissing him as if he were mere vermin. Furiously, he exclaimed, Wretched creature, I shall flay you alive, so that you may comprehend the might of a martial sovereign. Lin Fei, disinterested in further banter, summoned his divine powers, amplifying his strength tenfold, and unleashed the Azura blade. The enormous blade, spanning 100 meters, hurtled towards the Black Wind Elder. Startled, the Elder sensed the overwhelming energy of the blade, sending a chill of terror through his heart. He exerted all his strength to fend it off, yet was still sent sprawling, blood spewing forth. The The Black Wind Elder had never anticipated such a fate. Without a shred of dignity, he turned to flee, for a man of his ilk valued his life above all else, caring little for matters of honor. Lin Fei mocked. Is that all? I have slain even a 3-star martial sovereign. What makes you think you, a mere 1-star martial sovereign, stand a chance? You shall not escape. The elder's heart raced with fear upon hearing Lin Fei's taunts. In his flight, he hastily pleaded, a misunderstanding. I was reckless. I beseech you, noble sir, spare my life. Spare you? Not a chance. Die. Lin Fei pursued relentlessly. The lion's roar erupted with even greater ferocity than before. Though the Black Wind Elder was a martial sovereign, he was profoundly affected. His escape faltered momentarily, and Lin Fei's finger strike pierced his heart, sending him plummeting from the sky. Even in death, the Black Wind Elder could scarcely believe that he had perished at the hands of a youth, unable to withstand even 3 blows. Congratulations, host. On the slaying of a 1-star martial sovereign, you have gained 1 million experience points, 700,000 gold coins, 100 medium-grade essence stones, and a rare item, a special martial skill upgrade scroll. Lin Fei hastily examined the newly acquired item. It turned out to be an upgrade for the blade draw, elevating it directly by 3 levels. What transformation would the blade draw undergo with such an upgrade? Lin Fei was filled with anticipation, promptly utilizing the item. Chapter 50. The Strike That Cuts Through Heaven. Congratulations, host, on upgrading the blade draw by 3 levels. It is now named Heaven Cutting Strike. This technique can instantly slay an enemy within the same realm, and grants a 50 chance of instant kill against those 2 realms above. Cooldown time, 15 days. Upon reading the description, Lin Fei leaped with excitement. To possess a martial skill capable of instantly vanquishing an opponent within the same realm, and a 50 chance against those 2 realms above, was exhilarating. Although the upper limit of the blade draw had been removed, making it capable of instant kill across any realm, the odds were still disheartening. Truly formidable foes would likely never afford him the opportunity to unleash it. Thus, Lin Fei felt the blade draw had become somewhat redundant, and he sincerely appreciated the benefits bestowed upon him by the Black Wind Elder with the upgrade to Heaven Cutting Strike. While this new technique had a cooldown period, its reliability was commendable. Once he ascended to the martial sovereign realm, even the martial emperor would not intimidate him. Subsequently, he retrieved the Black Wind Elder's spatial ring, discovering a multitude of items within, including numerous low-grade essence stones, all of which he promptly stored in the system space. The spiritual herbs were planted within the Mountain Sea Ring. Although the Mountain Sea Ring could also store items, it was more convenient to keep them in the system space, alleviating fears of theft. Theoretically, the system space could accommodate an infinite number of items, so there was no concern about filling it up. Yi Xingqian stared in astonishment at the formidable Lin Fei. Lin Feng and the others, however, were unperturbed and reassured Yi Xingqian, saying it would become familiar with time. This fellow was no ordinary person. Just a few months prior, he was deemed a waste, yet now he could even slay a martial sovereign. At that moment, Lin Fei approached, observing the dazed Yi Xingqian. What are you daydreaming about? Let us go, he exclaimed, effortlessly lifting the bewildered Yi Xingqian into the air. After more than 20 days of travel, having passed numerous cities and inquired about various factions, they discovered a wealth of young talents. Yi Xingqian and Chun Linger faced little difficulty, but Lin Feng and the others would experience some pressure. Nonetheless, Lin Fei was confident in their strength and talents, believing they would be chosen by the sect. His half-brother, merely a 3-star martial spirit 3 years ago, somehow caught the attention of the Tianjin sect. Perhaps his talent was recognized by a powerful individual. After all, Tianfeng City was relatively small, and limited training resources made it common for one's strength to lag behind. Although Lin Feng and the others did not possess exceptional talent, they had consumed marrow-cleansing pills, which had significantly enhanced their abilities. Lin Fei speculated that the strength of the Dongxia dynasty was not as simple as it appeared. With such a vast empire and numerous cities, many larger cities had lords who were martial sovereigns. Moreover, the cities he had traversed were merely part of the kingdom. A sprawling empire could not possibly have only one martial emperor. There must be hidden powers. Otherwise, how could such a multitude of factions be managed effectively? However, these concerns did not weigh on Lin Fei's mind, for he was merely a step away from becoming a martial sovereign himself and expected to ascend shortly. After a long journey, the group finally arrived at the Imperial city of Tian. The city was immense and magnificent, and they approached the southern gate. Within the palace, in an opulent chamber, a stunningly beautiful woman, Xia Ruoxua, rested her chin on her hands, gazing out the window, lost in thought. She murmured, "You scoundrel. Why have you yet to arrive? Are you out there flirting with others? The grand competition is nearly upon us." A nearby maid, visibly displeased, interjected, "Your Highness, it is not worth pining for a man like him. From my perspective, he surely does not hold you in high regard. Otherwise, he would have come by now. How can he leave the princess in such longing? It's utterly infuriating. Just as Lin Fei entered the city, he suddenly sneezed, jokingly remarking, "Who is thinking of me? Being handsome can be quite the burden." Chunlinger looked at Lin Fei with exasperation. His personality was truly unpredictable. At times, he was composed, at others, carefree, sometimes ruthless, yet at times kind-hearted, and occasionally, as he was now, rather flamboyant. His mischievous nature was indeed perplexing. Subsequently, they found an inn and settled into the main hall. Listening to the lively discussions around them, they soon learned that the grand competition for the Heaven-S Chosen was about to commence, with all the nation's talents converging. The Tianjin sect, Xiaoxiang sect, and Wuzhigong each sent a martial emperor to select the most gifted disciples. It remained uncertain how many would be chosen for the sections. Although the crown prince was already a 10-star martial king, he could not participate in this grand competition due to his impending ascension to the throne. However, the second prince is likely to participate. His innate talent is commendable, having already attained the rank of 9-star martial king at the tender age of 18, with boundless potential ahead. Furthermore, it is rumored that Her Highness the Princess has also reached the rank of 7-star martial king. As the sole princess of the dynasty, she is cherished by the royal family. It has come to my attention that not long ago, the Prime Minister proposed a marriage, and while His Majesty seemed inclined to accept, he subsequently retracted his consent for reasons unknown. Upon hearing this news, Lin Fei felt a slight sense of relief. Yet, the observant Chen noticed Lin Fei's unusual demeanor and gently inquired, "Is the princess someone you hold dear?" Lin Fei was momentarily at a loss for words. The sixth sense of women can be remarkably acute, and he sensed a strong hint of jealousy. Despite his shamelessness, Lin Fei graciously acknowledged her inquiry with a subtle nod. After all, it is inevitable that such matters will come to light in the future, and it might be better to address them sooner rather than later. Although Chunlinger felt an indescribable emotion stirring within her, she spoke tenderly to Lin Fei, saying, "Regardless of how many women you may have in the future, all I ask is for a place in your heart. I shall not complicate your life." Lin Fei, captivated by Chunlinger's endearing appearance, could not help but embrace her. "Rest assured, you are all my women, none shall escape," he declared with an air of confidence. At that moment, Lin Fei unexpectedly encountered two individuals, the eldest and second sons of the Li family from Tianfeng City, both of whom had astonishingly reached the rank of 10-star martial spirit. A revelation that caught Lin Fei off guard. Approaching with an imposing demeanor, accompanied by a throng of followers, they glared at Lin Fei and declared with fury, "Lin Fei, today I shall ensure your demise to avenge my family." Lin Fei chuckled coldly. "With you two useless fools, what do you intend to achieve in your quest for vengeance?" Pathetic. He dismissed them with indifference, thinking that if they knew their place, he might spare their lives. If not, he would send them on their way. The eldest son of the Li family, visibly furious, pointed an accusing finger at Lin Fei. "Do not be so arrogant. We have aligned ourselves with Lord Prime Minister's eldest son, and my brother and I are now 10-star martial spirits. Even if we slay you today, it will pose no trouble. Fools, mere defeated opponents. Come at me together. I could fell you both with a single finger." Lin Fei laughed heartily, enraged. The two charged at Lin Fei, intent on avenging their family, but their ambitions were misguided. Their strength had indeed increased, yet Lin Fei's power had surged even more dramatically. With a mere finger, he sent both of them flying, standing triumphantly upon them. "You were never my match before, let alone now, you imbeciles. I shall send you both on your way." Chapter 51. The arrival of a beauty, one of the young men accompanying the two from the Li family, witnessing Lin Fei's intent to dispatch them, quickly interjected, "Bold fellow, this is the Imperial city. You cannot commit murder here." Lin Fei turned to face him and retorted, "Who do you think you are, truly believing you hold any significance? Others may kill me, but I cannot retaliate. Are you filled with nonsense? Begone, or I shall deal with you as well. I am Wang Yu, the son of the Minister of Rights." Both of these individuals are now affiliated with the Chancellor's residence. If you dare to harm them, there will be no place for you in the Imperial city. How frightful this is. Yet, Lin Fei's subordinates showed no mercy and swiftly ended their lives, leaving them with expressions of utter discontent. Lin Fei, indifferent to the system's notifications, dismissed the two insignificant pests, knowing they would yield nothing of value. With a casual strike, he sent Wang Yu sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth. "Utter another word of nonsense, and I dare you to guess whether I will dispatch you right here." Wang Yu lay on the ground, bewildered, unable to comprehend Lin Fei's sudden aggression. Despite being a 1-star martial king, he found himself powerless to retaliate. Ultimately, he chose to remain still, fearing Lin Fei's wrath might lead to his own demise, an unjust fate indeed. A wise man does not suffer immediate loss. He resolved to return with reinforcements to deal with this insolent youth. Thus, the remaining few carried him away in disgrace. Once at a distance, Wang Yu finally mustered the courage to utter a threat. "You wait, boy. When I summon my allies, your demise is assured." Lin Fei, uninterested in further banter, unleashed a technique, the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies palm, causing the remaining assailants to spew blood as well. This was merely a show of restraint. Had he unleashed his full power, they would have been annihilated. He coldly remarked, "Dare to utter another word of nonsense, and see what happens." The assailants fled in terror, not daring to glance back. Bystanders whispered among themselves, astonished by the display of prowess, questioning who these individuals were and expressing concern over offending the chancellor's residence. Before long, Xia Ruoxue, within the palace, received word of these events. Her lovely face lit up with joy. After such a long wait, the mischievous Lin Fei had finally made his appearance. However, upon hearing that a beautiful woman accompanied him, her heart seethed with anger, prompting her to prepare for an immediate departure from the palace to confront Lin Fei. Meanwhile, Wang Yu returned to his clan, recounting his experiences with embellishments, portraying Lin Fei as exceedingly arrogant and dismissive of the Wang family. To save face, he dispatched his eldest brother and a contingent of guards to reclaim their honor, eager to gauge Lin Fei's true strength. Shortly thereafter, a group of several dozen arrived at Lin Fei's location. Wang Yu pointed at Lin Fei, exclaiming, "Brother, this is the one who assaulted me. You must avenge me." His elder brother, Wang Cheng, a 4-star martial king, furrowed his brow, sensing that Lin Fei was no ordinary opponent. Having not encountered Lin Fei in the capital, he surmised that Lin Fei must be a formidable challenger from another city participating in the grand competition for prodigies. Even if he were powerful, this was the Imperial city, and a strong dragon does not tread upon the ground of the local snake. Thus, he addressed Lin Fei, "Might I inquire who you are? You dare to injure a member of the Wang family within the Imperial city? It would be wise for you to promptly kneel and apologize to my brother." With a smile, Lin Fei retorted, "After dealing with a small fool, another large fool appears. If you disagree, feel free to strike. Let us see if you can avenge your brother." This infuriated Wang Cheng to no end. Lin Fei, clearly an outsider, displayed such audacity. Today, he would ensure this impudent youth learned the meaning of restraint. "Everyone, seize this audacious young man. Bring him back to the manor so I can teach him a lesson about the Imperial city." As the group charged forward, Lin Fei merely smiled and unleashed a wave of energy, sending them all hurtling through the air, incapacitated and severely injured. Remarkably, he had shown restraint, avoiding lethal force. Despite the attackers being primarily martial spirits, and a few martial kings among them, none could withstand a single strike from Lin Fei. Witnessing such an outcome, Wang Cheng and Wang Yu instinctively stepped back, overwhelmed by Lin Fei's formidable strength. 2 of the guards boasted the prowess of 6-star martial kings, yet they were effortlessly outmatched by Lin Fei. With a grin, Lin Fei addressed the brothers. "Aren't you here for revenge? I stand right before you. Why retreat?" Wang Cheng felt a twinge of humiliation and stepped forward, warning, "Don't overstep your bounds. This is the Imperial city, and you ought to know your place." Lin Fei replied coolly, "That is precisely how I am. What can you do about it? If you disagree, then act." He advanced slowly towards the brothers, who, bolstered by their bravado, refused to retreat any further, underestimating Lin Fei's temperament. They were about to learn a harsh lesson. At that moment, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and the crowd parted to make way. 100 soldiers clad in silver armor approached, exuding an intimidating aura. The leader bellowed, "Who dares to cause trouble in the Imperial city? You shall be taken to the dungeons." Wang Cheng hurried to respond, "Commander Chen, it is I, Wang Cheng. My father is the Minister of Rights." The commander, momentarily courteous, recognized Wang Cheng as the son of the minister and inquired about the disturbance. Wang Cheng pointed accusingly at Lin Fei. "It is him. He injured my brother, and I came to confront him, only to find that he is cruel and tyrannical, having harmed my guards. I implore you, Commander Chen, to bring him to justice. Submit and come quietly. Accompany me, young man." The Imperial city, true to its reputation, was patrolled by soldiers who were all martial kings, led by a 1-star martial venerable, which took Lin Fei by surprise. Lin Fei chuckled softly, such blind allegiance to authority. Or perhaps this was all premeditated. "Your arrival is rather fortuitous, Commander. If you wish to take me, let us see if you possess the capability. Boldly causing a ruckus in the Imperial city, your clever tongue will avail you nothing," shouted a silver-armored soldier from behind. "Brothers, let us subdue this insolent youth and show him the consequences of provoking the silver-armored army." Stop. At that moment, a breathtakingly beautiful woman approached, accompanied by a handmaiden and an elder. Upon seeing the exquisite lady, Lin Fei's smile widened. The woman was indeed Xia Ruoxue, and the elder was the venerable Chun, whom Lin Fei had encountered on his journey to Tianfeng City. Lin Fei now recognized the elder as an 8-star martial venerable. All the silver-armored warriors dismounted and knelt, exclaiming, "We pay our respects to Her Highness the Princess. Xiaoxue, you've arrived. I've missed you dearly," Lin Fei exclaimed, opening his arms to embrace Xiaoxue. At this moment, Commander Chun rose to obstruct Lin Fei, daring to offend Her Highness the Princess, a transgression deserving of the utmost punishment. Lin Fei, with a tone of mockery, replied, "Oh, I am so frightened. Little Shuer, what do you think I should do?" Xiaoxue shot him an exasperated glance, responding, "You remain as irreverent as ever. Everyone, step aside. Lin Fei is my friend." She addressed Commander Chun with a chilling demeanor. The commander, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, could only comply and lead his entourage away. Witnessing this, Wang Cheng and Wang Yu had no choice but to retreat in disgrace. Lin Fei, delighted to see Xiaoxue, chose to disregard the earlier confrontation. Chapter 52. Meeting the father-in-law. Lin Fei smiled and said, "Surely you miss me, dear beauty. Who would miss a rogue like you? You are utterly shameless," Xiaoxue retorted with irritation. At that moment, she noticed Chen Linger beside Lin Fei, aware that she was his betrothed. The royal family was always well informed. The thought of this made Xiaoxue's teeth clench in jealousy as she approached Lin Fei and pinched his waist fiercely, her words tinged with envy. "In such a short time, you already have a fiancé. You truly are something, Lin Fei." Lin Fei, realizing Xiaoxue was upset with him for his romantic entanglements, raised his hands in a gesture of innocence and protested, "This marriage was arranged by the family. I am quite helpless in the matter." Xiaoxue glared at him. "You lecher, don't tell me you don't like her or have any intentions towards her." Lin Fei felt a wave of embarrassment, unsure how to navigate the conversation with two women. At that moment, Chen Linger stepped forward. "Sister Ruoxue, my name is Chen Linger. You may simply call me Linger. I hope you will take good care of me." Xiaoxue released her grip on Lin Fei's waist, and he quickly rubbed the area, exclaiming, "You are too rough. If you injure my waist, our future happiness will be at stake. A lady should be gentle. Only I would dare to marry someone like you." Xiaoxue spat in mock disdain. "How shameless. You are utterly undignified. I will settle this with you later." Observing Chen Linger's adorable demeanor, Xiaoxue took her hand. "Linger, don't mind him. He is incorrigible. Be cautious, for he is quite the lecher." Chen Linger's face turned crimson as memories of their previous interactions flooded her mind. Xiaoxue glared at Lin Fei, declaring, "You scoundrel. Are you always bullying Sister Ling? Now that she has me to protect her, you shall not lay a finger on her." With a fierce determination, she added, "Linger, you are far too kind. If Lin Fei dares to trouble you again, just let me know, and I will ensure he is dealt with appropriately." Lin Fei, observing the camaraderie between the two women, felt a sense of bewilderment, as if he were an outsider. However, he was relieved that the anticipated turmoil in his harem had not transpired, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. He smugly thought to himself, "My charm is indeed substantial. It took mere moments for these two women to become allies." "By the way, Lin Fei," Xiaoxue continued, "my father wishes you to visit the palace. He wishes to meet you." Xiaoxue's sudden words left Lin Fei momentarily stunned, as he pointed to his own nose and exclaimed, "Why do you want to see me so soon? I'm not prepared to meet my future father-in-law yet." Xiaoxue smiled gently and replied, "You must perform well. Whether or not you can marry me depends on your conduct. My father is not an easy man to please." Lin Fei felt an immense pressure, but there was no escaping it. He would have to face it sooner or later. With that, he instructed Lin Feng and the others to wait at the inn while he and Xiaoxue proceeded to the palace. However, Xiaoxue insisted on bringing Chen Linger along, wishing to keep her company for a few days, claiming it was to prevent Lin Fei from bullying her. Chen Linger happily agreed, which left Lin Fei feeling quite vexed, as he had not seen Chen Linger for a long time and had barely arrived in the Imperial city before Xiaoxue intercepted her. Lin Fei silently vowed to give that girl a proper scolding next time, to assert his authority as a husband. The two chatted and laughed, completely disregarding Lin Fei's feelings. While he trailed behind with his head hung low, Elder Chen teased, "Young man, what great fortune you have, haha." Soon, they entered the palace and arrived at the entrance of a study, where Elder Chun took his leave. Before them stood a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, radiating an invisible aura of imperial authority that pressed down on Lin Fei. This man was none other than the emperor of the Eastern Xia dynasty, Xia Dongsheng. It seemed he intended to intimidate Lin Fei, but Lin Fei remained unfazed, merely bowing respectfully. "I am Lin Fei, here to pay my respects, uncle." Xia Dongsheng nodded in satisfaction, seemingly pleased with Lin Fei's demeanor. However, an elderly eunuch behind Xia Dongsheng sharply interjected, "You dare not kneel before His Majesty?" Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, I only kneel to my parents, not to heaven and earth. Once I marry Ruoxue, I shall certainly bow to my father-in-law. The elderly eunuch was about to retort, but Xia Dongsheng waved him off and spoke warmly. Well said, Lin Fei. I admire your spirit. I also thank you for the spiritual medicine you provided for Ruoxue, which allowed me to break through to the martial emperor realm. What would you like in return? I can grant you anything. Lin Fei's discerning eye revealed that Xia Dongsheng was indeed a martial emperor, a one-star martial emperor, employing the sacred dragon technique at the heavenly grade. What surprised Lin Fei was that the elderly eunuch was a 10-star martial venerable. Truly, one must not judge by appearances. Just as in his previous life, many eunuchs were formidable masters, having devoted their energies to cultivation rather than trivial pursuits. Lin Fei humbly replied, Uncle, you flatter me. Ruoxue and I share a mutual affection. I hope you can bless our union. Xia Ruoxue, feeling a bit embarrassed, retorted, Who said we share a mutual affection? How narcissistic. Yet, Xia Dongsheng laughed and said, Are you not already betrothed? Shall I degrade Ruoxue to the status of a concubine? What would become of our royal family's dignity? Unless you annul your engagement, I could bestow Ruoxue upon you. The choice is yours. Xia Ruoxue, feeling angered, exclaimed, Father, how can you say such a thing? Xia Dongsheng merely shook his head, ignoring her protest, and continued to gaze at Lin Fei, awaiting his response. However, Lin Fei's response was somewhat unexpected. With an air of dominance, he declared, Only a fool would make a choice. I desire them both. Neither shall escape my grasp. I shall be the master of my own destiny, not a puppet of others. Moreover, a man with many women signifies his excellence, while the opposite suggests his inadequacy. Just like my uncle, with his harem of 3,000, reigning as the emperor of the Eastern Xia dynasty. Lin Fei's proclamation not only clarified his stance, but also flattered his future father-in-law, achieving a commendable dual purpose. Xia Dongsheng applauded, saying, Well said, young man. You possess audacity and eloquence. It is no wonder that Ruoxue is fond of you. Lin Fei timidly inquired, So, does that mean you grant your approval, esteemed father-in-law? Xia Dongsheng was somewhat speechless, realizing Lin Fei had audaciously begun addressing him as father-in-law. Nonetheless, he appreciated Lin Fei's carefree demeanor. An approval is not out of the question. But you must assist me with a task, and in return, I shall not impede your union. In a few days, the Heavenly Pride Tournament will commence, during which we will unlock the martial sage's relics, left behind by our founding emperor. While access is generally safe, the specific location I wish to send you to is perilously treacherous. I wonder if you possess the courage and strength for this endeavor. Xia Dongsheng observed Lin Fei with a smile. Chapter 53. Receiving the task, Lin Fei responded nonchalantly, Why not? For Ruoxue, I would brave any danger. Beside him, Xia Ruoxue felt a surge of emotion, confident in her choice of Lin Fei, yet she was deeply concerned for his safety. Father, what task do you intend to have Lin Fei undertake? The danger you speak of cannot be trivial. Xia Dongsheng disregarded Xia Ruoxue's concerns and slowly explained to Lin Fei. The founding emperor was a martial sage, and the relics contain various mythical beasts along with numerous opportunities for gain. I shall provide you with a location. You must procure a weapon, the 9-pattern dragon sword, a top-tier celestial weapon. However, a level 6 pinnacle magical beast resides nearby. You must weigh your willingness to embark on this venture. Should you fear, you are free to decline. At that moment, the system notification chimed, congratulating the host on acquiring a task. Retrieve the 9-pattern dragon sword. Task rewards, 6 million experience points, 6 million gold coins. And the mind-illuminating sword technique, mid-tier celestial martial art. Will the host accept the task? Of course, it was imperative to accept. For Xia Ruoxue's sake, Lin Fei was determined to proceed. The task's generous rewards rendered refusal foolish. He nodded affirmatively, stating, Rest assured, I will retrieve the 9-pattern dragon sword for you. I hope uncle will not go back on his word. Xia Dongsheng replied, Fear not, but I cannot grant this young lady to you just yet. Recently, the Prime Minister proposed a marriage. I had initially intended to agree. However, due to Ruoxue's fervent objections, I ultimately declined, leaving an opportunity for you, albeit at the cost of offending the Prime Minister. To prevent further deterioration of relations, I must ask you to be patient. Lin Fei inquired, Is the Prime Minister truly formidable, that you regard him with such caution? Xia Dongsheng answered Lin Fei. Recently, I attained the rank of a 1-star martial emperor, and given my considerable influence in the court, I find it only fitting to extend a modicum of respect. Lin Fei curiously inquired, Surely, even as a 1-star martial emperor, uncle should not be overly apprehensive, for it seems to me that the royal family possesses strength beyond mere appearances. Xia Dongsheng, somewhat surprised by Lin Fei's perceptiveness, chuckled and responded, Indeed, The royal family wields power beyond what is visible, yet some ancient families harbor formidable elders. After all, a martial king can live for 150 years, while a martial sovereign may reach 200. Achieving the rank of martial emperor transcends the mortal realm, granting a lifespan of 500 years. Who knows what realms these hidden ancients have attained? Thus, even the royal family must exercise caution. Balance among factions is the prudent approach, rather than mere oppression, which would hinder the dynasty's development. Nevertheless, the royal family possesses its own confidence. Even if they were to rebel, we could still suppress them. Lin Fei nodded, silently reflecting, it appears I am still quite young, and I have not thoroughly considered certain matters. Ultimately, Xia Dongxing revealed the location Lin Fei needed to visit, a perfect opportunity to test Lin Fei's capabilities, as this weapon could significantly enhance his strength. His daughter is the cherished jewel of the royal family, and any suitor wishing to wed Xuer must undergo rigorous scrutiny. Should Lin Fei fail or perish, it would indicate his unworthiness for her hand. After this, Lin Fei and his companions bid farewell to Xia Dongxing and exited the room, only for Xia Ruoxue to deliver a sharp jab to Lin Fei. Why did you agree to my father's request? Do you realize how formidable a peak level 6-tier beast is? It equates to a human 10-star martial sovereign. How could you possibly retrieve something from beneath the beast's very nose? Are you out of your mind? Lin Fei, with a playful demeanor, replied, Oh, Xuer, are you worried about me meeting my demise, leaving you a widow? Fear not. With 2 enchanting maidens like you, I would never dream of leaving this world. I still await your warm embrace at night. Sharing a bed has always been my aspiration, he chuckled. Xia Ruoxue retaliated with a firm kick to Lin Fei's rear. You daydream too much and lack seriousness. I am genuinely concerned for you, and you dare to jest. I shall ignore you henceforth. Linger, standing nearby, stifled a laugh. She felt a sense of satisfaction knowing that someone could keep Lin Fei in check, especially since he often bullied her. Lin Fei innocently grasped Xia Ruoxue's delicate hand, earnestly assuring her, Rest easy, Xuer, a mere peak-level 6th-tier beast cannot claim my life. Your man has previously escaped from a mid-tier 7th-level beast. Moreover, a 6th-tier peak monster poses no threat to my self-preservation. This revelation startled Xia Ruoxue, prompting her to urgently inquire about the details. Lin Fei, wishing to alleviate her concerns, merely said, Do not worry, all is well. Good people do not live long, but calamities may linger for a millennium. Subsequently, he used his inside eye to scan Xia Ruoxue, discovering her remarkable constitution. Xia Ruoxue, a 7-star martial king, possesses the Ice Soul Divine Body and practices the Ice Crystal Technique, a middle-grade heavenly skill. Lin Fei bestowed upon her the Ice Soul Sacred Sword acquired from the lottery, along with 3 true essence pills to significantly enhance her strength. However, he found no suitable techniques to offer her, as those in the system shop were prohibitively expensive. He resolved to rely on luck and future draws. In due time, equipping Xia Ruoxue with a divine cultivation technique would render everything perfect. Ultimately, Xia Ruoxue decided to leave Linger within the palace, although Lin Fei stubbornly sought to remain. Xia Ruoxue was unimpressed by his antics and promptly expelled him from the palace. Lin Fei, utterly exasperated, had hoped to spend the night embracing both ladies, but his grand plan for shared slumber had been thwarted. He felt a profound sense of reflection. The road ahead was arduous, and the youth must strive diligently. Meanwhile, within the Prime Minister's residence, a young man listened to the reports from Wang Cheng and Wang Yu, his face contorted with fury. This individual was the Prime Minister's second son, Yang Wei, who, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist onto the table, causing it to collapse under his might. Murmuring to himself, he realized that Xia Ruoxue's rejection stemmed from this Lin Fei. How audacious for a mere country bumpkin to covet the woman he desired. Beside him sat another youth, Luo Tian of Tianfeng City, who had already allied himself with Yang Wei. He, too, expressed his indignation, asserting that Lin Fei truly deserved punishment for offending the second son. I hail from the same place as Lin Fei. This ruthless scoundrel has already caused my father's demise, and I implore you, second son, to avenge me. Furthermore, Lin Fei undoubtedly harbored significant secrets. Just half a year ago, he was a mere wastrel, and now his power had surged to such heights. If the second son were to uncover Lin Fei's secrets, ascending to the martial emperor realm could become a trivial matter. Perhaps even further. Yang Wei, filled with urgency, questioned Luo Tian, Is it true that Lin Fei was a waste just half a year ago, now possessing the strength to eliminate a martial king in an instant? I, too, have attained the strength of a 10-star martial king. If I were to acquire Lin Fei's secrets, wouldn't that be fortuitous? Moreover, should Lin Fei be eliminated, Xia Ruoxue might reconsider her affections, allowing me to achieve a perfect outcome. The two commenced plotting how to deal with Lin Fei, who who remained blissfully unaware that he had become the target of their schemes. As he sulkily made his way back to the inn. Chapter 54. Lu Yoji. Upon returning to the inn, Lin Fei unexpectedly encountered someone, the enigmatic young man in black from Tianfeng City. He was seated at a dining table, enjoying a meal, and upon spotting Lin Fei, he graciously invited him to join. Lin Fei was somewhat taken aback that this reticent individual would extend an invitation, yet he accepted without hesitation, offering a polite greeting. It has been a while. I didn't expect to run into you here. I still do not know your name. Lu Yoji, the youth replied succinctly, uttering merely 3 words. Lin Fei found himself at a loss for words. This lad was exceedingly aloof. Nevertheless, he responded courteously, I am Lin Fei. It is a pleasure to meet you. Lin Fei activated his insight eye to examine the young man's information. Lu Yoji, a 1-star martial sovereign, with a unique body of the underworld and a supreme-grade divine technique. The Great Darkness. This revelation left Lin Fei astounded. He was indeed a 1-star martial sovereign, possessing a supreme-grade divine technique. It appeared that he either hailed from a profound background or had encountered extraordinary fortunes, given that he possessed the system and practiced a divine technique himself. Achieving only a 10-star martial king status thus far, it seemed this individual had concealed his true strength during their previous encounter in Tianfeng City. One could only wonder what his true intentions were. It appeared he was not merely here to enter a sect. Thus, Lin Fei tentatively remarked, Brother Lu, your prowess is quite formidable, reaching the rank of a 1-star martial sovereign. With such talent, it seems your entry into the sect is assured. At this moment, Lu Yoji felt a stir of emotions, perplexed by how Lin Fei discerned his level of strength. After all, he had concealed his power so well that even a martial emperor could not detect it. Unless he took the initiative to reveal it, no one would be able to perceive it, yet Lin Fei saw through it at a glance. Meanwhile, he could not fathom Lin Fei's level of strength, sensing that Lin Fei was far more complex than he appeared. Hence, he invited Lin Fei to take a seat, hoping to glean more about him, only to find himself seen through by Lin Fei. Brother Lin is also remarkable. I still cannot see through your strength, Lu Yoji stated. Lin Fei responded with a smile. I am merely a 10-star martial king, not as impressive as Brother Lu. I am curious about where you hail from and what brings you to such a small place like Tianfeng City. Lu Yoji had no intention of concealing his origins, as he found Lin Fei trustworthy. He replied calmly, I come from Zhongjiang. My purpose in Tianfeng City is to compete for a spot that grants access to the martial sage relic of the Dongxia dynasty, where I seek something of great importance. Lin Fei chuckled. Brother Lu, you trust me quite readily. Are you not concerned about me revealing your intentions? He candidly added, to be truthful, the current emperor is to become my future father-in-law. Lu Yoji, maintaining his composure, replied, I believe Brother Lin is not that sort of person. Besides, referring to a future father-in-law implies that it is not the case at present. Lin Fei was taken aback by Lu Yoji's response, yet it resonated well with him. Thus, he cheerfully declared, Brother Lu, you possess great spirit. I am honored to call you my friend. With that, he downed the contents of his cup in one gulp. Seeing Lin Fei's carefree demeanor, Lu Yoji followed suit and emptied his cup as well, stating, Brother Lin, you shall undoubtedly soar like a hidden dragon emerging from the depths, reaching new heights. It is a pleasure to know you. The solitude shared between geniuses cannot be expressed in mere words, and at that moment, the two felt a mutual appreciation. As they drank heartily together, their bond deepened, and Lu Yoji became less aloof than he had been initially. Lin Fei inquired about the power dynamics in Zhongjiang, gaining a general understanding of the region. Zhongjiang is the most powerful area of the divine martial continent, a gathering place for the strong and a hunting ground for unparalleled geniuses. After an unknown span of time, Lu Yoji rose to take his leave. Before departing, he said, I hope Brother Lin will soon arrive in Zhongjiang, where I look forward to witnessing your extraordinary charisma. Lin Fei nodded with a smile. Certainly. He too yearned for such an experience, for becoming a supreme being was his aspiration, enabling him to better protect those he loves. Upon returning to his room, Yi Xingchen approached him. After some time of cultivation, and with the aid of Lin Fei's elixirs, Yi Xingchen had achieved the strength of a 9-star martial spirit. Leaving Lin Fei astounded, he felt that this individual surpassed him in talent. At that moment, Yi Xingchen spoke, Boss, I wish to venture out and strive to become even stronger, so that I may assist you in the future. You are not one to remain idle, are you? I have contemplated a similar notion. Lin Fei mused after a moment of silence. Very well, go forth and explore. Perhaps in my absence, you will encounter greater opportunities. Thank you, boss. I will certainly give it my all. Lin Fei patted him on the shoulder and said, Whether you choose to assist me is of little consequence. But I sincerely hope my brother can shine with his own brilliance. Let us delay our departure for a couple of days. I shall prepare some items for you. Upon returning to his chamber, Yi Xingqian found Lin Fei engrossed in the alchemical process, crafting pills ranging from the 4th to the 6th grade. Lin Fei aimed to ensure that Yi Xingqian would not lack for medicinal pills before reaching the martial emperor realm, thus alleviating his own concerns. After a day's diligent effort, Lin Fei had produced a substantial quantity of pills. He then reclaimed all unused items from the system space, discovering that his gold reserves had exceeded 80 million. A wave of excitement washed over him. It was the first time he had amassed such wealth. However, upon entering the system marketplace, he realized he was still quite impoverished. He purchased a top-tier celestial weapon, the God-Slayer hammer, intended as a gift for Yi Xingqian. To his dismay, this exquisite weapon cost a staggering 50 million gold coins, leaving Lin Fei feeling quite pained as he watched his fortune diminish by more than half. After decades of hard work, he felt as though he had returned to square one. He had also contemplated acquiring a superior martial art for Xiaoruoxue. But upon discovering that even the lowest grade divine techniques required 30 billion gold coins, he abandoned that idea. Instead, he resolved to try his luck with the lottery system, willing to spend 30 million gold coins in pursuit of fortune. As he continued, the ceaseless sound of system notifications nearly drove him to madness. A plethora of worthless items appeared, with little of value. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the frightening doom lantern, the steel whipping fan, the frosty kill darts, the lotus flower spear, and the peach blossom pot, all mere trinkets. Yet, amidst the chaos, he received some gratifying rewards: snowfall sand, bone-eroding demon soul, azure dragon flower, and the mysterious flame's secret fruit. The medicinal pills he obtained, including the Tianxian pill, healing spirit pill, twin dragon pill, heavenly spirit pill, and blood condensing pill, brought him a measure of comfort. Proving not all was in vain. Finally, he struck gold with the acquisition of a top-tier celestial martial technique, the true martial meteor hammer. This was indeed a significant gain, and it seemed that fortune continued to smile upon Lin Fei. As the lottery session neared its conclusion, he heard the system announce, "Congratulations, host, for obtaining the mid-grade divine technique, Ice Soul Frost Art." At that moment, Lin Fei felt invigorated. He had finally drawn a divine technique. The Ice Soul Frost Art, classified as a mid-grade divine technique, promised the ability to freeze vast expanses. Furthermore, it was well suited to Xiaoruoxue's constitution, ensuring her cultivation speed would accelerate. Chapter 55. The competition begins. Lin Fei hurried to the royal palace to seek out Xiaoruoxue, yet upon arrival found himself unable to enter, as the guards did not recognize him. The first time he had been escorted by Xiaoruoxue, entry had been seamless. Now, however, he was thwarted even at the gates. Given the palace's stature, he could not force his way in. With no other option, Lin Fei returned to the inn, reasoning that he could present her gifts a few days later without issue. After a night's rest, Lin Fei summoned Yi Xingqian and presented him with the top-tier celestial weapon, the God-Slayer hammer, and the celestial martial technique, the true martial meteor hammer. He also divided the alchemical pills he had prepared into 2 portions, entrusting one to Yi Xingqian and requesting that he return the other to his family. The family's strength must be rapidly enhanced. One must not remain passive in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Lin Fei remarked with a subtle smile, "Young man, strive diligently to surpass me. In the future, having a subordinate more formidable than oneself allows me, your leader, to flaunt a bit." Despite the light-hearted tone, Yi Xingqian was profoundly touched by Lin Fei's generosity. "Thank you for your kindness, boss. I shall not betray your expectations. Enough of this sentimental nonsense. Let us be on our way. Take care." With that, Lin Fei gave Yi Xingqian a gentle push forward. As Yi Xingqian walked away, he glanced back, yearning to stay beside Lin Fei. Yet, an inner voice urged him to venture out and forge his own path. For only through such endeavors could he grow stronger and better assist his leader in the future. Resolutely, he departed, embarking on his own legendary journey. Before long, the day before the celestial talent competition arrived, Xiaoruoxue, accompanied by Chun Linger, visited the inn to find Lin Fei. "Lin Fei, tomorrow marks the commencement of the competition. Are you prepared?" Lin Fei expressed his relief at their arrival, stating, "I have been ready for some time. Just the other day, I attempted to visit the palace to see you both, but I could not even gain entry. How utterly frustrating." Xiaoruoxue and Chun Linger erupted in laughter. "What did you come to see us for? Are you up to some mischief? Linger and I are perfectly fine together without you." Lin Fei's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts, lamenting the lack of happiness in his own romantic life. "Alas, the world has changed. I had planned a surprise for you. But since you've said that, I suppose it shall remain unspoken." Xiaoruoxue perked up, inquiring, "What surprise? Show it to me at once. If there is no surprise, you shall face my wrath." Afraid of her reaction, Lin Fei presented the Ice Soul Frost technique. "This is a high-grade divine skill, perfectly suited to your constitution. I procured it at great cost. Xia Ruoxue snatched the technique from Lin Fei's hands, and as she opened the book, the technique transformed into a beam of white light that melded into her consciousness. After a considerable pause, she turned to Lin Fei and planted a fervent kiss on his lips. You do possess a semblance of conscience. Consider this your reward. Since you've taken advantage of me, I shall reclaim my share, Lin Fei responded, leaning in to kiss Xia Ruoxue once more. She trembled slightly, attempting to push him away, but Lin Fei shamelessly embraced her, rendering her unable to resist. After a moment, he released her, smacking his lips and grinning mischievously, truly sweet. At that moment, even Chen Linger could not suppress a smile. Lin Fei was utterly incorrigible. Observing Chen Linger chuckling, Lin Fei playfully pulled her closer, feigning a fierce demeanor. Linger, come let your husband show you some affection, he declared, kissing her directly. Despite her struggles, Chen Linger could not escape Lin Fei's grasp. Meanwhile, Xia Ruoxue thought to herself, what a lecherous man. I must take Chen Linger with me tonight to protect her from Lin Fei's advances. If Lin Fei were aware of Xia Ruoxue's thoughts, he would likely wish for the ground to swallow him whole, having not yet savored enough of the moment. Lin Fei was abruptly pulled aside by Xia Ruoxue, who huffed, always picking on Sister Ling. With a resigned sigh, Lin Fei acknowledged that Xia Ruoxue was far less amenable than Chen Linger, who would quietly allow him to take advantage of her. Subsequently, he employed his eye of insight to gauge the realms of the two women, which surprised him as they both had reached the pinnacle of the 10-star Martial King realm. Their rapid advancement rivaled his own, and with the support of divine-grade techniques, it would not be long before they ascended to the Martial Sovereign realm. Lin Fei chuckled. You both have attained the 10-star Martial King status. Truly impressive. Soon, you may surpass me. Xia Ruoxue waved her fist playfully, declaring, let us see if you dare to take advantage of us again. If you do, we will both take you on. Observing the harmonious rapport between the two, Lin Fei felt a sense of joy. At least he wouldn't face any difficulties. Or perhaps the two were being magnanimous towards him, accommodating each other as presents. He casually remarked, the stronger you become, the better. Soon, I shall do nothing but enjoy the fruits of your labor. Should any adversaries arise, he mused, his two wives would handle them, a delightful prospect indeed. Xia Ruoxue shot him a disapproving glance, retorting, so you think it's perfectly reasonable to live off us without any effort? How shameless. With that, she took Chen Linger by the hand and headed back to the palace, leaving Lin Fei with a bemused expression. Soon, the day of the grand tournament arrived, taking place within the palace itself, where Lin Fei and his companions arrived early. They gained entry through the qualification tokens distributed by Elder Chun in Tianfeng City. The number of participants exceeded 1,000, illustrating the vast expanse of the Eastern Xia dynasty. Lin Fei spotted Lu Yoji lurking in an inconspicuous corner, and upon noticing Lin Fei, they exchanged nods. However, Lin Fei soon felt an unusual sensation behind him. Turning to investigate, he discovered his old acquaintance, Luo Tian, glaring at him with palpable animosity. Luo Tian was now trailing behind a haughty young man, who was none other than Yang Wei, the second son of the Prime Minister. Appearing as a sycophant, it seemed that Luo Tian was faring decently, having reached the 5-star Martial King realm, while the young man ahead had achieved the 10-star Martial King realm. Clearly, this world was not devoid of prodigies, with exceptional talent and a formidable background. One's realm could rise swiftly. Lin Fei, however, scoffed derisively, extending a finger in a taunting gesture toward Luo Tian, who seethed with rage, contemplating confronting Lin Fei directly. Yet, Yang Wei intervened, admonishing, you are no match for him. Do you wish to embarrass yourself? Be patient. Within the martial saint ruins, I shall ensure your revenge. At that time, he will be compelled to reveal his secrets, a twofold victory. Luo Tian bowed respectfully, expressing, thank you, young master. I am willing to sacrifice everything for you. Yang Wei nodded with satisfaction. Others recognized Yang Wei as the Prime Minister's son and parted ways for them, allowing their passage to the front row. Luo Tian cast a glare at Lin Fei that seemed to promise retribution. Lin Fei offered a sardonic smile, but remained unresponsive. Chapter 56, Entering the Ruins. Lin Fei cast his gaze towards the distance, observing two young men, both possessing the strength of a 1-star martial lord, which took him by surprise. He had not anticipated that there were such formidable individuals among the younger generation, albeit slightly older than himself, showcasing remarkable talent. The two stood together, drawing the attention of onlookers, and Lin Fei soon recognized their identities. One was the son of the overbearing king, while the other was the son of the current Grand General, both of considerable repute. A few other capable individuals were present, though Lin Fei found it unnecessary to discern their identities. He shifted his focus to the high platform, where his father-in-law, the emperor of the Eastern Xia dynasty, occupied the foremost seat. Accompanying him were 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, presumably the sect elders responsible for selecting disciples. Observing his father-in-law's courteous demeanor towards them, Lin Fei utilized his insight eye to glean information about the trio. Both men appeared middle-aged and possessed the strength of 6-star martial emperors. The woman, however, looked youthful and was surprisingly a formidable 8-star martial emperor, a testament to the youthful vitality that certain martial artists retained upon reaching a certain realm. In the realm of martial emperors, the difference of a single star made it exceedingly difficult to challenge those of a higher tier without extraordinary means, thereby explaining his father-in-law's courteousness. At that moment, Xia Ruoxua waved at Lin Fei with a smile, and upon noticing Chun Linger accompanying her, he felt reassured. Together, the two women's combined strength ensured that none among the gathered could pose a threat to them, though there were two 1-star martial lords present. Both were currently cultivating divine-level techniques, making them more than capable of handling their opponents. Witnessing this scene, Yang Wei seethed with fury, wishing he could eliminate Lin Fei immediately. Yet restrained by the current circumstances, once inside the ruins, he vowed to ensure Lin Fei's demise and uncover his secrets. At that moment, his future father-in-law spoke. Welcome, talented youths from all corners. The grand tournament officially commences now. In the first round, all participants shall enter the Martial Saint ruins to hunt demonic beasts. A 3-star beast earns 1 point, a 4-star beast earns 5 points, and a 5-star beast earns 20 points. A token was distributed to each participant, capable of recording their points for slaying beasts. The top 300 would advance to the next round. By dropping a drop of blood on the token, participants would be teleported into the ruins. In times of danger, they could shatter the token to exit. After 3 days, all participants would be automatically teleported out, and those who exited early would be deemed eliminated. The duration was set for 3 days, during which participants could engage in fierce battles to seize points. The path of martial arts is fraught with peril. Those who fear should withdraw early. With danger comes opportunity. The founding emperor of this dynasty was a 10-star martial saint, not far from the legendary realm of martial gods. The ruins he left behind are filled with various opportunities, and whether one can seize them depends on luck. The challenge begins now. Anyone who does not enter within the time it takes to burn a stick of incense will forfeit their qualification. Many immediately dripped their blood and entered, while Lin Fei noticed a portion still hesitating, fully aware that opportunity and risk often coexist. It is quite natural for some individuals to feel fear, yet such people are destined to falter on the path of martial arts. Ultimately, certain individuals relinquished this opportunity and chose not to enter. Observing the remaining few dozen participants within the arena, the emperor and the 3 elders atop the platform shook their heads in disappointment. These individuals lacked ambition. It is likely they have been pampered within their families, never having undergone the baptism of blood, and when faced with danger, they hesitated to proceed. Lin Fei, however, drew forth his own blood, and soon thereafter found himself transported to a vast and boundless secret realm amidst a dizzying sensation. The abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth in this place promised to yield remarkable results in cultivation, alongside the potential for various fortuitous encounters. It is no wonder that so many sought to partake in this grand competition of prodigies. One cannot help but ponder the thoughts of those who hesitated to enter. Even the illustrious city of Luzhou from the central region ventured into this relic in search of something, underscoring the extraordinary nature of this site. Lin Fei could not help but marvel. The royal family truly lived up to its name, possessing such a relic. Only those at the martial saint level could construct such a space for teleportation. Though it may have waned, it still retained a certain depth of heritage. Lin Fei even speculated whether the royal family harbored many hidden ancient beings, perhaps even martial saints who had not perished. After all, martial saints have a lifespan of 5,000 years and possess formidable strength, rendering them unlikely to fall easily. Shaking his head, he dismissed such thoughts. They were beyond his concern. The secret realm was vast, with mountains and other mysterious locales not far away, making exploration a challenging endeavor. As teleportation was random, encountering others could be somewhat difficult, yet Lin Fei suspected he was fortunate in this regard. He had conveniently arrived near these mountains, where the items his future father-in-law sought were located. Thus, Lin Fei began to hunt demonic beasts while diligently searching according to the directions provided by his father-in-law. Along the way, he encountered numerous individuals. Anyone who dared to attack Lin Fei found themselves swiftly dealt with, their only recourse being to shatter their tokens and teleport away. These individuals sought merely to seize Lin Fei's token points, harboring no deep-seated enmity, and Lin Fei had no desire to take lives, thus allowing them to escape. However, there were those who, oblivious to their folly, not only attempted to rob Lin Fei of his possessions, but also spoke threats of murder. For such individuals, Lin Fei showed no mercy, dispatching them without affording them the chance to shatter their tokens. After traversing the mountains for a day and a half, Lin Fei had slain numerous demonic beasts and several individuals, accumulating over 1,000 points from his tokens. The specific ranking was of little concern. Securing a place within the top 300 was sufficient, and Lin Fei was unconcerned about this. Accumulating over 1,000 points indicated he had defeated 55th-tier demonic beasts, an accomplishment beyond the reach of most. Moreover, his experience points were nearing completion, and he was on the verge of reaching the 1-star martial venerable realm. At that moment, a group emerged from the shadows, led by Yang Wei and Luo Tian. Luo Tian, filled with indignation, exclaimed, "Lin Fei, you have proven difficult to find, but today, I shall avenge my father." Lin Fei tossed his head disdainfully and remarked, "Is that all you have? You're merely a defeated foe, and I doubt you could withstand even a single blow from me." Luo Tian coldly replied, "While I may not be able to handle you, there are those who can. The gentleman beside me is Yang Wei, the second son of the Prime Minister, a 10-star martial king. Along with our group of martial kings, you will find it impossible to escape today." Yang Wei, what a name rich with irony. "Is it that you are lacking in prowess and in need of substantial improvement?" Lin Fei laughed heartily. Yang Wei's expression darkened as he said, "You seek death. Daring to insult me, I will ensure you suffer. I am trembling in fear. If you're not convinced, let us confront you together," Lin Fei proclaimed with arrogance, dismissing the individuals before him as mere experience points. He believed that defeating them would elevate him to a 1-star martial sovereign. A smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, Yang Wei, with a haughty demeanor, declared, "You, a wild boy from a backwater, boast with a bit of strength. Watch how I will subdue you today. If you reveal the secrets you carry, I might spare your life." Lin Fei scoffed internally, suspecting that Luo Tian had informed him of his remarkable transformation over the past 6 months. "Do you think I would willingly hand it over? If you have the capability, come and take it, fool." Yang Wei, infuriated by Lin Fei's words, commanded, "Everyone, seize him. I refuse to believe this boy possesses any extraordinary strength." With that, more than 10 individuals surged forward, as Yang Wei deemed Lin Fei unworthy of his own efforts, merely sending his subordinates to probe his abilities. The combined martial techniques, charged with formidable energy, struck towards Lin Fei, who remained utterly unperturbed. Utilizing the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies palm, he effortlessly countered their attacks. It is noteworthy that Lin Fei was already a 10-star martial king. Those of inferior strength were easily gravely wounded and left gasping for breath. Luo Tian and his companions struggled under Lin Fei's overwhelming power, realizing the vast disparity in their combat levels. Lin Fei completely dominated them, instilling fear in Luo Tian, who had not anticipated such terrifying prowess. Had he known one among them was a 7-star martial king, he might have reconsidered his approach. As they collectively assaulted Lin Fei, they found themselves helplessly overpowered, prompting cries for Yang Wei. "Second young master, Lin Fei is too strong. We are no match for him. You must act quickly to save us." Lin Fei, uninterested in wasting time, bellowed, "Azura Dominance Blade." Instantly, he unleashed a 100-meter-long wave of black blade energy, sending a chill of terror through his adversaries. Overcome with fear, they forgot to defend themselves, except for Luo Tian, who, in his final moment, shattered his token and was teleported away, narrowly escaping with his life. The others, however, were not so fortunate, as they were swiftly eliminated. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing 10 foes, earning 3 million experience points, 3 million gold coins, the weapons Spirit Moonblade, Snowfall Sword, and Tiger Stripe Flying Darts, as well as the techniques Fragrant Cold Formula, Wave Breaking Sutra, and Morning Origin Formula, alongside 1,000 low-grade Spirit Stones and 100 medium-grade Spirit Stones. Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction. The spoils were indeed plentiful. At that moment, Yang Wei, who was contemplating his next move, found himself momentarily paralyzed by Lin Fei's display of prowess, frozen in place, stricken with fear. The blade energy that Lin Fei had summoned would surely inflict grave injury upon him. He realized he was utterly outmatched and dared not make a move. Lin Fei smiled faintly, observing Yang Wei's frozen demeanor. "Why do you hesitate to act, second young master? Were you not eager to uncover my secrets?" As he spoke, he advanced toward Yang Wei, who instinctively retreated a few steps. In a stern voice, Yang Wei replied, "What do you intend to do? My father is the chancellor of the Eastern Xia dynasty. If you dare lay a hand on me, he will not spare you." He added ominously, "Your family shall not escape retribution. They shall accompany you to the grave. If you willingly divulge your secrets, I may spare your life," he offered. Lin Fei's anger ignited at the audacity of Yang Wei's threat against his family. "How dare you? I had considered granting you mercy, but you have chosen your own demise." With swift precision, he unleashed a series of finger strikes, and Yang Wei, despite being a 10-star martial king, found himself grievously injured by 2 of the strikes. Desperation seeped into Yang Wei's voice as he shouted, "Lin Fei, you must consider the consequences of making an enemy of me. Are you truly prepared to bear the repercussions? Consider your own fate," Lin Fei retorted, launching a fierce assault that left Yang Wei severely wounded, devoid of any capacity for resistance. In a moment of desperation, Yang Wei attempted to shatter his token to escape, knowing that doing so would signify his elimination. However, recognizing Lin Fei's resolve, he prioritized his life over all else. After all, as long as he remained alive, there would always be hope. Lin Fei, noticing Yang Wei's furtive movements, unleashed the lion's roar technique, sending powerful sound waves that caused Yang Wei to bleed from his orifices, leaving him momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fei snatched the token from Yang Wei's grasp, playfully toying with it in his hands. Panic surged through Yang Wei as he realized he had lost his means of survival. Kneeling on the ground, he pleaded, "Lin Fei, please spare my life. I promise I will never oppose you again." Yet, it was too late for mercy. He had sealed his fate. Learn to be more observant in your next life, Lin Fei concluded, dispatching the bothersome adversary with the blood-drink demon blade. Congratulations to the host for defeating a 10-star martial king, earning 400,000 experience points, 400,000 gold coins, 200 medium grade spirit stones, and the weapon mountain breaking axe, superior grade. Congratulations on the host advancement. The current realm is 1-star martial sovereign. Lin Fei felt an immense surge of power within him, invigorating his spirit. Congratulations to the host for the upgrade of the divine ability Rampage, increasing the host's strength 20-fold for 1 hour, tripling experience gained, with a cooldown of 1 day. Congratulations to the host for the second seal of the mountain and sea ring being lifted. The growth rate of the demonic beasts has increased 10-fold, and the beasts nurtured within shall automatically submit to the host. Observing the transformations within the mountain and sea ring, Lin Fei noted that the space had expanded by several times, now encompassing an area nearly 1,000 miles in diameter. A small mountain rises abruptly, its surface barren, while the lakes have expanded significantly in both size and length. Little else has changed, leaving one to ponder its purpose. Lin Fei senses that this phenomenon may be an indication of a nascent small world, where he could eventually nurture some mystical beasts and cultivate rare herbs. When the world becomes sufficiently vast, it could serve as a sanctuary for his family to train, given the abundant spiritual energy that would enhance their cultivation efforts tremendously. However, such aspirations must be deferred for now, as the Mountain Sea Ring is not yet suitable for long-term habitation by his kin. Undeniably, the Mountain Sea Ring is far from ordinary. He had only recently unlocked the second seal, out of a total of 9. Yet, matters of the future can wait, as the current benefits of the Mountain Sea Ring to Lin Fei remain modest. The 10-fold growth rate of spiritual herbs is somewhat advantageous, and the accelerated growth of mystical beasts suggests that he ought to capture some for his realm. He envisions commanding a mighty army of mystical beasts, and a wave of satisfaction washes over him at the thought. At this moment, Lin Fei scours the mountain range in search of mystical beasts such as the venomous silkworm wolf, the heavenly fire leopard, the black wind dragon, the crimson sky turtle, and the azure tide bird, all of which are level 4 and 5 beasts. It takes considerable effort for him to subdue them, but eventually, they are obediently cast into the Mountain Sea Ring. He expends further effort transplanting flowers, grasses, and trees from the mountains into his realm, for the stark barrenness of the Mountain Sea Ring is quite unappealing. After half a day's labor, he finally forms a rough outline of his domain and nods in satisfaction. The rest will depend on natural growth, and he is confident that it will soon brim with vitality. Chapter 58, A Fortuitous Find? With less than a day remaining, he must hasten to locate the 9-pattern dragon sword. According to the location provided by his father-in-law, he should be nearing it, though a level 6 pinnacle beast. The earth-shattering bear guards the area. This formidable creature possesses immense strength and thick skin, making it a challenge even for a 1-star martial emperor to defeat. The cost of victory would be significant. Nevertheless, Lin Fei is unperturbed, knowing he can simply dispatch it with a single strike if necessary. After much searching, he finally arrives at the cave that conceals the 9-pattern dragon sword, only to discover 2 mystical beasts engaged in combat. He quickly suppresses his aura and watches intently, recognizing one as the earth-shattering bear and the other as a white jade rhinoceros. Each beast measures over 10 meters in length, instilling a sense of trepidation in Lin Fei. Peering with his inside eye, he discovers that both are level 7 initial stage beasts, leaving him to wonder if his father-in-law has led him into a trap. 2 level 7 beasts, summoned here to meet their demise. Surely, Summer Dongxing would not be so cruel. Perhaps the earth-shattering bear has only recently attained its level, while the circumstances of the other beast remain unclear. Both creatures possess the ability to articulate human speech, and Lin Fei leans in to listen. The white jade rhinoceros exhales a puff of white mist and declares, "Hurry up and hand over the dragon-patterned grass from that cave, or I shall." The earth-shattering bear roared in fury, "You despicable fiend. To seize the moment of my vulnerability during childbirth is utterly shameful. Come at me if you dare." The outcome of this battle remains uncertain. The dragon-patterned grass, a 7th-tier spiritual herb, could significantly enhance the prowess of the demon beasts that consumed it, hence the fierce competition between the two creatures. Wherever there is a realm of martial arts, rivalry ensues. Be it between humans or demon beasts, 7th-tier demon beasts possess the ability to articulate human speech and exhibit heightened intelligence. It is entirely natural for them to vie for such precious treasures. As the two beasts prepared for battle, the very air trembled with the intensity of their impending clash. Lin Fei cautiously retreated, wary of being caught in the crossfire of their ferocious confrontation. While he could barely hold his ground against one, facing two would spell disaster. If discovered, he could only rely on his indestructible golden body to escape. The two demon beasts, both formidable with tough hides and resilient flesh, quickly engaged in a brutal melee. However, it was evident that the earth-shattering bear was at a disadvantage against the white jade rhinoceros. Yet, the bear was not without its own strength, inflicting considerable pain upon its adversary with its powerful paws. The battle raged from the ground to the skies, and the 7th-tier demon beasts could indeed take to the air. Their roars sent lower-tier demon beasts fleeing in panic. Such a clash was beyond their comprehension, and the very aftermath of the battle was enough to overwhelm them. As the two beasts clashed, rocks tumbled and trees fell like dominoes. Lin Fei retreated even further, and although he distanced himself significantly, he still felt the repercussions of their struggle. He refrained from using his true essence, relying instead on his formidable physical constitution to withstand the chaos. The concern of alerting the demon beasts to his presence loomed heavily. If they turned their attention towards him, it would spell doom. After several hours of fierce combat, both demon beasts were drenched in blood, while the white jade rhinoceros held a slight edge in strength. The earth-shattering bear, weakened from childbirth, was no easy prey. Ultimately, the rhinoceros managed to impale the bear with its single horn, but not without sustaining severe injuries from the bear's gaping maw. Both beasts plummeted from the sky, landing not far from Lin Fei, whose eyes sparkled with anticipation. Fortune was on his side. The two 7th-tier demon beasts had inflicted mutual devastation, presenting him with an opportunity to reap the rewards. If he could eliminate them both, he would undoubtedly gain a wealth of experience. Observing the massive form of the earth-shattering bear struggling to rise, he noted its efforts were in vain due to its grievous wounds. In stark contrast, the white jade rhinoceros, though battered and staggering, was slowly making its way towards the bear, intent on finishing the fight swiftly. At that moment, Lin Fei thought to himself, "What a splendid opportunity. I shall strike while you are weak." He summoned the powers of his indestructible golden body and entered a state of frenzy, the radiant golden light and immense strength swelling within him. He unleashed a devastating blade technique, and to his astonishment, the strike produced a 200-meter arc of blade energy. Its might beyond measure. Lin Fei believed this strike would surely vanquish the white jade rhinoceros, but just as he reveled in his triumph, a single horn appeared before him, launching him over 1,000 meters away, crashing through numerous trees before finally coming to a halt. Lin Fei brushed off the dust from his attire, reflecting on the adage that even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Indeed, it held true. Despite exerting nearly all his strength, he had only managed to inflict a modest wound upon the white jade rhinoceros. Fortunately, he had the foresight to activate his indestructible golden body. Otherwise, that collision might have spelled his doom. The white jade rhinoceros, seething with rage, exclaimed, "Another ant from the human race dares to ambush this sovereign, seeking death." It was unfathomable for the rhinoceros to believe that a mere human could injure him, and his fury was palpable. However, he was also taken aback. Although he was gravely wounded, the fact that Lin Fei could harm him indicated that this young man was no ordinary foe. Moreover, he had come through that clash unscathed. Not willing to hold back, the rhinoceros, despite his injuries, gathered his strength and charged at Lin Fei once more, eager to dispatch this adversary quickly. Otherwise, he risked becoming prey himself. Just as Lin Fei was about to unleash his 9-star continuous strikes, the white jade rhinoceros moved with such swiftness that Lin Fei was once again sent flying. Nevertheless, bolstered by the indestructible golden body, he remained unscathed. Observing the rhinoceros's diminished capacity to retaliate, Lin Fei seized the moment to execute the 9-star continuous strikes, channeling his true essence with reckless abandon. With the final blow of the 9-star continuous strikes, he unleashed a nearly 800-meter-long wave of black blade energy, which collided with the white jade rhinoceros. resulting in a tremendous explosion of dust and debris that obscured the scene. Lin Fei, feeling somewhat drained, leaned on the blood-drinking demon blade. That last strike had consumed a significant portion of his true essence. The 9-star continuous strikes was a technique that devoured true essence, and it was likely that even a typical martial venerable would struggle to unleash such a formidable maneuver. He believed that this attack could potentially slay even a 6-star martial venerable, and given the rhinoceros's grave injuries, it should suffice to finish him off. Should he fail to eliminate this formidable beast, he would have no choice but to resort to the celestial strike, which had a cooldown period of 15 days. Lin Fei was reluctant to use it unless absolutely necessary. Just then, a notification from the system chimed, bringing him a sense of relief. Congratulations, host. You have slain the level 7 initial stage demon beast, White Jade Rhinoceros. You have gained 9 million experience points, 3 million gold coins. And the weapon Heavenly King Ascending Dragon Rod, Earth Grade Superior. You have acquired the Martial Skill Mighty Bull Charge, Heavenly Grade Intermediate, which requires a practitioner with a robust physique and abundant true essence to condense and charge at the enemy with unparalleled might. Chapter 59. Taming the Earth-Shattering Bear. The spoils from the level 7 demon beast delighted Lin Fei immensely. He also obtained a level 7 demon core and effortlessly collected the carcass, yielding hundreds of thousands of gold coins. His experience surged, bringing him closer to attaining the rank of 2-star martial venerable. What a joy! Additionally, he had acquired a heavenly grade intermediate martial skill. Without hesitation, Lin Fei began to cultivate this skill, which was perfectly tailored to him. His physique, having been tempered by the god of slaughter's technique, was nearly commensurate with that of a 7-star martial king. Coupled with his formidable true essence, he could unleash tremendous power. At this moment, Lin Fei approached the beleaguered earth-shattering bear, intending to finish off this demon beast as well. Otherwise, if it perished later, it would be a considerable waste for him. The earth-breaking bear, witnessing Lin Fei beside it, managed to open its massive jaws slightly to reveal a fierce expression. Yet its overwhelming strength caused its head to droop in exhaustion. However, its eyes soon glimmered with a pleading look, leaving Lin Fei bewildered, unsure of the creature's intentions. At that moment, 2 small bears, approximately a meter tall, suddenly dashed from the nearby thicket and leaped into the embrace of the earth-breaking bear, beginning to nurse. The bear gazed at the 2 little ones with an expression filled with reluctance. Human, can you please take care of my children? They are merely a few days old. Even if you do not kill me, I cannot hold on much longer. I possess a weapon in my cave that is suited for your kind, along with 3 dragon pattern herbs. I shall offer them all to you, hoping you will care for my offspring. I beg of you, please. Upon hearing the bear's heartfelt plea, Lin Fei felt a tumult of emotions stir within him. The love of a mother transcends all species. Moved by compassion, Lin Fei resolved to save the earth-breaking bear, conveniently planning to use his Mountain Sea ring to capture this beast. A 7th-tier monster would indeed prove to be a significant asset. Thus, he purchased a 9-sun treasure pill from the system shop for a staggering 20 million gold coins, which left him feeling quite pained, as he had recently depleted much of his treasure and had to recover many items just to afford it. After successfully capturing the earth-breaking bear into the Mountain Sea ring, he administered the 9-sun treasure pill to it. Miraculously, the bear's wounds healed at a visible rate, and soon it was restored to its former glory. The earth-breaking bear then respectfully expressed, "Thank you, Master, for saving my life." The beasts captured within the Mountain Sea ring would naturally submit to Lin Fei, a truly extraordinary ability, though it required the creatures to either consent or lack the power to resist. Overjoyed, Lin Fei now had a 7th-tier beast as a companion, a delightful addition indeed. He affectionately named the bear Xiaohong, while the 2 cubs were named Xiongda and Xiong'er. Venturing into the cave of the earth-breaking bear, Lin Fei discovered 3 dragon pattern herbs, which would allow him to concoct 3 7th-tier dragon blood pills. These pills could enhance the strength of a martial emperor, equally benefiting beasts, making them invaluable treasures. In a corner, he also stumbled upon the 9-pattern dragon sword, which was of no use to the beast and thus carelessly discarded. Lin Fei picked up the sword, inspecting it. Its blade shimmered brilliantly, adorned with 9 golden dragons entwined along the hilt. A heavenly grade superior weapon, it was evidently no ordinary item. Congratulations, host, for discovering the 9-pattern dragon sword. Task completed. Experience gained, 6 million. Gold gained, 6 million. Mingxin's sword technique, heavenly grade intermediate martial skill. Congratulations, host, on leveling up to 2-star martial sovereign. This expedition into the ruins proved fruitful. He had accomplished his task, leveled up to 2-star martial sovereign, and tamed a 7th-tier beast. As 3 days swiftly passed, Lin Fei grew increasingly anxious about the 2 women, uncertain of their whereabouts and whether they had encountered any fortuitous opportunities. Xiao Ruoxue, being a princess, was unlikely to be harmed by anyone. Should she encounter any peril, she could simply shatter her token for assistance. Chunlinger, protected by the water spirit pearl, would have ample means for self-preservation, even in the face of genuine danger. Subsequently, Lin Fei dismissed further thoughts and opened the system to review his attributes. Host, Lin Fei level, 2-star martial sovereign experience, 520, 000, 020, 000, 000 cultivation technique. Killing God formula, divine grade technique. Currently has formed the blood body of slaughter. Next stage, awakening of slaughter, weapon, blood drink demon blade, heavenly grade mid-tier, upgradable, martial skills, phantom roaming, earth grade upper tier, ripple step, heavenly grade lower tier. Lion's roar, earth grade upper tier, 3 parts return to Yuan Qi, earth grade upper tier, 1 yang finger, heavenly grade lower tier, 8 desolations, and 6 harmonies palm, earth grade upper tier. Shura overlord blade slash, heavenly grade lower tier, 9 stars combo, heavenly grade upper tier, rampant bull charge, heavenly grade mid tier, heavenly strike, special martial skill. Instantaneously slays an enemy within a major realm, with a 50 instant kill probability for those within 2 major realms. Cooldown, 15 days, secondary profession, alchemist level 7, proficiency 500. 010, 000, 000, divine powers, fury, increases strength by 20 times for 1 hour. Slaying enemies grants triple experience. Cooldown, 1 day. Indestructible golden body, can withstand attacks from warriors within 2 major realms for 1 hour. Gold coins. 8.65 million after reviewing. Lin Fei decided to recycle the earth grade upper tier martial skill, phantom roaming, as it no longer served him. With some time remaining, he glanced at his token displaying over 2,000 points, which should suffice. He set out to capture various monsters in the mountains, irrespective of their levels or types, and stored them all within his mountain and sea ring. This would allow him to procure some fresh game whenever he desired, potentially yielding extraordinary beasts that could evolve into stronger forms within the ring. After a while, Lin Fei distinctly felt a repulsion from the space, indicating that the time had come. Once again, he experienced a dizzying sensation as he and the others were teleported back. Upon his return, Lin Fei was relieved to see Chunlinger and Xia Ruoxu safe and sound. However, he did not spot Lu Yoji among the crowd, likely having taken what he sought and departed promptly, igniting Lin Fei's curiosity about what the man had acquired in the ruins. At that moment, Xia Dongsheng, upon seeing Lin Fei emerge, gazed at him eagerly, wondering if he had retrieved the 9-pattern dragon sword. Lin Fei nodded at Xia Dongsheng, signaling that he had indeed obtained the sword. Xia Dongsheng's satisfaction was palpable. His mood lifted as he realized that with the 9-pattern dragon sword, his strength would ascend to a new level. Lin Fei observed that only about 600 to 700 individuals had been teleported back. The rest had either been directly eliminated or had met their demise. At this juncture, a portly middle-aged man scanned the crowd anxiously, searching for someone. His initial worry gradually morphing into fury. Which wretched creature has slain my son Yang Wei? Step forward. The formidable aura of the martial sovereign overwhelmed those present, causing many to lower their heads, unable to meet the gaze of the imposing figure before them. Chapter 60. Testing talents on the stage. Xia Dongsheng and the 3 esteemed elders of the sect were expressions of deep discontent. How dare a mere chancellor display such blatant disregard for their authority? Xia Dongsheng felt particularly affronted. With the 3 elders in attendance, the chancellor's actions were a grave insult to his dignity. His son had not yet emerged, and here he was, openly intimidating the young talents in the hall. Yang Lin, your actions are excessive. I understand your parental concern. Yet the path of martial arts is fraught with peril. The dangers within the secret realm are immense, and casualties are not uncommon. As the chancellor of our dynasty, do not make a spectacle of yourself. Yang Lin seethed with rage. His son was dead. However, Xia Dongsheng's words left him somewhat helpless, as he still had to consider the emperor's face. My son is a 10-star martial king, and if so many others have returned unscathed, it is impossible for him to have perished so easily. Surely, someone has employed despicable means to bring about his demise. If I uncover the perpetrator, I shall ensure they pay dearly for their actions. With that, he stormed off in fury. Lin Fei mused to himself. Only a fool would admit to having killed Yang Wei. The unscrupulous Lin Fei remained composed on the stage, utterly unaffected by the chancellor's imposing presence. Noticing Lin Fei's calm demeanor, Yang Lin cast a lingering glance at him as he descended from the stage. He recalled a young man who had emerged earlier, seemingly one of his son's subordinates, and immediately commanded someone to fetch the lad. Perhaps he would reveal something of significance. Xia Dongsheng then instructed, produce your tokens, and let us tally the top 300. All others shall be eliminated. Lin Fei, with over 2,000 points, secured the 3rd position. while the first and second were occupied by General Liang Yang's son and Prince Wu, respectively. The significance of this ranking was minimal, and Lin Fei remained indifferent. The two young women achieved commendable results as well, placing 4th and 5th, while the second prince was ranked 10th. Unexpectedly, however, Lin Feng and Qin Shui were eliminated. Given their capabilities, this was quite surprising. Lin Fei inquired of the two, what transpired? How could two 4-star martial kings face elimination? This is rather embarrassing. The two replied. Visibly incensed, Lin Fei, you must avenge us. In the ruins, we encountered Wang Cheng and Wang Yu, who, along with a group of others, besieged us. Intent on our destruction. With no other recourse, we were forced to shatter our tokens to save our lives. Lin Fei glanced at the two brothers, who wore expressions of provocation. How vexing. I should have dealt with those two ruffians last time. I'll make sure to find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. What should we do now? Lin Fei's friends asked, looking somewhat despondent. Return to the inn for now. In a couple of days, you shall return to your families. I will prepare some elixirs for you, which may enhance your training speed beyond what you would experience in the sect, Lin Fei reassured them. The two then departed the palace, heading back to the inn. At this moment, the tally of the top 300 had been completed, and the results were about to be announced. Xia Dongsheng leisurely remarked, although this ranking may not fully represent your true prowess, it is possible that those with greater strength have already been eliminated. However, on the path of martial arts, talent is crucial. At times, luck also plays a role in one's strength. Those who have been eliminated may disperse. In 3 years, you will have another opportunity to participate in the grand competition. Strive diligently. The eliminated individuals departed the palace, some dejected, others frustrated, and some unwilling to accept their fate. Lin Fei mused to himself. My father-in-law speaks with a measure of wisdom. Luck is indeed a component of strength. Just like my fortunate situation with a system that feels akin to having a cheat. An air of pride inevitably filled Lin Fei's heart. The second round of assessments would evaluate both talent and strength, selecting 150 individuals to advance to the next stage. Xia Dongsheng proclaimed loudly, and shortly thereafter, several individuals brought forth a stone tablet designed to test talent and strength. The remaining 300 participants were predominantly at the martial king realm, with the weakest being a 10-star martial spirit. Generally, their talents would not be lacking. However, Lin Fei felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain about his own abilities. Before his arrival in this world, he had been widely regarded as a good-for-nothing. The remaining contestants ascended the stage in order of their rankings, with the last-ranked individual testing first. The first participant leaped onto the platform, announced their name, and the recording personnel signaled for them to channel their true energy into the stone tablet. Upon infusing the true energy into the tablet, it reacted, emitting a radiant glow. When the light faded, the tablet displayed the individual's strength and talent level. This stone tablet was remarkable, a treasure exclusive to sects. Even the Dongxia dynasty did not possess such an apparatus for testing talent and strength. Perhaps it once did. Lin Fei could not comprehend the mechanics of the tablet or the principles behind its function. He merely listened as the recording personnel announced, Li Nan, superior talent. 10-star martial spirit. The subsequent participants followed suit. Wang Tai, medium talent, 3-star martial king. Most exhibited medium to superior talent, with only a scant few possessing exceptional gifts. Even Lin Jiao and Lin Yu, who had consumed Lin Fei's cleansing elixir, were merely of superior talent. Only the second prince and an unknown individual showcased exceptional talent. Soon, it was Chun Linger's turn. She gradually infused her true energy into the tablet. Initially, the tablet showed no response. However, it suddenly erupted in dazzling brilliance, startling the recording personnel and prompting the 3 martial emperor elders on stage to rise abruptly. Such talent was a rare occurrence in a millennium. If this genius did not falter along the way, she could potentially reach the martial saint realm in the future. The martial emperor from the Xiaoxiang sect declared, "This young lady will be claimed by our Xiaoxiang sect." The other 2 elders, though aware of the Xiaoxiang sect's strength, were reluctant to concede, asserting, "This will ultimately depend on the young lady's own choice. Let the competition be fair." The elder of the Xiaoxiang sect snorted dismissively and retook his seat, thinking, "Let us wait and see." When the light dissipated, the tablet displayed a strength of 10-star martial king, while the talent reading showed, it appeared that her capabilities exceeded what the tablet could measure. The recording personnel, filled with excitement, spoke up. Chun Linger, a 10-star martial king, possesses extraordinary talent. Such an exceptional gift is a rarity, appearing only once in a millennium. It is truly astonishing that I have encountered such a person. When it was time for Xia Roashue to undergo her test, she, too, infused her essence into the stone tablet, which reacted similarly to how it had for Chunling. This revelation left the 3 elders of the sect utterly astounded. To find 2 prodigies, both of whom are rarely seen in a millennium. In one place is nothing short of miraculous. Although innate talent is not the sole determinant of whether a martial artist can become a supreme powerhouse, those endowed with superior abilities certainly possess a greater likelihood of achieving such heights. The prominent sects aspired to recruit both young women, envisioning the potential for their sects to cultivate two extraordinary powerhouses in the future. Unbeknownst to them, they had underestimated the two. Each possessed a unique physique, one with an ice spirit body and the other with a water spirit body, indicating that their future accomplishments would far exceed current expectations. The elders were already contemplating strategies to entice the two into joining their respective sections. Chapter 61. Is Lin Fei a waste? Next was Lin Fei's turn, and the three elders held a glimmer of hope. Even if he did not exhibit extraordinary talent, he should at least possess exceptional aptitude, as achieving a top 3 ranking in points was no small feat without formidable strength. Furthermore, Lin Fei appeared quite youthful. As he approached the stone tablet, he felt a twinge of anxiety and hesitantly reported his name. What if he were to be revealed as possessing a lowly talent? That would be utterly humiliating. However, there was no avoiding it. He resigned himself to infusing his essence into the tablet. The outcome, unfortunately, met Lin Fei's disappointment. The tablet emitted only a faint glow, barely perceptible, and soon the results were announced. Lin Fei, barely possessing low-level talent, 2-star martial sovereign. This revelation shocked the crowd. How could someone with such meager talent achieve the rank of 2-star martial sovereign? Laughter erupted at Lin Fei's expense. A person with barely low-level talent was essentially deemed useless, and they mocked him for daring to stand there, wondering what stroke of luck had allowed him to reach the 2-star martial sovereign level. A wave of bitterness washed over the crowd. Lin Fei, with his 2-star martial sovereign prowess, was merely a product of low-level talent. Infuriated, Lin Fei retorted vehemently, "To hell with you. If you dare to challenge me, I'll show you what true strength is. You call me useless, yet you are even lesser than that." His sharp tongue silenced those who had dared to mock him. To be honest, the outcome surprised everyone. How could someone with such poor talent still attain the 2-star martial sovereign level? Soon, it was the turn of Liang Yong and Yin Wu, both of whom possessed exceptional talent, each being a 1-star martial sovereign. They gazed at Lin Fei with a sense of superiority, despite Lin Fei's 2-star martial sovereign status. His lack of talent led them to believe they would soon surpass him. Lin Fei was inwardly seething, cursing the very existence of the talent testing device that had brought him such embarrassment. The two young women were equally incredulous. They had witnessed Lin Fei's rapid ascent in strength, making it hard to believe he could only possess low-level talent. Eventually, 150 individuals were selected, and Lin Fei was among them. Despite his lack of talent, his formidable strength could not be overlooked. Although talent may not entirely dictate one's future achievements, it is a candid truth that the three esteemed elders of the sect hold Lin Fei in low regard. A 2-star martial venerable is indeed formidable for an ordinary individual, yet to them, it is of little consequence. Ultimately, it was only through the intercession of Xia Dongsheng that they reluctantly permitted Lin Fei to advance to the next round. While some of those eliminated bore resentment towards Lin Fei, they dared not voice their discontent in the face of Xia Dongsheng's authority and thus withdrew in resignation. As time pressed on, the elders urged everyone to return, announcing that the third round of assessments would commence the following day. A throng of individuals departed, preparing to face the challenges ahead. However, Lin Fei chose not to leave, but rather accompanied Xia Ruoxue and another lady to meet with Xia Dongsheng. Upon their meeting, Lin Fei wasted no time and casually tossed the 9-patterned dragon sword to him. "Is this satisfactory? I nearly lost my life for this sword," Lin Fei exclaimed dramatically. Xia Dongsheng nodded with satisfaction. "Well done, my boy. How did you manage to obtain this from a 6th-level peak demon beast?" Lin Fei could not help but roll his eyes, inwardly cursing. It was clearly a 7th-level demon beast, and 2 of them at that. Thankfully, my luck held. Yet, Lin Fei refrained from elaborating and simply told Xia Dongsheng, "This is confidential. I have secured the item for you. Now you can no longer impede my relationship with Ruoxue. Lin Fei, you must understand that your talent is rather lacking. Marrying Xia Ruoxue and Chen Linger may prove quite challenging," Xia Dongsheng cautioned. Lin Fei, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Why? Are you attempting to prevent us from being together?" Xia Dongsheng replied nonchalantly, "A gentleman's word is his bond. I shall not obstruct you." However, both of them possess extraordinary talents and will undoubtedly attract the attention of the sect, while your own abilities may not garner their interest. You must prepare yourself for this reality. Lin Fei chuckled, "No worries. As long as you do not hinder me, I shall manage. I have no qualms about relying on my partners. With 2 formidable wives by my side, there is nowhere in this vast world I cannot go, ha ha." Lin Fei was entirely unconcerned. Even if the sect did not accept him, it mattered little. With his system at his disposal, he could forge his own path. Xia Dongxing merely wished to convey that the disparity between Lin Fei and the two women would only widen over time, advising him to temper his aspirations. Yet, he found Lin Fei's audacity amusing and chose not to discourage him, believing Lin Fei would come to understand in due course. Lin Fei was certainly aware of his future father-in-law's intentions, but remained unperturbed by them, as his affection was unwavering. He took his leave, with the two women following suit. On their way back, the two ladies expressed their concerns, asking, "Lin Fei, what if you cannot enter the sect? What then? Do not worry, it is of no consequence. My progress in cultivation is unaffected by whether I enter the sect. As long as you both are well, it matters not, even if I cannot enter. Would you two truly abandon me?" In unison, they shook their heads, assuring him they would not. Lin Fei smiled gently. "You both should pursue your paths without concern for me. You are both firmly in my grasp, haha. How about you two accompany me tonight? Otherwise, once we enter the sect, who knows when we will meet again?" Xia Ruoxue cast a sidelong glance at Lin Fei, thinking him shameless and a scoundrel, lacking any decorum. Nevertheless, she still went to the inn with him. After Lin Fei and his companions had eaten and drunk their fill, he instructed Lin Feng and Chen Shui to return directly to Tianfeng City early the next morning. He had an ominous feeling that something would transpire. Lin Fei summoned the innkeeper, saying, "Young man, please arrange for me a different room, preferably the finest one." The innkeeper smiled knowingly. "Of course, young master. I shall prepare it for you at once." Xia Ruoxue, her face flushed, pinched Lin Fei's waist, and exclaimed, "You lecherous wolf, no mischief allowed." That night proved to be indescribably tumultuous for Lin Fei. Despite his efforts, he could only engage in tender embraces with Chun Linger, who was off limits. Xia Ruoxue was even more formidable. Before he could even touch her, he was met with a barrage of playful blows, ultimately failing to breach the final defenses. After a night filled with frustration, Lin Fei lamented in silence, feeling as though he had missed an opportunity that was tantalizingly close. By morning, he emerged from his room, leaning against the wall and sighing in resignation. Being a man is so difficult. In ancient times, there was Lu Xiaohui, who was less than a beast. Now there is Lin Fei, who can't even cross the Jade Gate. Chapter 62. Luo Tian captured upon seeing Lin Fei exit his room. The innkeeper promptly inquired, "Young master, would you care to try our special tiger whip soup? It's exceptionally nourishing." Lin Fei's expression darkened. "Do I look like someone with weak kidneys? Besides, I haven't done anything, yet this innkeeper dares to look down upon me." In anger, he waved his hand dismissively. The innkeeper muttered as he descended the stairs. Already leaning against the wall, clearly, he's feigning strength. Even when offered the tiger whip soup, he refused. Lin Fei nearly lost his balance upon hearing this, stumbling dangerously close to the ground. Just then, the two women emerged from their room and overheard the innkeeper's comments. Xia Ruoxue burst into laughter, and even Chen Linger couldn't suppress a giggle. "What are you two laughing at? One day, I shall restore my dignity and deal with both of you." Xia Ruoxue continued to laugh heartily, jokingly adding, "Fear not. Even if you are weak, neither Linger nor I will despise you." With a furrowed brow, Lin Fei stepped out with the two women, heading together to participate in the third round of assessments. Meanwhile, within the Prime Minister's residence, Luo Tian was unceremoniously thrown before Yang Lin, trembling and kneeling, afraid to raise his head. Yang Lin spoke darkly, "Why did you flee? Do you know who killed my son? Why did you not inform me?" Luo Tian, taken aback, replied, "Prime Minister, I was unaware that the second young master had died. I only learned that Lin Fei was responsible when our group attacked him, and I was the only one who managed to escape. I hold a grudge against Lin Fei and feared he would seek revenge upon his return, which is why I fled. I thought Lin Fei would not dare to kill the second young master, but I never imagined he would be so ruthless. Prime Minister, you must ensure Lin Fei is dealt with." Upon hearing Luo Tian's words, Yang Lin slammed his palm onto the table, shattering it into splinters, leaving Luo Tian frozen in fear. After a prolonged silence, the atmosphere in the hall remained tranquil as Lin Fei prepared to escort Luo Tian to the Imperial Palace, intent on avenging his son. A practitioner of inferior talent would likely face no reproach from the emperor or the elders should he be slain. Upon entering the palace, Lin Fei found everyone awaiting the arrival of Xia Dongxing and the three elders, who soon appeared. Xia Dongxing spoke slowly, announcing that the upcoming assessment would be straightforward, a martial competition. The three elders sought to discern the suitability of the participants for their sect, simply requiring them to showcase their abilities. Having successfully passed the initial 2 rounds, each contestant had a chance to be inducted into the sect. Even those with modest strength could be accepted, and he urged them to perform admirably, presenting their best selves to the 3 elders. He emphasized that it was merely a sparring match and that lethal force was to be avoided. The victor would be awarded a low-grade heavenly weapon and a low-grade heavenly martial technique, while the second and third place finishers would receive a low-grade heavenly weapon. Lin Fei received a task to secure first place, with a reward of 5 million experience points, 5 million gold coins, the Feiyun Dominance Technique, mid-grade heavenly, and 500 mid-grade origin stones. Competitors were matched based on their assessed strengths to ensure fair combat, allowing them to effectively display their prowess. Since Lin Fei and his companions were all martial sovereigns, they would compete against one another to determine the top 3, while the remaining participants would battle among themselves. Those who believed themselves strong enough could challenge the trio afterward. This rule intrigued Lin Fei with its directness. Soon, the matches commenced, beginning with the weakest fighters. Despite their lower ranks, the battles were fierce. The 3 elders observed closely, assessing potential candidates for their sect. The Lin siblings shone brightly, both now being 4-star martial kings, skillfully holding their ground against 6-star martial kings. The fruits of Lin Fei's rigorous training were evident, eliciting nods of approval from the elders. Among the competitors was a woman with 7-star martial king strength who triumphed over a 9-star martial king, showcasing her exceptional talent. Lin Fei was somewhat taken aback to later learn that she was the daughter of a duke, her formidable abilities a product of both innate talent and familial support. Additionally, the second prince, wielding 9-star martial king strength, defeated 3 10-star martial kings in succession, demonstrating extraordinary aptitude. However, he soon encountered Chunlinger and was swiftly overwhelmed, succumbing to her with a single strike that left him bloodied and reluctant to concede. As half a day passed, the rankings were finalized, and it was time for Lin Fei and his 2 martial sovereign companions to compete. With only 3 participants, a draw was necessary to determine the order of combat. Fortune smiled upon Lin Fei as he drew a bye, leaving Liang Yong and Yin Wu to face each other. The 2 taunted Lin Fei, accusing him of riding on luck, but he merely smiled, dismissing their provocations. Their irritation grew at his indifference, and they yearned to teach him a lesson. The pair ascended the platform, engaging in battle. Initially, they exchanged cautious blows, fighting barehanded, with their internal energies surging without the use of formidable martial techniques. The 2 combatants realized that neither could gain the upper hand, prompting them to unleash their martial skills and weapons. The fierce blaze of Yen Wu's formidable fire attribute True Essence surged toward Liang Yong, who responded with equal fervor, letting out a mighty roar. The Heavenly Crane Slash. Their attacks clashed, each equally matched, captivating the spectators with their fierce duel. Ultimately, both warriors prepared to unleash their ultimate techniques. The Fiery Explosion. Yen Wu conjured a colossal fire attribute energy sphere and hurled it toward Liang Yong. In retaliation, Liang Yong, channeling his immense True Essence, struck at the oncoming energy sphere with the Earth Fiend Ghost Fist. The collision of their martial techniques produced a thunderous roar. Those of lesser strength nearby were directly knocked back, blood streaming from their mouths as they hurriedly retreated to a safe distance. In the end, Yen Wu emerged victorious, having bested Liang Yong, who could not withstand the onslaught and sustained significant injuries. Acknowledging his inferiority, he graciously conceded, understanding that further combat would be futile. He needed to conserve his strength for the upcoming challenges and thus voluntarily surrendered. The elder presiding over the arena promptly tossed 2 medicinal pills to the combatants. Consuming these pills would quickly restore their true essence and heal their wounds. Without hesitation, both warriors ingested the pills, and in a matter of moments, their expended true essence and injuries were fully revitalized. Next, it was time for Yen Wu to face Lin Fei. A victory for Lin Fei would secure him the first place, while a loss would allow Liang Yong to contest Lin Fei for the second position. As Yen Wu ascended the stage, he regarded Lin Fei with an air of arrogance. Though you are a 2-star martial sovereign, you are still no match for me. A wild boy from a small place should know to concede gracefully. At that moment, Yen Wu believed himself to be the victor, certain that his entrance into the sect would garner him significant attention. With a haughty demeanor, he taunted Lin Fei. Lin Fei, however, would not tolerate such arrogance. He was determined to teach them a lesson. Are you not a fool? A 1-star martial sovereign daring to act so brazenly? Chapter 63. Securing the first place, Lin Fei casually leaped onto the martial stage, gazing at Yen Wu as if he were a simpleton. This infuriated Yen Wu, his eyes blazing with fury at Lin Fei's audacity. You dare insult me? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you understand the chasm between us. What does being a 2-star martial sovereign matter? The Fiery Explosion. Lin Fei, unperturbed by the incoming attack, did not even flinch, instead summoning his true essence to erect a barrier before him. The ground blazed a fiery red, and it was evident that the martial stage was constructed from rare materials, impervious to destruction by those below the martial emperor realm. The floor glowed crimson from the flames. Yet Lin Fei remained utterly unharmed. With ease, he neutralized Yan Wu's assault. Chuckling, "Is this all you have? And you dare to lecture me?" Seeing Lin Fei unfazed and mocking him, Yan Wu prepared to strike again. Yet, at that moment, Lin Fei had already launched his counterattack, the 3 points of returning essence. Although this technique was merely a low-grade, earth-level martial skill, Lin Fei, as a 2-star martial sovereign, wielded it with unprecedented power. Energy bullets flew from Lin Fei's hands, hurtling toward Yan Wu. The sound of impacts echoed as Yan Wu struggled to fend off Lin Fei's 3 points of returning essence, finding himself with little strength to retaliate. Lin Fei chuckled lightly. "If you do not concede defeat, you may find yourself severely injured due to my lack of restraint. I will never yield. I refuse to believe you are stronger than I am. You are merely a waste of a lowly cultivator." Upon hearing these words, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes and intensified his grip. "I may be a waste, but you are even inferior to that." Yan Wu soon found himself unable to withstand the onslaught, his body battered and bloodied from the force of the 3 divisions returning chi technique. From the audience, King Bianjian discerned that his son stood no chance against Lin Fei and hastily urged, "Wooer, concede defeat. Victory and defeat are common in battle. Do not let your emotions cloud your judgment." Reluctantly, Yan Wu glared at Lin Fei, unwilling to admit defeat. Upon hearing Yan Wu's concession, Lin Fei eased his attack, lamenting that such an arena prohibited casual killings. Having already slain a prime minister's son, offending another noble would be unwise. Yan Wu shot Lin Fei a resentful look. Never expecting to be bested so thoroughly, Xia Dongxing inquired if anyone else wished to challenge Lin Fei and his companions, yet none stepped forward. The disparity between the martial king and martial sovereign was vast. While Xia Ruoxue and Shenlinger might possess the requisite strength, their indifference to rankings dissuaded them from challenging. Thus, Xia Dongxing announced Lin Fei as the champion of the martial competition, with Yan Wu in second place and Liang Yong in third. He presented Lin Fei with a low-grade heavenly martial technique, the flowing light slash, alongside a low-grade heavenly weapon, the fire cloud sword, which Lin Fei casually stored within his system space. At this juncture, these items held little value for him. He intended to gift them to his family to bolster their strength. The other 2 contestants also received low-grade heavenly weapons, which were still a rarity for them. The 3 elders immediately approached the 2 women, extolling the virtues of their respective sects and enticing them to join, promising the finest resources for their cultivation. Meanwhile, the rest seemed forgotten, standing awkwardly, as even Yan Wu and Liang Yong wore expressions of embarrassment. Lin Fei appeared unfazed, listening intently. Among the 3 sects, the Wuzhigong was the most powerful, followed by the Xiaoxiang sect, with the Tianjin sect being the weakest. However, Lin Fei was somewhat surprised to learn that the Xiaoxiang sect only accepted female disciples, and he contemplated encouraging the 2 women to join, not out of any ulterior motive, but simply to minimize the presence of potential rivals. The 2 women turned to Lin Fei, expressing, "Please grant us some time to deliberate." Subsequently, the 3 elders began selecting from the remaining participants, most of whom were swiftly chosen. Lin Yu and Lin Jiar opted for the Tianjin sect. The exceptionally gifted individuals were hotly contested among the 3 sections. Ultimately, they had no choice but to allow voluntary selection, resulting in Liang Yong and the second prince choosing the Tianjin sect, believing it suited them best. Yan Wu and another exceptionally gifted individual selected Wuzhigong, while the remaining duke's daughter chose the Xiaoxiang sect, drawn to its all-female environment, which spared her from unwanted male attention. Only Lin Fei and a handful of others remained unchosen, prompting Lin Fei to touch his nose in disbelief. How is it that I, a paragon of excellence, am left without a suitor? At that moment, Yan Wu stepped forward to mock Lin Fei. What use is strength if one possesses inadequate talent? Even with great power, it proves futile in the face of incompetence. Soon, my prowess will surpass yours, and I shall exact vengeance for today as humiliation. Fool. A defeated opponent still speaks of valor, unaware of the shame that accompanies such folly. Yan Wu was about to speak, but was halted by an elder from the Wuzhigong, who remarked, "With your talent, surpassing him is merely a matter of time. Do not waste your breath on him." Lin Fei scoffed, a clear indication of his discontent. This old man clearly looked down upon him, and he vowed to make him regret it when the opportunity arose. The elder from Wuzhigong's expression soured. How dare a junior act disrespectfully toward him, yet he refrained from retaliating due to his status. The elder from the Tiandao sect also ignored him, preoccupied with the 2 women as they awaited their decision. At that moment, Lin Fei sensed an impending danger, feeling the air behind him tremble. Just as he prepared to summon his true essence for defense, he was violently struck and sent flying. The assailant was Yang Lin, a 1-star martial emperor, whose casual strike caused Lin Fei to spit blood and soar far away. The 2 women, anxious, were about to speak, but Lin Fei gestured for silence. And they obediently complied, trusting in him. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Fei declared with audacity, "As a martial emperor, do you not feel shame in ambushing Amir Jr.? I merely struck casually. Otherwise, you would have met your demise just now for slaying my son. Do you truly believe I would let you go?" At this, Luo Tian, standing behind Yang Lin, immediately interjected. "The Chancellor has indeed killed the second young master. You must avenge him." Inwardly, Luo Tian thought, "Lin Fei, let us see if you can escape this time." Yang Lin then turned to Xia Dongsheng and the three elders, stating, "I seek vengeance for my son. I hope the Emperor and the esteemed elders will understand." Xia Dongsheng said nothing, tacitly allowing Yang Lin's actions. Only the elder from the Xiaoxiang sect voiced his discontent. "Is it not beneath one's dignity to bully the weak? Had my Xiaoxiang sect accepted male disciples, he would undoubtedly be among us." The elder's words placed Yang Lin in a precarious position. For the woman before him was an 8-star martial emperor and also an elder of her sect, while he was merely a 1-star martial emperor, hardly able to offend her. At this juncture, the elder from Wuzhigong stepped forward to mediate. "Your desire for vengeance is understandable, yet Elder Yun, your words are rather hasty. This young man is indeed arrogant and ruthless. He deserves to be punished." The elder from Wuzhigong deliberately targeted Lin Fei due to his earlier insolence. Chapter 64. Instant defeat of a martial emperor. Lin Fei felt somewhat helpless. With his lack of talent, even his future father-in-law had little faith in him, and he had never expected any support from others. The fact that Elder Yun from Xiaoxiang sect would speak on his behalf was already commendable. At this moment, Lin Fei decided to confront the situation boldly. The elder from Wuzhigong had truly provoked his ire. He shouted furiously, "You old fool from Wuzhigong! Have I offended you in any way? Why do you persist in targeting me at every turn?" Everyone was taken aback. They had never anticipated that Lin Fei would dare to directly insult an elder from Wuzhigong. It was a rare occurrence indeed. The elder's face darkened. How dare this brash youth speak to him in such a manner? He was courting death. However, being a martial emperor, it seemed inappropriate for him to strike against a junior. Yang Lin appeared to discern the intentions of the elder from the Wuzhigong. "Elder Zhao? This wretched brat disregards rank and has slain my son. Allow me to take action and teach him a lesson." Elder Zhao nodded in approval, clearly satisfied with Yang Lin's decision. At this moment, Lin Fei chuckled and pointed at Yang Lin, saying, "Your son sought to kill me, and I am not allowed to retaliate? A martial emperor bullying a mere junior. How shameless. Today, I shall ensure that all of you regret this, especially you. Your demise is inevitable, regardless of your status as a martial emperor." Yang Lin's fury turned to a twisted smile. "You little brat. What power do you possess to make us regret anything? You speak of your inevitable victory. Have you lost your senses?" Lin Fei drew forth his blood-drink demon blade and regarded Yang Lin with a cold stare. He then turned to the two women and said, "Linger Schwerer, you should both join the Xiaoxiang sect. I believe it is quite a promising faction, and be sure to observe your man's capabilities. Despite his lack of innate talent, he can still defy the heavens. At that time, wait for me obediently and do not be deceived by other men." The two women nodded in agreement. Their eyes filled with concern, yet they chose to trust Lin Fei. "Enough of this chatter. Prepare to die, brat," Yang Lin exclaimed, transforming his palm into a claw aimed at Lin Fei. He did not believe that a mere martial venerable could pose any threat to him. "Die!" Lin Fei roared, unleashing the strike of heaven. In an instant, he entered a state of fury, amplifying his strength tenfold, and soared into the air, with Yang Lin in pursuit. Lin Fei executed the strike of heaven for the first time, an attack that was swift and imperceptible, directly locking onto Yang Lin. In that moment, Yang Lin felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom, as if a mysterious force had ensnared him, instilling a primal fear within. He summoned all his strength to resist, but it proved futile. His body plummeted towards the ground, devoid of injuries yet utterly lifeless, disbelief etched across his features. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a 1-star martial emperor. You have gained 9 million experience points, 3 million gold coins, 2,000 superior essence stones, and the technique Xian Yuan Ju, heavenly grade, low tier." Lin Fei casually removed Yang Lin's spatial ring, not pausing to inspect it, and tossed it into the system space. A crowd of onlookers gazed at Lin Fei in astonishment, as it was utterly inconceivable for a 2-star martial venerable to defeat a martial emperor. Lin Fei smiled faintly, stating, "If I am not welcome here, I shall find another place to stay." He then pointed at the elder from the Wuzhigong. "Old fool, when next we meet, I shall surely slay you for your relentless pursuit." With that, he soared into the sky, leaving Elder Zhao, who had just regained his composure, in a fit of rage. "You little brat, where do you think you're going? You shall not escape today." Elder Zhao's eyes gleamed with greed. This boy undoubtedly harbored great secrets, having cultivated to the martial venerable realm despite lacking innate talent, and had even slain a martial emperor. If this old man could seize him, it would be a game changer. Perhaps even the path to becoming a martial sovereign would not be far-fetched. With that, he took to the skies in pursuit of Lin Fei. Although Lin Fei's speed was bolstered by his heavenly grade agility, allowing him to fly swiftly, it was not enough to outpace Elder Zhao. The Elder unleashed a martial technique aimed at Lin Fei's back, intending to thwart his escape. In the void explosion, Lin Fei sensed the attack from behind and hurriedly activated the indestructible golden body, his entire being shimmering with golden light. Although he managed to withstand the assault, he staggered momentarily, nearly plummeting from the sky. Consequently, Lin Fei resolutely burned his true essence to enhance his flying speed and swiftly soared out of the royal palace. Elder Zhao, observing Lin Fei's ability to endure his strike unscathed, felt an acute sense of humiliation as he realized the youth was escaping the palace. As a 6-star martial emperor, he found it disgraceful that he could not subdue a mere junior. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a formidable martial technique, the Destruction Seal, intending to capture Lin Fei and uncover the secrets he possessed. A terrifying force of true essence coalesced into a fearsome mark, the Destruction Seal, hurtling towards Lin Fei with immense destructive power. Lin Fei, feeling the dreadful force approaching from behind, did not look back. Soon, the Destruction Seal reached him. Upon contact, it erupted with a deafening explosion, sending Lin Fei crashing to the ground. However, thanks to the protection of the indestructible golden body, he emerged unscathed, merely knocked down by the overwhelming impact. Regaining his composure, Lin Fei resumed his rapid flight. Elder Zhao, taken aback by this turn of events, became even more determined to uncover Lin Fei's secrets. He prepared to pursue him, but was intercepted by Elder Yun. Despite being a woman, Elder Yun exuded an air of authority as she admonished, as an elder of the Wujigong, it is disgraceful to bully a junior. I will protect this lad. If you wish to harm him, you must seek my consent first. Elder Zhao's expression shifted through shades of black and white, and, recognizing Elder Yun's status as an 8-star martial emperor, he dared not act further. Meanwhile, Xiao Ruoxue and Chunling heeding Lin Fei's instructions, chose to enter the Xiaoxiang sect. Elder Yun was delighted, feeling that this trip was indeed worthwhile. And it was precisely her earlier assistance to Lin Fei that had led to this outcome. Elder Zhao was particularly vexed, realizing that both women shared a close bond with Lin Fei, and lamenting having completely offended him. A sense of unease crept in as he pondered the peculiar nature of this young man. He wondered if he would still be a match for Lin Fei upon their next encounter. Had he known this would transpire, he would have welcomed Lin Fei into the Wujigong. Alas, there is no remedy for regret, and he remained oblivious to the fact that his actions today would sow the seeds of future calamity. The true victors were the Xiaoxiang sect, having acquired 2 extraordinarily gifted disciples. In the future, they would undoubtedly produce 2 unparalleled powerhouses capable of challenging the strength of the Wujigong. Ultimately, the 3 elders, accompanied by their selected disciples, prepared to return to their respective sections. Xia Dongxing stood frozen in place, contemplating. It appears I have miscalculated. This young man, Lin Fei, harbors numerous secrets. Today, I did not assist him, and I fear he may harbor resentment. However, I suppose I am destined to be his future father-in-law. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Lin Fei soared out of the royal palace without pause, heading directly towards Tianfeng City. After a considerable while, as dusk approached, he realized that the old man had not pursued him. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged the truth that a 6-star martial emperor was still far beyond his current capabilities, and he could only bide his time for a chance to avenge today's grievances. Chapter 65. Yi Xingchen in distress. Not long after, Lin Fei encountered Lin Feng and Chen Shuai, who were returning home. Both wore expressions of astonishment, unable to fathom how Lin Fei had come to be in such a place. Lin Fei briefly recounted the circumstances, and thus prepared to return to the clan with them. 2 days later, Lin Fei arrived at Guming City, a metropolis even grander than Yunjiang City, where he unexpectedly spotted Yi Xingchen, who was currently besieged by 5 assailants. Behind Yi Xingchen stood a young girl, whom he fiercely protected. The girl, appearing no older than 10, had tears in her eyes as she cried out, "Brother Xingchen, you need not concern yourself with me. You are no match for them. If this continues, you will perish here." Yi Xingchen turned to the girl and replied, "A true man must act with purpose. Having promised to protect you, I shall ensure your safety." With renewed ferocity, he wielded the destruction hammer, its celestial light shimmering as it channeled the power of the stars, an embodiment of the star body's uniqueness. "Foolish boy, you cannot even safeguard yourself, yet you concern yourself with this wretched girl. Offending our young master shall earn you a proper lesson today." boasted a brazen youth nearby. Your weapons and skills seem impressive. If you willingly surrender them, perhaps I shall spare your life. Lin Fei and Chen Shui attempted to intervene, but Lin Fei restrained them. He wished to observe Yi Xingqian's progress during this period. A glance revealed that Yi had reached the first star of the Martial King realm, showcasing remarkable advancement. The assailants were all Martial Kings of the 4th and 5th stars, while a 7-star Martial King stood beside their youthful leader, refraining from engagement. Despite being at a disadvantage against the 5 attackers, Yi Xingqian still possessed the strength to counterattack, rendering them unable to subdue him swiftly. With the destruction hammer swirling with vigor, enhanced by the power of the stars, Yi Xingqian unleashed a formidable force that ravaged the surroundings. The assailants, seeking to exploit the girl's presence to distract him, forced Yi Xingqian to remain by her side, thus unable to unleash his full potential against them. Soon, he was battered and bleeding. Realizing the dire situation, Yi Xingqian knew that prolonging the battle would lead to his inevitable collapse. With a thunderous shout, he struck the ground with the dominating star hammer, sending shockwaves that pushed the attackers back, fracturing the ground beneath them and causing blood to trickle from their lips. However, Yi Xingqian was visibly struggling. Executing such a move had drained a significant amount of his energy. He hastily consumed several pills to replenish his true essence. Yet the situation remained grim. Observing Yi Xingqian's valor, the youth commanded the 7-star Martial King to engage, intent on swiftly subduing the young warrior. Though Yi Xingqian practiced a divine-level technique and wielded the star body, he was still no match for a 7-star Martial King. Under relentless pressure, he soon sustained severe injuries and collapsed before the girl, guilt-ridden as he whispered, "I am sorry. I could not protect you." The girl gently caressed Yi Xingqian's face, tears streaming down her cheeks as she consoled him. "You have done your utmost. Do not blame yourself. Although we are destined to perish together today, once my grandfather returns, he will undoubtedly avenge us." With that, the frail figure fixed a fierce gaze upon the individuals before him. The leading youth erupted into boisterous laughter. "My grandfather, father, and uncle are all formidable warriors. What can your grandfather do about it? Huh? Let us see who can save you today." The resilient Yi Xingqian, despite his weakened state, felt a surge of excitement upon witnessing Lin Fei's emergence. "Boss, what brings you here?" Lin Fei replied with a calm smile, "My little brother has been wronged. As his elder, how could I possibly stand idly by?" The arrogant youth sneered at Lin Fei. "So, you intend to defend this brat?" Lin Fei ignored him, stepping beside Yi Xingqian and reassuringly patted his shoulder. "Take a moment to rest. I shall handle the rest." Infuriated by Lin Fei's blatant disregard, the leader commanded several of his companions to attack him. However, as the 5 advanced, they were swiftly intercepted by Lin Fei and Chen Shui, who had also made considerable progress during this time. Against 5, the duo still held the upper hand. Well, it seems you have allies. Hurry, take them down." The leader was taken aback and hastily ordered a subordinate, a 7-star Martial King, to engage. Just as the man stepped forward to strike, Lin Fei unleashed a 3-points return chi, obliterating him instantly. The man's body shattered, limbs and blood splattering onto the youth. Congratulations to the host for slaying the 7-star Martial King. Experience gained, 300,000. Gold, 300,000. Low-grade Yuan stones, 300. Martial technique, 8 gates sword, earth level, low tier. The youth, paralyzed with fear, collapsed to the ground. Relying on his family's influence, he had never encountered such a situation in Gumming City. Lin Fei calmly addressed Yi Xingqian. "Finish him." Without hesitation, the recently recovered Yi Xingqian strode towards the youth. "You cannot kill me. Otherwise, my father and grandfather will not spare you." Despite his arrogant demeanor, the youth lacked the strength to match it, being merely at the martial spirit realm and typically relying on his family's power. Faced with such peril, he quickly succumbed to fear and pleaded for mercy. "Please, spare me. I promise I will not trouble you again. I will give you anything you desire." Unmoved, Yi Xingqian delivered a decisive blow, crushing the youth's skull, and blood splattered across the ground. A young girl covered her eyes, unable to bear the sight. Subsequently, Yi Xingqian retrieved the spatial ring from the youth and tossed it to Lin Fei, who nodded in satisfaction. "This kid has potential and style." The 5 subordinates, still engaged in combat with Lin Fei, were horrified by the spectacle. Their morale shattered. 2 were swiftly slain, while the remaining 3 attempted to flee. Ultimately, only 1 escaped, while the other 2 met their demise at the hands of Lin Fei and Chen Shui. "Boss, why didn't you intervene? One has escaped, and he will surely seek revenge." Lin Fei chuckled. "It was intentional. We eliminate the weaker ones first, then the stronger. What is there to fear?" Yi Xingqian nodded in agreement. "Starry, this young girl. What is her situation?" Yi Xingqian awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "This is a little girl I rescued on the way. Seeing her all alone and helpless, I could only take her along." Just then, the little girl rushed over, tightly grasping Yi Xingqian's arm, and with a pouting expression declared, "My name is Ouyang Xiaoya, but you can call me Xiaoya. Brother Xingqian is my future husband." Lin Fei was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. "Little girl, how old are you? You're already thinking about marriage at such a young age." Chapter 66. The might of the rampaging bull. Xiaoya, irritated by Lin Fei's attitude, puffed out her chest and said, "I am 12 years old this year. I'm not small." Lin Fei observed the little girl's posture, though she appeared somewhat naive. Her face radiated intelligence, revealing her potential beauty. He couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, you're not small at all. Hurry and grow up so you can warm your husband's bed. I support you." Yi Xingqian, looking quite embarrassed, gazed at Xiaoya, wishing to explain something but found himself at a loss for words. However, Ouyang Xiaoya seemed unfazed and instead thought Lin Fei's words made perfect sense. "Thank you, I will." Lin Fei mused to himself, wondering if young girls had become this audacious nowadays. Xingqian must be experiencing a stroke of good fortune. The lowly cultivation plan seems promising, haha. Soon, the group exited the ancient tea city, and the little girl expressed her concern. "What if those bad people come after us again? I heard they have a martial sovereign in their family. If my grandfather were here, I wouldn't be afraid. Can you handle it alone, Lin Fei?" Lin Fei was somewhat taken aback from the girl's words. It seemed she had a formidable grandfather. Yet, he couldn't fathom how this little girl ended up here. Rescued by Yi Xingqian. "No problem, I actually enjoy killing. The more, the merrier." Xiaoya looked at him in disdain. "You're too twisted. Who gets addicted to killing like that?" In truth, Lin Fei had been a bit puzzled from the start. Although this little girl had not cultivated, when he used his inside eye, it revealed an unknown constitution, sealed. This was quite unusual. Even Lin Fei's inside eye couldn't penetrate it, indicating that the one who sealed her constitution possessed strength far exceeding Lin Fei's. However, Lin Fei refrained from probing further. A little girl shouldn't harbor ill intentions, though she seemed a bit precocious. Not long after they had left, a group of people chased after them, led by a middle-aged man with a grim expression. Alongside the one who had just escaped, the man pointed at Lin Fei and the others, declaring, "They are the ones who killed the young master." Lin Fei scanned him with his inside eye, revealing Yuan Xing, a 4-star martial sovereign, practicing the Kangyu technique, a top-tier, earth-level skill. His strength was considerable, and the others were all skilled fighters, predominantly at the martial king level, with 2 being 10-star martial kings. Lin Fei rubbed his hands together, feeling a thrill. Experience points were indeed coming his way, and he had the foresight to let one person escape to inform the others. The head of the Yuan family wasted no time, immediately surrounding Lin Fei and the others with 3 of his men. The cold expression on his face conveyed a chilling message. "You possess audacity beyond measure to have slain my son," showing such blatant disregard for the Yuan family. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Seize them all." Instantly, the crowd surged forward, intent on subduing Lin Fei and his companions. Xiaoya, trembling, clutched at Yi Xingqian's sleeve, who comforted her by gently patting her head, assuring her, "Do not worry, my leader is here." Lin Fei, disinterested in engaging in futile conversation, thought to himself about the absurdity of their approach, attacking without seeking clarity. "Who do you think you are? Merely a 4-star martial sovereign, hardly worthy of my attention." With a nonchalant flick of his finger, he unleashed a series of strikes, not exerting his full strength, yet swiftly injuring several opponents, including 2 10-star martial kings, who were forced to retreat several paces. "Step back, Yi Xingqian and the others," Lin Fei instructed, wanting to avoid any hindrance to his performance. He then activated a berserk state, not that it was necessary against such weak foes, but the added experience gain was enticing. Roughly calculating, he realized that by eliminating these adversaries, he would likely ascend to a 3-star martial sovereign himself. As Lin Fei's aura intensified dramatically, the head of the Yuan family began to feel a sense of foreboding. He realized that overpowering Lin Fei would be a formidable challenge. Thus, he commanded his people to retreat and inquired, "Who exactly are you, and why have you taken my son's life? Does it truly matter who I am? Your son sought to kill my brother, and naturally, I had to retaliate. Is there a problem with that?" The Yuan family head, his expression darkening, retorted, "Though you are powerful, my family is not to be trifled with." Unable to restrain his laughter, Lin Fei replied, "Oh, I am well aware. Perhaps I shall slay you as well, and rid myself of the old guard in one fell swoop." The 2 10-star martial kings, incensed by Lin Fei's arrogance, could no longer contain their fury. "You seek death. I doubt you can escape retribution," they declared, charging at him. The Yuan family had attempted to intervene, but was too late. Lin Fei did not even resort to martial skills. With a sweep of his blood-drink demon blade, both adversaries met their demise. Furious, the Yuan family head declared, "The Yuan family will not rest until we have your life." He unleashed a strike, returned to origin, wielding his weapon against Lin Fei. But Lin Fei simply unleashed a single finger strike, a torrent of genuine essence bursting forth, effortlessly neutralizing the Yuan family head's assault and sending him staggering back 100 meters, all while Lin Fei remained unfazed. Recognizing the dire situation, the Yuan family head ordered his followers to flee, planning to regroup and return with reinforcements. In a frenzied rush, they made their way towards the city. At that moment, a cruel smile crept across Lin Fei's lips. You come and go at your whim, but not without my consent. It was time to test the martial skill he had recently acquired, the rampaging bull charge. A steady stream of genuine essence poured into his body, coalescing into the form of a mighty bull, which surged forth at incredible speed towards the crowd. Observing Lin Fei's advance, the Yuan family head commanded his followers to unleash their most powerful techniques to counter Lin Fei's onslaught, even resorting to burning their own essence out of desperation. With a mighty shout, azure flame slash, Lin Fei's rampaging bull charge barreled towards them in an instant. A series of anguished cries echoed, and then silence fell. Although Lin Fei did not employ his indestructible golden body, his current defenses rendered these individuals utterly powerless. Every attack that struck Lin Fei bore no effect, failing to breach his formidable defenses. Those unfortunate enough to be collided with by Lin Fei's charge were instantly obliterated, reduced to nothing but a mist of blood. A mechanical notification from the system resonated, congratulating the host for vanquishing enemies and awarding a total of 6 million experience points, 2 million gold coins, a plethora of various martial arts techniques and weapons, along with several items. The host was congratulated for ascending to the rank of 3-star martial sovereign. Now, only the head of the Yuan family remained, possessing the strength of a 4-star martial sovereign, though he was far from formidable at this moment. His body was shattered, bones broken, and internal organs ruptured, as he coughed up blood mixed with fragments of his innards, lying in a crater roughly 100 meters in diameter. He gazed at Lin Fei with terror in his eyes. Lin Fei's brutality was overwhelming. His group had not even had the chance to retaliate. Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction, pleased with the power of his technique, which was precisely the type he favored. The severely injured head of the Yuan family realized that they had encountered insurmountable odds this time. Instead of pleading for mercy, a group of individuals returned to their ancestral home, where the patriarch sat at the head of the table, his expression dark and foreboding. To slay my grandson and my son, regardless of your origins, you shall pay the price. He turned to Sewer, commanding, immediately journey to the Shadow Pavilion S branch. Deliver Lin Fei's portrait to them, investigate his background, and send assassins to eliminate him. No matter the cost, the Yuan family shall bear it. The middle-aged man promptly agreed and set off to fulfill this task. Lin Fei and his companions quickened their pace. Although unafraid of the Yuan family's retaliation, Lin Fei yearned to return to Tianfeng City swiftly. His ultimate strike, the Heavenly Slash, was still on cooldown, rendering it temporarily unusable. However, with a 7th-level demon beast, the earth-shaking bear, by his side, he felt confident against any ordinary martial sovereign, which was the very reason he remained undaunted by the Yuan family. Nevertheless, Lin Fei had no intention of revealing this trump card just yet. After several days of travel, they approached the vicinity of the Black Wind Mountain range when suddenly, an attack surged towards Lin Fei from the shadows. Sensing danger, he quickly channeled his true essence for defense, but was struck away before he could activate his divine ability, spitting blood as he was sent flying. His companions hurried up the mountain to assist him. "Boss, are you all right?" one exclaimed, gazing gravely at the masked figure who had ambushed Lin Fei. "Who are you? And why did you attack my boss?" The assailant offered no response, merely holding up a portrait for comparison before coldly declaring, "Lin Fei, of the Lin family in Tianfeng City, someone has put a bounty on your head. Prepare to meet your demise." The information was indeed well-informed. Lin Fei glanced at the assailant's details. Shadow 13, a killer from the Shadow Pavilion, an 8-star martial sovereign, proficient in the shadow technique. It seemed he had not yet received news of Lin Fei's previous defeat of a martial emperor, or else such a lowly assassin would not have been dispatched. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Lin Fei retorted, "So you are from the Shadow Pavilion. Who is it that seeks my life? Might I offer double the bounty for their head? Confidential. We have no knowledge of our employer's identity. My sole duty is to execute the kill. Yet, you may find it challenging to take my life," Lin Fei declared, intending to unleash his heavenly slash to end this foe. However, an elder suddenly descended from the sky, landing squarely between them. With a benevolent countenance and a frail stature, the elder resembled a fragile old man. Upon seeing him, Xiaoya rushed forward, embracing him with excitement. "Grandpa Xiao, I finally found you. You cannot imagine how I have managed without you." The elder looked at Xiaoya kindly. "You are disobedient. Did I not tell you not to wander off? Has this fellow been bullying you? Shadow 13, unable to discern the old man's strength, gravely stated. I seek only to kill Lin Fei. I ask that you step aside. Xiaoya huffed. Grandpa Xiao, you must eliminate him. This man saved me once. You must help him. The elder chuckled. Since he is your friend, I shall not stand idly by. He gently raised a finger, pointing at the assassin. And with a soft sound, Shadow 13 instantly transformed into a mist of blood. Lin Fei was left speechless, astonished that an 8-star martial sovereign could be so effortlessly obliterated. Just how powerful was this elder? Though it is somewhat regrettable to have squandered such an opportunity for experience, I still courteously expressed my gratitude to the elder. Thank you, Senior, for saving my life. I am at a loss for how to repay you. The elder, however, paid no heed to Lin Fei and instead addressed Ouyang Xiaoya. Xiaoya, we are to leave the North Wilderness and return home. Lin Fei couldn't help but touch his nose. It seemed the elder held him in low regard, and he wondered where Xiaoya had found such an extraordinary grandfather. Grandpa Xiao, could you bring Brother Xingqian along? Ouyang Xiaoya pointed towards Yi Xingqian. The elder followed her gaze and suddenly trembled, his eyes gleaming with intensity, and an overwhelming aura erupted from him, akin to a colossal wave crashing upon the shore. Lin Fei nearly faltered under the pressure, but quickly steadied himself. The elder exclaimed, "The star body, how is this possible?" His emotions were tumultuous and far from settled. The elder's imposing presence lingered, and Yi Xingqian struggled to withstand it, his veins bulging as he fought to maintain his footing. Lin Feng and Chen Shu were even more overwhelmed. They were instantly compelled to kneel before the elder's aura. Seeing Yi Xingqian's distress, Ouyang Xiaoya decisively tugged at the elder's beard. Grandpa Xiao, please retract your aura. If you continue to bully my brother Xingqian, I shall ignore you. Only then did the elder withdraw his overwhelming presence, allowing the group to breathe a sigh of relief, albeit with trepidation as they glanced at him. Lin Fei and Yi were taken aback. This seemingly ordinary elder possessed extraordinary power. Merely a hint of his aura had rendered them nearly immobile. Using his insight eye to examine the elder's information, Lin Fei was startled by what he discovered. Xiao Tianhe, 10-star martial saint. Cultivates the righteous chi formula, divine grade low-tier technique. No wonder his strength was so formidable, with such power. The martial god was likely standing atop the pinnacle of the continent. The revelation that Xiaoya had such a fearsome grandfather genuinely astonished Lin Fei. Chapter 68. The terror of Xiaoya's grandfather. Subsequently, Lin Fei respectfully bowed to the elder and said, "Senior, your strength is perhaps the most formidable I have ever encountered." Xiao Tianhe regarded Lin Fei with newfound interest and remarked, "Young man, you are quite impressive. Under my pressure, you remain unscathed. I am undeserving of such praise." "I merely managed to hold my ground," Lin Fei humbly replied. It was impossible not to be humble, primarily because this elder was overwhelmingly powerful, and Lin Fei had no desire to offend such a superlative being. Then he turned to Yi Xingqian and said, "Young man, you possess the star body. If you pledge yourself as my disciple, I can provide you with a superior cultivation environment. Are you willing?" Yi Xingqian fell silent, glancing over at Lin Fei. This left Xiaoya in a state of anxiety as she urged, "Brother Xingqian, you must agree. That way, we can go to the central region together. We can cultivate side by side." Xiao Tianhe shook his head in exasperation. This young girl was so young, yet already infatuated. How brazen. However, considering Yi Xingqian's extraordinary constitution, he believed he was indeed worthy of her. Thus, the elder awaited Yi Xingqian's response, yet he remained silent, casting a lingering look at Lin Fei, which left Xiao Tianhe feeling somewhat frustrated. As an esteemed 10-star martial saint, I have been approached by countless individuals seeking to become my disciples. Yet this young man still hesitates. Lin Fei remarked to Yi Xingqian with a smile, "With such a venerable elder as your mentor, what are you contemplating? You should accept without delay. Moreover, upon reaching Zhongjiang, you will encounter more opportunities and meet exceptional talents. With a master like him guiding you, your cultivation will undoubtedly advance by leaps and bounds." Heeding Lin Fei's advice, Yi Xingqian bowed respectfully to Xiao Tianhe. The latter beamed with satisfaction, secretly reveling in the thought, "With the starry body, this one shall surely surpass the realm of martial gods in time. How fortunate to have such a promising disciple. I shall have ample material to boast before those old geezers." He hastily assisted Yi Xingqian to his feet, saying, "Good disciple, rise quickly. There is no need for such formality." Yi Xingqian approached Lin Fei, declaring, "Boss, when we meet again, I will surely be stronger and able to assist you." Lin Fei encouraged him, "Indeed, just focus on your efforts and keep pushing forward." Lin Fei had also contemplated the implications of Xiao Tianhe's status as a 10-star martial saint, which would ensure Yi Xingqian's safety in Zhongjiang. Having such a formidable backing, coupled with his connection to Ouyang Xiaoya, brought Lin Fei a sense of reassurance. Xiao Tianhe looked curiously at Lin Fei, puzzled as to why this young man referred to him as boss and seemed to listen to him so intently. Observing Lin Fei closely, he found no discernible signs. Although Lin Fei possessed the strength of a 3-star martial venerable, his talent appeared lackluster and unremarkable in Xiao Tianhe's eyes. In truth, Lin Fei had a formidable constitution. The killing god technique had already helped him forge a body of slaughter, further evolving into a blood-killing body. However, due to the presence of the system, even Xiao Tianhe, a 10-star martial saint, could not perceive the true nature of Lin Fei's abilities. After a brief farewell, Xiao Tianhe waved his sleeve, and the three of them vanished in an instant, leaving Lin Fei unable to trace their whereabouts. Chen Shuai and Lin Feng inquired about the elder's strength, which was so formidable that it defied their imagination. Lin Fei chose not to answer their questions, fearing it might demoralize them, and they refrained from pressing further. Days later, the trio finally arrived outside Tianfeng City, having encountered no further disturbances along the way. Chen Shuai returned to his family, while Lin Fei and Lin Feng headed back to the Lin family. Upon reaching the entrance, they discovered that the Lin estate had expanded dramatically, doubling its size and exuding an impressive aura. Lin Fei almost failed to recognize it as the Lin family abode. Upon seeing Lin Fei and Lin Feng, the servants immediately opened the door, ushering them inside and quickly notifying the family. In the family hall, the Lin clan had gathered, eagerly awaiting the return of Lin Fei and Lin Feng. Lin Zhan inquired with curiosity, "What transpired with you two? Were you not selected by the sect?" Lin Daqiang and others turned their attention to Lin Fei, eager to hear his account of the events. Lin Fei nonchalantly replied, "Such is the unpredictability of the world. Even if I do not join a sect, I shall still become a formidable force in the future. Thankfully, Lin Yu and the others have joined the Heavenly Sword sect. That is a consolation." Hearing Lin Fei's words, Lin Yun could not help but feel a surge of joy, knowing both of her children had entered the sect, promising a bright future ahead. Lin Zhan initially intended to comfort Lin Fei, but upon observing Lin Fei's demeanor, he realized that the matter was of little concern to him. However, when Lin Fei revealed that he had slain a martial emperor and offended an elder from the Wuzhigong, the others were left utterly astonished, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. When had Lin Fei become so formidable that he could vanquish a martial emperor? Lin Fei, with a bitter smile, explained, "It was not so simple. I relied on my trump card to defeat the martial emperor. Under normal circumstances, I would not stand a chance. Nonetheless, the revelation of possessing such a trump card capable of slaying a martial emperor was equally astonishing. Lin Fei, you should focus on your cultivation within the family. I shall entrust the next family leader position to you," Lin Daqiang remarked. "Indeed, Feier will undoubtedly lead our family to greatness," Lin Ruohai concurred. Although he had previously contemplated passing the reins to his son, Lin Feng. Particularly, with Lin Fei's ability to concoct elixirs, he had greatly benefited during this period. Having already reached the rank of 9-star Martial King, and it would not be long before he broke through to Martial Venerable. Such an achievement would have been unimaginable in the past, all thanks to Lin Fei, which is why Lin Ruohai wholeheartedly supported him. Lin Fei quickly gestured dismissively, saying, "The position of family head can go to whoever desires it. I have no interest. I think my cousin Lin Feng would be quite suitable for the role." Lin Daqiang chuckled. "Oh, so now you've gained some prowess and deemed the position beneath you?" Lin Fei, feeling somewhat helpless, explained to Lin Daqiang that he had other plans and had only returned to arrange a few matters, as he would soon be leaving again. "Grandfather, please arrange for a secluded courtyard of 100 meters for me within the Lin family estate, with a high wall. I have my reasons." Lin Daqiang promptly agreed. Lin Fei observed that Lin Daqiang had already reached the rank of 2-star Martial Venerable, while Lin Zhan was a 10-star Martial King. And both his uncle and third uncle had attained the rank of 9-star Martial King. It would not be a challenge to dominate in a small place like Tianfeng City. The elixirs he had previously concocted were in Yi Xingchen's possession, who had been taken to the central region by Xiao Tianhe. Thus Lin Fei needed to refine another batch. After exchanging pleasantries, he returned to his own courtyard. Although the courtyard had not fundamentally changed, it had been lavishly adorned, leaving Lin Fei feeling somewhat out of place. However, there was little he could do about it. Upon returning to his room, as Lin Fei was about to sit on the bed, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of life-threatening danger approaching. Without a moment's hesitation, he let out a thunderous shout. The Unyielding Golden Body Chapter 69, ascending 3 levels suddenly. A flash of cold light darted through the air. As a sword aimed for Lin Fei's throat, it met with a metallic clash. Although Lin Fei managed to fend off this lethal attack, the tremendous force still sent him crashing through the wall and into the courtyard. At that moment, Lin Fei's heart raced with lingering trepidation. The assassins from the Shadow Pavilion were far too unpredictable, having caught him off guard twice now. He simultaneously activated his berserk mode. anticipating an explosive confrontation with this formidable foe, hoping for substantial rewards. However, the nature of these assassins, who operated under the principle of a single fatal strike, was a source of great concern for Lin Fei. He barely had time to react before the assassin was upon him. The assassin, too, was taken aback, astonished that his lethal strike had not harmed the target in the slightest. Lin Fei examined the information of this individual, Shadow One, a 2-star martial emperor, proficient in the dark shadow technique, classified as a mid-tier celestial skill. Rubbing his temples, Lin Fei, with a countenance filled with wrath, remarked, "Your shadow pavilion is truly relentless. What immense benefit has the adversary bestowed upon you to incite such fervent loyalty?" Initially, Lin Fei believed it was merely the actions of the Yuan family. However, it was evident that the situation was far more intricate. Given the Yuan family's capabilities, it seemed implausible that they could summon such formidable power. Shadow One snickered and replied, "I can only divulge that there is more than one person who has sought your demise. The last intelligence was flawed. Shadow 13 attempted to assassinate you, but met his end in failure. This time, you shall not be so fortunate." At that moment, the members of the Lin family rushed over upon hearing the commotion. Lin Dechong spoke up, "Who dares to challenge us? State your name." With a cold chuckle, Shadow One waved his hand, unleashing a surge of energy directed at Lin Dechong. A mere martial sovereign still dares to flaunt his prowess here. Recognizing the impending danger, Lin Fei swiftly intervened to absorb the blow meant for his grandfather. Fortunately, the attack was merely casual, allowing Lin Fei to barely withstand it. Had it been Lin Dechong, he would undoubtedly have perished on the spot. Lin Fei urged everyone to evacuate, as their presence was nothing but a hindrance. Reluctantly, Lin Dechong complied and departed, while Shadow One did not impede them, for only Lin Fei was his target. The fates of the others were of no concern to him. With a confident smile, Lin Fei taunted, "After your previous failure, do you truly believe you can succeed this time? Are you aware that I have slain a 1-star martial emperor on my last endeavor?" Shadow One, dismissive, retorted, "You are merely a 3-star martial sovereign. The means by which you dispatched a 1-star martial emperor is undoubtedly a hidden card. I refuse to believe you possess such power again." He fundamentally doubted that anyone could transcend a significant realm to kill, and if such a feat were possible, it would surely demand a grave toll. Moreover, being a 2-star martial emperor, he was confident in his ability to withstand Lin Fei's lethal strike. "Enough talk. Let me send you on your way. Die," Shadow One declared, executing a heavenly strike aimed directly at Lin Fei. Sensing a life-threatening peril, Shadow One hastily summoned all his true essence to form a dark aura around him. Alas, it proved futile, as the heavenly strike disregarded all defenses and swiftly obliterated Shadow One. With a sense of bitterness, Shadow One collapsed to the ground, and Lin Fei claimed his spatial ring. It appeared that assassins were quite affluent, as the ring contained numerous treasures, elixirs, spirit herbs, techniques, martial skills, and demon cores. Congratulations, host. You have slain a 2-star martial emperor, earning 9 million experience points, 3 million gold coins, 500 top-tier essence stones, and the weapon Frostlight Sword, classified as a low-tier celestial item. Additionally, congratulations on your extraordinary performance, granting you 3 upgrade scrolls. Upon hearing the system's final notification, Lin Fei burst into a hearty laugh. "My goodness, this is astonishing. 3 upgrade scrolls, what a delight." Subsequently, he summoned the Lin family's servants to tidy up the spoils and relocated to a different place to rest. Seeing that Lin Fei was unharmed, Lin Dechong and the others felt reassured. They refrained from inquiring about the events that transpired, for over time, the entire Lin family had come to place unwavering trust in Lin Fei, believing wholeheartedly in his ability to navigate the current predicament. Lin Fei informed everyone of his intent to enter seclusion for a period, instructing that no one be allowed to disturb him. Thus, Lin Dechong led the others away. Moreover, he has recruited 8 trusted aides of the Samsung Martial King. During this period, the Lin family has cultivated a significant number of skilled individuals using Lin Fei's elixirs. These individuals are fiercely loyal to the Lin family, allowing Lin Daqiang to entrust them with the task of guarding this courtyard, ensuring that no one dares to approach. With some leisure time, Lin Fei organized his recent acquisitions, recycling unnecessary items back to the system. He amassed nearly 100 million gold coins, a sum he had never possessed before, which inflated his ego somewhat. Indeed, the path of taking lives and seizing treasures is the swiftest route to wealth. However, Lin Fei has yet to decide what to purchase. He also retained several cultivation methods and martial techniques suitable for the Lin family members, alongside some weapons. The origin stones he obtained had never been utilized, and upon checking, he found a staggering quantity: 5,000 superior origin stones, 20,000 medium-grade origin stones, and 100 000 inferior origin stones, all acquired from vanquished foes or their spatial rings. The sheer volume astonished Lin Fei. Origin stones can assist martial artists in their cultivation. Upon experimentation, Lin Fei discovered he could absorb their energy to convert it into experience. However, the pace was exceedingly slow. It took nearly a minute to absorb a single inferior origin stone, yielding just 100 experience points. In an hour, he could accumulate 6,000 experience points, which felt like a considerable waste of time. The medium-grade origin stones provided 300 experience points, but required even longer to absorb, while the superior ones granted 1,000 points. Clearly, the efficiency of absorbing origin stones was not particularly high, leading Lin Fei to postpone any plans for using them in his cultivation for now, deeming it too time-consuming. For the time being, he would focus on slaying foes and monsters, especially since the killing god technique could operate automatically. Upon closer observation, he noted that he could gain approximately 80 experience points per minute. Although this paled in comparison to the tens of millions needed for leveling up, it was still commendable. Over time, even small increments could accumulate significantly. Calculating, it seemed he could garner a substantial amount of experience by doing nothing all day. If he were to actively engage in cultivation, this speed could multiply several times. Later, he could incorporate the absorption of origin stones to enhance his training, ultimately leading to an impressive upgrade speed. However, upon reflecting on the 3 upgrade scrolls he had just acquired, Lin Fei realized that his earlier thoughts suddenly seemed less appealing. System, use the 3 upgrade scrolls. Congratulations, host, you have reached 4-star Martial Sovereign. Congratulations, host, you have reached 5-star Martial Sovereign. Congratulations, host, you have reached 6-star Martial Sovereign. In an instant, Lin Fei ascended 3 levels, still within the Martial Sovereign realm. If this news were to spread, he could very well be captured by some ancient beings for research. Chapter 70. The 7th level beast guards the house, feeling the surge of power coursing through him. Lin Fei could not help but exclaim. The system truly delivers, providing an almost miraculous upgrade speed. He envisioned a future where he could obtain more upgrade scrolls, making him invincible. Even martial saints and martial gods would kneel before him. Lin Fei indulged in such fantasies, but to achieve these aspirations, he should retire early for the night, for dreams can encompass all that one desires. Calming his excited heart, Lin Fei meticulously organized the spiritual herbs he had acquired, planting a portion in the Shanghai ring while reserving the remainder for alchemical concoctions. Before long, half a month had elapsed, during which Lin Fei successfully refined a substantial quantity of spiritual pills, primarily intended for his family. Most of these were pills of the 3rd to 6th rank, totaling several thousand, sufficient for the family's needs for an extended period. Additionally, he produced 3 7th-rank pills, the dragon pattern pills, which would significantly enhance the strength of a martial emperor. Lin Fei planned to present these to the Earthbreaking Bear, as such pills were equally beneficial for beast kind. Since these creatures do not refine pills, they typically consume spiritual herbs directly, greatly diminishing their efficacy. Soon, Lin Fei emerged from his seclusion and inquired with his grandfather, Lin Daqiang, about the progress of the separate residence he had instructed to be constructed. It has been completed for some time now. What do you need such a large residence for, Fei? He asked. You will understand once we go together, Lin Fei replied. Subsequently, Lin Daqiang and his companions accompanied Lin Fei to the residence, situated behind the Lin family's ancestral hall, in a serene and secluded area. The surrounding walls were nearly 10 meters high, and entry was strictly prohibited to anyone other than the Lin family. Lin Fei nodded in satisfaction upon surveying the area. Afterward, he released the earth-breaking bear from the Shanghai ring, which let out a thunderous roar, its massive form stretching over 10 meters, exuding the imposing aura of a 7th-rank beast that nearly suffocated the Lin family members. Lin Fei, somewhat exasperated, kicked the bear lightly, admonishing, "Be quiet and behave yourself." The bear, feeling aggrieved, replied, "Master, I was merely a bit too excited. It was unintentional." The members of the Lin family were astonished to witness a beast capable of speech. Lin Zhan stuttered, "Fei, is this truly a 7th-rank beast?" "Indeed. It is the earth-breaking bear of the 7th rank. I intend to keep it within the family to protect the Lin clan. However, we must keep its existence concealed unless absolutely necessary. After all, a tall tree attracts the wind, and we should prioritize a low-profile development," Lin Fei explained. Lin Zhan, still in shock, asked, "Where on earth did you acquire such a beast?" "It's a secret, but I assure you that Xiao Hong will protect our Lin family well." Lin Daqiang nodded in agreement, stating, "It is indeed wise to proceed with caution. A tree that stands out will inevitably be felled. Only we few need to be aware of this matter. Arrange for 10 loyal guards to remain here, and anyone else approaching shall be dealt with severely." Yet, Lin Fei felt a twinge of concern about the bear's considerable size. Xiaohong, can you adjust your size? You are rather conspicuous. The bear replied, Master. I can shrink to about 10 meters at most. As my strength increases, I will gain better control over my form. Upon reaching the 9th rank, we beast kind may even take on human forms. Then please try to minimize your size a bit. It would be more aesthetically pleasing, Lin Fei suggested. The earth-breaking bear complied, reducing its size to approximately 10 meters. Lin Fei continued, Xiaohong, I wish for you to remain here to guard the family. As for those 2 bear cubs, do you prefer them to stay within my Shanghai ring, or would you like them to accompany you? Feeling a bit reluctant, Xiaohong ultimately replied, Let them stay in your Shanghai ring, Master. That way, they can grow more swiftly. After spending some time in the Lin Fei Mountain Sea Ring, Xiaohong deeply understood the immense benefits of nurturing her offspring amidst the beasts within. Naturally, she wished for her children to thrive in such an environment. Furthermore, being under the protection of a master as extraordinary as Lin Fei assured their safety. Lin Fei comforted Xiaohong, saying, You safeguard my family, and I shall not treat you poorly. As he spoke, he produced 3 dragon pattern pills, tossing them to the earth-violent bear. These pills, crafted from dragon pattern grass, were far superior in efficacy compared to consuming the grass directly. Thank you, Master, Xiaohong replied, carefully receiving the pills Lin Fei had thrown. Being a beast that could not concoct pills, possessing these would significantly enhance her chances of evolving into a 7th-tier advanced beast. Lin Fei contemplated for a moment, then accessed the system shop, spending 30 million gold coins to acquire a 7th-ranked dragon saliva treasure pill, which he also threw to Xiaohong. Xiaohong caught the pill, staring blankly at Lin Fei, unsure of its significance. Lin Fei explained nonchalantly, This is the Dragon Birth Treasure Pill. Though it is a 7th-tier pill, its effects rival those of an 8th-tier pill. Once you reach the 7th-tier advanced level, consuming this pill could elevate you directly to the pinnacle of 7th-tier beasts, with a significant chance of becoming an 8th-tier beast. Xiaohong immediately prostrated herself, emitting a deafening roar of gratitude. Thank you for your generosity, Master. Rise. From now on, I entrust the Lin family to your guardianship. I hope that when I return, you will have ascended to an 8th-tier beast. Xiaohong, overwhelmed with gratitude, replied, Master. Rest assured, I will faithfully protect the Lin family and not disappoint your expectations. Xiaohong's massive form, combined with her expression, caused Lin Fei to feel a shiver, leading one to mistakenly believe that he had a penchant for beastly companions. He gently patted her head, instructing her to find a place to rest. Obediently, Xiaohong settled in a corner of the courtyard, bringing Lin Fei a sense of tranquility. Lin Zhan couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy toward Xiaohong, rubbing his hands together and inquiring, Is there anything for us? Lin Dechong playfully swatted Lin Zhan's head. What a lack of ambition. Do you truly believe Fei Heir would neglect to prepare for us? Of course, Lin Zhan stammered, mindful of his grandfather's authority. Lin Fei entrusted all the pills he had concocted to his grandfather, Lin Dechong. These are the pills I have created for you during this time. Utilize them wisely. You all have a considerable chance of becoming martial emperors. Lin Dechong was filled with gratitude for having such a wonderful grandson. As for the Qin family, make sure to distribute some pills to them when you have the time. After all, Ling Heir is my future daughter-in-law, and it is only right to assist family. Rest assured, I will handle it, Lin Dechong replied with a smile. Fei Heir, what are your plans next? Lin Zhan inquired. The world is vast. I wish to explore it. Lin Zhan was left speechless, realizing this lad had a penchant for verbosity. After spending 3 more days at home, Lin Fei bid farewell to the Lin family and set off. He reflected, staying indoors all day will not suffice. I must venture out to experience the world, otherwise, how will I encounter beasts, provoke trouble, or attract challenges? Relying solely on gradual self-cultivation is far too slow. Most importantly, it is rather disheartening to find oneself wandering in circles only to return to the novice village, as such behavior may invite disdain from others. Chapter 71. The Unprincipled Taoist Qin Show. Upon exiting the city of Tianfeng, Lin Fei felt a sense of bewilderment, uncertain of his next destination. In truth, he yearned to revisit the Demon Beast mountain range. The memory of being grievously injured by the 7-star demon ape lingered in his mind. Yet he sensed that the challenges within the mountain range were far from trivial. After careful consideration, he opted against entering. Encountering a more formidable beast could prove disastrous, and thus he decided against taking unnecessary risks. Ultimately, he resolved to explore the Northern Song dynasty instead. Traversing through the lands of the Northern Song, he aimed to proceed towards the Eastern barbarians. Since he had come to this continent, he intended to meander and fully experience this world, lest his journey be in vain. Lin Fei journeyed northward, taking 2 months to finally reach the Northern Song territory, passing through numerous locales along the way. After enduring the rigors of travel, his cultivation had ascended to the 7-star martial sovereign level, and his physical prowess had nearly caught up with his spiritual realm through diligent honing. With a sense of satisfaction, Lin Fei nodded as he passed by a mountain peak. There, he observed a young man clad in a loose Taoist robe, hiding behind a rock, chuckling mischievously. Curiosity piqued. Lin Fei approached to ascertain the situation, and the young man noticed Lin Fei's arrival. He gestured for silence, prompting Lin Fei to crouch and draw closer. Stealing a glance, Lin Fei was captivated by the sight of 3 young maidens bathing in a lake. The allure of the scene instantly ensnared his attention. The young man nudged Lin Fei several times before he snapped back to reality. Brother, you clearly share my sentiments. I stumbled upon this delightful sight through sheer luck. They exchanged knowing smiles, engaging in light-hearted banter reminiscent of close friends. The young man, with a serious expression, commented, "What do you think of that girl over there? Curvaceous and robust, she would surely bear fine sons. I fancy the one in the middle, petite and delicate." Lin Fei replied, "What is so special about the one in the middle? They all seem quite similar, more than capable of being our comrades." He added, "The other one may be less attractive, yet her figure surpasses that of the middle one quite significantly." With a mischievous grin, Lin Fei remarked, "Brother, you may be unaware, but every great achievement begins with humble beginnings. One must learn to be grounded and start from the fundamentals to truly feel a sense of accomplishment." The young man chuckled lewdly, "Your breadth of knowledge is impressive, big brother. I admire you." In the wilderness, he proposed, "Why not seize that young maiden and show off your skills to your brother?" Lin Fei waved his hand dismissively, stating, "A person devoid of romantic pursuits in their youth is truly missing out. However, such matters must be consensual." "Wait, how did you know my name is Qin? What is yours?" Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback by the peculiarity of the name, pondering what his parents must have been thinking. Nevertheless, he answered Qin's inquiry. The two continued to share a mutual appreciation for the enchanting scene unfolding in the lake, during which Lin Fei noticed that beneath Qin's loose robe, he was rather conspicuously leering at the young women. Lin Fei shivered involuntarily, speechless as he remarked, "Are you still a novice? You can't even handle this little scene, truly lacking in composure." Qin quickly bent down to disguise his embarrassment, feigning seriousness as he replied, "Impossible. I have witnessed such scenarios countless times." Having received extensive education from various mentors in his past life, Lin Fei would never lose his composure over something so trivial. Unlike Qin, at that moment, the girl in the lake seemed to sense that someone was watching her. "Who is it?" she exclaimed. In a flurry, she hastily donned her clothing, and the sight of her emerging from the water appeared even more alluring, causing Qin to stare in rapt attention. Once she was dressed, the girl stormed towards them, furious. "Who is this lecher? Today, I shall slay you." Only then did Qin realize the urgency of the situation and attempted to warn Lin Fei to flee quickly. However, when he turned around, Lin Fei had already vanished from sight, leaving Qin utterly speechless and momentarily stunned. Soon after, the approaching girl caught up with him. Drawing her sword, she unleashed a wave of sword energy aimed at him. Qin quickly dodged, narrowly escaping as a nearby boulder was cleaved in two. Witnessing this, Qin exclaimed in shock, "I can't handle this. I must take my leave." He then utilized his agility to escape, his speed inciting the girl's fury. She pursued him relentlessly, but soon lost sight of him. "Lecher, if I catch you, I shall flay your skin and strip your tendons." Qin sneezed and muttered, "If you wish to catch me, you better have the skill to do so." Before long, he caught up with Lin Fei ahead and reproached him. "You could have at least given me a heads up. You are truly inconsiderate, Lin Fei." Lin Fei, draping an arm around his shoulder, replied, "In good fortune we share. In adversity you bear. That is what true brotherhood is." Qin could only stare at Lin Fei, his expression darkening. Internally, he thought, "Goodness, this fellow is even more shameless than I am. I have met my match." The two then journeyed to a city, Tianqing City, reputed to be one of the largest cities of the northern Song dynasty, a territory of Prince Anqin. Upon entering the city, they sought out the finest tavern, seated themselves at a prime location, and Lin Fei jovially declared, "This meal is on me. Indulge as you please, ha ha." Qin's earlier grievances were considerably alleviated. "Fine, since you insist, don't blame me for being ungracious." Lin Fei laughed heartily, "No need for formality. I can afford this meal." He called out to the server, "Bring forth your best dishes." "Certainly, gentlemen, please hold on." Soon enough, an impressive array of delicacies was brought forth: honey-brewed crab, flamboyant turtle, flower-brewed donkey, dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness, tiger and dragon combat, red-beaked green oriole dove, and snowfish soup. Nearly 20 dishes in total. Qin wasted no time, drinking and diving into the feast. Lin Fei had only taken a few bites when he, like a famished ghost, cleared the table of its offerings. Licking his lips, he appeared unsatisfied. The nearby server stood in astonishment, pondering if this man was indeed a reincarnation of a starving specter. Lin Fei felt a pang of embarrassment on his behalf and instructed the server to bring another round of everything. The dishes were served anew, and this fellow began to devour his meal with fervor, truly living up to the title of a dedicated eater. Lin Fei, with a look of exasperation, remarked, "Is it really necessary? You seem as if you've never tasted meat in your entire life." With his mouth full, Qin Shou mumbled indistinctly, "Brother, you have no idea. My sect is quite strict. We are never allowed to eat meat. This time, I managed to sneak out. And I only had a taste of some wild game on the road. Nothing compares to the delicacies offered by this tavern." Lin Fei helplessly shook his head, realizing why this was the case. In truth, he had also checked Qin Shou's background and discovered that he was not an ordinary individual. Around the same age as Lin Fei, he was already a 10-star martial venerable, practicing the purple clear art, a mid-tier divine technique. It was unclear from which sect he hailed. He had never heard of any sects in the Northern Wasteland. Chapter 72. Prince Anshin. Lin Fei did not wish to delve too deeply into others' backgrounds, so he decided to let it go, finding this fellow rather entertaining. "Qin Shou, since you've escaped from your sect, where do you plan to go?" Qin Shou smacked his lips. "Anywhere, really. Since I've gotten away, I intend to enjoy myself." "Where are you headed?" "Take me with you. I plan to stroll around the royal city to see what interesting sights it has to offer. If you want to join, feel free. I have no objections." Lin Fei welcomed the idea of having company on the journey. Though Qin Shou was a bit lewd, he still piqued Lin Fei's interest. After finishing their meal, they called for the waiter to settle the bill. The young attendant calculated and said, "Gentlemen, that will be a total of 508 low-grade spirit stones. I'll only charge you 500. Wow, a meal here costs this much? Lin Fei, I'll take my leave first. You handle the payment." With that, he attempted to make a hasty exit, but was stopped by the waiter, sensing that these two resembled those who would dine and dash. "Hey, why are you stopping me? It's not like we can't pay." Lin Fei chuckled, tossing 500 low-grade spirit stones onto the table. He then exited the tavern alongside Qin Shou. Lin Fei remarked, "Brother, you are a 10-star martial venerable. Surely you wouldn't run off over just 500 spirit stones." Qin Shou was taken aback that Lin Fei had seen through his cultivation level, while he himself had yet to discern Lin Fei's. He immediately donned a serious expression. "Though I have wealth, I prefer to be low-key. I cannot squander it recklessly." Lin Fei shook his head in disbelief, utterly exasperated by Qin Shou's stinginess being presented as a matter of course. The two began to meander through Tianqing City, blissfully unaware that trouble was soon to find them. At that moment, they were captivated by a group of beautiful women, engaged in a discourse filled with elegant topics. Suddenly, a battalion of soldiers surrounded them. Led by the very same young lady they had been observing the day before, her face a mask of fury. Upon seeing Qin Shou still ogling the beautiful women alongside another, her anger flared. "You despicable Taoist. At last, I found you. Let us see where you can run." Qin Shou snapped back to reality. "Oh no, this girl just won't let it go. She's come to confront me." Instantly, a crowd of onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves. "Isn't that the princess? What on earth has transpired?" Lin Fei learned through the gossip of the crowd that the young lady in question was none other than the daughter of Princeton, which signified impending trouble. He swiftly distanced himself from Qin Shou, eager to dissociate from him. Qin Shou, speechless, remarked, "I wasn't the only one who peeked at you while bathing yesterday. He did too." He gestured toward Lin Fei. Upon hearing this, the bystanders erupted in outrage. How dare anyone spy on the princess while she bathed? Such audacity was utterly shameless. Lin Fei shrugged, feigning innocence. "Do not slander me with such accusations. You were the one who spied, and now you seek to implicate me. How utterly unprincipled. Impudent wretch. To tarnish the princess's honor is to court death." Two martial artists emerged from behind the young lady, prepared to apprehend the two. The princess, infuriated by their exchange, felt her face burn with embarrassment. "Seize them both. They are clearly not of good character." Although she had not seen Lin Fei's visage previously, it was evident that anyone associated with Qin Shou could not be trusted. The two martial artists charged, only to be effortlessly repelled by Lin Fei and Qin Shou. With a mischievous grin, Qin Shou taunted, "My dear girl, it seems your guards lack the prowess one would expect." The girl was astonished. Her bodyguards were esteemed 3-star martial artists. Had they been present while she bathed at the lake, there would have been no opportunity for these interlopers to spy on her. Fuming with indignation, she vowed to capture the two. Despite their youth, their ability to so easily fend off her guards left her incredulous. "You two lecherous scoundrels. Even if you possess great strength, you shall not escape Tianqing City today." She commanded a soldier to summon her father. While the remaining guards encircled Lin Fei and Qin Shou, the previously repelled bodyguards now advancing with grave expressions. Lin Fei jested, "Qin Shou, we have landed ourselves in quite the predicament. When her father arrives, you will have no means of escape. How can you be so shameless as to pursue a woman of such stature?" Qin Shou, bewildered, retorted, "You spoke of lofty ambitions. Yet now you are bold enough to cast stones at me? Have you no shame?" The young lady, overhearing their banter, felt her cheeks flush with anger. Nearly breathless from indignation, lowering her gaze to assess herself, she realized she was not as lacking as they suggested. Though petite, she was still in the process of maturing. Spitting disdainfully, she declared, "I almost fell prey to these two lechers. Block their escape. Do not let them flee. When my father arrives, I shall ensure they pay for this affront." In that moment, Lin Fei, appearing innocent, addressed Qin Shou. "What business is it of mine if you choose to spy on others? Cease your baseless accusations. I am a man of integrity and shall not be sullied by the likes of you." With that, he swiftly repelled a nearby soldier and soared into the air, making his way outside the city. Qin Shou, incensed, recalled that Lin Fei had not spoken this way when they had reveled in the beauty of spring together. How shameless, he thought, as he too maneuvered through the surrounding soldiers, whose abilities paled in comparison to his 10-star martial prowess, allowing him to escape with ease. Lin Fei, devoid of grievances or enmities, had no intention of resorting to violence. Moreover, having inadvertently spied on someone's bathing, retreat was indeed the wisest course. Soon, Qin Shou caught up with Lin Fei, exclaiming, "Lin Fei, why do you always run so swiftly? This is rather unsportsmanlike." Lin Fei chuckled, "Brother Qin Shou, your prowess is formidable. Even if Princeton were to come personally, I doubt he could contend with you. As for me, I am not so capable. Thus I must take my leave." However, before they could flee far, an individual approached at an astonishing speed, launching a powerful strike toward the two. They had no choice but to turn and defend themselves. As they steadied themselves after a few backward steps in midair, they realized that the newcomer, though merely a one-star martial emperor, was not to be underestimated. It was none other than the father of the young lady, Princeton, who bellowed, "You impudent rascal. I see you possess some strength. No wonder you dared to bully my daughter. But today, escaping will not be so simple." Lin Fei, having reached the 7-star martial venerable rank, could likely hold his ground against a 1-star martial emperor without resorting to his hidden cards. Similarly, Qin Shou was no ordinary foe, boasting the 10-star martial venerable rank and practicing a divine-level technique, making him a match for a 1-star martial emperor as well. In Chapter 73, Departing with Grace, Princeton, filled with rage, unleashed his attack. The illusory sky palm, a technique of martial emperors, manifested as a colossal hand hurtling towards the two, exuding tremendous power. In response, Lin Fei and Qin Shou joined forces to counter Princeton, managing to push him back with relative ease. The fierce battle raged on, their energies clashing and causing the very ground for miles around to tremble and collapse. The young lady, hurrying to the scene, witnessed Lin Fei and Qin Shou engaging in combat with her father, her eyes widening in disbelief at the prowess of these two unscrupulous individuals. They appeared to handle the situation with remarkable ease, leaving her father seemingly powerless. Furthermore, Qin Shou's underhanded tactics, consistently targeting vulnerable areas, only added to her astonishment. As Princeton fought on, his anxiety deepened. These two were evidently not at the martial emperor level, yet they matched him blow for blow with apparent ease. Particularly, the rather unsavory-looking Taoist-esque attacks were especially treacherous, nearly costing him dearly on several occasions, leaving him baffled as to where such audacity stemmed from. During the fray, Lin Fei took note of Qin Shou's despicable behavior and resolved to remain vigilant in the future. This fellow was indeed a true scoundrel. Princeton's fury escalated as he found himself unable to best these two young rascals, feeling utterly humiliated. Drawing forth his weapon, the Nine Heavens Blade, he prepared to strike with the Qian Yuan slash. Both Lin Fei and Qin Shou sensed the looming threat. Lin Fei drew his blood-drink demon blade and bellowed, "Azura, Overlord slash." The clash of blade energies produced a colossal shockwave that swept through the air, nearly unbalancing Lin Fei. Princeton, too, felt the impact, realizing that despite Lin Fei's lesser rank, he could hold his ground in a confrontation. At that moment, Qin Shou brandished a whisk, and the fine threads erupted forward, piercing toward Princeton. The prince, raising his weapon defensively, found himself besieged by a relentless barrage of threads, forcing him to retreat under the relentless assault. It seemed that Qin Shou was indeed serious, as even a 1-star martial emperor found himself on the defensive. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Fei unleashed his bull charge. A colossal bull-like apparition materialized on his body, surging forth with formidable true essence directly towards Prince and sensing the imminent threat. Princeton hastily repelled the tassel used by Qin Shou and quickly summoned a protective barrier of true essence around himself. In an instant, Lin Fei collided with the barrier, which proved to be of little efficacy, shattering into fragments almost immediately. The impact sent Princeton flying several kilometers, crashing violently to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth incessantly. Together, the two managed to subdue a first-tier martial emperor with relative ease, and Lin Fei felt a sense of satisfaction, realizing that his current strength rendered him quite capable against a first-tier martial emperor. Should he enter a state of frenzy, he mused, even a typical third-tier martial emperor would likely stand no chance against him. With a dismissive clap of his hands, Lin Fei declared, "Enough of this. I shall no longer play with you, for a first-tier martial emperor is hardly impressive." Qin Shou approached Princeton, clicking his tongue in mockery. Turning to Lin Fei, he remarked, "Brother, what a marvelous technique. You have severely wounded an emperor. And you, my friend, are no less formidable. Your every strike leaves opponents in dread of their own demise." Just then, a young lady rushed forth, positioning herself protectively in front of her father. With a pitiful expression, she implored, "What do you intend to do? Do not harm my father." Qin Shou, wishing to tease the girl, lewdly rubbed his hands together as he approached. "Oh, we mean no harm. We merely wish to engage your father in a friendly duel. As for you, well, that's another matter altogether." Princeton, fearing for his daughter's safety, attempted to push her aside, but his grievous injuries rendered him incapable of standing. The young lady regarded Qin Shou with suspicion, recalling his previous indiscretion. Her cheeks flushed as she crossed her arms defiantly. "What do you want? Stay away from me." Qin Shou, smirking, replied, "Fear not, I am not so desperate. There is no need for you to cover up, there's nothing to hide." He then turned to Lin Fei and asked, "Is that not so, Brother Lin?" With a righteous demeanor, Lin Fei retorted, "I did not spy on anyone bathing. Do not involve me in this. Rest assured, I saw nothing." Qin Shou's ability to fabricate lies without a hint of hesitation left Lin Fei in awe. The young lady, incensed by Qin Shou's lewdness, lunged at him and bit down fiercely. "You lecher, I shall bite you to death." Before Qin Shou could react, she clamped down on his shoulder, eliciting a cry of pain from him. "What the? Are you a dog? Release me at once." After considerable effort, he managed to push her away, creating some distance between them. The young lady haughtily declared, "I am not small. I simply develop at a slower pace." Lin Fei, wearing a bemused smile, appraised her before patting Qin Shou on the shoulder and advising, "Indeed, you are still in the process of development. Be sure to consume more papaya when you return. Perhaps one day, when Brother Qin has time, he could employ his unique techniques to massage you and stimulate your acupoints. Then you shall be all set." Ha! On the ground, Princeton was so incensed by their banter that he spat another mouthful of blood, feeling utterly powerless against their youth and terrifying strength. Knowing well that they were backed by formidable forces he could not afford to offend, nor could he contend with Lin Fei and Qin Shou. The young girl hurriedly rushed over to support him, her face contorted with anger as she glared at the two men. Qin Shou humbly remarked, "I am merely a naive youth. I am unfamiliar with such tactics. Perhaps Lin can personally take charge." Lin Fei, steadfast and resolute, declared, "There is no need for formalities between us brothers. I have no intention of usurping anyone's favor." With that, he took flight, leaving Qin Shou in a state of discontent. "This guy always escapes first, leaving me to deal with the aftermath. Next time, I should be the one to slip away first." Casting a resentful glance at the girl beside him and the gravely injured Princeton, Qin Shou tossed a medicinal pill before them. "Give this to your father. His injuries will soon mend." He then soared into the air, pursuing Lin Fei. Having consumed the pill, Princeton swiftly recovered most of his strength and, resigned, led his daughter back to Tianqing City. It dawned on Princeton that either Lin Fei or Qin Shou could individually contend with him. Combined, they left him with no hope of victory. Lin Fei paused by a serene lake, and Qin Shou, who had caught up, looked on with curiosity. "What's the matter? Lin Fei, is something amiss?" "Nothing of great concern, just a craving for wild delicacies. Go into the woods and catch a few wild chickens, will you, Qin Shou?" Diving into the lake, Lin Fei emerged with an old turtle and a 2-meter-long fish. Meanwhile, Qin Shou returned with 6 wild chickens and a rabbit. Lin Fei, exasperated, thought to himself how preoccupied Qin Shou was with their provisions. Noticing Lin Fei's array of cooking utensils and spices, Qin Shou couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. "Lin Fei, your life is quite refined, carrying cooking gear wherever you go." He resolved to emulate Lin Fei next time, realizing that preparing wild game in such a manner would be far superior to mere roasting. Before long, Lin Fei had prepared an exquisite feast. After satisfying their appetites, they resumed their journey and, 5 days later, finally arrived at the Imperial city of the Northern Song dynasty. Chapter 74. The 10,000 Flower Pavilion. As they entered the Imperial city, evening had already fallen. They strolled to a place known as the 10,000 Flower Pavilion. The establishment was ablaze with light, boasting 9 opulent stories, and a throng of enchanting women greeted passers-by at the entrance. Lin Fei was well aware of the nature of this place, but had no intention of entering. However, Qin Shou was captivated by the group of alluring courtesans. His feet rooted to the spot. Observing Qin Shou's expression, Lin Fei quipped, "Have you not tasted meat in your sect? Surely you have encountered women before." Qin Shou, looking somewhat forlorn, nodded in agreement. Lin Fei slapped his forehead in disbelief. "What kind of sect have you been in? Were you perhaps raised in a monastery, where all desires are renounced?" At that moment, 2 women approached, each linking arms with the young man, their voices sweet and inviting. "Gentlemen, do come inside and have some fun. Our establishment has everything you could desire." Unable to resist temptation, Qin Shou eagerly nodded like a chick pecking at grain. "All right, let us go in and take a look, Lin brother." With a reluctant sigh, Lin Fei acquiesced and entered alongside Qin Shou, eager to witness the wonders of an otherworldly brothel. The first floor was crowded, chaotic, and filled with jarring sounds, leaving Lin Fei somewhat disheartened. Noticing his expression, a nearby woman instantly understood and led him upstairs. "Young masters, our establishment boasts 9 floors. The first, 4th, and 7th are dining areas, while the 2nd, 5th, and 8th host performances by courtesans. The 3rd, 6th, and 9th are designated for relaxation. However, the higher you ascend, the more extravagant the expenses. Which floor do you gentlemen wish to indulge in?" The woman gazed at Qin Shou with tender eyes, yet he was fixated on Lin Fei. A chill ran down Lin Fei's spine, and he felt his hair stand on end. "I have no interest in such matters. Please do not look at me like that." Qin Shou feigned innocence, saying, "Brother, I am penniless today, relying solely on your generosity." To which Lin Fei retorted, "You truly are a miser." Unwilling to part with a single coin. Exasperated by Qin Shou's demeanor, Lin Fei declared with authority, "Let's head to the 7th floor for a meal." Qin Shou shamelessly chimed in, "Brother, your decisiveness is admirable." They were escorted to a spacious private room where Lin Fei casually ordered a sumptuous feast. At that moment, a group of women entered, each adorned in sheer veils, their figures slender and their eyes sparkling with allure. Qin Shou's gaze became fixated, and he nearly drooled, prompting Lin Fei to nudge him. Realizing his lack of composure, Qin Shou hastily wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Lin Fei admonished, "You are utterly disgraceful. Lust can be a deadly peril. I fear you may meet your demise at the hands of a woman." At that juncture, a stately and voluptuous woman approached with a gentle smile, inquiring, "These ladies are here to showcase their talents. Are the 2 young masters satisfied?" Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, "It's acceptable, but the veils are a hindrance. Remove them. It is of little interest without seeing their faces." The woman responded softly, "That can be arranged, but it will cost double. Furthermore, these ladies are performing for entertainment, not for sale, so I ask for your understanding." Internally, Lin Fei scoffed. Performing for entertainment without selling themselves is utter nonsense. If one chooses to be a courtesan, they should not hide behind false pretenses. As the women unveiled their faces, each revealed a pleasing countenance. Though none were extraordinarily beautiful, they were nonetheless agreeable. Ultimately, Lin Fei paid 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. While somewhat pricey, he was indifferent. Leisure and enjoyment were worth the expense. He waved his hand. "All right, you may leave now." 2 women approached to pour wine for the duo, while the others entertained with dance, creating a delightful atmosphere. The performers sang and danced gracefully, their skin subtly visible beneath the sheer fabric, provoking a flurry of thoughts. Qin Shou, in particular, was transfixed, his gaze unwavering. When a woman served him wine, he grasped her delicate hand, reluctant to let go. Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle. This fellow was clearly inexperienced in such establishments. Though Lin Fei himself had never visited such places, his past life had afforded him ample exposure. He boldly drew the woman beside him onto his lap and downed his cup in one swift motion. The woman did not resist. Instead, she gracefully leaned into Lin Fei's embrace, prompting Qin Shou to inwardly exclaim that Lin Fei certainly knew how to charm. Following Lin Fei's lead, he wrapped his arms around the woman beside him, who similarly offered no resistance. Lin Fei's hands were not idle. Although he held little interest in these courtesans, he did not shy away from the playful touches, occasionally pinching her lightly. It was rather enjoyable to indulge in such flirtation, causing the woman in his arms to gaze at him with enchanting eyes, shyly attempting to push him away. "Sir, please conduct yourself with decorum. I am but a performer, not a courtesan for sale," she softly implored. Lin Fei produced a generous handful of spirit stones and placed them upon the table. "Rest assured, I have no intention of purchasing your virtue. I merely desire your company for a drink." Upon seeing the substantial pile of spirit stones, approximately 200 in total, the woman ceased her struggles. The tips from guests were their own to keep. And encountering someone as magnanimous as Lin Fei was not something to offend. Accepting her circumstances, she poured him a drink and gently offered it to his lips. Lin Fei laughed heartily, downing the glass in one go, exclaiming how delightful the flower wine was. Qin Shou, observing Lin Fei's antics, exclaimed, "Goodness, brother Lin. Is it truly this easy?" He gave Lin Fei a thumbs up. The woman beside Qin Shou gazed longingly at the spirit stones before Lin Fei, casting a hopeful glance at Qin Shou, wishing he could exhibit such generosity. Uncertain whether he truly lacked spirit stones or was simply being stingy, Qin Shou shyly turned to Lin Fei. "Brother Lin, could you lend me some spirit stones?" Without hesitation, Lin Fei tossed a handful of spirit stones toward him. "What is there to borrow between us? Today, I treat you to flower wine. Consider this a personal debt owed to me," he chuckled. The two exchanged knowing smiles and continued to revel in the dancers' performances. Surrounded by beautiful women, fine wine, and a display of talents, the two joyfully clinked their cups, savoring the pleasures of life. Such a hedonistic lifestyle was indeed a man's dream. Lin Fei lamented, however, that such indulgence could not last forever. For two more lovely companions awaited him, and he needed to cultivate greater strength. Yet, he mused, a little indulgence now and then should not pose a problem. As several hours slipped by, Qin Shou noted that it was nearly time for him to depart, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Lin Fei, with a grin, suggested, "If you are hesitating to leave, let us visit the 8th floor to see what the courtesan looks like. Should she appeal to you, perhaps you could enjoy another night of passion here." Qin Shou, slightly bashful, replied, "That may not be appropriate. I am not that kind of person. Come now, brother Qin. Do not feign innocence." Lin Fei retorted with a laugh as he led Qin Shou toward the 8th floor. Before departing, Lin Fei generously rewarded the women with a substantial sum of lower-grade spirit stones, approximately 1,000 in total. The women bowed deeply in gratitude, thanking him for his generosity. Chapter 75. The courtesan Lu Rian. Before long, the two arrived at the 8th floor, where the atmosphere was lively, predominantly filled with nobility and dignitaries. A host of enchanting women flitted about, accompanied by various men, all of whom appeared strikingly beautiful and of commendable quality. The ambience was elevated, ensuring that the standards were high and the company quite agreeable. However, Lin Fei held no regard for the women who boasted of their conquests. Whether they numbered in the hundreds or thousands, such trivialities failed to pique his interest, serving merely as a fleeting indulgence. The men, on the other hand, presented a motley array, youthful lads in their teens, portly fellows, and even those in their twilight years. There were all types, overweight, slender, tall, short, handsome, and plain, each seeking their own share of merriment in this establishment. Lin Fei mused inwardly. Aside from myself, it appeared there was not a worthy soul among them. Should others discover Lin Fei's thoughts, they would undoubtedly berate him for his sordidness. Occasionally, women would accompany these men out, ascending to the 9th floor, a space designated for repose, the purpose of which was all too evident. On a stage in the center, a woman, the famed courtesan of the 8th floor, adorned in sheer veils, was partially concealed behind a decorative screen. Although her visage remained obscured, one could surmise that as the leading beauty of the 8th floor, she would not be lacking in allure. Her captivating figure, with a graceful silhouette and a slender waist, danced enchantingly, provoking an audible reaction from the men below, their lewd admiration palpable. What further bemused Lin Fei was the unexpected presence of an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 70s or 80s, leering at the performer with a lascivious gaze and a wine glass in hand. Goodness, the old man was indeed a testament to enduring vitality. It was quite unbecoming for someone of his age to indulge in such revelry. Lin Fei contemplated. What if he were to inadvertently meet his demise? Yet, one might argue that passing in such ecstasy could be considered a rather pleasant departure. Nearby, Qin Shou was not far behind in his own indiscretion. Lin Fei nudged him with his elbow. "Brother Qin, do rein in your drool, lest the patrons below drown in it." Qin Shou wiped his mouth, but remained fixated on the spectacle, feeling a twinge of ennui. Lin Fei thought it rather dull not to see the woman's face. What might she truly look like? Leaning casually against the wall, he soon found himself approached by a charming woman. "Are you lonely, young master? Would you like some company?" A strikingly beautiful young woman sauntered toward Lin Fei, who, at 16, exuded a certain rakish charm. With a hint of mischief dancing at the corners of his mouth, he embodied a roguish allure that drew women in, despite their motivations being primarily monetary. Yet Lin Fei, maintaining a facade of seriousness, waved his hand dismissively. "We may exchange experiences, but deeper acquaintance is unnecessary. After all, I have preserved my virtue for over a decade. You shall not possess it." The woman, amused by his response, laughed lightly. You are indeed carefree, young master. Allow me to keep you company and pass the time. She poured a glass of wine from a nearby table and offered it to him. Lin Fei, not one to decline, drank heartily, then engaged in a discussion with her about the origins of life and the propagation of species. The woman was thoroughly entertained, giggling at Lin Fei's playful demeanor, yet she couldn't shake the feeling that he was utterly disinterested in her advances. Was it possible that this young master found her lacking? Surely, his standards were exceedingly high. The woman maintained a considerable confidence in her appearance, with few able to rival her beauty aside from the courtesans. However, Lin Fei remained indifferent despite his flowery words. Ultimately, another man engaged the woman in conversation and whisked her away, but not before she winked at Lin Fei and said, "Young master, do visit often, next time. I shall accompany you." Lin Fei returned the gesture with a wink, replying, "Certainly, beautiful." At this moment, the courtesan on stage concluded her performance and stepped out from behind the screen, alluringly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, esteemed gentlemen, for your support. I am Lu Ruyan, eternally grateful." Below, a group of boisterous men erupted in excitement, calling out, "Lady Ruyan, please unveil your face. Let us behold your beauty." Lu Ruyan gently responded, "I am but an entertainer. I do not sell my body. I hope all gentlemen understand that my appearance is reserved for those fated to see it." Lin Fei felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Fated? Does that mean only the wealthy are deemed fated? He then attempted to pull Qin Shou away. Noticing his friend, with a look of longing, seemed reluctant to leave. "Brother Qin, we've had our fill of wine and sights. It's time to go. Do not be so pathetic. Do you wish to linger here overnight?" Qin Shou leered. "It's not out of the question. I find this place quite agreeable." "Then you may remain here. I disdain to associate with you." Lin Fei retorted. "Brother Lin, your experience surpasses mine. It is evident you are no stranger to such establishments. Yet you dare to criticize me." Lin Fei chuckled. "I guard my virtue fiercely, traversing through the flowers without a single petal clinging to me. Do not compare yourself to me." Qin Shou gazed at Lin Fei in silence, internally musing, "This fellow is so skilled at pretense. I shall quietly enjoy his display." At that moment, several individuals ascended from below, among them a corpulent man weighing several hundred pounds, his eyes narrowed into slits. Immediately, several women flocked to him, sweetly exclaiming, "Young Master Jin, you are late today?" The hefty figure, known as Jin Yuan, the illegitimate son of a northern Song general, appeared to be a regular patron of this establishment. Lin Fei initially thought a rolling ball of flesh had approached. Qin Shou burst into laughter beside him. Jin Yuan arrogantly declared, "You there? Why are you laughing? Do you seek death?" Lin Fei observed the two bodyguards behind the rotund man, both at the third level of martial mastery, indicating a significant lineage. "If I wish to laugh, I shall. What concern is it of yours, you great oaf?" Jin Yuan commanded. "Teach that brat a lesson." One of the bodyguards stepped forward, leaping to seize Qin Shou. Unfortunately, the guard underestimated Qin Shou, failing to capture him, and instead receiving a critical strike from Qin Shou, who executed a move aptly named Monkey Steals the Peach. The guard let out a wail, collapsing to the ground while clutching his groin. At this juncture, a seductive woman emerged. It was the proprietress, Aunt Lu, who alluringly implored, "Gentlemen, please grant me the favor of refraining from causing a disturbance here." Jin Yuan scoffed. "In light of Aunt Lu's request, I shall spare you today. But do not let me catch you again." At that moment, the guard on the ground, pale-faced, managed to rise. Qin Shou shrugged. "You must possess the capability for that." Jin Yuan, infuriated, trembled with rage, never anticipating that a mere brat would dare challenge him. The woman hurriedly stepped in to mediate, fearing further dispute between the two. A merchant certainly would not wish for unnecessary troubles in their establishment. In Chapter 76, the Intersecting Commerce Association, the arrogant figure of Jin Yuan boldly declared, "If you do not wish to cause a scene, that is fine. I have come here specifically for Ru Yan today. She shall be mine for the night. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." At that moment, Aunt Lu's face bore displeasure, yet she maintained her politeness, saying, "Young Master Jin, you jest. Miss Ru Yan offers her art, not her person. She must accompany me today. My esteemed father is a great general. Do not be so ungrateful." At this juncture, Qin Shou stepped forward, mocking, "With a figure like yours, how dare you show your face here? You resemble a pig. If a lady were to be approached by someone like you, her life would be forfeit. You might not even possess anything worth seeing." This remark thoroughly enraged Jin Yuan. His rotund face flushed with indignation, nearly choking on his fury. He despised being called fat, and usually, no one dared speak to him in such a manner due to his father's status. Now, a nameless upstart had the audacity to insult him. Kill him. Anyone who dares to intervene shall meet the same fate. At that moment, the guard on the ground, pale-faced, had just risen. The two assailants advanced toward Qin Shou. While the guard who had been previously humiliated eyed him, while a true hero does not suffer losses in the present, they seek to reclaim their honor another day. Qin Shou had no intention of letting him off easily. He immediately launched a flurry of punches, all aimed at the man's face, causing it to swell even more than it already resembled a pig's head. Accompanied by Jin Yuan's anguished cries, Lin Fei could not help but chuckle. "Brother Qin, perhaps you should cease for now. We ought to take our leave." Only then did Qin Shou relent, shaking his hand as he remarked, "His skin is remarkably thick. My hands are sore from the effort." Lying on the ground, Jin Yuan, infuriated, spat out a mouthful of blood and lost consciousness. He had never endured such treatment throughout his life. At this moment, two bodyguards, barely managing to stand, struggled to lift the hefty Jin Yuan, retreating in a dejected manner. Qin Shou did not intervene. He would not resort to violence over such a trivial matter. As he prepared to depart with Lin Fei, a voice suddenly halted him. "Young master, may I have a moment of your time? I would like to invite you for a drink, if you are free." Lin Fei teased, "Brother Qin, your romantic fortunes have arrived. Why not accept the invitation from the young lady?" Qin Shou, filled with excitement, responded, "Of course, it would be my honor." Lin Fei patted Qin Shou on the shoulder, whispering, "A night of passion could be delightful. If a lone man and woman cannot navigate such an encounter, it would be quite the embarrassment for a man. I shall take my leave now. I will come to find you in the morning. Do exercise some restraint, lest you find yourself unable to leave the bed." With that, Lin Fei exited the Wanhua Tower and settled into a modest inn for the night. The following morning, Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of Wanhua Tower, only to find the doors firmly shut. He was not perturbed, opting instead to procure a modest meal from a nearby stall. After a prolonged wait, he still had not spotted Qin Shou. Surely, Qin Shou has not perished in the company of a woman. Lin Fei was unconcerned for Qin Shou's safety. With his skills, few could pose a threat to him. After quite some time, Lin Fei finally saw Qin Shou emerge. He waved and called out, "Brother Qin, how was your evening?" Qin Shou grinned lewdly. "Naturally, it was splendid." "Huh." Lin Fei, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "Did that rotund fellow not come seeking revenge? One would expect him to rally support against you." Qin Shou dismissed the thought, saying, "Of course he came, accompanied by a 10-star martial master and 2 8-star martial masters. I sent them all packing. Since then, no one has dared to show up. They must be frightened." "Haha, Brother Qin, your prowess is formidable. Such opponents are indeed no match for you. It seems they have no intention of troubling you again. Especially since even a 10-star martial master cannot contend with you, unless a martial emperor intervenes. Yet, the martial emperor would hardly concern themselves with such trivial matters. And given your immense strength, it is likely you hail from a powerful lineage, making it unwise for anyone to offend you. Thus, this matter shall end here. Brother Lin, I have heard that there will be an auction tonight at the Zonghing Chamber of Commerce, rumored to feature some remarkable items. Shall we attend for a bit of excitement?" Lin Fei readily agreed. "Why not? It will be enjoyable to see. The Zonghing Chamber of Commerce is the largest in the divine martial continent, with branches in nearly every significant location, and I find myself rather bored." After finishing their meal, the two made their way to the Zonghing Chamber of Commerce. Although the auction had yet to commence, they thought it wise to explore the premises in advance. They soon arrived at the entrance, and once inside, were greeted warmly by an attendant. The chamber was expansive, spanning 3 levels, offering a myriad of martial arts techniques, elixirs, and weaponry. However, the first floor primarily featured items of yellow and mysterious grades, with elixirs ranging only from 1st to 4th tier. There were also various materials for refining weapons, but these held little value for Lin Fei. Chapter 77. Tunglong Pill. The pair ascended directly to the 2nd floor, where the offerings were considerably more appealing, showcasing an array of rare items. Most of the martial arts techniques were of the earth grade, with only 2 of the heavenly grade, both of inferior quality. The weapons, however, were plentiful, neatly arranged on shelves, with a striking mid-tier heavenly weapon, the Quanlong spear, prominently displayed at the center, likely a mere showpiece, as such weapons were beyond the reach of the average individual. Nevertheless, Lin Fei found no need for it. He preferred the comfort of his blood-drink demon blade, which could also be upgraded. Among the various spiritual herbs, there were several 6th-tier varieties and even a few 7th-tier ones, which piqued Lin Fei's interest. The space within his Shanghai ring still had many barren areas, prompting him to consider procuring some for cultivation. There were also a handful of 5th-tier elixirs, albeit in limited supply, while 6th-tier elixirs were abundant. However, Lin Fei did not spot a single 7th-tier elixir. A wave of disappointment washed over him as he shook his head. Nothing caught his fancy, as the items he had obtained were far superior. Upon inspecting the prices, Lin Fei was taken aback to discover that 5th-tier elixirs commanded a price ranging from 500 to 1,000 lower-grade essence stones. The 6th-tier elixirs were even more exorbitant, starting in the thousands. Essence stones were categorized as lower, middle, upper, and premium grades. Typically, martial kings relied on lower-grade stones, while martial sovereigns utilized middle-grade stones. Martial emperors relied on upper-grade stones, and martial emperors required premium stones. As for realms beyond martial sages and martial gods, Lin Fei had no knowledge, as he had not yet ventured into such territories. 10 lower-grade essence stones could be exchanged for 1 middle-grade essence stone, and so forth. Lin Fei had never anticipated the high value of elixirs, which sparked an idea in him. He possessed a considerable number of elixirs in his system space, which he had no use for, and decided to sell them to the Zongheng Chamber of Commerce. It was no wonder alchemists were so sought after. Had he known, he would have produced more elixirs. Lin Fei planned to trade these elixirs for essence stones, as he currently lacked sufficient funds to acquire the spiritual herbs on the second floor. In truth, the Zongheng Chamber of Commerce, with its vast assortment of items, was already quite affluent. It was worth noting that heavenly-grade martial techniques were typically reserved for martial emperors. Ordinary individuals could scarcely afford them, and elixirs were exceedingly rare. The number of alchemists was limited, yet the demand was high. Even the most renowned alchemist of the Northern Song dynasty barely reached the 7th tier. Furthermore, they rarely engaged in alchemy, as 7th-tier alchemists could produce 7th-tier elixirs, albeit with a low success rate, and the spiritual herbs used were highly valuable. Those wishing to enlist his services for alchemy had to prepare 3 sets of refining materials, a steep price few could afford. The shopkeeper seemed to sense Lin Fei's dissatisfaction with the merchandise, and thus remarked, "Gentlemen, an annual auction will commence this evening. Might I inquire if you wish to attend? There will be elixirs, martial arts techniques, and various skills on offer, all guaranteed to meet your satisfaction." Lin Fei responded nonchalantly, "Perhaps, though I am uncertain if there exists anything worthy of my attention." The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together and said, "To enter the auction, one must pay a fee of 200 low-grade spirit stones. What say you, gentlemen?" Lin Fei chuckled softly. "Your merchant guild seems quite adept at generating profit. I possess some elixirs. I wonder if your guild is interested in acquiring them." The shopkeeper inquired, "What grades of elixirs do you possess, sir?" Lin Fei merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate further. Understanding Lin Fei's desire for discretion, the shopkeeper led him to a private chamber. Lin Fei retrieved a substantial number of elixirs from his system space, over 300 in total. The shopkeeper was left astounded. Great healing elixirs. Just one can rapidly mend injuries for those below the martial sovereign rank, potentially saving lives in critical moments. Such elixirs are highly sought after. The Nurturing Essence Elixir and the Gathering Essence Elixir are both 5th grade, capable of enhancing one's martial prowess. A single true essence elixir can elevate a martial king by a star, and these are exceedingly rare. Few possess the skill to concoct them. Moreover, the quality of these elixirs is unparalleled. It is simply inconceivable. Even a 7th-grade alchemist would struggle to achieve such quality. The shopkeeper gazed at Lin Fei in disbelief. Lin Fei then slowly produced 3 additional types of elixirs, 10 of each. The shopkeeper, now thoroughly astonished, exclaimed, "Mystical essence elixirs, frost blue elixirs, and crimson blood elixirs, all 6th grade and of superior quality." Qin Shou observed Lin Fei with growing curiosity, unable to fathom how he had amassed such an impressive collection of elixirs. Although he had never lacked for elixirs within his sect, he had never encountered such a bounty, each of the finest quality. Qin Shou found himself increasingly puzzled by Lin Fei, though he bore no ill thoughts. Over time, he had discovered Lin Fei to be amiable, a potential friend worth having. At this moment, the shopkeeper stated, "Sir, the items you wish to sell are quite valuable, and I am not authorized to make decisions on my own. I shall report to my superiors, and another representative will assist you shortly. I appreciate your understanding." With that, he hurriedly exited, soon replaced by an unremarkable elderly man. The elder spoke cheerfully, "I am Si Nan, the manager here. I apologize for keeping you waiting." "Not at all," Lin Fei replied. "Please assess these elixirs and provide me with a fair price from your guild." With his insightful eye, Lin Fei discerned that the elder was no ordinary individual. He was a 2-star martial sovereign. It appeared that the influence of the Zongheng Merchant Guild was formidable, as those at the martial sovereign level could easily serve as elders within a sect. The elder examined the elixirs Lin Fei had presented, astonished as he inquired, "Sir, from whence do these elixirs originate? Each one is of superior quality." Feigning displeasure, Lin Fei responded, "The source of my elixirs is of no consequence to you." Si Nan, eager to clarify, quickly replied, "Please do not misunderstand, sir. I am merely curious about which master alchemist could produce such exceptional elixirs, each maintaining such high quality." The young master is not inclined to speak further, and the old man does not wish to press him. Lin Fei merely nodded in acknowledgement. Si Nan continued, "Our guild has always upheld the highest standards of integrity. ensuring that our clients maximize their profits. The quality of these elixirs is exceptional. I can personally guarantee their auction, potentially fetching an even better price. What are your thoughts, young master? Lin Fei readily agreed, appreciating the business acumen displayed by the Zongheng Guild. However, the guild does require a commission of 10% from the final sale price. I trust you have no objections to this, young master? Lin Fei nodded, indicating his understanding. He was aware that a guild must earn its keep, though a 10% commission seemed somewhat excessive. Nevertheless, he was unconcerned, as long as a favorable price could be secured. Ultimately, Lin Fei spent 15 million gold coins to procure a 7th grade elixir, the Tunglong Dan, from the system. I also possess another Tunglong Dan, a 7th grade elixir that can elevate one's realm by 1 star for those below the 6-star Martial Emperor. Please include it in the auction as well. Chapter 78. The auction commences. Nin swiftly accepted the elixir from Lin Fei, confirming its identity as the Tunglong Dan, which stirred a sense of excitement within him. Although the Zongheng Guild has extensive influence across the continent, this branch rarely encounters 7th grade elixirs, which typically only surface during auctions. It was astonishing that Lin Fei possessed such a rare item, especially one capable of enhancing the realm of a 6-star Martial Emperor by 1 star. Nin felt a strong desire for it, yet he knew he must adhere to the guild's regulations. Such a potent elixir would undoubtedly incite fierce competition, fetching an astronomical price. At that moment, Nin, brimming with enthusiasm, declared, I will take it upon myself to reduce the commission to 5% for this auction. As a demonstration of our guild's sincerity, Lin Fei was taken aback by the old man's sudden change in demeanor regarding the 7th grade elixir. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the higher the value of the item, even a 5% commission would still represent a substantial sum. Truly, those in commerce are shrewd and calculating. Suddenly, Lin Fei recalled the demon core obtained from the white jade rhinoceros he had slain previously and added, I also possess a demon core from a 7th grade low-tier demon beast, the white jade rhinoceros. Please facilitate its auction as well. Nin was somewhat astonished as he accepted the demon core from Lin Fei's hand. It is worth noting that a 7th grade demon beast is equivalent to a martial emperor among humans. A 7th grade demon core holds significant value for martial artists, being useful for crafting and formations. Some martial artists may even absorb the core's energy to enhance their own strength. Nin could hardly believe that Lin Fei had such a treasure in his possession, even if it was merely from a 7th grade low-tier beast. Generally, demon beasts possess strength far surpassing that of humans. For one at the 2-star Martial Emperor realm, defeating a 7th grade demon beast is nearly impossible. At this moment, Nin's curiosity regarding Lin Fei's origins was piqued, and he began to scrutinize him closely, only to find that he could not discern Lin Fei's true realm. He then glanced at Qin Shou beside Lin Fei, only to discover the same enigma, for those of higher realms can easily perceive the lower realms. Silently reflecting, he thought, these two young men are quite remarkable. It would be prudent to cultivate a favorable relationship with them. I hope that in the future, should the young master require anything of value, he will consider my Zongheng Merchant Association first. Lin Fei readily agreed, saying, no problem. Nin then summoned a servant, instructing him to ensure that Lin Fei and his companion were well taken care of, before attending to the addition of Lin Fei's items to the auction. As night fell, the auction finally commenced on the 3rd floor. The annual auction of the Zongheng Merchant Association was highly anticipated, attracting not only the various factions within the Imperial city, but also those from other cities in the Northern Song dynasty that possessed some degree of power. Occasionally, representatives from sects would also attend, as the auction featured rare treasures not often seen, including even 7th grade elixirs needed by those at the Martial Emperor level. Rumored to be available this time, Lin Fei and Qin Shou were escorted to a private box on the 3rd floor, where the ambience was tranquil, prompting Lin Fei to nod in satisfaction. He learned from the servant that this was a VIP box, accessible only to individuals of considerable status. The seating area below the auction stage could accommodate 500 people, and it was already filled to capacity. There were also 18 VIP boxes on either side, with Lin Fei situated in one of them. With his insightful eye, Lin Fei scanned the attendees below, noting that the majority were at the martial sovereign level, while the remainder were relatively strong martial kings. Although not everyone possessed the wealth to bid on valuable items, the opportunity to broaden their horizons was invaluable. Lin Fei mused. With a ticket priced at 200 low-grade yuan stones and approximately 500 attendees, the auction would yield a net profit of 100,000 low-grade yuan stones just from ticket sales. It was astonishing how easily money could be made. No wonder this is the largest merchant association in the divine martial continent. Excelling in business acumen, Lin Fei could not discern who occupied the other boxes due to a screen that allowed those inside to see out clearly, while while obscuring their own visibility. This design was akin to the privacy glass of his past life and proved quite practical. At that moment, Lin Fei observed a figure wearing a conical hat entering one of the boxes, presumably a woman, though her features remained hidden from view. This piqued Lin Fei's curiosity, prompting him to inquire of the servant, who are the individuals in the other boxes. There are princes, dukes, and even the great generals and prime ministers of the Northern Song dynasty, along with several influential families, the servant replied. Undoubtedly, these factions possess at least one martial emperor to gain entry into these boxes, or they are like the young master, here to auction precious items. Lin Fei chuckled softly. It seems I am quite honored to be among such company. Pray tell, who occupies the remaining boxes? Before the servant could respond, Qinshu interjected. There are also individuals from the northern wilderness sects. Occasionally, those from the eastern barbarian region come to participate as well. Lin Fei understood, recognizing that the Northern Song dynasty was not far from the eastern barbarian region, making their presence here quite normal. He then instructed the servant to withdraw. Curiosity getting the better of him, Lin Fei asked Qinshu, from whence do you hail, if it is not too much trouble to disclose? With a mischievous grin, Qinshu replied, this is hardly a secret. I hail from the Qingshu sect of the eastern wilderness. And you, Brother Lin? I perceive that your strength is considerable. I wonder which faction you represent. Lin Fei spoke nonchalantly. I fear you may find it amusing, but I hail from a small city within the eastern Xia dynasty. Qinshu, taken aback, gazed at Lin Fei and exclaimed, Brother Lin, surely you jest. With your prowess, you would be considered a paragon even among the sects. Lin Fei, with a tinge of helplessness, replied, I participated in the celestial talents competition, yet due to my lackluster gifts, no sect deemed me worthy. Alas, I too am left with no choice. Qinshu, at a loss for words, thought it quite shallow of the sects to overlook such talent. He mused that they would surely regret their decision. After all, innate ability does not solely dictate one's potential, and to forsake someone like Brother Lin was a grave oversight. But enough of that. Qinshu suddenly grinned mischievously. What if Brother Lin were to join my sect? Together, we could wreak havoc upon the world. A truly legendary partnership. Lin Fei swiftly waved his hand, dismissing the notion. No thank you. With no feasts and no beauties, only a fool would join your sect. Qinshu appeared dejected. For Lin Fei's words held a kernel of truth. After a prolonged wait, Sinan ascended the auction platform, greeting the audience with courtesy. I am the aged Sinan, presiding over this auction. I thank you all for your attendance and apologize for the delay. Your patience is appreciated. Chapter 79. Intentional price hikes. A chorus of voices erupted from the crowd. Old C, let us get started. Spare us the pleasantries. Lin Fei couldn't help but chuckle at the wit of the crowd, calling him Old C an old man. It was hard not to ponder the implications. As a merchant, Sinan typically maintained a humble and unassuming demeanor, combined with his ordinary appearance. These people had grown accustomed to referring to him in such terms. Little did they know that this seemingly unremarkable elder was a two-star martial emperor. Had they realized, they might have thought twice before addressing him thus. It was a testament to Sinan's good nature, for any other martial emperor would have swiftly silenced such insolence. Silence, please. The auction is about to commence. The hall gradually quieted. Sinan, with calm composure, announced, we shall now begin with the first item for auction, 3 sets of 5th-grade elixirs. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Uffed, Old C, can 5th-grade elixirs even be considered worthy of the stage? Sinan, maintaining his equanimity, explained, please do not rush. Allow me to finish my introduction. These 3 sets of 5th-grade elixirs are all of superior quality, crafted by a mysterious alchemist. Each set contains 10 great restoration pills, 50 vitality pills, 50 gathering pills, and 3 true essence pills. The value speaks for itself. Even if you have no use for them, you could acquire them for your descendants. His words incited a stir among the audience. What? True essence pills of superior quality? A single pill can elevate a martial king's realm by 1 star. And the great restoration pills are life-saving treasures that can restore a martial sovereign to full strength, if not gravely injured. The gathering pills and vitality pills, both excellent for enhancing a martial king's prowess, were all of superior quality. One wondered which master had concocted them. A formidable 7-star martial sovereign boldly declared, I shall secure these elixirs for my clan's heirs. They will undoubtedly enhance their strength swiftly. To which a nearby individual jested, boldly, that depends on whether your spirit stones are sufficient. I, too, desire them. Lin Fei couldn't help but touch his nose, surprised at how popular the elixirs he had crafted had become. He silently criticized Sinan in his heart. That fellow was quite the charmer, claiming they were produced by a mysterious master, instantly elevating their status. But he too could be considered a master in his own right. As long as he could fetch a good price, that was all that mattered. Seeing the atmosphere in the hall invigorated, Sinan announced, "We shall now commence the auction for the first set, with a starting bid of 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. And each subsequent bid must exceed 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." Soon, the audience eagerly began to place their bids. The first set sold for 280,000 low-grade spirit stones, while the second fetched 260,000. It was all the attendees who made those purchases. However, when it came to the third set of elixirs, many were still eager to compete for them, until a voice emerged from a private box. 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. I shall claim this set. Who dares to challenge me? The crowd fell silent, for those within the box were significant figures, and no one dared to offend them. Instantly, the bidding ceased. Sinan's expression darkened as he sternly remarked, "General Jean, please keep your son in check. If he continues to disrupt the order of this auction, do not expect me to overlook our past acquaintance." The audacity of the act was a blatant threat, a provocation against the Zongheng Merchant Association. If everyone resorted to leveraging their connections to disrupt the auction, the association would be rendered obsolete. At that moment, a hearty voice echoed, "Brother Sinan, my son is simply ignorant. Please forgive him. I shall ensure he is properly disciplined. Everyone, feel free to bid without concern for my son's remarks." Sinan nodded in satisfaction. The Zongheng Merchant Association had a presence throughout the divine martial continent. Although the other party was a general of the Northern Song dynasty, Sinan need not extend any courtesy, since the other party was willing to lower themselves. There was no need for further pursuit of the matter. After all, harmony fosters prosperity in business. Yet, the audience hesitated to bid further. None wished to offend the reigning general, rumored to have attained the rank of a 2-star martial sovereign. They were not individuals to be trifled with. At this moment, Qin Shou slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Damn. Isn't that the chubby lad I thrashed last night? He seems to be bouncing back quickly. Thick skin and robust physique have their perks, but it's evident he aims to cut off Lin Fei's fortune. This is intolerable." Qin Shou shouted, "I bid 200,000 low-grade spirit stones." The audience was intrigued, wondering who would dare openly challenge the general. However, Lin Fei and his companion remained hidden in the private box, unable to see the unfolding situation outside, and thus could only remain silent. Meanwhile, within the box, Jin Yuan, hearing Qin Shou's voice, immediately complained to the middle-aged man before him, "Father, it was this brat who hit me yesterday. You must avenge me." The middle-aged man, infuriated, slapped him, saying, "You worthless fool. How could I have given birth to such a failure? My lifetime of renown is tarnished by you. And you've only reached the realm of a 3-star martial king. Truly useless." Jin Yuan clutched his chubby face, lamenting, "It's one thing if you don't help me when others bully me, but to hit me as well." The middle-aged man could not help but sigh as he rubbed his forehead. "Let us first secure this set of elixirs. Enhancing your abilities takes precedence." Although his son might be lacking in capability, he remained the sole heir, and the father found himself powerless to change that. Jin Yuan's expression brightened, with his father's backing. He felt emboldened immediately. 200,000 low-grade yuan stones. "You struck me yesterday. This matter is far from settled." Qin Shou, refusing to back down, retorted, "Chubby boy, what can you do if I give you a beating? If you dare come at me, you desire this set of elixirs, yet I shall not yield. 300,000 low-grade yuan stones. Raise your bid if you can." The crowd below was somewhat bewildered. Jin Yuan had been struck, yet seemed unscathed. They were aware he was the pampered only child of a great general, so to see him untroubled after being hit was perplexing. Clearly, this fellow had an extraordinary background. Jin Yuan, infuriated, shouted, "For 100,000 low-grade yuan stones. I dare you to continue." Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Shou responded, "What is there to fear? 500,000 low-grade yuan stones. If you're unconvinced, raise your bid, and let us see who falters first." Provoked by Qin Shou, Jin Yuan blurted out, 600,000 low-grade yuan stones. At this moment, the middle-aged man could not intervene. This thoughtless individual had already placed his furious bid. "I bid 600,000 low-grade yuan stones. If you have the guts, keep bidding." At this, Qin Shou laughed heartily. "Huh, indeed, chubby boy, you are quite wealthy. I graciously concede. The elixirs are yours." Chapter 80. 6 million low-grade yuan stones. It was only then that Jin Yuan realized he had been outsmarted by Qin Shou, his ample frame trembling with indignation. "You dare to swindle me. This is a deliberate price hike." Qin Shou, reveling in his triumph, replied with a smirk, "The one being swindled is you. What can you do about it?" Haha. Ultimately, this set of elixirs was acquired by Jin Yuan for 600,000 low-grade yuan stones. A testament to his prodigal nature. Many in the audience wanted to laugh, but restrained themselves for fear of offending the general, which left them feeling quite uncomfortable. Qin Shou chuckled, "Brother Lin, I have rendered you a significant service. Lin Fei, barely stifling his amusement, nodded in agreement. Qin Shou was indeed cunning, causing that rotund boy to spend twice the amount. Yet considering the other party was the general's son, such extravagance was likely inconsequential. Lin Fei reflected on the swift profits from alchemy. These elixirs had fetched over 1 million low-grade yuan stones, while the required spiritual herbs had cost no more than 100,000 low-grade yuan stones. He contemplated producing more elixirs in the future to amass further yuan stones. As the auction continued, items were sold one after another, with the crowd fervently bidding. However, Lin Fei and his companion found nothing of interest, having merely come to enjoy the spectacle and see if anything they needed would appear. Soon, Lin Fei's 6th-tier elixirs were auctioned off, fetching 150,000 for 30 elixirs, and he nodded in satisfaction. Old Sinan certainly had his methods. His extravagant claims combined with the desirability of 6th-tier elixirs among the attendees resulted in such an impressive price. Next up for auction was a heavenly grade low-tier weapon, the Meteor Sword, starting at 1 million low-grade yuan stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 100,000. The price was beyond the reach of most attendees, resulting in only a handful participating in the bidding, ultimately culminating in a winning bid of 2,800,000 from an individual within a private booth. Lin Fei lamented, "There certainly are many wealthy individuals." Sinan expressed satisfaction with the atmosphere of the auction, gently stating, "We are nearing the end of the auction, and I believe the remaining items will not disappoint everyone." Next up for auction was a 7th-grade medicinal pill, the Essence Pill, which greatly aids the cultivation of martial emperors. The martial emperors present should seize this opportunity, for such 7th-grade pills are rare and sought after. The starting price was set at 800,000 low-grade spirit stones. Shortly thereafter, someone from a booth bid 1 million, with others quickly following suit and raising their offers. Ultimately, the pill was auctioned off for 1,600,000. Lin Fei felt a sense of anticipation regarding the potential price of his dragon pill, which could directly elevate the cultivation level of any martial emperor below 6 stars by 1 rank. It far surpassed the essence pill in value and should fetch a significantly higher price. At this moment, Sinan introduced the next item. Next, we have another 7th-grade pill, the dragon pill. Its effects need no elaboration. I believe everyone is well aware. The crowd erupted in excitement. The dragon pill was indeed a remarkable find, showcasing the formidable strength of the Commerce Guild. Several booths were unable to contain their eagerness, urging, "Brother Sinan, let us begin. I must acquire this pill." "Very well. I shall not prolong this." The starting price is set at 1,500,000 low-grade spirit stones. As soon as Sinan's words fell, bidding commenced immediately. 1,600,000 low-grade spirit stones. 1,800,000 low-grade spirit stones. At this point, Jin Yuan also placed a bid of 2 million low-grade spirit stones on behalf of his father. The martial emperors present were all eager to obtain this pill, which could directly enhance their rank. Who wouldn't be tempted? Bidding escalated to 2,200,000 low-grade spirit stones. A calm voice from beside Jin Yuan made a bid. Jin Yuan frowned, recognizing it was the second prince beside him, yet he remained unfazed, as his father had instructed him to bid. He boldly declared, 2,500,000 low-grade spirit stones, exuding an air of determination. At that moment, Qin Shou mocked him, "Oh, little fatty. Quite the audacity to bid 2,500,000. I shall bid 3 million low-grade spirit stones. Ha." Jin Yuan, filled with indignation, retorted, "I suspect you are engaging in malicious bidding. Do you truly possess such wealth? Little fatty, if you lack the funds, you need not participate. Do not question my financial means. I shall bid 4 million low-grade spirit stones, and we shall see if you can keep up." Without hesitation, Qin Shou declared, 5 million low-grade spirit stones. Do not back down, little fatty, or I shall lose all respect for you. Jin Yuan was fuming and about to respond when his father intervened. 5 million low-grade spirit stones was already an astronomical sum for him, and he could not bear to raise the bid any further. This foolish son was cluelessly pushing the price higher, truly useless. Disappointed, he shook his head, thinking, "Are you foolish? Having been tricked once, do you not learn? Let him face the consequences this time." Jin Yuan, awakening from his stupor, nodded, realizing his father's astuteness. He then smugly remarked, "Then I shall concede to you. I am eager to see if you truly have such wealth." Qin Shou gazed at Lin Fei with a look of utter dismay. Goodness, this little chubby fellow has become quite astute, managing not to fall for my tricks. Have I merely lifted a stone only to strike my own foot? Lin Fei resigned, replied, "Well, if no one bids, I might as well gift you this pill. You won't have to pay, save for a minimal commission fee." Qin Shou chuckled without shame. "Ah, Brother Lin, your generosity knows no bounds. To bestow a 7th-grade pill so casually. Lin Fei rolled his eyes. Truly, his audacity was unparalleled. The price of 5 million lower-grade yuan stones had deterred further bids, as it seemed to exceed the pill's intrinsic value. Sinan, somewhat perplexed, pondered the absurdity of Lin Fei's pill being purchased by a fellow practitioner. Why then, was it even on auction? Wasn't it merely redundant? Just as Sinan prepared to announce the end of bidding, a woman's voice resonated from the private box. 6 million lower-grade yuan stones. Qin Shou, who had been reveling in the expectation of acquiring a pill for free, found his daydream abruptly shattered by the unexpected voice. Annoyed, he contemplated raising his bid. But Lin Fei coolly interjected, "If you raise your bid again, you'll be covering the expense yourself. Don't come looking for me later." Qin Shou, caught in his own scheme, managed a sheepish smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "All right, I merely wished for Brother Lin to sell at a higher price, huh?" Lin Fei, intrigued, noted that the voice had emerged from the box where he had seen a woman in a conical hat enter. Who could she be, to possess such wealth? Ultimately, the Tunglong pill was sold for 6 million, a price that exceeded Lin Fei's wildest expectations, and he nodded in satisfaction. Higher auction prices were indeed preferable. After all, competition arises from demand, making such prices quite reasonable. Naturally, Qin Shou's antics played a part in this. Sinan proceeded with the auction. The next item was a mid-grade celestial martial technique, golden rainbow piercing the sun, starting at a price of 1 million lower-grade yuan stones. Lin Fei was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the auction to feature a mid-grade celestial martial technique, considering most of his own techniques were lower-grade celestial. Only the 9-star continuous strike was of upper-grade celestial caliber, highlighting the exceptional nature of the trading guild. Bids surged from the private boxes, as martial emperors recognized that acquiring this technique could elevate their prowess significantly. In no time, the bidding escalated to 3 million lower-grade yuan stones. This figure did not deter the participants' ambitions. They continued to raise their offers. 360,000 lower-grade yuan stones. 380,000 lower-grade yuan stones. Everyone was relentless, particularly the general, who urged Jin Yuan to keep bidding vigorously. In the end, the technique was secured for 530,000 lower-grade yuan stones, nearly depleting his entire fortune. Nevertheless, he was thoroughly satisfied with his acquisition, knowing that yuan stones could be earned over time. But the opportunity to obtain such a suitable technique might not present itself again. At this moment, Sinan solemnly produced an ancient mirror, rusty and worn. He then spoke with gravity. "This is the final item of today's auction, something quite unique, a relic, an ancient mirror, which was fortuitously obtained by an old friend of mine from the desolate ruins of the Wild God Temple. The purpose of this object remains a mystery. It is known that it is extraordinary, crafted from unique materials. It once withstood a strike from a heavenly grade weapon without sustaining any damage. Those intrigued may bid on this mirror, for it could potentially be a divine artifact, starting at a price of 2 million low-grade spirit stones." The crowd buzzed with chatter. Old Master C, bringing forth a seemingly useless broken mirror to deceive people, and even claiming it might be a divine artifact. How shameless. Sinan, with a smile, explained. "This is not so easily dismissed. Although its utility is uncertain, what is acquired within the Hall of the Wild Gods is undoubtedly more profound than it appears." With a chuckle, he encouraged, "Those interested may bid on this item. It could very well be something of value." The spectators murmured in disbelief. Such a dilapidated ancient mirror looks utterly useless. Truly, Old Master C knows how to spin tales. Lin Fei sighed, bemused by the old man's knack for persuasion. He had expected something far more remarkable. If the origins of this object were clear, it might not have been brought to auction at all. However, curiosity piqued. He turned to Qin Shou beside him and inquired, "Brother Qin, what exactly is the Wild Ruins?" "I confess my ignorance on the matter." Qin Shou looked at Lin Fei, bewildered that he was unaware of such a place, realizing that Lin Fei's claim of hailing from a small town was not an exaggeration. Patiently, he elucidated. "The Wild Ruins is one of the 3 great taboos of the divine martial realm, rumored to be the site where 2 martial gods perished 30,000 years ago. Located at the juncture of the northern wilds and eastern barbarians, it forms a perilous space where those below the martial sovereign level face near certain death. Even martial sovereigns can only explore it with caution, as many martial emperors have met their end within. And there are whispers of martial emperors of the highest caliber being lost there as well, though the truth remains uncertain." Lin Fei, taken aback, asked, "And what of the Hall of the Wild Gods?" Qin Shou continued his explanation. "It is said that the 2 martial gods hailed from the northern wilds and eastern barbarians. Their reasons for falling here are unknown. The Hall of the Wild Gods serves as the tomb of the northern wilds martial god. Yet it is likely that the old fellow only acquired this item from the periphery of the tomb, as those who venture into the inner sanctum are sure to perish." Lin Fei grasped the essence of the situation and remarked, "Even so, that ancient mirror should be quite remarkable." Qinshou scoffed, "What could possibly be so special? In the end, it's still just a piece of junk." Intrigued by Qinshou's insights, Lin Fei decided to employ his eye of insight to examine the weathered mirror on the podium. To his astonishment, the findings left him awestruck. Yin-Yang Rift Mirror, a top-tier divine weapon, currently sealed. Upon activation, it can unleash the dual energies of Yin and Yang as an attack, wielding tremendous power capable of shattering the void for miles when fully unleashed. Lin Fei's composure shattered as he internally screamed, "I must acquire this. Such a treasure cannot slip through my fingers." At that moment, the auction fell into an awkward silence, with no bids being placed, leaving Xin standing on stage in an uncomfortable predicament. If the final item failed to sell, it would be a significant embarrassment. Primarily because his old friend was oblivious to the ancient mirror's origins and purpose, he hoped to see if it could fetch a good price at auction. Far better than keeping it in his possession. However, he found it difficult to refuse the request of an old friend, which led to this awkward scene. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Fei spoke up to alleviate the discomfort. Suppressing his excitement, he calmly announced, "I will take it for 200,000 low-grade spirit stones." The crowd below chuckled, remarking, "Who is this fool to believe the old man's nonsense?" Lin Fei paid no heed to their comments, preferring to quietly amass his fortune. Alas, fortune did not favor him, as a voice from a nearby private room rang out, "I will offer 300,000 low-grade spirit stones." The elder immediately raised the bid by 100,000 low-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei was momentarily taken aback, pondering, "That fellow dares to compete with me. Could he have discerned the value of this ancient mirror? Surely not." Thus, Lin Fei arrogantly declared, "I have a penchant for such peculiar items. 400,000 low-grade spirit stones." Beside him, Qinshou hastily pulled Lin Fei aside, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Why would you buy this worthless item?" Lin Fei refrained from elaborating, as he could not disclose that this ancient mirror was a divine artifact. He understood well the dangers of possessing such a treasure. Despite having spent some time together and finding Qinshou quite agreeable, he could not guarantee that his friend would not be tempted by a supreme-grade divine weapon. With a faint smile, Lin Fei replied to Qinshou, "I have the means to be extravagant. 500,000 low-grade spirit stones." The elder across the way raised the bid by another 100,000. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Have these two gone mad? A mere broken mirror. And they are bidding in such increments. What reckless spending. Lin Fei furrowed his brow, puzzled by the identity of his competitor who insisted on snatching this treasure away from him. Meanwhile, on stage, Xin was equally bewildered. The elder in the private room was his old friend, and this ancient mirror was entrusted to him for auction. Now, the elder was bidding himself. Why auction it if he intended to buy it? Was he merely trying to inflate the price for a better deal? Although Xin speculated, he felt hesitant to confront his friend. At this juncture, Lin Fei hesitated before making another offer. After all, he possessed ample spirit stones and was determined to acquire the Yin-Yang Rift Mirror. 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. The elder in the private room began to waver. Did this young man understand the mirror's significance? Otherwise, why would he spend such a fortune on it? Initially, the elder had aimed to raise the mirror's price. But seeing Lin Fei bid without hesitation, he raised his offer once more. As the elder grappled with indecision, he ultimately resolved, "All right, 600,000 low-grade spirit stones is quite sufficient. After the auction, I shall follow this young man and inquire about his intent." Haha. In the end, Lin Fei successfully purchased the Yin-Yang Rift Mirror for 600,000 spirit stones, feeling a surge of excitement as he took possession of it. However, unbeknownst to him, a formidable martial emperor had already set his sights on him, the very seller of this mirror. Chapter 82. Under surveillance. Having acquired the Yin-Yang Rift Mirror, which appeared rusty and worn, no onlooker would believe this seemingly worthless mirror was a supreme-grade divine weapon. If Lin Fei had not possessed the Eye of Insight, he would never have realized its true nature, primarily because the Yin-Yang Rift Mirror was sealed, and he had no knowledge of how to lift the seal. In his predicament, Lin Fei had no choice but to consult the system. System, how can I break the seal on this mirror? The host's current strength is insufficient to dispel the seal. Only upon reaching the martial emperor realm can the killing blood body be employed to break the seal, the system responded. Lin Fei felt a sense of helplessness. The threshold for utilizing this mirror was excessively high, implying that he had to attain the martial emperor realm to wield it. Thus, he reluctantly placed the Yin-Yang Rift Mirror into the system space, intending to revisit it once he reached that level. The auction had now drawn to a close. Xin, standing on the stage, graciously expressed, "I extend my gratitude to all for your support. The auction has concluded. I hope you will continue to patronize our Zonghing Chamber of Commerce." Hosting such an auction was aimed at elevating the visibility of his business. The greater the assortment of fine goods, the higher the recognition, ensuring a steady influx of clientele in the future. As the attendees gradually departed, Jin Yuan turned to Qin Shou and declared, "You better watch out. I won't let you off easily." Qin Shou nonchalantly replied, "If you have the capability, bring it on. I'll take it all." At that moment, Lin Fei noticed the woman who had bid on the Tunglong pill hastily leaving. Using his insight, he discerned that she was actually a 3-star martial emperor. No wonder she was willing to spend such a hefty amount on the Tunglong pill. He also observed some individuals stealthily trailing behind her. Fortunately, given her status as a 3-star martial emperor, there were few who could pose a threat to her. And those following her appeared to be mere martial venerates. It was uncertain what their intentions were. Seen and then informed Lin Fei. After deducting the 6 million stones you spent and the commission, you still have 220,000 low-grade elemental stones remaining. Do you wish to purchase anything else? Lin Fei responded, "Convert all of it into spiritual herbs. I will accept any variety." Soon, the attendant brought forth a plethora of spiritual herbs, which Lin Fei transferred into his Shanghai ring. At that moment, Sinan produced a silver card and handed it to Lin Fei, saying, "This is our Zonghing Chamber of Commerce's VIP card. In the future, you will receive a 10% discount on all purchases, and the auction will only charge a half commission. This card is valid at all branches across the divine martial continent." Lin Fei graciously accepted it, knowing it would prove useful in due time. He and Qin Shou departed together, only to notice 2 individuals trailing them. It appeared they had attracted some unwanted attention. However, Lin Fei was unconcerned. It had been a while since he last engaged in combat, and a few more foes would provide a welcome opportunity for experience. Lin Fei then said to Qin Shou, "Brother Qin, I wish to venture into the wild ruins for some training. Would you care to join me?" Qin Shou hesitated, responding, "Brother Lin, generally, exploring is not an issue, but if we encounter significant danger, even our combined efforts may not guarantee our safe return. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Lin Fei replied calmly, "It is precisely through peril that one uncovers their potential. Only then can we advance along the path of martial arts." Although Lin Fei possessed a system that would allow him to gradually break through without rigorous training, he was not inclined to lead such a monotonous existence. Engaging in battles, slaying foes, and pursuing romantic escapades were the true pursuits of a man. "Very well. I shall accompany Brother Lin to the depths of the wilderness, as I am also eager to explore what treasures lie hidden within the ruins. With my exceptional talents, I am certain to encounter numerous fortuitous opportunities." Haha. Lin Fei, momentarily at a loss for words, found Qin Shou's self-adoration rather excessive. However, having such an eccentric companion would certainly alleviate the monotony of their journey. Furthermore, it was evident that Qin Shou possessed formidable strength, being a 10-star martial sovereign on the verge of breaking through to the martial emperor realm. Should he achieve that breakthrough, his power would ascend to an entirely new level. As the two traversed beyond the Imperial city, they were followed by a solitary figure, seemingly tasked with reporting on their whereabouts. Qin Shou remarked with a grin, "Brother Lin, how about you deal with this pesky tail? It's rather bothersome." The follower's expression shifted, and just as he attempted to retreat, Lin Fei struck him down with a precise finger technique, ending his life instantly. "Congratulations, host, for slaying a 6-star martial sovereign. You have gained 1.5 million experience points, 1.5 million gold coins, the Heavenly Thunder leg martial skill, and 1.500 medium-grade elemental stones." Qin Shou, intrigued, pondered Lin Fei's true realm, as he had effortlessly dispatched a 6-star martial sovereign. Unable to discern Lin Fei's exact cultivation level, he inquired, "Brother Lin, what realm are you currently in? You dispatched a 6-star martial sovereign with a single strike. It seems your strength surpasses mine considerably." Lin Fei, displaying rare humility, replied, "Brother Qin, you are far too modest. I am merely a 7-star martial sovereign, nowhere near your 10-star martial sovereign stature. Once you break through to the martial emperor realm, I will be even less your match." Lin Fei's words astonished Qin Shou. A 7-star martial sovereign wielding strength comparable to his own was indeed remarkable. After exchanging pleasantries, they ventured into a dense forest teeming with various magical beasts. Qin Shou, with a sense of initiative, swiftly caught several mountain chickens, fire rabbits, and even procured a few bear paws. "Come, Brother Lin, prepare some meat for our feast. I find myself quite hungry." Qin Shou was unabashedly eager for Lin Fei to showcase his culinary skills. Lin Fei smiled and said little, as he too was keen to indulge in a meal. Before long, Lin Fei had roasted the meat to perfection and retrieved some wine from his spatial ring. He relished the succulent meat and savored the wine, reveling in the carefree atmosphere. Unfortunately, this tranquil moment was soon disrupted by the arrival of 2 middle-aged men who approached the duo with ill intent. Recognizing the threat, Lin Fei and Qin Shou rose to confront them. The leading man, composed and assertive, introduced himself. I am Jin Lin, father of Jin Yuan. You dare to harm my son and expect to leave unscathed? Qin Shou replied gravely. That will depend on whether you possess the ability to detain us. Sensing that both opponents were martial emperors, he concluded that if it were only one, they might have a chance, but with two, they were likely destined for a fierce battle. At that moment, Lin Fei assessed the foes before him. Jin Lin, a 2-star martial emperor, wielding the golden sword technique, heavenly grade, low tier, and Jin Yun, a 1-star martial emperor, equally proficient in the golden sword technique. Jin Lin then remarked, I am aware that you two are not ordinary, which is why I brought my brother along to ensure absolute certainty. The lad beside you is quite affluent. I have taken a fancy to that ancient mirror you captured in your photograph. Surrender it to me, and I may spare your lives. Qin Shou scoffed, remarking, a distinguished general of the Northern Song dynasty, and yet you resort to murder and theft. You claim to seek vengeance for your son. But is such a flimsy excuse not beneath your dignity? Chapter 83. 8-star martial sovereign Jin Lin, maintaining an impassive countenance, replied, young man, do you not grasp the principle of the survival of the fittest? Mark my words, both of you shall not escape death today. Qin Shou turned to Lin Fei, inquiring, what do you propose, brother Lin? Lin Fei chuckled, even with your brother's assistance, you cannot ensure your safety. There is a distinct possibility that both of you may perish here. Brother Qin, I shall handle Jin Lin, you take care of his brother. Let us see who can vanquish their foe first. Qin Shou was somewhat taken aback. He was aware that Jin Lin was a 2-star martial emperor and a general of the Northern Song, battle-hardened. Even an ordinary 2-star martial emperor would find him a formidable adversary. He felt no certainty in facing him alone. Lin Fei's confidence was astonishing. It seemed he had several hidden cards up his sleeve. Nearby, Jinan, overhearing Lin Fei's words, scoffed, these two brash youngsters speak with such audacity. I refuse to believe you can turn the tide. Without further ado, Qin Shou transformed into a blur, charging directly at Jinan, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Jin An's expression shifted. It appeared this young man was indeed formidable. He soared into the air, evading Qin Shou's assault. Qin Shou followed suit, engaging him in aerial combat. On the ground remained only Lin Fei and Jin Lin. Jin Lin exuded his aura, declaring, I am a 2-star martial emperor. I am curious what gives you the audacity to challenge me. Lin Fei wasted no words. He unleashed his divine power, instantly augmenting his strength 20-fold. His own aura radiating forth. He matched Jin Lin's imposing presence, perhaps even surpassing it. Jin Lin's countenance finally showed signs of concern. What secret technique is this? Your realm appears to be merely that of a martial sovereign, yet you can amplify your strength so dramatically. How is this possible? Lin Fei soared upward, asserting, nothing is impossible. One young finger. A surge of true essence shot forth, prompting Jin Lin to draw his sword in defense. Though he managed to ward off Lin Fei's strike, he was forced to retreat a step, astonished by Lin Fei's formidable prowess. Jin Lin executed the Xian Guang sword technique, launching a direct assault on Lin Fei, who countered with his blood-drink demon blade. After hundreds of exchanges, the trees and ground beneath them trembled and shattered, with Lin Fei gaining a slight advantage. Jin Lin, seasoned from countless battles, wielded his formidable techniques with ruthless precision, far beyond what an ordinary 2-star martial emperor could achieve. However, Lin Fei had also endured his share of battles, his combat experience rivaling Jin Lin's, and with his berserk state, he managed to maintain a slender upper hand. Jin Lin was secretly astounded. Who is this young man, that his strength is so formidable? With a powerful roar, Jin Lin unleashed the Xian Guang strike. A razor-sharp beam of sword light hurtling towards Lin Fei. Sensing the formidable might of the sword light, Lin Fei opted not to withstand it head-on, instead deftly sidestepping the attack. The sword light fell short, soaring towards a distant small peak, followed by a resounding roar as the tip of the peak was sheared off by the blade's brilliance. Lin Fei could not help but feel a twinge of alarm. This adversary possessed considerable prowess. He unleashed several strands of true essence from his fingertips towards Jin Lin, employing the formidable technique of the one-yang finger. Jin Lin managed to parry each strike with his sword, yet he was still forced to retreat repeatedly under the pressure. In the distance, Qin Shou and Jinan, engaged in their own battle, were equally astonished to witness Lin Fei gaining the upper hand against the 2-star martial emperor. However, at that moment, Jinan, distracted, fell victim to a sudden ambush from Qin Shou, sustaining a minor injury. Previously evenly matched, Jinan now found himself gradually being overpowered by Qin Shou due to this setback. Although a definitive victor had yet to emerge, it was evident that Jinan was on the path to defeat. In his heart, Jinan silently prayed for his elder brother to swiftly deal with Lin Fei and come to his aid. Otherwise, he feared he might truly fall victim to this young man before him. Observing his brother's precarious situation, Lin also felt the urgency to conclude his battle quickly. Child, let us see how you evade this. 9 Extreme Golden Sword. Lin's sword radiated a brilliant golden light, its blade extending 10 zhang in length. While he conjured 8 identical golden swords with his true essence. With 9 resplendent golden swords, Lin launched himself directly at Lin Fei, who did not dare to underestimate the attack. He concentrated his essence, forming a protective shield around himself. The blood-drink demon blade cleaved through the air, and the Azura Overlord blade slashed forth, generating a colossal black blade aura that surged towards Lin's 9 golden swords. The two forces collided violently, sending both combatants reeling. Blood trickled from the corner of Lin's mouth, and his attire was tattered by the explosive shockwave, while Lin Fei, though somewhat disheveled, remained largely unscathed. Even Qin Shou and his opponent felt the repercussions of the clash, struggling to manage the tumultuous aftermath of the battle. At that moment, Lin, sensing his disadvantage, contemplated retreating to avoid further entanglement with these formidable foes. He called out, "Second brother, the situation is dire. We must withdraw." Lin Fei laughed heartily. "You think you can just come and go as you please? It won't be so simple. You shall leave your life here today." Lin retorted. "While I may not be your match, do not presume it will be easy to take my life. If we fight to the death, you shall not emerge unscathed either." Unfazed, Lin Fei replied, "Brother Qin, unleash your full strength and do not let that fellow escape. I am eager to see if we can eliminate these two today." Qin Shou nodded in agreement. "Rest assured, Brother Lin, he will not escape." At that moment, Lin Fei had exhausted all his true essence, manifesting an imposing 10 tall silhouette of a fierce bull, complete with 2 prominent horns. The bull charged forth, accompanied by Lin Fei, towards Lin. Seeing this, Lin hastily conjured numerous golden darts of true essence to launch at Lin Fei, but the golden blades had no effect upon the bull's illusion, failing to inflict any harm on Lin Fei whatsoever. Panic began to set in for Lin as he resorted to igniting all the true essence within him, forming a golden shield around his body while positioning his sword defensively before him. In an instant, the fierce bull phantom charged forth, sending the sword in his hand flying away. The golden light shield enveloping him shattered almost immediately. Lin was impaled through the body by the bull's horn and perished on the spot. Congratulations to the host for slaying the 2-star martial emperor, earning 9 million experience points, 3 million gold coins, and 2,000 high-quality essence stones. Acquired the martial art Xian Guang sword technique, heavenly grade lower tier, and Jinhongguo Ri, heavenly grade middle tier. Congratulations to the host for reaching the 8-star martial sovereign. The exhausted true essence within him was instantly restored to its original state. Lin Fei felt secretly delighted. This fellow has truly delivered benefits to me. The martial arts techniques I had just purchased at the auction have now come into my possession, and I have even advanced to the 8-star martial sovereign. Haha. Chapter 84. The Old Man of Een Mountain. At this moment, Lin Fei removed Lin's spatial ring, discovering it contained numerous martial arts techniques and weapons. This caught Lin Fei's attention. Although most of the items were of low rank, their abundance made for a considerable gain. Unfortunately, there were hardly any spiritual herbs within, leaving Lin Fei somewhat disappointed, and the essence stones were pitifully scarce, likely depleted at the auction. Lin Fei transferred everything into his system space. Meanwhile, Jinan, who was battling Qin Shou, was struck by panic upon witnessing his brother's death at Lin Fei's hands. He struggled to escape Qin Shou's grasp, fleeing desperately for his life. Lin Fei chuckled and unleashed the One Yang finger with all his might. Having just restored his true essence, he was unconcerned about its consumption. A thick, solid beam of red true essence shot forth towards the fleeing Jinan. Jinan glanced back, his heart filled with dread, igniting all his true essence to hasten his escape. Unfortunately, he did not get far before a gaping wound the size of a bull pierced through his back, causing him to fall helplessly from the sky. This individual's strength paled in comparison to Lin's, and coupled with his panicked flight, Lin Fei easily dispatched him. Congratulations to the host for slaying the 1-star martial emperor, earning 9 million experience points, 3 million gold coins, and 2,000 high-quality essence stones. Acquired the weapon Fei Yu sword, earth grade upper tier. Lin Fei waved his hand to retrieve the ring, checking its contents, only to find that his system space was even inferior to Lin's. However, it did contain 800,000 low-grade essence stones and 20,000 medium-grade essence stones, which pleasantly surprised Lin Fei. Satisfied, he tossed them into his system space. At this moment, Qin Shou flew over, exclaiming excitedly, "Wow, Brother Lin. I didn't expect you to be so deep-hidden, slaying 2 martial emperors as a 7-star martial sovereign." Lin Fei smiled and replied, "It was not so easy. I had to use all my trump cards just to barely secure the victory. You, however, can genuinely defeat a 1-star martial emperor. You are no less than I. Having trump cards is also a form of strength. Brother Lin, your power is formidable. I am truly in awe. I hope you will look after me in the wild ruins." Lin Fei chuckled lightly. "All right, let us not indulge in mutual flattery. With matters resolved, let us continue on our journey." Just as Lin Fei relaxed, a sudden sense of life and death crisis surged within him. He sidestepped just in time, yet still felt a claw pierce through his shoulder, sending him flying away. 5 gory puncture wounds marred Lin Fei's shoulder, and a powerful surge of true essence coursed through his body, leaving him gravely injured and spitting blood multiple times. Had Lin Fei not reacted swiftly, the assault would have pierced his heart. With a pale complexion, he propped himself up on one hand, while Qin Shou, quick to respond, rushed to Lin Fei's side, cautiously observing the formidable figure of the elderly man in black before them. The elder exuded an aura of strength that Qin Shou could not fathom, and he feared another strike from this brooding figure, whose sinister demeanor suggested he was no benevolent soul. The elder clucked his tongue, remarking, "Impressive skills, young man. You managed to evade my lethal ambush. It's no wonder you have slain 2 martial emperors." Lin Fei felt a surge of gratitude towards Qin Shou for standing guard before him at such a perilous moment instead of fleeing, indicating a commendable sense of loyalty. As for the elder, Lin Fei recognized him as the very same individual who had bid against him for the Yinyang Void Mirror. Lin Fei activated his insightful eye to glean information about the elderly man. Elder Yinshan, 5-star martial emperor, practitioner of the Yinming technique, a low-grade heavenly skill. No wonder this old fiend was so treacherous. From his title to his technique, he was clearly a master of deceit. In a weakened voice, Lin Fei addressed the elder. "As a 5-star martial emperor, is it not beneath your dignity to ambush a mere junior like myself? Are you not afraid of being ridiculed?" Elder Yinshan was taken aback that Lin Fei could discern his level of cultivation. This youth was indeed remarkable. "Young man, I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. I care not for the opinions of others, as long as I achieve my goals. You surely understand the significance of the ancient mirror you auctioned, otherwise, you would not have spent such a fortune on it." Lin Fei, puzzled, inquired, "You don't mean to say that wretched mirror was the one you auctioned, do you?" Elder Yinshan chuckled smugly. "Indeed, it was I who put it up for auction. Given your willingness to pay such a hefty sum, you must know its purpose. If you divulge this information, I can spare both your lives." Staggering to his feet, Lin Fei pushed Qin Shou aside and weakly declared, "I'll tell you. But you must keep your word." Elder Yinshan silently watched Lin Fei, awaiting his response. Suddenly, Lin Fei brandished his blood-drink demon blade and bellowed fiercely. 9-star strikes. He unleashed the 9 stars technique, executing the Shura Overlord Slash. A 10-meter-long arc of black blade energy, nearly tangible, surged towards Elder Yinshan. Lin Fei had condensed the Shura Overlord Slash to its utmost limit, resulting in a diminished size, yet an amplified potency, coupled with the 9 stars enhancement. Its might was undeniable. Elder Yinshan was taken aback by Lin Fei's abrupt counterattack. He hastily retreated, channeling his true essence for defense. However, he could not fully respond in time. Although he managed to withstand Lin Fei's strike, he still sustained injuries from the blade energy. Qin Shou stood in astonishment, witnessing Lin Fei's unexpected prowess, which had even wounded a 5-star martial emperor, a testament to Lin Fei's ferocity. Elder Yinshan's face twisted in rage as he gingerly touched the wound on his chest, a lingering sense of dread overwhelming him. He had narrowly avoided falling into this young man's trap. To falter so would indeed be a grave embarrassment. The esteemed elder of Yinshan, who habitually resorts to unscrupulous tactics to vanquish his foes, nearly fell victim to Lin Fei's cunning today. "You audacious boy, how dare you deceive me? You seek death." At this moment, Lin Fei's true essence was nearly depleted, compounded by his prior injuries, leaving him unsteady on his feet. Sensing the urgency, Qin Shou hurried to support him. A pained expression etched on his face. "Brother Lin, it seems we are doomed. We might as well become brothers in misfortune on the road to the underworld," he lamented. The elder of Yinshan assumed this was Lin Fei's final ploy, and he approached with a mocking demeanor, taunting, "Boy, do you have any tricks left? A 5-star martial emperor is not to be trifled with." Yet Lin Fei maintained his composure, retorting, "Old Yin, how can you be certain I lack further stratagems? Care for a demonstration?" This audacious declaration caused the elder to halt, contemplating cautiously before responding with a sardonic grin, "You are but a spent force now, attempting to intimidate me. I am not easily frightened. The elder dismissed the notion that Lin Fei possessed any remaining means to contend with him, considering that he had already severely wounded Lin Fei with a surprise attack and that Lin Fei had unleashed a formidable martial technique. If Lin Fei had any other resources at his disposal, it would defy all reason. Chapter 85. Ascending another star. Qin Shou, too, doubted Lin Fei's capabilities but stood resolutely before him, prepared to confront the elder. Lin Fei gestured for him to be at ease, weakly assuring him, "Do not worry. I shall handle this swiftly." Qin Shou, taken aback, touched Lin Fei's forehead and remarked, "Are you gravely ill? You appear so feeble, yet still wish to act brave." He added, "Rest assured, I will not abandon you. Even if faced with a 5-star martial emperor, I will take a bite out of him." The elder erupted into laughter. "You two brats, your bravado is remarkable. I am eager to witness the means by which you intend to thwart me." As the elder and his companion advanced, they anticipated witnessing the fear in Lin Fei and Qin Shou's eyes as they approached their demise. However, neither displayed any signs of trepidation. Indeed, a hint of mockery graced Lin Fei's countenance. This infuriated the elder, who realized that his status as a 5-star martial emperor meant nothing to the duo. In a fit of anger, Qin Shou shouted, "Damn it, I will fight to the end. Even if I perish, I will ensure you do not escape unscathed." But Lin Fei held him firmly in place. With a single hand, he wielded his blade and feebly declared, "Heaven-slaying strike." There was no eruption of overwhelming power, nor even a ripple of true essence. Only Lin Fei's 4 words left Qin Shou in utter bewilderment. "What is Lin Fei doing?" The elder burst into laughter, mocking, "Huh? Is this your trump card? Have I rendered you senseless?" Yet, in the next heartbeat, his laughter ceased abruptly, and a look of profound terror overtook his face as he collapsed to the ground. Lin Fei's divine prowess had reached its limit, and he fell weakly to the earth. He had initially believed that his surprise attack would either severely injure or eliminate the elder, yet he was astonished by the formidable strength of the 5-star martial emperor. Even his most unexpected, full-force strike had merely inflicted a slight injury, compelling him to resort to the heaven-slaying strike. After all, the heavenly strike is a crucial card for survival. It is best to preserve it whenever possible and avoid using it unless absolutely necessary. Beside him, Qin Shou gaped in astonishment, feeling the life force of the old man of Yinshan suddenly vanish, with no visible wounds to account for it. This left Qin Shou staring at Lin Fei in disbelief. "By the heavens, Brother Lin, what sorcery is this? It's utterly extraordinary." Lin Fei, seated on the ground, managed a weak smile. "It's a secret." Not wishing to press further, Qin Shou refrained from asking more, understanding that everyone has their own secrets. Probing too deeply might provoke Lin Fei's aversion. Soon, a notification echoed in Lin Fei's mind. "Congratulations, host, for defeating a 5-star martial emperor. You have gained 15 million experience points, 5 million gold coins, and 10,000 high-grade elemental stones. You have obtained the Weapon Demon Scythe, heavenly grade, mid-tier, and 1 upgrade voucher. Congratulations. Host, your Blood Drink Demon Blade has been upgraded to heavenly grade, high tier." However, Lin Fei felt a twinge of frustration for defeating a 5-star martial emperor. The reward of 5 million experience points, even with the triple experience bonus from his divine ability, amounted to only 15 million experience points. Now, to upgrade from 8-star Martial Venerable, he requires a staggering 80 million experience points. Would he ever be able to progress? It seemed that upon reaching the Martial Emperor realm, experience would be calculated in hundreds of millions, making future upgrades exceedingly challenging. Enough of this. There's a way through every mountain. Worrying accomplishes nothing. He had anticipated that this old fellow possessed a heavenly grade, mid-tier weapon, which he had not even had the chance to utilize before it was claimed by Lin Fei. What delighted him most was the unexpected upgrade voucher, alleviating his concerns about his injuries. System, use the upgrade voucher. Congratulations, host, for reaching 9-star Martial Venerable. In an instant, Lin Fei's injuries and depleted true essence were restored, and he stood up to stretch. He casually retrieved the old man's spatial ring and examined its contents, causing a broad smile to spread across his face. The old rascal's wealth was astonishing, approximately 8 million low-grade elemental stones, along with a considerable amount of mid- and high-grade elemental stones. There were also 2 low-grade heavenly weapons, 1 low-grade heavenly martial technique, and 10 high-grade earth martial arts and techniques. However, there was a scarcity of spiritual herbs. The reason for this remained a mystery. Lin Fei mused to himself. This old trickster must have been quite the schemer in life, a 5-star martial emperor resorting to ambushing a junior. Truly a despicable act. He joyfully transferred all the items into his system space, nodding in satisfaction. Meanwhile, Qin Shou, astounded, watched as Lin Fei, who had just moments ago been gravely injured and unable to rise, now sprang to life with vitality. Qin Shou found himself increasingly perplexed by Lin Fei, realizing that this individual harbored far too many secrets. He felt fortunate not to have an enemy like Lin Fei, otherwise, survival would be uncertain. The two rested in place for a while, and during this time, Lin Fei took the opportunity to review his attributes. Host, Lin Fei level, 9-star martial sovereign experience, 90. 000 cultivation technique, killing god technique, divine grade. Currently has condensed the blood body of slaughter, next stage, awakening of slaughter, weapon, blood drink demon blade, heavenly grade. Upgradable, martial arts, ethereal wave step, heavenly grade, lower tier, lion's roar, earth grade, upper tier, 3 parts return to origin shi, earth grade. Upper tier, rampaging bull charge, heavenly grade, middle tier, 1 yang finger, heavenly grade, lower tier, 8 desolations, and 6 harmonies palm, earth grade. Upper tier, Azura domineering blade slash, heavenly grade, lower tier, 9-star continuous strike, heavenly grade, upper tier, heaven slaying strike, special martial technique. Can instantly kill an enemy within 1 major realm, 50 chance to slay those within 2 major realms, cooldown of 15 days, secondary profession, level 7 alchemist, proficiency, 500. 00010, 000 divine ability. Berserk, increases strength by 20 times for 1 hour, triple experience gained from defeating enemies. Cooldown of 1 day. Indestructible golden body, can withstand attacks from martial artists within 2 major realms for 1 hour. Gold coins. 130 million. Lin Fei has amassed over 200 million gold coins. A record for him, yet he remains uncertain about what to purchase. He retrieves all useless items from the system space, keeping only the elemental stones and several divine grade cultivation techniques and martial arts weapons. He acquires an additional 80 million gold coins, totaling 210 million coins. Lin Fei enters the system mall and purchases the martial art, Heavenly Demon 9 Steps, heavenly grade, upper tier. This technique serves both as an offensive and mobility skill, each step exponentially increasing in power, descending from the air with unparalleled pressure on his foes. Additionally, it can be utilized as a movement technique, accelerating to the utmost speed and conjuring 9 illusory figures to confuse enemies. However, this martial art comes at a significant cost, draining him of a staggering 200 million coins. Lin Fei instantly regrets his decision, vowing never to enter the system mall again unless absolutely necessary, deeming it too extortionate. Chapter 86. Qin Shou breaks through to Martial Emperor with only 10 million coins remaining. Lin Fei feels a sense of helplessness and exits the system mall, lamenting the exorbitant expenses. At that moment, he senses a surge of power emanating from Qin Shou, indicating an impending breakthrough. Lin Fei swiftly approaches to protect him. Others cannot break through as effortlessly as he does. For most, a breakthrough requires a secluded location to avoid disturbances, as interruptions can easily lead to deviation. However, with the system at his disposal, Lin Fei is spared such concerns, as he automatically levels up once his experience is full. It appears that Qin Shou has gained insights from the battle today, leading him to choose this moment for his breakthrough. Though they are in a remote area, Lin Fei's protective presence ensures that no ordinary person can disturb him, allowing Qin Shou to focus on his breakthrough without worry. After nearly half the night has passed, Qin Shou trembles, emanating a powerful aura. Lin Fei realizes that Qin Shou has successfully advanced to the 1-star Martial Emperor. Although he has just reached this new rank, the aura surrounding him, cultivated from his divine grade middle tier technique, rivals that of Jin Lin, whom Lin Fei had previously defeated. This exemplifies the advantage of martial arts techniques. Without resorting to his hidden cards, Lin Fei, the 7-star martial sovereign, is already able to contend with an ordinary 1-star martial emperor. Although he cannot guarantee a kill, at the very least, he will not face defeat. Qin Shou, though slightly less capable, is not far behind and can be considered a prodigy, incomparable to the average person. Qin Shou rose in excitement, exclaiming, "Finally, I have broken through to the Martial Emperor level. If I had remained within the sect, it would have taken me much longer to achieve this breakthrough." Choosing to venture out for practical experience was indeed the right decision. The next day, the two continued their journey toward the wild ruins, and after 2 days, they arrived at the foot of a towering peak. The summit reached into the clouds, surrounded by lush greenery, with a delicate veil of mist enveloping the mountainside. Lin Fei could not help but marvel. The environment here is exceptional, and it is indeed vast, a splendid place. Qin Shou smiled and replied, "Of course, this is Taiyun Mountain, home to the Taiyun sect, one of the 6 major sects of the northern wilderness." Lin Fei felt reassured. It was no surprise that such a fine location remained unclaimed. As they entered Taiyun Mountain, it wasn't long before they heard the sounds of battle from a distance. The aftermath of the conflict was palpable even from afar, piquing Lin Fei's curiosity. It seemed there was a dispute occurring right at the sect's doorstep, likely involving a confrontation of martial emperors. What could be happening? Qin Shou, ever one to seek excitement, quickly urged Lin Fei to follow him. Concealing their presence, they approached the scene not far away, where they observed 3 individuals engaged in combat mid-air. 2 young men were besieging a woman in her 20s. One of the young men appeared cultured, while the other exuded a more reckless demeanor. The woman displayed a hint of heroism in her countenance. The surrounding trees had been utterly ravaged by their conflict, leaving a scene of devastation. This woman was the one who had successfully bid for the Tunglong pill at the auction. Upon closer inspection, Lin Fei noted that both young men were 3-star martial emperors, and the woman was also of the same rank, all practicing top-tier celestial techniques. It appeared that the woman had yet to consume the Tunglong pill, as she was being overwhelmed and had sustained considerable injuries, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she showed no signs of fear, instead retorting, "Is this the despicable nature of the Jinyang sect? 2 core disciples ganging up on a lone, weaker woman." The more reckless young man, with an air of arrogance, declared, "Xiao Kanjun, hand over the Tunglong pill obediently, and my brother Gongsun and I shall cease our pursuit." Xiao Tsungyun's expression darkened as she retorted, "Dream on, Li Mushin and Gongsun He. If you desire the Tunglong pill, you will have to demonstrate your capabilities." "Very well. Then let us witness the prowess of the core disciples of the Xiaoxiang sect." Although the woman possessed formidable strength, equally matched with either of her opponents in one-on-one combat, against their combined efforts, she was left struggling defensively. However, surrendering the Tunglong pill would not be so simple. The pill had the potential to elevate her strength by 1 star, and she could not simply relinquish it. She intended to reserve the Tunglong pill until she reached 5-star martial emperor, at which point she could make a significant leap to 6-star martial emperor, greatly enhancing her power. As the battle continued, she retreated towards Taiyun Mountain, hoping to seek assistance from a senior within the Taiyun sect, planning to enter the sect for refuge. The 2 individuals found themselves at an impasse, yet they discerned her intentions and resolutely positioned themselves to block her. With no immediate means of escape, she could only hope that someone within the Taiyun sect might hear the commotion and come to her aid. In the distance, Lin Fei was taken aback to learn that the woman was affiliated with the Xiaoxiang sect, which brought to mind his fond memories of Xiao Ruoxiwe and Qinling. It had been quite some time since they last met, and he wondered about their well-being within the Xiaoxiang sect. Seizing the opportunity to encounter someone from the sect, Lin Fei resolved to assist the woman before him. Lin Fei inquired of Qin Shou, "Pray tell, what is the origin of the Jinyang sect? I seem to be unfamiliar with it." Qin Shou replied, "The Jinyang sect is one of the 4 major sects within the Eastern Barbarian realm. It is not surprising that you are unaware of it. I have encountered those 2 before. The refined young man is named Gongsun He. Despite his genteel appearance, he is, in truth, a consummate hypocrite. The other is Li Mushin. Both are formidable figures, each a 3rd-tier martial emperor." With a smile, Lin Fei remarked, "Let us ascend and offer our assistance to the lady. It is simply intolerable to witness 2 grown men bullying a solitary woman." Qin Shou nodded in agreement, saying, "Very well, let me play the gallant hero. Who knows, perhaps she will take a liking to me." Lin Fei jested, "But they are both 3rd-tier martial emperors. Are you certain you can hold your own against them?" Qin Shou retorted defiantly, "They may have been born a few years earlier than I, but what of it? Besides, I have now broken through to the martial emperor realm. Even if I cannot defeat them, I can certainly hold my own. Moreover, I have you by my side. Brother Lin, if you can vanquish 5-star martial emperors, what have we to fear from mere 3rd-tier ones?" Lin Fei shrugged, "Do not place your hopes on me. That particular technique comes at a great cost, and I cannot utilize it in quick succession." He could hardly divulge to Qin Shou that his heavenly strike had a cooldown period. He doubted Qin Shou would comprehend. Qin Shou, momentarily astonished, then laughed, "No matter. Even relying solely on our own strength, the 3 of us, including the young lady, can surely handle 2 of them, haha." No longer concealing his aura, Qin Shou boldly stepped forward, prompting the 3 combatants to take notice and swiftly retreat to their respective corners. Li Mushin bellowed, "Who goes there? Show yourself." Qin Shou swaggered into view, taunting, "It is I, Qin Shou. Do you not feel any shame, Li Mushin and Gongsun He, for 2 grown men to bully a frail woman?" Li Mushin responded with equal mockery, "I was wondering who it could be. It turns out to be the arrogant Qin Shou from Qingxiu. Do you wish to meddle in our affairs?" Chapter 87. Confrontation with Gongsun He. Qiu Songyun regarded the 2 men before her with some confusion, as she did not know them and could not fathom why Lin Fei and his companion would come to her assistance. Qin Shou looked at the duo with disdain. "I cannot abide by you 2 scoundrels. I shall intervene in your affairs today." Gongsun He, maintaining his genteel demeanor, remarked, "Ah, It appears that Brother Qin Shou has broken through to the martial emperor realm. No wonder your tone is so brash. Brashness is simply my nature, Gongsun He. What can you do about it? Gongsun He replied, still elegantly. Even if Brother Qin Shou has attained the martial emperor realm, you are not our equal. I would advise you to refrain from meddling, lest you find yourself trapped here indefinitely. Bah, Gongsun He, you hypocrite. If you have the courage, come forth. I am not alone. Today the three of us, along with this lovely lady, shall surely overpower you too. Initially dismissive of Lin Fei, Gongsun He turned his attention to him upon hearing Qin Shou's words. Although unable to discern Lin Fei's true realm, he found nothing remarkable about him. Gongsun He regarded Qin Shou with skepticism, seemingly underestimating Lin Fei. Brother Lin, it appears someone looks down upon you. I shall leave this person to you while I assist the injured lady, Qin Shou remarked with a smirk. Lin Fei nodded in acknowledgement, but said nothing. In a flash, Qin Shou was at the woman's side. Xiao Tsungyun expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you both for your assistance, but can your friend handle himself? Though I am injured, I can manage one of them. Perhaps you two should deal with Gongsun He. Qin Shou waved his hand reassuringly. Fear not, fair lady, my brother is a formidable force. There is no need for concern. It was understandable for Xiao Kanjun to harbor doubts. To the untrained eye, Lin Fei appeared unremarkable. Yet, reassured by Qin Shou's confidence, she refrained from further commentary. Already wounded, she believed Qin Shou capable of handling the present threat posed by Li Mushin. At that moment, Lin Fei ascended to the fray. The fluctuations of his true essence indicated he had yet to reach the martial emperor realm. Li Mushin laughed mockingly. Haha, Qin Shou, have you lost your mind? Thinking a mere novice can contend with Brother Gongsun? As Qiao Kanjun opened her mouth to respond, Qin Shou interrupted. No matter, let us relish the spectacle. We shall deal with Li Mushin. With that, they charged toward Li Mushin, who was no slouch, being a core disciple of the Jinyang sect. Though Qin Shou had significantly improved after attaining martial emperor rank, and they held a slight advantage, Xiao Tsungyun's injury hampered her full combat potential. Otherwise, Li Mushin would have faced swift defeat. Despite being a one-star martial emperor, Qin Shou's strength was formidable, compelling Li Mushin to tread carefully. Meanwhile, Gongsun He radiated an imposing aura, gazing at Lin Fei with a smirk. I'm curious to see what a martial sovereign like you possesses in terms of audacity to challenge me. Lin Fei retorted, you shall find out soon enough. He unleashed his fury, augmenting his strength 20-fold, unleashing a formidable aura that rivaled Gongsun He's. This sudden surge astonished both Li Mushin and Xiao Tsungyun, as Lin Fei's power had drastically escalated, rendering him their equal, leaving them baffled as to how he achieved it. Gongsun He's expression grew serious. He had anticipated Lin Fei's sudden enhancement in strength and dared not underestimate him. The two engaged in fierce combat, their true essences clashing. With Lin Fei holding his ground resolutely, he mused inwardly, the core disciples of the sect are indeed exceptional. Had he been an ordinary 3-star martial emperor, I would have surely overwhelmed him already. Armed with the blood-drink demon blade, Lin Fei faced Gongsun He, who wielded a folding fan. Although Gongsun He's weapon was merely of mid-tier heavenly quality, his innate prowess allowed him to match Lin Fei blow for blow. In the blink of an eye, half the time had slipped away, and Lin Fei could no longer afford to delay. He had to extricate himself, for if the frenzied passage of time continued, he would no longer stand a chance against his adversary. Gongsun He, increasingly alarmed as the battle raged on, discerned that Lin Fei had temporarily augmented his strength through secret techniques. Yet, the fact that Lin Fei could engage him for such an extended period without losing ground spoke volumes of his extraordinary prowess. As Lin Fei made his escape, Gongsun He dared not lower his guard. With a thunderous shout, Lin Fei unleashed his technique. 3 parts return to origin, 9-star strike. The convergence of the 9-star strike with the 3 parts return to origin generated a formidable force. Before Lin Fei, energy orbs began to coalesce and were hurled toward him. The initial orbs were easily deflected by Gongsun He's folding fan, yet the subsequent orbs grew increasingly powerful. Straining his defenses, bang, bang, Lin Fei condensed 9 units of 3 parts returned to origin into a colossal energy sphere, radiating terrifying waves of energy. This final, immense orb instilled a sense of threat in Gongsun He, compelling him to resort to his martial arts. Feather strike. The fan in Gongsun He's hand, imbued with potent true essence, flew forth, and soon the two techniques clashed violently. Lin Fei's 3 parts returned to origin was shattered, and Gongsun He's fan was sent hurtling back. Upon retrieving it, he was taken aback by the force of the impact. Lin Fei, too, was tousled by the residual shockwave, hastily arranging his hair to maintain his composure. This adversary was indeed formidable. His combat prowess far surpassed that of an ordinary 3-star martial sovereign. Meanwhile, Li Mushin was not as fortunate, as he found himself besieged by two opponents, already bearing numerous injuries. Filled with both fear and rage, he cursed Qin Shou for his treachery, constantly targeting his vital points. On one occasion, he had nearly lost his life. Even Xiao Tsongyun, nearby, felt her cheeks flush at Qin Shou's utter disregard for martial ethics. This constant vigilance against Qin Shou left Li Mushin severely wounded, gradually diminishing his ability to retaliate, forcing him into a desperate defensive stance. Gong Sun He, noticing his plight, regrettably could not assist. Lin Fei's strength was no less than his own, leaving him unable to lend aid. With a fierce determination, Lin Fei raised the blood-drink demon blade and cleaved downward toward Gong Sun He. The Azura Dominance blade manifested as a black blade aura stretching several dozen meters. After numerous attempts, Lin Fei understood that the more compact he could condense the blade aura, the greater its power. In situations involving numerous foes of lesser strength, a wider, several hundred-meter blade was often more effective. Gong Sun He similarly employed his martial technique to counter Lin Fei's strike. Aside from the Elder Yin Shan, Lin Fei had never before faced someone of such formidable strength. Although the Elder was a 5-star martial sovereign, he had never truly unleashed his power. Having been swiftly dispatched by Lin Fei's heaven-slaying strike, Gong Sun He, bewildered, could not fathom why Lin Fei proved so difficult to contend with. Realizing that he was unable to overcome his opponent. Chapter 88. Repelling the enemy. If this continued, once Li Mushin was defeated, he himself would be unable to handle 3 opponents. Thus, he had no choice but to resort to his most potent techniques. In front of Gong Sun He, 1,000 folding fans were conjured using true essence, each exuding a chilling aura. These fans swirled into intricate circles, hurtling directly towards Lin Fei. In the distance, Qin Shou and Xiao Tsongyun expressed their concern for Lin Fei, realizing that Gong Sun He's strength surpassed that of Li Mushin. It was uncertain whether Lin Fei could withstand this onslaught from Gong Sun He. At this moment, Lin Fei could only summon all his strength. The illusory figure of the fierce bull materialized, enhanced by the 9-star continuous strike, rendering it almost tangible. Lin Fei procured 3 6th-grade recovery pills from the city, swiftly swallowing one. The illusory bull, a mid-tier celestial martial technique, was further empowered by the 9-star continuous strike. True essence surged forth, infusing the bull's figure, nearly depleting Lin Fei's energy, but he was fortunate to have consumed 3 recovery pills. The illusory bull expanded significantly, reaching about 20 zhang in size. As it charged forward with wild horns towards the incoming fans, one by one, the fans shattered, and within moments, all 1,000 had been destroyed. Lin Fei's illusory bull dimmed slightly, but remained unfazed, continuing its ferocious assault on Gong Sun He. Gong Sun He's expression shifted dramatically. He unleashed 2 martial techniques, the Flying Feather Strike and the Azure Palm, aimed at Lin Fei, while channeling all his true essence for protection. The illusory bull continued its relentless charge, but after being struck by the 2 techniques, it dimmed further. In an instant, Lin Fei collided with Gong Sun He's true essence shield, resulting in a stalemate. Shortly thereafter, an explosion resonated, causing Lin Fei's illusory bull to vanish while Gong Sun He's shield shattered, sending him sprawling backward, blood spewing forth. The residual shockwaves startled the 3 combatants in the distance. It was evident that both fighters were battling with all their might. Gong Sun He acted decisively, soaring towards Qin Shou and Li Mushin, launching a combined attack to force them back before swiftly retreating. Lin Fei and the others made no attempt to pursue. Capturing them would prove challenging, as both were core disciples of the Jinyang sect, potentially harboring hidden trump cards. Unless absolutely necessary, none desired a desperate clash. Qin Shou approached Lin Fei, giving him a thumbs up. "Lin, you're incredible." At that moment, Xiao Tsongyun joined them, courteously expressing, "I am Xiao Tsongyun. Thank you both for your assistance." Qin Shou, with a mischievous grin, replied, "It's just a small matter, no need for formality." Lin Fei rolled his eyes in annoyance. While they had helped him against one opponent, he was left to face another alone, yet Qin Shou regarded it as a trifling issue. Lin Fei inquired, "Miss, are you from the Xiaoxiang sect? How are Xia Ruoxue and Chen Linger faring in the sect?" Xiao Tsongyun gazed at him in astonishment. "You know my 2 junior sisters?" Lin Fei nodded. "Chen Linger is my fiancée, and I share a deep bond with Xia Ruoxue." Xiao Tsongyun fixed her gaze upon him. "Are you, Lin Fei?" Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Fei replied, "Has my reputation grown to such an extent?" Xiao Tsongyun laughed merrily. "My 2 junior sisters speak your name incessantly." It's hard not to know, realizing that Lin Fei was the object of affection for both of her junior sisters. Xiao Tsongyun no longer maintained any pretense of politeness and directly remarked, "Young man, you are indeed fortunate. I wonder what means you employed to win the hearts of both my junior sisters." Qin Shou, intrigued, inquired, Are your junior sisters beautiful? Certainly, she replied. Not only do they possess ethereal beauty, but both also possess extraordinary talent. Furthermore, I have been accepted as a disciple by our sect's martial sage. Qin Shou's jaw dropped in astonishment. Brother Lin, you truly are remarkable. Lin Fei, with a smug expression, boasted, it's all about personal charisma. What can I say? Young ladies simply throw themselves at me. Both of them exchanged glances, finding Lin Fei's arrogance somewhat intolerable. Lin Fei eagerly asked, Sister Tsongyun, how have the two ladies progressed in their strength? Xiao Tsongyun was taken aback, feeling that Lin Fei was overly familiar. Who is your sister? Do not presume to establish such connections. Linger and Schwerer have made tremendous progress. They are now both 6-star martial monarchs. Lin Fei chuckled, since you are their sister. You are also my sister. It is not inappropriate to address you as such. Xiao Tsongyun realized that Lin Fei had truly taken shamelessness to new heights. Learning about the two ladies' circumstances, Lin Fei felt some relief. It seemed they were faring quite well in the Xiaoxiang sect. Their rapid advancement in strength was certainly on par with Lin Fei, who had benefited from a system to expedite his upgrades. This indicated the extraordinary nature of their physiques. Undoubtedly aided by Lin Fei's divine techniques. Perhaps the Xiaoxiang sect possessed divine techniques as well, but they might not suit the two ladies' unique constitutions. Sister Tsongyun, what brings you to this side? This appears to be the domain of the Taiyun sect. Xiao Tsongyun sighed with a wry smile. Originally, I intended to return directly to the sect, but I did not anticipate these two fellows targeting me because of the Tenglong pill. I was no match for them when they teamed up, so I retreated here. The Taiyun sect and Xiaoxiang sect have always maintained friendly relations, and I have an elder here. Thus, I thought I might seek assistance and perhaps visit her. Lin Fei nodded in understanding. I see. It seems even without our presence. Sister, you would have managed to extricate yourself safely. Your strength is indeed formidable. Had they not teamed up, either of them alone would have been no match for you. Xiao Tsongyun felt a bit speechless at Lin Fei's comments. Thanks to you both. Otherwise I am uncertain whether I could have held out until the Taiyun sect's people arrived. While they might not dare to kill me, they would certainly have stolen the Tenglong pill. Lin Fei grinned. Sister Tsongyun, you are being too modest. With such eloquence, it is no wonder my two junior sisters are utterly devoted to you. Lin Fei chuckled, offering no further explanation. At that moment, a group approached from a distance, led by a young woman accompanied by 3 young men. Upon noticing Xiao Tsongyun, the woman hurried over to support her, having already observed the bloodstains on her. Cousin, what happened? How did you get injured? She asked, her gaze cautiously fixed on Lin Fei and Qin Shou. Lin Fei and Qin Shou exchanged glances, feeling somewhat disheartened by being met with suspicion after their intentions to help. Qin Shou, noticing the beauty before him, attempted to strike up a conversation, taking a step closer. A beautiful woman, must you gaze at us with such disdain? Before I could finish my sentence, the lady before us interrupted, brandishing a sword at Qin Shou. Halt! Do not approach, or I shall take action. With a countenance so repugnant, you are clearly no good. Lin Fei roared with laughter nearby. For it seemed I was not the only one who found Qin Shou's appearance distasteful. The eyes of the public are indeed sharp. Chapter 89. The city of the wild sage. Qin Shou cast a melancholic glance at Xiao Tsongyun, who could hardly suppress a smile. Warner, do not misunderstand. These two are my friends. She then introduced Lin Fei and Qin Shou, saying, this is my cousin, Ding Warner. Lin Fei and Qin Shou briefly introduced themselves as well. Only then did the lady lower her sword, muttering, how could my cousin have such an unseemly friend? Just the name alone suggests ill character. Qin Shou nearly spat blood in frustration. Do I truly appear so unseemly? Forget it. A gentleman should not quarrel with a lady. Xiao Tsongyun recounted the events that had transpired, explaining how the two rogues had pursued her for the Tenglong pill. Ding Warner, filled with indignation, declared, I shall remember Li Mushin of the Jinyang sect and Gong Sun He. When next we meet, I will ensure they pay dearly. She later added that it was thanks to Lin Fei and Qin Shou's assistance that the assailants were repelled. Upon learning that Lin Fei and Qin Shou had aided her cousin, Ding Warner's demeanor softened, and she no longer treated them with coldness. However, she could not help but scrutinize them further. Qin Shou, with his somewhat unsightly appearance, contrasted sharply with the more genteel Lin Fei. Despite seeming unremarkable, Lin Fei's prowess intrigued her, especially since he, merely at the martial sovereign level, had bested Gong Sun He, a core disciple of the Jinyang sect at the 3-star martial emperor level. She was astonished by how he accomplished this. Cousin, since you are here, why not stay a few days at the Taiyun sect? My mother has been longing to see you. Xiao Tsongyun nodded in agreement. Very well. I shall pay a visit to my aunt. Lin Fei, sensing the moment, interjected, since our presence is no longer required, we shall take our leave. At that moment, Ding Warner spoke gently. There was a misunderstanding earlier. I apologize. Since you saved my cousin, please do visit the Taiyun sect as guests. It would be my pleasure to host you. Before Lin Fei could respond, Qin Shou eagerly nodded. Indeed, I would love to see the splendor of the Taiyun sect. Lin Fei retorted, this is a family affair. Why should you meddle? The two then took their leave. Lin Fei had no desire to visit the Taiyun sect. But Qin Shou, unable to resist, followed suit. En route, Qin Shou inquired with curiosity, Brother Lin, why do you not wish to go? Lin Fei chuckled. I see you are smitten by the lady's beauty. I, however, already have two fair confidants. Haha. Qin Shou stared in astonishment. Goodness, Brother Lin, that is rather inconsiderate. You are like a satiated man oblivious to the hunger of another. The two continued their leisurely journey, unhurried, and after half a month, they arrived at the outskirts of a city. This city is known as the City of the Wasteland Saints, expansive and imbued with an air of ancient desolation. Qin Shou remarked, Brother Lin, this is the City of the Wasteland Saints. It is said that a martial sage presides here. Remember, fighting and flying within the city are strictly forbidden. The enforcers here are not to be trifled with. Lin Fei nodded silently, committing Qin Shou's words to memory. The two then entered the city, where the architecture exuded an aura of antiquity, piquing Lin Fei's curiosity. Qin Shou continued, beyond this city lies the eastern barbarian territories, and the wasteland ruins are not far from here. We should take a moment to rest. Lin Fei agreed, and the two strolled through the city, arriving at a street named Barbarian Street. The thoroughfare was bustling with various stalls, bustling crowds, and the cacophony of vendors hawking their wares. 7th grade spiritual herb, star-patterned ginseng. Celestial vine, 6th grade spiritual herb, falling maple grass, silver frost flower. Earth grade superior cultivation technique. Crimson thunder formula, heaven grade inferior martial skill, blazing palm. Heaven grade inferior weapon, crescent moon zither. A mysterious vial from the wasteland ruins, the grade and effects unknown. For those intrigued, take a look. Xian iron divine crystal, 6th grade and 7th grade demon beast cores. Don't miss out as you pass by. The array of martial arts techniques, weapons, and an abundance of spiritual herbs, along with various peculiar items, left Lin Fei momentarily astonished. Brother Qin, this place resembles a bustling market, yet there is indeed a plethora of fine goods. Qin Shou explained. Most of these items are obtained from the wasteland ruins, merely displayed for sale, as they are no longer of use to their owners. Many of those oddities claimed to be sourced from the ruins are usually scams. The chance of finding genuine treasures is exceedingly slim. It is still possible to purchase some useful items, but Brother Lin, do not squander your wealth on those trinkets. Lin Fei had once spent 6 million inferior essence stones on a dilapidated ancient mirror, which had drawn the ire of the elder from Yin Mountain, leaving Qin Shou still mulling over it, believing Lin Fei had too much money to spend. Lin Fei chuckled, choosing not to elaborate. For the Yin-Yang Rift mirror was indeed a divine-grade weapon of immeasurable worth. A cursory glance revealed that the majority of people on the street were at least at the martial venerable realm, with many at the martial emperor level as well. Lin Fei smiled and said, Brother Qin, it seems that despite the dangers of the wasteland ruins, many are still drawn here in search of opportunities. Qin Shou, unfazed, replied, naturally, but many have also met their demise within. Soon, they reached the heart of the street, where they discovered a branch of the Zongheng Merchants Association, larger than that of the Northern Song dynasty, prompting Lin Fei to reflect on its grandeur. Truly, it was the largest merchant association in the divine martial continent, with even a branch here. However, Lin Fei had no intention of entering just yet. Instead, he and Qin Shou sought out an inn to rest. Lin Fei then said to Qin Shou, Brother Qin, let us stay here for a few days. I wish to concoct some elixirs to exchange for essence stones at the Zongheng Merchants Association. Qin Shou looked at Lin Fei in astonishment. What? You can actually refine pills? Were the elixirs you auctioned off last time crafted by you? Lin Fei nodded gently. Qin Shou could not help but rub his hands together. Brother Lin, considering our relationship, could you forge a Tunglong pill for me this time? Lin Fei felt somewhat speechless. Although he was now capable of refining Tunglong pills himself, he lacked a crucial 7th grade spiritual herb. Purchasing the Tunglong pill from the system shop was exorbitantly expensive, and Lin Fei did not possess such a wealth of gold coins at the moment. He had no choice but to candidly inform Qin Shou of his predicament. Well, I can manage it, but I am currently missing a 7th grade spiritual herb, the Millennium Black Spirit Ginseng, he explained. Qin Shou patted his chest confidently and declared, leave such trivial matters to me. With that, he dashed out, presumably in search of the Millennium Black Spirit Ginseng. Despite his frugal demeanor, it was evident that Qin Shou had considerable resources, a fact that Lin Fei had never openly acknowledged. He believed that finding the Millennium Black Spirit Ginseng in the sacred city of the wilderness would pose no significant challenge. Chapter 90. The Frenzy of Alchemy. Lin Fei then turned and entered his room, preparing to refine some pills, as he intended to exchange the concocted elixirs for elemental stones. He had a foreboding sense that significant events might unfold in the near future, so acquiring some elemental stones would be prudent. Upon inspecting the situation within his Shanghai ring, he found that the spiritual energy was abundant, and the medicinal herbs were flourishing splendidly. Moreover, it had been a while since he last observed the magical beasts within the Shanghai ring. Upon checking, he discovered that many of them had undergone considerable transformations, with some having matured into 6th-grade magical beasts. This was a delightful surprise. It seemed he should take the time to capture more potential magical beasts to see if they could yield unexpected rewards over time. Lin Fei extracted most of the spiritual herbs required for refining 5th and 6th-grade pills from the Shanghai ring. He then began with the 5th-grade pills. With his alchemist rank now at level 7, failure in refining 5th-grade pills was virtually impossible. Moreover, Lin Fei could refine 20 of the same 5th-grade pills simultaneously, significantly enhancing his alchemical efficiency. All he needed to do was to pour the herbs into the pill furnace and patiently await the completion of the pills. Throughout the night, Lin Fei successfully refined a total of 1,500 5th-grade pills, each of superior quality, and he was quite satisfied with this pace. If other alchemists were to witness his method, they would surely be astounded, as if he were operating an assembly line. While other alchemists painstakingly refined pills one by one, expending immense mental energy and true essence, Lin Fei merely needed to stoke the true fire to heat the furnace and add the herbs. Early the next morning, Lin Fei was startled by a rapid knocking at the door. Upon opening it, he found none other than Qin Shou standing there. Qin Shou pulled 3 Millennium Black Spirit ginsengs from his spatial ring, along with a collection of 6th and 7th-grade spiritual herbs, which he handed over to Lin Fei. These herbs were precisely what was needed for refining the essence pills. With a grin, Qin Shou said, "Brother Lin, since you are refining pills, you might as well help me craft a few essence pills as well." Lin Fei retorted, "Qin Shou, you truly are calculating, treating me like free labor." Qin Shou, with unabashed boldness, replied, "We have such a solid friendship. How can it be considered calculating? It is rare to find an alchemist capable of concocting 7th-tier elixirs. And as fortune would have it, Brother Lin possesses such ability, sparing me further inconvenience. Ha." Lin Fei, his expression darkened, obliged nonetheless, promptly sending the shameless Qin Shou away to continue his alchemical endeavors. The remaining task involved the arduous crafting of 6th-tier elixirs, a process that demanded significantly more time. And Lin Fei could only produce up to 5 at a time. After laboring for 2 days and nights, he successfully refined over 500 6th-tier elixirs, leaving him utterly exhausted. After a brief respite, Lin Fei resumed his work on 7th-tier elixirs, utilizing the spiritual herbs provided by Qin Shou, which allowed him to forge 10 true essence pills. However, the endeavor to create 7th-tier elixirs proved less straightforward. After a day's toil, he faced 2 setbacks, ultimately yielding only 8 true essence pills. Despite this, Lin Fei was relatively content with the success rate and retrieved 3 types of spiritual herbs, Tiangang leaves, bloodfall fruits, and jade toad flowers, from his Shanghai ring. These herbs were essential for crafting the 7th-tier elixir, the frenzied blood pill, which could temporarily ignite one's blood energy, significantly enhancing the power of a martial emperor. Indeed, a commendable concoction. The refinement process went relatively smoothly, with only 1 failure, resulting in a total of 5 frenzied blood pills. To Lin Fei's delight, his alchemical proficiency had ascended to level 8. Now, creating the ascending dragon pill posed no challenge. An 8th-level alchemist would encounter no failures in crafting 7th-tier elixirs, and soon, 3 ascending dragon pills were successfully produced. Lin Fei then ventured out to seek Qin Shou, only to discover that he was absent from his quarters, leaving Lin Fei unaware of his whereabouts. Consequently, Lin Fei made his way to the Zongheng Chamber of Commerce, where a clerk promptly approached him. "Young master, how may I assist you?" Without hesitation, Lin Fei replied, "Please summon the manager. I have a significant business proposal to discuss." Onlookers in the chamber, witnessing Lin Fei's audacity, murmured discontent. "Who is this arrogant brat?" Lin Fei, unperturbed by such trivialities, dismissed them as mere nuisances. As the clerk began to respond, Lin Fei produced the VIP card given to him by Si Nan, prompting the clerk to hastily escort him to a private room on the 3rd floor. The design of the room was reminiscent of the Northern Song dynasty, albeit the Zongheng chamber boasted 4 expansive levels. "Please wait a moment while I report your presence," the clerk said, to which Lin Fei nodded in acknowledgement. Shortly thereafter, an elderly man entered, somewhat diminutive in stature and possessing a comical demeanor. Lin Fei observed that he was merely at the 1st-star martial emperor level, his strength not particularly formidable. Despite Lin Fei holding a VIP card, the elder, noticing Lin Fei's impolite scrutiny, spoke with a hint of displeasure. May I inquire what type of business you wish to conduct with us? Noting the elder's haughty demeanor, Lin Fei refrained from idle chatter and waved his hand, revealing a neatly arranged display of 1,500 fifth-tier elixirs upon the table. The elder, momentarily taken aback, quickly approached to inspect the quality of the elixirs and soon beamed with delight. I am Gu Hai, the vice president here. These elixirs are of excellent quality. Do you intend to sell them to our Zonghing chamber? Lin Fei replied with a light chuckle. Indeed. But I am curious about the price your esteemed chamber is willing to offer. Gu Hai politely remarked. The price of 5th-grade elixirs typically ranges from 500 to 2,000 low-grade yuan stones, primarily dependent on the quality and type of the elixirs. However, these elixirs are of superior quality, and as you are a distinguished guest of our merchant association, we can offer them to you at an average of 1,300 low-grade yuan stones each. What do you think? Lin Fei smiled, but said nothing. Feeling that this old gentleman was quite reasonable, the price was indeed acceptable, though he mused that with a little negotiation, he might secure an even higher selling price. Seeing Lin Fei's silence, Gu Hai assumed he was dissatisfied. The prospect of acquiring such high-quality elixirs promised substantial profit for the association, so he quickly added, Young master, I assure you this price is offered with utmost sincerity. If you find it unsatisfactory, I can increase it by an additional 100 low-grade yuan stones per elixir. This is my final concession. Lin Fei replied nonchalantly, There's no need to rush, President Gu. Let's take a look at these first. With a wave of his hand, 500 6th-grade elixirs appeared on the table. Gu Hai focused intently and realized they were all 6th-grade elixirs, each of equally high quality. His breath grew heavy. Astonished that Lin Fei had presented such an impressive collection, Lin Fei smiled calmly. President Gu, please assess these and provide a price. Let us be straightforward. I prefer not to dally. After a lengthy contemplation, Gu Hai solemnly stated, Young master, I can offer 1,500 low-grade yuan stones for each of the 5th-grade elixirs and 50,000 low-grade yuan stones for each of the 6th-grade elixirs. How does that sound? Lin Fei calculated in his mind that this would amount to over 27 million low-grade yuan stones, a delightful prospect. Observing Lin Fei deep in thought, Gu Hai awaited his response with bated breath. This was indeed the utmost limit he could offer, and if Lin Fei declined, there would be little recourse. Lin Fei nodded. President Gu, your offer is indeed agreeable. I shall not be overly particular. Let us finalize the transaction. Upon hearing Lin Fei's agreement, Gu Hai immediately expressed his joy. The total for these elixirs comes to 25 million low-grade yuan stones. To make it a round figure, I will prepare 28 million yuan stones for you. Lin Fei waved his hand, saying, There's no rush, President Gu. I wish to purchase a few more items. Let's settle everything together afterward. Gu Hai replied, Of course. I am here to assist you. As Lin Fei walked out of the private room accompanied by Gu Hai, he was personally introduced to the various items on the 3rd floor. There were several celestial-grade techniques and martial skills available, along with mid-grade celestial-level items. And the least were of high-grade, earth-level quality. The weapons were similarly impressive, often priced in the millions of low-grade yuan stones, with mid-grade celestial-level weapons fetching even tens of millions. It became evident that this merchant association surpassed the previous one he had encountered in the Northern Song dynasty. Listening to Gu Hai's enthusiastic descriptions, Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. It was not that he was unwilling to make purchases. Rather, the prices were exorbitant, and he felt no need to spend such frivolously when his martial skills were already sufficient. Many customers on the 3rd floor recognized Gu Hai and greeted him warmly, to which he responded with a smile and a nod. The presence of Vice President Gu Hai accompanying Lin Fei piqued the curiosity of onlookers, who were eager to discern his origins. The items on the 3rd floor were not within the financial reach of ordinary individuals. Ignoring their gazes, Lin Fei leisurely approached the area where spiritual herbs were displayed. To his astonishment, he beheld 2 8th-grade spiritual herbs, the Earth Fiend fruit and the astonishing dragon leaf, along with more than 27th-grade herbs. President Gu, I will take all these spiritual herbs. Please quote me a price. Lin Fei declared. Gu Hai's expression brightened. Young master, are you certain you want them all? They do not come cheaply. With an air of nonchalance, Lin Fei replied, Of course, but I expect a substantial discount. Gu Hai promptly responded, Indeed. The 20-plus 7th-grade herbs amount to 12 million low-grade spirit stones, and the 2 8th-grade herbs to 9 million low-grade spirit stones. In total, that would be 21 million spirit stones. If I offer you a 10% discount, it would come to 18,800,000 low-grade spirit stones. How does that sound? Lin Fei chuckled. That sounds agreeable. Please bring them to me. Gu Hai immediately instructed his attendants to retrieve the herbs, and Lin Fei transferred all of them into his Shanghai ring. A twinge of discomfort settled in Lin Fei's heart. It was no wonder that high-ranking alchemists were scarce, as high-grade herbs were exceedingly costly, leaving ordinary alchemists with little opportunity to concoct potions. It appeared that the VIP card given to him by Nan was indeed a worthwhile gift, saving him a considerable number of spirit stones. The crowd on the third floor watched in disbelief as Lin Fei acquired such a substantial quantity of high-grade spiritual herbs. Had they known the true value of these herbs, most would have been unable to afford them. Many gazes were laced with greed, as if they were plotting something against Lin Fei. Gu Hai noticed the change in the atmosphere and whispered a caution, "Young master, be wary. Among these individuals are some desperate souls who may have already set their sights on you. Although they may not dare to act within the confines of the holy city, the situation may change beyond its borders." Lin Fei responded with indifference, "No worries, I am well aware. Let us proceed to the second floor." He was rather keen on encountering someone to gain experience from. Generally, martial emperors posed little threat to him, and should the situation escalate, he could always make his escape without concern. Upon reaching the second floor, he made a beeline for the area featuring spiritual herbs, discovering over 2,000 fifth-grade herbs and more than 300 sixth-grade herbs. Lin Fei spent over 5 million spirit stones to acquire the entirety, feeling quite satisfied with his harvest. After some time, he successfully transferred all the herbs into his Shanghai ring. However, his funds from selling elixirs were nearly depleted, prompting Lin Fei to consider selling his remaining 7th-grade elixirs, the Tunglong pill and the Jingyuan pill, to acquire additional spirit stones. Initially, he had intended to keep these 7th-grade elixirs in reserve, but with the acquisition of so many spiritual herbs, he could always refine more in the future, rendering it a minor issue. Leaning closer to Gu Hai, Lin Fei whispered, "I have another batch of 7th-grade elixirs. I wonder if President Gu would be interested?" Gu Hai's expression shifted with excitement as he replied, "Naturally, I am interested. I assure you, young master, I will provide a satisfactory price. Please, let us discuss this further upstairs." Gu Hai was genuinely taken aback to discover that Lin Fei possessed 7th-grade elixirs. Had he known that Lin Fei's 5th and 6th-grade elixirs could have earned him a substantial sum of elemental stones, he would have acted differently. The value of 7th-grade elixirs is significantly higher, and they are in short supply, highly sought after. If managed properly, a single 7th-grade elixir could yield considerable profits. Just as Lin Fei was preparing to discuss prices with Gu Hai on the 3rd floor, a sudden sound from behind startled him. Bark, bark, bark. The crisp sound evoked an indescribable feeling within Lin Fei. He halted in his tracks and turned to look in the direction of the noise. To his astonishment, he saw a caged creature resembling a small black dog. Curiosity piqued, Lin Fei approached, only to find the little creature barking fiercely at him, its eyes seemingly pleading, as if it wished to be taken away. Finding the little creature rather endearing and perceptive, Lin Fei contemplated purchasing it as a pet. He inquired of Gu Hai, "How much for this little fellow? It seems quite amusing." Gu Hai responded, "This beast was acquired by our president from the desolate ruins. It possesses considerable spirit and is certainly not as simple as it appears. The price is 2 million low-grade elemental stones." Lin Fei was taken aback. "Isn't that a bit exorbitant? A creature from the desolate ruins is not necessarily extraordinary. Is it merely a ploy?" Fearing that Lin Fei might be displeased, Gu Hai steeled himself and declared, "Typically, this little one is quite fierce. I see a connection between it and you, young master. If you truly desire it, you may take it for 1 million low-grade elemental stones." He was eager to sell this unknown beast, which had languished here for far too long without interest. Observing Gu Hai's demeanor, Lin Fei sensed sincerity. Intrigued, he employed his inside eye to scan the small black dog before him. The information that emerged sent a shock through Lin Fei's body, leaving him somewhat incredulous. Ancient fierce beast Qiongqi, currently in its juvenile stage. Classified as a 1st-grade beast with immense growth potential. Lin Fei mused internally, a little black dog, and yet it reveals itself to be a Qiongqi. He was momentarily skeptical of the system's credibility. The Qiongqi he was aware of bore the likeness of a tiger, its form reminiscent of a massive ox, adorned with wings. Its fur dense, sporting 2 pale yellow dragon horns atop its head, and a beak resembling that of an eagle, known for its ferocity. This little creature, however, appeared nothing like a Qiongqi. Yet, the system could not be mistaken. If it truly was a Qiongqi, he would be greatly fortunate. If nurtured properly, this little one could become a formidable ally. Thus, Lin Fei decided to purchase the creature, carefully cradling it in his arms. The little beast was well behaved, not struggling at all, confirming their connection. Satisfied, Lin Fei nodded, though the more he observed, the less resemblance he saw to the fierce Qiongqi. With its sleek black fur, he decided to call it Little Black. Lin Fei was indifferent to whether the creature accepted the name or not. Afterwards, Lin Fei and Gu Hai ascended to the elegantly appointed room on the 3rd floor. Without further ado, he produced 2 Tunglong pills, 3 frenzied blood pills, and 5 true essence pills. The remainder, Lin Fei intended to reserve for Qin Shou. Otherwise, he would have sold them all at once, as he had no immediate use for these elixirs. Ultimately, these elixirs were sold for 25 million inferior essence stones, a sum that Lin Fei found quite satisfactory. Selling directly to the merchant guild, of course, could not match the auction price, yet this amount was still reasonable. Lin Fei calmly remarked, "Convert the remainder entirely into superior or medium-grade essence stones. Either will suffice." "Please wait a moment, young master. I shall prepare it right away," Gu Hai promptly replied, exiting to arrange Lin Fei's essence stones. After half an hour, he returned, presenting Lin Fei with a spatial ring. Lin Fei's consciousness entered the ring to inspect its contents, revealing 200,000 superior essence stones and 800,000 medium-grade stones neatly arranged within. Subsequently, Lin Fei cast the spatial ring into the system space and, cradling Little Black, returned to the inn. He placed Little Black on the table and fed it a few second-grade elixirs. The little creature displayed quite an appetite. Soon dozing off, it appeared that after consuming so many elixirs, it was on the verge of a breakthrough. Lin Fei, feeling somewhat helpless, decided to temporarily place Little Black into the Shanghai ring, hoping it might expedite its advancement. Upon seeing Lin Fei's return, Qin Shou rushed over, visibly excited. "Lin brother, where have you been? I thought you had fled." Lin Fei, with a hint of disdain, replied, "Qin Shou, look at your lack of ambition. Would I really run away over a few elixirs?" He then casually tossed a Tunglong Dan and 3 Jinyuan Dan to Qin Shou, who hurriedly caught them. "Thank you, Lin brother," Qin Shou exclaimed with a grin. Lin Fei then threw him 2 more Quanxue Dan, prompting Qin Shou to ask in confusion, "These are Quanxue Dan, elixirs that can temporarily elevate one's strength to that of a martial emperor, correct?" Lin Fei smiled. "Indeed, keep them as a reserve. They may prove useful one day. Though I hope you never have to use them." "Then I shan't be polite," Qin Shou replied, swiftly stowing away the 2 Quanxue Dan, as if fearing Lin Fei might change his mind. Lin Fei merely smiled, having completed his business, and the two prepared to leave the city for the wild ruins. As they made their way, a number of individuals trailed behind them. Qin Shou, curious, whispered, "Lin brother, what have you done? Why are there so many following you? It seems there are quite a few martial emperors among them." Lin Fei offered no explanation but simply replied with a faint smile, "It's nothing. It's been a while since I've taken a life. They can come if they wish to meet their end." In truth, Lin Fei was well aware of the pursuers but remained unconcerned. Although many were martial emperors, their realms were not particularly high. With himself and Qin Shou together, they could easily handle them, thus Lin Fei's indifference. Soon, they exited the eastern gate of the arid holy city, the path leading directly to the wild ruins. As they traversed a desolate mountain, 5 individuals could no longer contain themselves and leapt forth. "Stop right there, kid. Hand over your spatial ring, and we might spare your life." Lin Fei was not surprised. Turning to face them with a smile, he said, "You are not the only ones who have come. Even if I were to give you my spatial ring, you might not be able to keep it." The 5, all 10-star martial lords, posed no real threat to Lin Fei. The leader barked, "Kid, stop with the nonsense. Just hand over the ring. There's no need for you to concern yourself with anything else." Lin Fei disdainfully remarked, "If you have the guts, come and take it. I doubt your ability, even with 5 of you. Haha, looking for death, kid. How dare you look down on the Red Valley 5 brothers? Let us attack together." The 5 rushed towards Lin Fei. Just as Qin Shou was about to intervene, Lin Fei halted him, stating that this was a matter of experience not to be wasted. Stunned, Qin Shou retreated to the side. These individuals posed no real threat to Lin Fei, and he needn't worry at all. Lin Fei unleashed the lion's roar technique, causing the advancing assailants to experience excruciating headaches, their minds dazed as they collapsed to the ground, wailing in agony. Lin Fei showed no mercy, swiftly decapitating several with his bloodthirsty demon blade, effortlessly concluding the skirmish. "Congratulations, host, for slaying 5 10-star martial sovereigns. Experience gained, 10 million, gold, 10 million. Acquired weapons, Golden Lion Shield, Earth Grade Superior, Flame Blade, Earth Grade Superior. Acquired martial techniques, Dragon Slaying Leg, Earth Grade Superior, Azure Light Force, Earth Grade Superior. Acquired 10,000 Superior Yuan Stones." Lin Fei collected the spatial rings from the fallen, noting that although they were martial sovereigns, their wealth was considerable. He accepted everything with a smile, his lips curling upwards as he glanced back at the hidden onlookers. Many martial sovereigns, witnessing Lin Fei's prowess, chose to retreat. His strength was beyond their reach. Yet a few remained, watching with cautious interest. Despite Lin Fei's formidable display, it did not instill fear in them, and they were in no hurry to act. Although they outnumbered him, Each harbored their own agendas, reluctant to strike first for fear of leaving the spoils to others. Observing their hesitation, Lin Fei did not press the attack, but continued his journey with Qin Shou, unperturbed by their presence. 3 days later, the pair arrived at the edge of a vast desert, an expanse that seemed to stretch endlessly. Qin Shou declared, "At last, we have arrived. The wild ruins lie within this desert." Unable to contain themselves any longer, 10 individuals, all martial emperors, leaped forth, catching Lin Fei by surprise. He mused inwardly. Is it really necessary? Do they believe me to be an easy target? One among them shouted, "Kid, don't run. Even if you too escape into the wild ruins, it will be futile. Hand over your spatial rings, and we may spare your lives. With 10 martial emperors, you cannot hope to flee." At that moment, the system suddenly emitted a long-awaited notification. Congratulations, host, for receiving the mission to eliminate 10 martial emperor experts. Reward: 1 upgrade voucher, special item, Qilin arm, gold, 50 million. This news thrilled Lin Fei. The mission rewards were exceedingly generous, particularly the upgrade voucher, which was a coveted item, and the Qilin arm, a powerful artifact. Those familiar with legends would recognize its might, though Lin Fei wondered how the system's version might differ. He regarded the 10 individuals as if they were extraordinary treasures, grateful for the experience they might provide, and now a mission had been issued, an undeniable boon. The group found Lin Fei's nonchalance unsettling, speculating on his peculiar demeanor. One of them could no longer contain his anger and shouted, "Kid, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Lin Fei feigned fear and said, "Why must you rob me? 10 martial emperors bullying a mere youth. Do you not feel ashamed?" One among them stepped forward, arrogantly declaring, "Kid, do you not understand the principle of concealing wealth?" Lin Fei surveyed the 10 individuals before him, all of whom were of the martial emperor realm, their intent clearly to rob him, drawn by his ostentatious display of wealth at the Merchant Association. However, Lin Fei paid them little mind. His show of wealth was intentional. For how else would he attract so many, allowing himself the opportunity to slay and level up? Moreover, among these 10, only 2 were 3-star martial emperors, while the rest were merely 1-star and 2-star, leading Lin Fei to believe he could easily handle them alone. With a faint smile, Lin Fei removed his spatial ring, stating, "Indeed, I possess many fine treasures within my spatial ring, but to whom shall I surrender them? Hand it over, and I will guarantee your life." "Nonsense. Give it to me." Several began to bicker, and Lin Fei merely chuckled as he tossed the spatial ring into the air. Instantly, they erupted into a fierce scramble for the ring. Yet, the others refrained from joining the fray, coldly observing Lin Fei. They could not believe he would so easily relinquish the spatial ring. Before long, one managed to seize the ring, and upon inspecting its contents, he furiously exclaimed, "You little brat, you dare to deceive us with an empty ring. You seek death." Lin Fei retorted, "You overestimate yourselves. You are merely a handful of martial emperors. I alone am more than capable of vanquishing you." He then turned to Qin Shou, who had retreated to the side, saying, "Brother Qin, do not intervene. Leave everything to me. Just stand by and assist me in blocking anyone who dares to flee." Qin Shou was utterly bewildered. These were 10 martial emperors. Lin Fei insisted on facing them alone, which left him perplexed. Yet, sensing Lin Fei was not jesting, he chose to trust him and would step in to assist, if absolutely necessary. One of the 2-star martial emperors could no longer contain himself, declaring, "Kid, you boast quite grandly. Allow me to test you first." Lin Fei activated his divine powers, entering a state of frenzy with his indestructible golden body. Radiating a brilliant golden light, his aura soaring dramatically. The previously speaking 2-star martial emperor was taken aback by Lin Fei's imposing presence, momentarily hesitating to advance. Lin Fei soared into the air, disdainfully beckoning with a finger, "Come on." The momentary shock of the individual turned to rage at Lin Fei's provocation, and he charged towards him. "You fool, it is evident you are forcibly augmenting your strength. Let us see how long you can maintain it." With a powerful strike, mountain-shattering palm, his formidable true essence surged towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei remained steadfast, not flinching as he met the attack head-on. A resounding clash echoed. Yet Lin Fei emerged unscathed, employing the celestial demon 9 steps to unexpectedly appear behind his opponent. The man was caught off guard, and with a swift strike of the bloodthirsty demon blade, the head of the 2-star martial emperor was severed in an instant. Lin Fei retrieved the spatial ring, while Qin Shou's eyelids twitched, marveling at Lin Fei's practiced efficiency. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the 2-star martial emperor, earning 9 million experience points and 3 million gold coins, as well as acquiring the martial art mountain-splitting palm of the heavenly grade, along with 4,000 high-quality essence stones. The remaining 9 martial emperors gazed warily at Lin Fei, somewhat intimidated by him. as a 2-star martial emperor had been dispatched with such swiftness. Although Lin Fei had taken them by surprise, his ability to withstand a blow from a 2-star martial emperor without a scratch spoke volumes of his formidable strength. Lin Fei looked down upon them from the sky, mocking, "What? Are you afraid now?" One of the 3-star martial emperors stepped forward. "I refuse to believe this brat is truly that powerful. Let us attack together. We shall divide his spoils among us. Those unwilling to contribute may as well leave now." The 9 of them soared into the air, unleashing various martial techniques towards Lin Fei. He did not put up any defenses, countering instead with the 1 Yang finger and the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies palm. Alas, most of their attacks were met by the combined efforts of the 9, for they were all formidable martial emperors, and their prowess was not to be underestimated. The cacophony of metallic clashes echoed as their assaults struck Lin Fei. Though he remained unscathed, he found himself unable to eliminate his opponents in that moment. The air crackled with energy, and only a few of the less powerful martial emperors sustained minor injuries. As the battle escalated, their astonishment grew. One 3-star martial emperor discerned the underlying truth and retreated to the sidelines, exclaiming, "Brat, what kind of technique is this? Why do our attacks inflict no damage upon you?" The others also temporarily withdrew, observing Lin Fei intently. Another 3-star martial emperor urged, "Brat, surrender your cultivation technique and the secrets to your strength, and I shall guarantee your life. I am a man of my word." The group gazed at him with covetous expressions. Lin Fei's cultivation method was far more alluring than even his spatial ring. "Fools, if you desire it, come and take it. Do you truly believe I would willingly hand it over?" The 3-star martial emperor responded calmly, "I do not believe your technique can sustain itself indefinitely. It must have a time limit. While we cannot contend with you for now, you cannot slay us either. Once the time elapses, I wonder how arrogant you will remain." Thus, the crowd engaged in a battle of wits with Lin Fei, a development he had not anticipated. It seemed that none of the martial emperors were fools. Lin Fei was unconcerned, having merely warmed up previously, without unleashing his full strength. The Shura Overlord blade slashed forth, and the Blood Drink Demon blade swept out, unleashing a massive wave of dark blade energy that the crowd braced against with all their might. Though they managed to fend off Lin Fei's strike, those of lesser strength found blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Unbeknownst to them, an assailant had appeared above Lin Fei, brandishing a glimmering dagger aimed directly at the back of his head. "Brat, I do not believe you can defend against all attacks. This Silver Moonblade is a mid-grade heavenly weapon." He believed Lin Fei could not possibly withstand the sharpness of a mid-grade heavenly weapon at the back of his head, and took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack while Lin Fei executed his martial technique. Little did he know, Lin Fei's spirit had long since detected the presence behind him, as the assailant grinned cruelly, his dagger poised to strike Lin Fei's nape. Chapter 94. Driven to madness, the clang of metal left him stunned. The dagger pierced Lin Fei, sparking a cascade of light. Sensing that something was amiss, he instinctively recoiled with all his might, but it was already too late. Positioned so close to Lin Fei, he was swiftly met with a counterattack, a single, precise finger strike that pierced his heart, sending him helplessly crashing to the ground. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 2-star martial emperor, earning 9 million experience points and 3 million gold coins. Acquired the weapon Silver Moonblade, heavenly grade, mid-tier, and 4000 superior elemental stones. The onlookers felt a chill run down their spines, momentarily hesitating to approach. A few among them were already contemplating retreat. Witnessing this scene, Lin Fei feigned a stumble in midair before soaring into the distance. Qin Shou, under the impression that Lin Fei was on the verge of collapse, was about to rush to his aid when Lin Fei telepathically signaled him to hold back, assuring him he could handle it alone. Qin Shou mused to himself, "Wow, this fellow is truly cunning." One individual, observing Lin Fei's predicament, became animated and exclaimed, "That kid can barely hold on. Let us stall him a bit longer. Don't let him escape." The others instantly regained their vigor, having witnessed Lin Fei's earlier reaction, and they surged forward to pursue him. Qin Shou chuckled and approached the recently slain warrior, realizing that Lin Fei had neglected to take his spatial ring in his haste. This oversight proved beneficial for Qin Shou. After a quick examination, a satisfied smile spread across his face as he followed the others in their chase. After traversing a considerable distance in the desert, Lin Fei was soon caught up by the remaining 8 pursuers. "Where do you think you're running, kid?" one taunted. Lin Fei smiled. "I have no intention of fleeing. I merely seek to provide you with a better resting place. This location will serve you well on your journey. Kid, you're already a formidable foe. No need for theatrics." Lin Fei had merely lured them here, intending to ensnare them all at once. He feigned weakness earlier to prevent their escape. Should they scatter, he and Qin Shou would struggle to contain them all, and he was unwilling to forfeit the experience points. In the desolate expanse, even if they attempted to flee, there would be no cover to conceal themselves. Escaping his grasp would prove exceedingly difficult. The 8 surrounded Lin Fei, biding their time rather than attacking, waiting for the duration of his secret technique to expire, at which point they believed they could easily subdue him. Lin Fei had no intention of wasting time. He withdrew 2 recovery pills and consumed them to replenish the expended vital energy. With a mighty charge, a 10-meter-tall phantom of a wild bull rapidly coalesced around Lin Fei. The 8 warriors regarded Lin Fei's display with a sense of superiority, confident they could effortlessly withstand his assault. Yet Lin Fei was far from finished. The wild bull phantom swelled to a towering 20 meters, its form becoming nearly corporeal. By employing the 9-star combo, he had dramatically amplified its power beyond measure. 2 of the 3-star martial emperors were the first to react, bellowing, "Those who wish to live, unleash your full strength." Frost Seal, Heartbreaking Claw, Limitless Palm, Crimson Flame Blade, Purple Mist Dominance, Phoenix Strike, Darking Slash, Scarlet Sky Royal Fist. 8 individuals simultaneously unleashed their most formidable martial techniques against the approaching Lin Fei. As the relentless phantasm of the barbarian bull charged forward, the clash of 9 powerful martial arts generated a tremendous surge of true essence, sending waves of energy rippling across the arid desert for miles around. Not far away, Qin Shou was rendered speechless, compelled to summon his true essence to defend against the residual shockwaves. He muttered under his breath, "Goodness, this Lin Fei is extraordinarily fierce, practically inhuman." Before long, amidst the swirling yellow sands, anguished cries echoed as a 3-star martial emperor was impaled through the entirety of his body by the barbarian bull's horn. 3 1-star martial emperors met their demise on the spot, struck down by the phantasm's relentless charge. Congratulations to the host for slaying 4 martial emperors, earning 36 million experience points and 12 million gold coins. You have acquired the weapons Red Thunder Spear, Heavenly Grade, Low Tier, and Blood Tide Axe, Heavenly Grade, Low Tier, as well as the martial techniques Profound Een Slash, Heavenly Grade, Low Tier, and Scarlet Sky Emperor Fist, Heavenly Grade, Low Tier. Additionally, you have received 13,000 Superior Essence Stones. The remaining few, at great cost, ignited their true essence to dispel Lin Fei's barbarian bull phantasm. However, Lin Fei, bolstered by his indestructible golden body, remained unscathed, albeit with considerable true essence expenditure. The 4 were battered and bloodied, their garments stained crimson, and without a moment's hesitation, they scattered in a desperate bid for escape. Lin Fei could not allow them to flee. The task required him to eliminate every last one of them without exception. He called out, "Qin Shou, assist me in detaining that 3-star martial emperor, but do not kill him. Wait for my return." Qin Shou, perplexed, wondered about Lin Fei's peculiar obsession with killing, but offered no further commentary and promptly engaged the fleeing 3-star martial emperor. "You, boy, mind your own business and get lost." The 3-star martial emperor scoffed, dismissing the seemingly unremarkable youth before him, attempting to force Qin Shou back. Regrettably, he underestimated Qin Shou, who retaliated and pushed him back several paces, igniting a mix of surprise and fury within the emperor. He had not anticipated this seemingly inconsequential youth to be so formidable. No wonder Lin Fei had chosen to protect him. Severely injured, he could do little but desperately strive to escape Qin Shou, fearing that should Lin Fei catch up, he would be doomed. Meanwhile, Lin Fei pursued the 3 2-star martial emperors who had scattered. Channeling his full strength, he executed the Shura Dominance Blade against one of them. A black blade aura surged for hundreds of meters, slicing towards its target at astonishing speed. Sensing the energy disturbance behind him, the individual attempted to counter with a martial technique, but it proved futile, resulting in a violent explosion of blood mist, leaving only a spatial ring to fall to the ground. Congratulations to the host for slaying a 2-star martial emperor, earning 9 million experience points and 3 million gold coins. You have acquired the martial technique Ice Seal, Heavenly Grade, Middle Tier, the weapon Frost Spear, Heavenly Grade, Low Tier, and 2,000 Superior Essence Stones. After delivering that decisive strike, Lin Fei scarcely spared a glance at the fallen spatial ring, having no time to collect it, and swiftly activated the Heavenly Demon 9 Steps to pursue another 2-star martial emperor in a different direction. That individual, sensing Lin Fei's rapid approach, prepared to unleash a martial technique for defense, only to be met with a piercing strike from Lin Fei's yang finger, which penetrated his skull. The individual failed to comprehend the situation until his demise. Lin Fei's speed was too swift, having already removed his spatial ring before pursuing the last fleeing 2-star martial emperor. Congratulations to the host for vanquishing the 2-star martial emperor. You have acquired 9 million experience points and 3 million gold coins. Weapon, Heavenly Claw, low-grade celestial, and 2,000 low-grade origin stones. Congratulations to the host for attaining the rank of 10-star martial sovereign.